Chapter 1 The Supreme Divine Hero System is bound. All God Lords, please put your brains here. Year 2024. The beginning of the waxing moon. Although the winter in Linhai City had very little snowfall, the temperature was as icy cold and biting as the tone of the mother-in-law's voice when she demanded the bride price. The streets were brightly lit on both sides and crowded with people, all of whom were full of fatigue but in a hurry. It is like a tiny ant that is desperately running for mouth food. Jiang Chuan is also a member of this group of small ants. The end of the day's work, dragging the exhausted body, like a zombie walking towards the rental house. Ding bell. The WeChat tone suddenly rang. Jiang Chuan took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a group message from the department, and it even at him. A bad feeling surged to his heart. Tapping on the voice, Supervisor Huang Ziz's voice entered his ears. Xiao Jiang, there's an important program to be completed tomorrow. Rest is cancelled. Come over to work overtime. That tone, condescending, like an emperor ordering his servants to be superior. Damn yellow skins. You're big man. A wave of anger immediately rose from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chuan broke down and cursed. Last week he did not rest. This week is actually a sudden overtime. Counting has been continuously on the shift for 15 days. It is the old yellow ox that plowed the land also does not bring such a call. 3 minutes later, Jiang Chuan returned a smiley little expression in the group. This smiley face is hopeless, but also to life bowed. 3 years ago, graduated from college. Out of the door of the day, he was full of ambition, happy to wave goodbye to his parents, and confidently threatened, Mom and Dad, you can rest assured that 3 years later I will be mixed with a personal style, the clothes of the home, shining lintel, but the reality is like a ruthless blade, scraping him to the skin. 3 years, doing the hardest and most tiring work, with a meager salary. So far, the balance in the card is less than 5 digits. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan regained his senses, released his hand and looked at his cell phone. Fortunately, it was not pinched, otherwise he would have to spend another 1,000 to buy a cell phone. Adjust the mood. Once again like a walking corpse toward the rental house. The rental house is only 10 square feet, a single bed, a pair of writing desk and chair, and a simple cannot be more simple kitchen. The bathroom and shower were outside in the far corner, and were shared. Living another day. It's so hard to live. Lying on the bed, Jiang Chuan smiled to himself. Being tired wasn't scary. What was scary was not seeing hope. How rich the dream was when he went to college. How solid the reality was after graduation. The ambition and swan's wool of that year have long been mercilessly worn down in 996 blessings. Ringing bell. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang again. Jiang Chuan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was a video chat from his mom. After hesitating for a moment, it was clicked to connect. Mom, oh. Jiang Chuan squeezed out a smile on his face, trying his best not to leave his bad mood to the people closest to him. Xiao Chuan, have you eaten yet? Xiao Xiaohong's gentle voice rang out. I've eaten, Mom. I just went to eat hot pot with my co-workers and just returned to the dormitory. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Looking at Jiang Chuan's smiling face, Xiao Xiaohong didn't say anything for a long time. Mom, what's wrong with you? Is the internet stuck? Seeing that his mom didn't say anything, Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and asked. No card. Xiao Xiaohong likewise squeezed out a benevolent smile and hurriedly shook her head, her face full of tenderness. Xiao Chuan, you must take good care of yourself outside. If you have anything on your mind, talk to Mom and Dad. And if you feel tired, go home and rest for a while. As long as Mom and Dad are still there, the home will always be your haven. As the saying goes, mother and son are connected. Xiao Xiaohong can naturally see that Jiang Chuan is not happy. It was only for fear of them worrying that she buried her unhappiness within herself. Hearing his mom's words, Jiang Chuan almost shed indisputable tears. Forcing the tears back, he hurriedly continued to smile and said, I know, Mom. I'm fine. The leadership appreciates me, and my colleagues like me. I just kind of miss you guys. Brat, want us to hurry to roll back to see us? This is not immediately to the new year? If you don't come back this year, I'll go to Linhai City to catch you back. The voice of his father, Zhang Haitao, rang out on the other end of the phone. Although it was loud, Jiang Chuan could hear the longing and concern in the voice. Okay, Dad. This year's New Year, I'll try to come back. Jiang Chuan secretly wiped his nose, sour and hard. It is said that there is no money to go home for the New Year, but if you don't earn any money to go home, the feeling of being surrounded by family and friends, like a prisoner's trial like suffocation, perhaps only those who have experienced it can understand. Even the parents, will be followed by ridicule and ridicule. Brat, don't talk to me about fighting for it, it has to come back. I didn't discuss it with you. Don't think I was joking with you just now. If you don't come back this year, your mom and I will go to Linhai City to arrest you. Zhang Haitao's voice was serious. Why are you so loud? Keep your voice down when you're talking to the kid. Mom's scolding voice came from the phone. By the way, Jiang Chuan, Mom recently for you to find a blind date, the age of 2 years younger than you. I heard that it is a very saving female child. In 2 days we'll also come back. When you come back to see aside the child's lifelong affairs, which is estimated to be the most important thing in the heart of every parent. This is also not trying to create pressure on the children, but in their conception, only when they see their children marry and have children to form a family with their own eyes, can they be considered to have accomplished their mission as parents. I know, Mom. I'll try to take as much time off as I can. How are you and my dad's health these days? The family is all fine. Don't you worry. Come back when you can take a vacation. Your dad and I miss you too, brat. If you get into trouble or run out of money, you must tell us, okay? Don't carry anything on your own. Got it, Dad. After chatting with Mom and Dad for half an hour, Jiang Chuan hung up the phone. The strong sense of guilt and powerlessness made his mood even heavier, and he lay on the bed feeling like his body had been emptied. He was just about to brush the live broadcast to relieve his tired body and mind when the WeChat video rang again. The note shows, Meng Meng baby. Wu Meng Meng is Jiang Chuan's girlfriend of 5 years. The two confirmed their relationship in their sophomore year. At that time Jiang Chuan was the man of the hour in the school. Handsome, only slightly inferior to the readers greatly. Excellent academic performance. Sports is also very good. And Wu Meng Meng is also one of the school flower. The two were recognized as the golden couple. Envied countless people. Only after graduation. The reality is too cruel. The relationship between the two people also with the passage of time is getting fainter and fainter. Communication is also less and less. Hey, Meng Meng, what's wrong? Jiang Chuan connected the video and asked tiredly. Honey, I recently fell in love with a bag. I really like it. You buy it for me. That bag is cheap. It only costs 38,000. As soon as she opened her mouth, Wu Meng Meng exposed her vampire fangs. Sure enough, Jiang Chuan smiled to himself. Only when you're out of money can you remember that there's still me. Ha! After working for 3 years, his balance was still less than 4 digits. And the main reason was because of keeping the vampire Wu Meng Meng. What's your attitude, Jiang Chuan? Are you blaming me for not contacting you during the week? Can you, a boy, not be so small-minded? Facts aside, are you not right yourself? I don't contact you, you can also take the initiative a bit. Wu Meng Meng preemptively yelled at the top of her voice. Those who didn't know heard this and thought that she had suffered as if she was greatly aggrieved. Seemingly still feeling uninspired, she added, besides, as long as I, Wu Meng Meng, hook my finger, the men who are competing to buy a bag for me can line up from here to France. With such a good opportunity in front of you, you're just stealing your joy. Jiang Chuan's face grew colder and colder. How come he hadn't realized that Wu Meng Meng was so disgusting before? How blind was he to like this kind of woman in the past? How brainwashed to be played around by her? See, Jiang Chuan did not speak. Wu Meng Meng icy voice threatened. Jiang Chuan, you in the end to me to buy or not to buy? If you don't buy it, let's break up. This sentence was spoken by Jiang Chuan. Not hysterical, not hissing, but incomparably calm. What did you say? Wu Meng Meng on the opposite side was obviously completely dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Jiang Chuan, who had always been obedient and obsequious, actually dared to say break up with himself today? Illusion. It must be an illusion. I say, labor is ing fed up with you this. Get out of my world. After saying this, Jiang Chuan directly hung up the phone. Then all of Wu Meng Meng's contact information was pulled black and deleted a dragon. At this moment, he suddenly felt an unprecedented relief. It was like unloading a burden that had been carried for years. Not long after, Jiang Chuan fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, he seemed to hear a crisp mechanical synthesized tone ringing in his head. Ding! The Supreme Divine Hero system has been successfully bound. The system is starting to function. Chapter 2, $8 million a day. Direct takeoff. At this time, in a private apartment in the same city of Linhai, Wu Meng Meng seemed to have not yet regained her senses from what had just happened. Jiang Chuan, that waste, how did he dare to hang my video? He actually dared to break up with me first. Waste, you still think you are a school grass? You are now just a poor man with a monthly salary of 5,000. Stinking dirtbag, loser only, what makes you dare to break up with me? After reacting, Wu Meng Meng frantically smashed the things in the room and let out a ghostly curse. The anger wasn't because she cared about Jiang Chuan, the so-called boyfriend, but the fact that ever so obsequious loser actually dared to break up with herself. Even if they were to break up, they should be the ones to kick that punk out themselves. Meng Meng, what's wrong with you? What are you mad about in the middle of the night? Just then, Lin Siyu, who heard the commotion, walked in and asked. The two were girlfriends in college, and after graduation, they both successfully stayed in Linhai City and shared this apartment together. Siyu, Jiang Chuan, that trash. He actually dared to mention breaking up with me just now. He even called me a woo-woo. After seeing her best friend, Wu Mengmeng directly hugged Lin Xiyu and cried in aggravation. That expression of tears falling like rain made it look like she had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. Those who didn't know thought that Jiang Chuan had used a wolfsbane to forcibly open the sewer for her. What? There's no mistaking it. Are you sure it was Jiang Chuan who broke up with you, and not you kicking him? Lin Xiyu had an incredulous look on her face, clearly in disbelief. As Wu Mengmeng's BFF, she knew more than anyone how much Jiang Chuan cared about Wu Mengmeng. Whether it was in college or in society these past few years, Jiang Chuan could be close to pouring out his heart to Wu Mengmeng. How could he possibly take the initiative to say break up? Really, Jiang Chuan, that is a scum, irresponsible beast. I will never forgive him. Wu Mengmeng cried even more sadly. Lin Xiyu glanced at Wu Mengmeng with a speechless face. For her own this bosom friend she still understands. In front of Jiang Chuan that is simply more pretentious than. She even felt that besides Jiang Chuan, there would never be a second man in this world who could tolerate Wu Mengmeng's unreasonable behavior. However, as her best friend, she hurriedly comforted. Don't cry, Mengmeng. Jiang Chuan, that trashy goon, can only find a girlfriend as good as you if he has smoke from his ancestors' graves. How can he be willing to break up with you? He will definitely apologize to you like a mangy dog tomorrow, begging for your forgiveness. Actually, Lin Xiyu had a basis for saying so. Every time the two had a conflict before, the first one to soften and apologize would always be Jiang Chuan, almost like a dog's skin, and it was expected that this time would be no exception. He wants to be beautiful. Wu Mengmeng had a gloomy face. Unless he apologizes to me on his knees at the door at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and then buys 10 more of the bags I looked at yesterday, I will never forgive him. Hearing this, Lin Xiyu hurriedly laughed. Right, that's a must. But how can 10 bags make him remember? Didn't you always love that McLaren supercar? Ha. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Jiang Chuan was woken up by his alarm clock. I think I heard something strange when I was sleeping in a daze last night? Scratching his head, Jiang Chuan suddenly remembered that when he just fell asleep last night, strange sounds seemed to appear in his head. System. Yes, it seems to be the system. As a fan of novels, Jiang Chuan was not unfamiliar with the system, the standard golden finger of every reborn and traveled person. But he had neither been reborn nor traveled through, so how could he be patronized by a system? It seemed that he wanted to make money too much and had such an unrealistic dream. Just as he was wondering about this absurd dream, a familiar mechanical synthesized tone sounded abruptly in his head. Ding! Host, you didn't dream. This tutelary is real and has completed binding with the host. Asterisk. There really is a system? Sitting up in shock in the dying disease, the protagonist is actually myself. Jiang Chuan's eyes instantly glowed, and his sleepiness was gone. Suppressing the excitement, he couldn't wait to say, Unity Son, introduce yourself properly. This system is called Supreme Divine Hero System, and as the name suggests, it is through the ability of this system that the host will be made the #1 Supreme Divine Hero in the universe. The universe's #1 Supreme Divine Hero? ! Unicorn V587. Awesome plus. Listening to the system's introduction, Jiang Chuan was overjoyed and jumped up from the bed in excitement. What about the functions? Function 1, the host can get 100 dragon coins rewarded by the system every second. Function 2, the host has a chance of triggering the blast reward every time he spends any amount of money. Function 3, the system mall has been opened. The host can buy all the necessary materials in the mall. Enjoy 60% discount. Note, the unity of the son of my ability is super strong, so please host do not worry about the legitimacy of the reward. Casually use. Spend vigorously. Can vigorously build. In addition, the unified sun can be upgraded. Upgrade details can be viewed through the instructions by yourself. The system's electronic synthesized voice sounded again, while a blue virtual panel appeared in front of his eyes. Asterisk. Awesome. A second to credit $100. A day is 864 million. While pleasantly surprised, Jiang Chuan looked at his personal attribute panel. The current bank card deposit was 2886400 dragon coins, and behind the amount, every second, a red +100 would appear. Jiang Chuan's heartbeat at this moment was much faster than the frequency of the balance beating. A day lying to earn 864 million. Then when the tax evasion of the big star real cool day income is more than 3 times, this is not directly in place to take off. And every time the large amount of consumption, there is a chance to trigger the storm reward. Cool. Jiang Chuan excitedly threw a combo punch into the air. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, he studied the system again. The system mall goods were very complete, with everything from small firewood, rice, oil and salt, to large supercars, villas and companies, and all kinds of top-notch black technology. And the selling price is indeed 40% lower than the market price. Then studied the method of system upgrade. In fact, It is also very simple. As long as the consumption exceeded $10 billion, gifts excluded, it would be able to upgrade the system. By then, every second will be rewarded 1,000 yuan. The chances of consumption blitz will also be higher. At the same time, the discounts for shopping at the system mall would also be lower. In short, there were many benefits after the system was upgraded. After studying the system, looking at the time, it was already 7:50 a.m. The normal working time was 8 a.m. But that asshole Huang Zi stipulated that everyone in their department had to arrive at the company half an hour earlier. Otherwise it would be treated as late. But now, go to work? Lying in bed for a day, even if half a millionaire. But also a hammer shift buzzing. Just at this moment, Jiang Chuan's cell phone began to vibrate one after another. Picking it up and looking at it, all of them were messages from the departmental group. And all of them were from Huang Ziki at himself. Jiang Chuan, where the hell have you been? Don't you know what time it is? At Jiang Chuan, you're already half an hour late. You're considered absent from work today. At Jiang Chuan, *******. I gave you face, right? If you can do it, you can't do it. At Jiang Chuan, 5 more minutes to 8. Don't come if you don't want to. What the hell are you doing here? Pretending to be a young master? At Jiang Chuan, looking at the message, Jiang Chuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red. Being squeezed by this dog for 3 years, Jiang Chuan felt his anger instantly rushing from the soles of his feet to the ceiling. Dog thing. In the past, laborers were coy for a living as humble as a dog. If I don't beat you Xiang out today, I Jiang Chuan will write my name backwards. Jiang Chuan's eyes flashed with endless frost. Having become a heavenly destiny protagonist chosen by the system, how can he continue to be bullied by such a little karami? Chapter 3. Match. After washing up, Jiang Chuan bought 3 plum pickled pork buns and a cup of soy milk from the bun store downstairs as usual. Ding! Congratulations to the host, consumption of 15 yuan. Storm rebate to obtain 70% of the shares of the Ding Sheng Group, valued at 10 billion. Become the new chairman of the Ding Sheng Group. Just as Jiang Chuan had just successfully paid on WeChat, the system's mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his head. Hearing the voice, Jiang Chuan's body began to tremble with excitement. 70% shares of Ding Sheng Group worth $10 billion? And also became the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Exploded Tuzi. I didn't expect that after just having a breakfast, the system actually stormed and rewarded shares worth $10 billion. Moreover, Ding Sheng Group Linhai City branch, that is exactly the company that he sold his life for these 3 years. Xiachuan, are you okay? Why are you shaking? My family, this is the authentic meat made of plum and vegetable buckle meat, not groove head meat. Boss lady see Jiang Chuan body shaking constantly, is immediately said, this year, the plum and vegetable buckle meat's reputation cannot be good. Blame those goddamned unscrupulous manufacturers and unscrupulous anchors. Play the good plum vegetable buckle meat into a positive word. It's okay, Auntie Wang. I just suddenly remembered something happy. Let's go. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Chuan swaggered out of the breakfast store. At 8:30 in the morning, outside the Ding Sheng Company in Linhai City, at the entrance of the building stood hundreds of staff members in unison, from big general managers to small cleaners and security guards, seemingly waiting for someone. Just a moment ago, everyone in the company suddenly received a notice from the general manager that a new chairman would be appointed to the company later, and will soon come here to visit for guidance and inspection. This news came unexpectedly. Even the general manager of the company, Li Ligua, was only informed of the notice 10 minutes ago. Everyone was talking at the moment. I wonder what is the origin of this new chairman. I've actually never heard of it at all before, an employee asked in a low voice. Who knows? Even our supervisor seems to have been notified just now. The crowd all shook their heads with puzzled faces. That goes without saying. It must be a very, very powerful character. I'll tell you, my uncle is the company's deputy general manager Huang Xingwang. He just secretly told me that this new chairman is very powerful. Not only is he the chairman of our branch, it seems that he also holds a large portion of Ding Sheng Group's shares. At this time, the head of the planning department, Huang Zizi, said in a low voice. Although he was praising the new chairman, he seemed to be telling the people around him, my uncle is the vice president of the company, so you guys should show me some respect in the future. Hearing this, some people glanced at Huang Ziki with disgust on their faces. Fox and tiger fake. While some people were fawning, worthy of being Supervisor Huang, this information channel is just too much. Even these high-level secrets are known. That's right, Supervisor Huang is really young and promising. According to me, with Supervisor Huang's ability, he will soon be able to become a manager. To become the manager of a Ding Sheng Group branch at the age of 28, you are truly young and promising, Brother Huang. Hearing the surrounding compliments, Huang Zizi was obviously very satisfied. There were also some people who had a slander in their hearts. Isn't it just having an uncle who was a vice president? What's so great about it? If you don't have a backstage, you are just relying on the defense. Just when everyone was whispering, a silhouette walked in front of all of them without slowing down. The person who came was naturally Jiang Chuan, who had come to the company to take over as chairman. Jiang Chuan? That kid just came now. I thought this guy would be hardened today and not come back. Grass. Overestimated him. Speaking of which, it's also pathetic. It's not easy for the rest to be called over to work overtime. Looking at Jiang Chuan's arrival, the planning department crowd was also full of sympathy. Over the years in the company, just because Jiang Chuan is handsome and capable, he has not been suppressed by Huang Zizi. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have climbed to the position of supervisor. Jiang Chuan, didn't I tell you in the group that you don't have to come over 8 o'clock? Did you grow a pair of eyes to take out your anger? And, treating this supervisor's words as farts, how the hell did you do that? Huang Zizi blackened his face, his eyes staring at Jiang Chuan in death. He had just sent so many messages in the group. This kid didn't reply to any of them, and now he still dared to strut in front of him, which made him feel especially disgraced. Po ha 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 ha. The crowd couldn't help but laugh when they heard Huang Zizi's words. This guy also knew that he was farting. Then they looked at Jiang Chuan with sympathetic eyes. Today Jiang Chuan estimated that even if he could stay, he would suffer even more serious suppression in the future. Dogfighting thing, get to the side. Don't force me to smack you with my big mouth in public. Jiang Chuan indifferently glanced at Huang Zizi and said in a cold voice, "What did you say?" Huang Zizi froze, as if he had heard the most unbelievable words in this world. He even doubted if his ears were hallucinating. How could Jiang Chuan, this normally obsequious wimp, dare to speak to himself so stiffly? Asterisk. Jiang Chuan got hard? Damn. I've wanted to say this for a long time. Jiang Chuan is mighty. Mighty is mighty enough. But after offending Huang Zizi, I'm afraid it's hard to stay in the company. By the looks of it, Jiang Chuan should have made plans to resign. The surrounding people began to whisper, although they admired Jiang Chuan's tough attitude just now and cursed the words they wanted to curse in their hearts. They also felt that the behavior was too reckless. After offending Huang Zizi, Ding Sheng Group was afraid that he would not be able to stay. Moreover, the employees who were dismissed by Ding Sheng Group, it was estimated that it would be difficult for other companies to join them. You punk, what did you say? You have the ability to say what you just said again. Believe it or not, laborers nibble you to death. After Huang Zizi came back to his senses, his face was red with anger. Being humiliated by something like an ant to his face, this he absolutely couldn't endure. Splat. Only what responded to him was a loud slap. You damn dare to hit me? You punk actually dared to hit me. You're wasted. Your future is gone. Laborers damn well have to think you to death today. Feeling the fiery pain on his face, Huang Zizi went completely crazy. Splat. Backhanding another crisp and loud slap, directly smacking Huang Zizi over on the ground. Dog-like thing just knows snarling and barking. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability to come and get me killed. Jiang Chuan stared contemptuously at the incredulous Huang Zizi. At this time, all the people around were also dumbfounded, especially the few people from the planning department. They knew Jiang Chuan better than anyone else. Although he was handsome and capable, he was usually a soft-spoken person with a weak character. Not to mention hitting Huang Zizi. Even the other party's words are rarely refuted. Today this is eaten bear heart leopard gall? He actually dared to hit Huang Zizi with his big mouth. This is not something that can be solved by resigning. It may be a lawsuit. The commotion over here also quickly attracted the leaders of the company not far away. Huang Xingwang's icy eyes glared at Jiang Chuan and asked, Zicheng, what just happened? Who is this kid? To actually dare to hit his nephew under his nose. This was a proper slap in his face. Uncle, this stinking beggar is from our planning department. He just slapped me twice. Do you know how much damage one slap will do to my little heart? I must nim him to death. Huang Zizi in the company on the basis of Huang Xingwang backing. When was he beaten by someone? Angry roar. Bang. Jiang Chuan shone another heavy kick at Huang Zizi's stomach. Huang Zizi immediately clutched his stomach and rolled on the ground in pain. Perhaps the kick was more forceful. Huang Zizi only felt his chrysanthemums loosening, and then his entire body went soft. In the next second, a foul odor hit his nose. The surrounding crowd had been completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chuan, this kid was so fierce? He actually violently beat Huang Zizi in front of Huang Xingwang, and even beat Xiang out. Is this not wanting to die? Little scum, you're too arrogant. I'll make you pay a painful price for this later. Looking at such an arrogant Jiang Chuan, Huang Xingwang gritted his teeth and his eyes were cold to the extreme. If his eyes could kill, Jiang Chuan would definitely have been full of holes by now. Just you? You. Not. Match. Jiang Chuan disdainfully glanced at Huang Xingwang and said in one word, Chapter 4, Sorry Chairman, I'm late. Looking at Jiang Chuan's arrogant expression, Huang Xinguang was furious and blew his beard, but considering that the new chairman was coming soon, he didn't dare to make trouble. In case it leaves a bad impression in the new chairman's mind, it will be more than worth the loss, but when it's over, he must make this arrogant little scumbag regret coming to this world. Just at this time, the side of the general manager Li Ligua cold voice, line, all give me to stop, do not know today is what day? If the chairman of the board of directors comes and sees this scene, what's going on? Then glanced at Jiang Chuan and Huang Xinguang, your grudges, go negotiate and settle them in private. The general manager opened his mouth, even if Huang Zizi and Huang Xinguang were no longer reluctant. At this moment, they could only give up for the time being. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, had looked at Jiang Chuan with sympathy and pity. Having offended Huang Zizi's uncle and nephew, Jiang Chuan had definitely lost his job. Moreover, he had beaten up Huang Zizi, so he would probably face jail time. Alas, young man still too impulsive in doing things. An old employee sympathized with Jiang Chuan and shook his head inside, buzzing and rumbling. Right at this moment, accompanied by the roar of a car, a Maserati drove up in the dust. It's Secretary Su's car. All cheer up, Li Ligua hurriedly said to everyone. Secretary Su was the chairman's personal secretary, and was also someone sent down from the head office. Today's notice to replace the chairman of the branch was what Secretary Su told him. The weight and status of it was known by using his toes to think about it. All the employees were waiting in anticipation, each looking forward to it. Obviously, they all wanted to see what kind of god this newly appointed chairman was. Jiang Chuan also looked towards the Maserati that was coming. 20 minutes ago the Su secretary has called him, is a female, voice is very good. This is known information. This is not know how to look like. The Maserati stopped 3 meters in front of the crowd. The door was opened. A black silk-wrapped well-proportioned jade legs took the lead and stepped out, stepping on black high heels. Soon Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked the woman up and down. This woman, beautiful a little too much. Su Qingya, visually estimated at 1.75 meters, wearing a black corseted dress. 3,000 green silk was coiled at the back of her head. Almond eyes, agar nose, cherry mouth, exquisite features paired with blown white skin, forming a shy flower, falling geese, sinking fish stunning face. At the same time, her figure was definitely the best of the best. Although the 2 jade bees were not considered to be choppy, the contours and curvature were quite perfect, especially with the slender waist and a pair of legs wrapped in black silk. It was simply the best on earth. From top to bottom, not a single flaw could be seen, and between her eyebrows, but with a few points of valiant temperament, the whole person is like a snow lotus out of the mud. Let a person can only see from afar and do not dare to have extra thoughts. Where the hell is the secretary? This is clearly a pearl in the palm of some big family out to experience life. Gulp gulp. Jiang Chuan could clearly hear the sound of people around him swallowing their saliva. It was no wonder. Even he was mesmerized by what he had just seen. Li Ligua and Huang Xinguang hurried forward. Good day to you, Secretary Su. The two wanted to shake hands, but Su Qingya nodded her head with a light smile. The two could only awkwardly withdraw their hands. They were clear that Su Qingya was sent down from the head office. The weight could be higher than the chairman of the board of directors, and it was normal that they could not see these people. Although they were the general manager of the branch, in the eyes of others, they were probably no different from ordinary people. That, Secretary Su, is our new chairman in the car? Huang Xinguang instantly transformed into a lapdog at this moment, licking his face and asking with a smile, isn't the chairman already here? Su Qingya said faintly. Then a pair of beautiful eyes began to scan through the crowd. It soon discovered the target she was looking for. What? The chairman has already arrived? Huang Xinguang was dumbfounded. They hadn't even seen the chairman's hair. Li Ligua was also full of doubts. No, could you be mistaken? This side is full of our company's employees. We didn't see the chairman. If they saw the chairman, the two of them would have already gone over to kneel. Su Qingya indifferently glanced at the two men. Even the chairman has arrived. Do not know. This eyesight really can only do a branch of the general manager. Afterwards, she ignored the gazes of the two men and walked towards Jiang Chuan step by step. After receiving the news of the personnel change this morning, she had read the information of the new chairman. What made her feel even more shocked was that this new chairman was not only the chairman of the company, but also held 70% of the shares of the entire Huading Group, and was the largest shareholder with absolute control. This kind of character, even if you look at the South Province, is a marvelous existence. But when she saw that handsome and boyish face, the shock in her heart was instantly magnified infinitely. The age is only 25 years old, and the look is still so green and handsome. A small age actually owns 70% of the shares of the entire Dingsheng Group. Even if her heart is firm again, it also turned up shock waves. Everyone's eyes were moving along with Su Qingya's footsteps. Holy, Secretary Su is coming towards Jiang Chuan's side. Can't be? So nervous. Secretary Su seems to be coming towards my side. My god. Don't tell me Jiang Chuan is the new chairman of our company. Think fart eat. I think my chances of being the chairman are greater than Jiang Chuan. After all, my position is still the team leader. Do you guys think there's a possibility that Jiang Chuan is actually the son of some big family's lineage, and came to work just to sharpen his skills? Do you mean that the 3-year period has come and gone, and the crooked-mouthed Dragon King has returned? Pooh ha ha. Damn. You all have watched too many brainless skits, right? And the 3-year period. Worldly son, do you guys think this is a movie? The return of Sister Wang? All the employees started talking. Some of them got nervous when they saw Su Qingyao walking towards them. There was no way around it. Su Qingyao was just too beautiful and had a very powerful aura. In the end, under the gaze of over 100 people, Su Qingyao walked over to Jiang Chuan before stopping. Her thin lips lightly opened, and her voice sounded like heavenly music. I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm late for the traffic jam. When the words fell, the whole place was silent. A pin drop could be heard. After a suction, a muffled thunder seems to be exploded from the crowd. Exploding all people only feel scalp numb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really a Dragon King plot. Wang Defa? So, Jiang Chuan is really the new chairman? I've always felt that Jiang Chuan is gifted and intelligent. His heavenly court is full, and there are auspicious clouds enveloping his body at times. So he looks like a dragon and phoenix among men. That's right. That's right. Ever since the first time I saw Jiang Chuan, I felt that he was a second-generation rich man's look-alike. Blind your dog eyes? In the future all call me Jiang Dong. What's the situation? What kind of person is that kid? What makes him the new chairman? Why does he look familiar? An employee of our company? Look at the streetwear he's wearing. It's less than $100. How could this kind of country bumpkin be related to the chairman? It can't be that Secretary Su is mistaken. How do you look at him as a little white boy who just looks a little bit handsome? Chapter 5. He didn't offend me, so he won't be fired. How? How is that possible? That kid is just a junior employee of the company. How could he be the newly appointed chairman? General Manager Li Ligua was confused and looked at Jiang Chuan with a horrified face. Just a minute ago, that kid was as small as a mole cricket in his own eyes, and couldn't even catch his eye. But now, he had actually become his top boss? At this instant, he was sweating coldly, feeling that the sky was about to collapse. Just now, when the chairman was bullied by Huang Xingwang and Huang Ziki, he himself stood there without saying a word. This was clearly not the attitude and approach that a competent general manager should have. Thinking of this, Li Ligua viciously glared at Huang Xingwang. Hate to rush up to bite this dog day. This asshole uncle and nephew can kill himself. And Huang Xingwang, at this moment, has been completely scared silly eyes. The whole person is like being drawn away from the soul generally. Mouth muttered. He actually is the new chairman. I just actually threatened to let him sit through the bottom of the prison. Finished. This is completely finished. When the words fell, the whole person sat on the ground paralyzed. He was only a vice president of a company, and the chairman of the board of directors could be dismissed with complete ease. And if he really wants to target himself, then the entire city of Linhai, there will be no place for himself. With this thought, Huang Xingwang's murderous gaze looked towards Huang Ziki. This damned fool, all he knew was to cause trouble all day long, and it wasn't good to mess with anyone, but actually messed with this kind of terrifying existence. No, impossible, impossible, you must be mistaken. Jiang Chuan is nothing but a dead houseboy loser, just a complete waste of money pauper stinking turd. How could he be the chairman of the board? Huang Zicheng started ranting at Su Qingyao as if he had gone crazy and lost his mind. Obviously such news was too shocking for him, too hard to accept. A waste who had been harboring under his own hand for 3 years, now suddenly transformed into the chairman of the company. This would be unacceptable to anyone else for a moment. Splat! In the next second, a crisp slap sounded once again. Huang Zizi was slapped to the ground again. However, this time the one who struck out was not Jiang Chuan, but the indifferent-looking Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao's icy cold eyes stared at Huang Zizi. Her despicable voice spoke slowly. What are you? You dare to question my words and the identity of the chairman? Jiang Chuan looked at Su Qingyao with some surprise. This secretary, it seemed to be much more domineering than she had imagined. It was obvious that she didn't put Huang Xingwang, the so-called vice president, in her eyes at all. All the surrounding employees also sucked in a breath of cool air as their sympathetic gazes shifted to Huang Ziwei. It looks like today, Huang Zizi is kicked to the 24K titanium alloy plate. At the same time, he was also secretly grateful. Just now fortunately did not fall on that new chairman, nor did he humiliate the chairman in all kinds of ways like those cannon fodder in novels. Otherwise, the future is worrying. Chairman, this thing seems to be an employee of the company as well. What are you going to do with it? Su Qingyao looked a pair of beautiful eyes towards Jiang Chuan and asked. Jiang Chuan wasn't polite either. After all, the images of Huang Zizi, the scumbag squeezing himself for 3 years, made him burn with rage every time he thought back. Moreover, he still understood the simple and easy to understand truth that to be kind to one's enemy was to be cruel to oneself, then coldly opened his mouth. Collect their uncle and nephew all these years in the company, all illegal evidence. Let the lawyer team sent to the Public Security Bureau. My request is very simple. Let them sit through the bottom of the jail on the line. Hiss. When these words came out, the surrounding employees immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The simple requirement is to sit through the bottom of the jail? The new official took 3 fires. It looks like this chairman, who looks slightly inferior to all the handsome readers, is not a good person. Yes, I understand, Chairman. Su Qingyan nodded seriously. For the huge Ding Shang group, letting those 2 people sit through the bottom of the jail is simply a piece of cake. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the company. The employees hurriedly made a spacious passageway. Behind them, the voices of Huang Ziwei and Huang Xinguang still echoed. Jiang Chuan, you poor loser, I won't let you go. Labor will surely nin you to death. Chairman, I was wrong. You listened to my sophistry. Bah, you listened to my explanation. I and this Huang Zizi really not familiar. In the chairman's office, Jiang Chuan sat in the chairman's seat. His index finger and middle finger gently tapped the desktop. I have to say, this leather sofa is really comfortable to sit on. Su Qingyao was standing on Jiang Chuan's right side, staring at Li Ligua with a cold expression. Li Ligua, as the general manager, had already been scared and trembling, cold sweat, afraid that he would also end up in the same situation as Huang Xinguang. People who have been general managers know that people who climb to their position, who dares to guarantee that they are innocent and can withstand the investigation? And just now his own performance of an action outside let the chairman so nest. Finished. The probability of being targeted was too great. Just at this moment, a girl in an OL uniform walked in, carrying hot coffee on a tray. Chairman, your coffee. The girl secretly glanced at Jiang Chuan after placing the coffee in front of him, and her pretty cheeks immediately turned scarlet. She then rushed out of the office. Jiang Chuan was the one who heard voices outside. Wow, the chairman is really so young and handsome. Simply the Prince Charming in my heart. Don't be springy. The chairman is young and handsome. It's not for us small staff to miss. Of course I know, but the chairman is really handsome. Listening to the voices outside fading away, Jiang Chuan was speechless. But now this society is like this. You also need to have money with anyone who has a relationship. If you do not have money, the dog sees all too annoying. As long as enough more gold, then even a toad can become a toad prince in the hearts of many gold-worshipping women. Chairman, just now it was me who had eyes but no pearls. It was my old eyes that were dim. I failed to recognize your old man. I still hope that you will not forget the small man. The Prime Minister's belly can hold up the boat. Spare me this time. The trembling Li Ligua looked at Jiang Chuan in horror like a child who had done something wrong and took the lead in breaking the silence. At this moment, his sweat had already dampened his back long ago. In case Jiang Chuan pursued his own responsibility, it would not only be a question of being dismissed, but perhaps also go to jail with Huang Xinguang as a colleague. From Su Qingyao's respectful attitude towards Jiang Chuan, it was very likely that he was a young master from one of the big families, definitely not something he could afford to offend. Jiang Chuan indifferently said, "You are indeed old and dim-eyed, and your inaction just now has disappointed me." As the words fell, Li Ligua was instantly startled, and the drops of sweat on his forehead became even more intense. Looking at the terrified Li Ligua, Jiang Chuan knew that the effect of deterrence had already had. Then the words turned, "But you are also considered to be some credit to the company. This time I'll give you the first to remember, but wherever you do that day to let me disappointed again, the consequences you should be clear. Of course, if your future performance makes me satisfied, the future achievement is definitely not just a branch general manager. Envoying people is always the best way to enlist their hearts." This Li Ligua fellow still had the ability to work, and he couldn't find a better replacement for a while. "Yes, I understand, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman, for raising your hand. In the future, I will definitely bow and scrape for the company, offer my liver and brain, and go through fire without hesitation." Li Ligua was like a great release. It was like he had walked from the ghost gate. He almost burst into old tears of excitement, bowing to Jiang Chuan and thanking him again and again. "Go out," Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman." Li Ligua hurriedly exited the office. To be honest, this feeling of being above the rest was really refreshing. This was the undercurrent and confidence that money and power brought. No wonder so many people throughout the ages have tried their best to corrupt and manipulate power, to climb to the top step by step, to be the Zhao Gao who has power over the whole country. As the saying goes, money is the hero's guts, gold is the man's waist. It's really true. At this time the sight of Su Qingya is puzzled to look at Jiang Chuan. This guy just disposed of Huang Xinguang and Huang Zizi when, that is no mercy, originally thought that will also deal with Li Ligua, but did not expect to let him off the hook. He asked in confusion, Chairman, Li Ligua has been enriching himself in the company over the years more than Huang Xingwang. Are you really prepared to continue to use him? She felt that a new official would not let Li Ligua continue to serve as the general manager even if Jiang Chuan did not send him in. This would also serve as a deterrent to other employees, and kill the chicken to warn the monkey used as a warning. Aha! Jiang Chuan nodded. I don't quite understand. Su Qingya continued. In terms of sentiment and reason, firing Li Ligua was the wisest decision. First of all, his workability is okay and he has made some contribution to the company. Secondly, firing too many people at once also tends to make the company panic. Most importantly, he didn't offend me. After saying that, Jiang Chuan smiled. After hearing the explanation, Su Qingya instantly realized this first and second. It seemed like it could be completely omitted. Offending him was the problem. Chapter 6. Come, charge me as supreme member first. Chairman, today is your first day in office. I would like to treat you to a meal to celebrate you. I don't know if I have the time to do so? Su Qingya's sweet voice asked. She was really too curious about this young chairman who had suddenly acquired 70% of Dingsheng Group's shares. So a woman's curiosity drove her to want to have a deep and multifaceted exchange and communication with Jiang Chuan. Can I live up to a good person's invitation? Naturally, there's no problem. Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile. In the past, being invited by an extremely beautiful woman like Su Qingya would be something that one wouldn't even dare to think about. Then should we leave now? I know a Western restaurant that makes great tasting food, Su Qingya said happily. Wait for a while. I'm going to run some errands first, and we'll go over there after we're done. The company's planning department. It's so unexpected. Jiang Chuan is actually a hidden giant. Yeah, had I known that Jiang Chuan's background is so powerful, I used to be his lapdog, and now it's too late to lose a godly brother. Yeah, if that was the case, I would have written the title of the planning program to be directly, My Chairman's Righteous Father. I have long seen that the chairman is gifted. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Unusual, will be a dragon and phoenix among men. Jiang Chuan people are not here. Who are you kissing ass for? All hurry up and shut up and work properly. Less gossiping about the chairman. You all saw what happened to Huang Zizi. Right, work. Don't discuss the chairman in the future. In the corner, a lone back figure looked gloomy and preoccupied. The co-worker next to him seemed to see what was on his mind, so he gloated. Li Feng, I remember that in the entire office. Besides yellow skin, you're the one who has the most trouble with Chairman Jiang, right? Now that he has become the chairman of the board, I think your job is considered to be at an end. Hearing his colleague's words, Li Feng's expression became even more gloomy, especially when he thought about what happened to Huang Zizi. He was indeed a bit scared. He needs this job very much to support his family. If he loses his job, his father's illness. Thinking of this, Li Feng stubbornly said, Don't compare me with Huang Zicheng. I don't deal with Jiang Chuan, that's just a difference of opinion at work. I believe Jiang Chuan isn't that kind of careful person. Although he said this on his lips, he was really panicked in his heart, especially when he thought that Jiang Chuan was merciless when he dealt with Huang Zizi just now. Suddenly the office door was pushed open. Jiang Chuan walked in with Su Qingya and Li Ligua. Everyone was startled. Then they hurriedly got up and said respectfully in unison, Good day, Chairman. Good day, Secretary Su. Good day, Mr. Li. All sit down. Looking at the heavy-faced crowd, Jiang Chuan pressed his hand. Seeing that they should be afraid that they would find them in trouble, they laughed and said, Don't be so formal. I'm still the same Jiang Chuan as before. I'm your good colleague. The crowd a burst of abdominal slander grass. You have become our chairman of the board of directors. This ing can still be the same as before? Sure enough, the leader speaks always so angry. Jiang Chuan spoke again. There are two main things to find everyone. First, I would like to thank you all for your care and help in the past 3 years, which I have kept in mind. Secondly, I know that all of you have a strong working ability, so I have decided to reward each of you with a bonus of $50,000, and at the same time, on top of the original foundation, I will give each of you a $2,000 salary increase. Jiang Chuan's words fell, and everyone suddenly breathed in sharply. 50,000 bonus plus 2,000 salary. Getting rich. Thank you, Chairman. Long live the chairman. I don't know who suddenly shouted in excitement. The others immediately woke up as if from a dream and echoed in unison. Asterisk. Chairman of the board is mighty and domineering. You are too handsome. Chairman, I love you. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Chuan was happy. For their feelings, he could also completely empathize with them. There was a time when he was also looking forward to raising his salary and getting bonuses every day. Then, Jiang Chuan took a step towards Li Feng, who was sitting in the far corner. Everyone's gazes swept towards Li Feng. Among the looks, there were sympathetic ones, compassionate ones, grateful ones, and gloating ones. As expected, Jiang Chuan still couldn't tolerate this person who often went against him. Li Feng was nervous to the extreme at the moment, like sitting on pins and needles, like a thorn in his back. He didn't even dare to look at Jiang Chuan's gaze. Looking at the anxious Li Feng, Jiang Chuan seemed to see his own once capable, hard, but suffered suppression. Gently patted his shoulder. Jiang Chuan said, "Don't be nervous, I'm not so petty. We just work on the occasional difference of opinion. That's normal. For the company well. I know your ability is very strong, but also appreciate your character and attitude. So from today onwards, you replace Huang Ziji's original position, to be the head of the planning department. Take out your ability and do a good job. Don't let me down." Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Li Feng snapped his head up and looked at Jiang Chuan incredulously. His eyes instantly filled with tears. "All right, all work well." After saying that, Jiang Chuan walked out of the planning department. This room where he had stayed for 3 years, he probably wouldn't come in later. Waiting for Jiang Chuan to walk out of the office, Li Feng seemed to wake up as if from a dream, looking firm and grateful as he looked at the doorway. "Thank you, Jiang." "No, thank you, Chairman." I didn't expect that the chairman not only didn't make things difficult for himself, but also fully recognized his ability and gave himself a promotion. This appreciation, this favor, he must always remember it. This sudden change in the plot caused the others around him to immediately cast envious and jealous looks at Li Feng. Out of the company, Jiang Chuan went downstairs to the mini-mart to buy 2 bottles of Waha mineral water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing 2 bottles of Waha mineral water, spending $2, triggering a blitz rebate to obtain 500,000 dragon coins. Just after paying, Jiang Chuan heard the system's mechanical synthesized voice. 500 million? Buying 2 bottles of mineral water actually returned a blitz rebate of 500 million. Unity Sun is awesome. I consumed twice today and actually received 2 storm rebates. Jiang Chuan was ecstatic. Afterwards, he bought some snacks inside the mini-mart, and these times didn't trigger the blitz rebate. However, he didn't lose heart. In just less than a day, not only did he obtain 10 billion worth of shares, he was also rewarded with 500 million in cash, making himself properly a 10 billionaire. He then sat in Su Qingya's Maserati and headed to the restaurant. Under Su Qingya's leadership, the car stopped at the entrance of a restaurant called Marriott Western Restaurant. "Chairman, you go in first. I'll go park the car," Su Qingya said. "All right, then I'll wait for you upstairs." Jiang Chuan nodded and then got off the car. The restaurant's decoration wasn't the gilded splendor that he had imagined. The environment was very good. It was just a bit dim, giving him a feeling of a bar. Just as he walked into the restaurant, a tall waitress with a good face value walked over, glancing up and down at Jiang Chuan. Her voice was flat as she said, "Sir, may I ask what you need?" Although this young man in front of her was super handsome, he was dressed very simply, and his body was estimated to add up to no more than $300. So with just one look, she put Jiang Chuan into the category of ordinary people. After working in a high-class Western restaurant for a few years, she has seen some rich people with power and money, so she subconsciously categorized herself as an upper-class person. Therefore, it is indeed a bit difficult to see Jiang Chuan this kind of packing ordinary people. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, glanced at the waitress, with a tall figure and a relatively wow face value, but the hint of disdain in the bottom of her eyes made Jiang Chuan a little upset, but also did not care too much. After all, they usually receive, is not their own such guests. Then he lightly said, "Coming to the hotel is naturally for dinner. Then, please follow me." The waitress made a gesture of invitation despite her general attitude. However, it didn't directly bring Jiang Chuan to the restaurant, but to the front desk. There were several other waiters standing at the front desk, all of them about 1.75 meters tall, with white skin and long legs, comparable to flight attendants. Then another attendant asked, "This gentleman, may I ask if you have a reservation or membership card?" "No." Jiang Chuan shook his head. It was the first time in his life that he had come into this kind of upscale Western restaurant, so naturally he didn't have much of a membership card. "It's like this, sir. Because our restaurant uses the latest fresh ingredients imported from abroad, what we can't use up on that day will be directly poured out, so the cost will be higher. And the guests who dine must have a reservation or membership card in advance. If you don't have a reservation or a membership card, I'm really sorry." The waitress had a professionalized smile on her face, and what she said was fairly polite, but without any enthusiasm. This society was like that. Dressing was the first impression, especially the more upscale the place, the easier it was to look at the people. "What do you do with the membership card?" Jiang Chuan asked in a calm tone. Hearing this, several waiters had a stunned expression on their faces. Originally thought that after hearing his explanation just now, asking for money this poor would know what to do, but did not expect to ask about the price. "Sir, our restaurant's recharge of 1 million is an ordinary member. Recharge of 2 million is a gold member. Recharge of 505 is a diamond member. And recharge of 10 million is a supreme member. Although she knew that the poor man in front of her definitely couldn't even take out $10,000, Jiang Ting still introduced. The few people around them also stared at Jiang Chuan, their faces full of snickers and their hearts slandered. A few waiters' gazes were captured by Jiang Chuan. He hadn't seen this kind of gaze before, so he could naturally face it openly. Jiang Chuan took out a black bank card and said indifferently, "Alright, then charge me a supreme member first." Chapter 7, Money Makes the Devil Work. After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Jiang Ting instantly looked surprised and incredulous, her open mouth able to swallow at least one donut. Charging a supreme member? That would require a full 10 million dragon coins. There were many rich and powerful people who came to their restaurant to eat, and there were many who recharged their memberships, but those who recharged their supreme membership directly for the first time had never been seen before. Charge the most? Is the diamond member only? Could it be that this little handsome man who looks down and out, and even a little bit of dirt, is actually a top-notch rich young man who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers? First of all, sir, is what you said true? Do you really want to recharge the supreme membership card? That's 10 million dragon coins. Jiang Ting stared at Jiang Chuan incredulously, her voice starting to stutter a little. If the person in front of her really recharged $10 million in their restaurant, then she would be able to get at least several $100,000 in performance rewards. A few waitresses looked like they were watching. They wanted to say, "Stinky brother, if you can come up with $10,000, I'll do a striptease for you directly in front of you in public." Some people even slander, "The 10 million you are talking about is not Jingzi, right?" But this kind of words are still embarrassed to export. After all, they are waitresses. There are also rules. Just when Jiang Chuan was just about to open his mouth, "What's wrong with you guys? What are you doing together? Don't you have to work?" Right at this moment, another cool voice rang out. Looking at the voice, it was a woman with the same tall figure and white skin, looked at a 30 years old or so, the expression of coldness. There are a few points of leadership temperament. Characteristics are very obvious. A pair of ferocious weapon that is big, especially big, simply poor and vicious, have the capacity to be big. Visual inspection is at least D+. D+. Jiang Chuan looked at the woman's chest plate. Meng Yurong, restaurant manager. Indeed, there is tolerance. The name is true, Jiang Chuan commented in his heart. Jiang Ting briefly recapitulated what had just happened to Meng Yurong. Meng Yurong walked up to Jiang Chuan with the same professional smile on her face. "This gentleman, I can completely understand your desire to invite your friends to have a drink and have a good time. But are you sure that you want to spend $10 million to top up our restaurant's supreme member?" The voice was still polite, significantly smarter than the few waiters around. Just surprised, not that kind of contemptuous look. No wonder he was the manager. Or else, are you afraid that I don't have money? Or your restaurant can't brush $10 million? Jiang Chuan smiled and asked. No, I just want to confirm. Please wait. Meng Yurong looked at the candid Jiang Chuan, gritted her teeth and entered a string of numbers. Then she took her bank card and flicked it on the POS machine. Payment successful. The bank card pays 10 million whole dollars. Buzz. The moment the mechanical synthesized sound sounded, Meng Yurong and Jiang Ting and the girls instantly froze in place as if they were bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. He actually really has $10 million? Jiang Ting's face was filled with disbelief. Soon, this shock and disbelief was replaced by thick regret and despair. If he had just quickly tried to swipe it himself just now, the hundreds of thousands of dollars would have been his own. Meng Yurong was the first to come back to his senses from the surprise and hurriedly said to Jiang Chuan respectfully, "Jiang Xiao, I'm really sorry for letting you have a bad dining experience just now. I am willing to send you 2 bottles of our restaurant's fine red wine collection in my personal name to apologize. Please forgive us for not recognizing you." Meng Yurong looked at Jiang Chuan with a beaming smile on her face. A pair of large ferocious weapons, even more so, became unusually active due to the excitement, jumping up and down non-stop. "No harm." Jiang Chuan nodded lightly, had to say that this Meng Yurong was indeed quite good at things, then said, "Hurry up and arrange a place for me to eat." In his heart, he was wondering, the first 2 times he spent money today, he triggered a blitz rebate, but he didn't expect to spend 10 million just now. But he didn't trigger a blitz rebate. Originally thought that the higher the consumption, the higher the chances of storm rewards will be, the better the rewards will be obtained. It seems not so. "Okay, Jiang Xiao, you inside please." Meng Yurong nodded his head and bowed, his attitude respectful to the extreme. Jiang Chuan felt that right now, even if he asked Meng Yurong to give himself an on-the-spot bite, she definitely wouldn't have any excuses. It was true that money could make the devil push the mill. Money, it's really a good thing. Watching Jiang Chuan and Ma Yurong enter the box, the surrounding Jiang Ting and a few waitresses felt their intestines turning green with remorse. If they were the ones who received them just now, wouldn't this heavenly fortune fall on their heads? Even if it didn't fall on their heads, at least it wouldn't have left a bad impression on the handsome man just now. To be able to casually recharge 10 million in the restaurant, that is definitely the top of the real god hero. In case you can have a little relationship, then you can earn a lot. But now that things had happened, even if they regretted their deaths, it wouldn't help. After all, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Alas, everything is fate. Half of it is not up to people. Let's all start working well. The next time we encounter such a guest, let's all polish our eyes and stop looking at people through the doorway. Zhang Ting sighed bitterly and helplessly said to the crowd. Jiang Chuan was soon brought to the so-called supreme box, and that was when Su Qingya walked in. Young Jiang, can we start ordering? Meng Yurong asked respectfully from the side. After sneaking a glance at Su Qingya beside Jiang Chuan, his heart was lost for a while. Originally, he also thought that after this Jiang Shao had finished eating, he could ask him to discuss the wonders of human nature, together at a deep level. But now that Jiang Shao had that kind of extremely beautiful woman beside him, there was no hope for him. It's okay. Jiang Chuan nodded, then pointed to the menu and ordered, don't take these 3, serve all the others once. Anyway, he is now making money every second. In the words of the system, is to spend vigorously, can vigorously build. Good Lu, you wait a moment, immediately good. Meng Yurong happily shook his big fierce weapon and ran out of the private room. Su Qingya sat on the opposite side of the table, hands pencil chin, watery eyes staring at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, who looked a little less than kind, asked, do you think I have the face of a thug? Of course, he also felt that he was a tycoon who suddenly had money and spent it with mad vengeance. No. Su Qingya smiled sweetly. Chairman, this is called unconventional. Can't see that you can still kiss ass. Jiang Chuan laughed. The first time he saw Su Qingya, the feeling he got was that she was high and cold, quite high and cold. When facing other people, there was also no hint of a smile at all. He didn't expect to actually smile so sweetly now that he was alone with himself. Could it be that the kingly aura he exuded was too strong, and he had convinced her in just one day? Of course, it's not like I'm an emotionless machine. Su Qingya continued to laugh. Chapter 8. Su Qingya, how did you get yourself into a meal? At this time, in a private villa on the outskirts of Linhai City. Damned earth dog, waste, earth turtle, I'm not willing. Huang Zizi angrily smashed the furniture in the living room. Unexpectedly, he was actually humiliated by that trash today by ruthlessly stepping on the ground. More importantly, their uncle and nephew might face permanent jail time immediately. Uncle, say something, what should we do now? After getting tired of smashing, Huang Zicheng looked towards the resentful Huang Xingwang. Don't worry Zicheng, if I don't get out of this today, I, Huang Xingwang, vow not to be a human being. A milquetoast brat wants to mess with me. It's not that easy. Huang Xingwang's eyes were full of viciousness. After decades of mixing in the workplace, he wasn't that easy to be defeated. But that punk is now the chairman of the Dingsheng group. We're simply no match for him. Although Huang Zizi was angry, he had also regained some sanity at this moment. They were all fired now. They simply couldn't fight Jiang Chuan. Moreover, once the evidence Jiang Chuan had collected was handed over to the legal affairs department, their uncle and nephew would face jail time by then, and that day would surely come soon. We can't get him openly, so let's do it the dirty way. Huang Xingwang smiled coldly. His smile was very oozing. Looking at his uncle's confident smile, Huang Zili immediately asked, Uncle, are you already thinking of a countermeasure? Good boy. Now there are only the two of us. Call Daddy directly. Huang Xingwang gently touched Huang Zizi's head and doted on him. Remembering 29 years ago, it was a dark and windy night. Big brother went to work abroad, so he helped his big brother and fulfilled his obligations as a husband. Then the next year Zicheng was born. Dad, you quickly say what way? Huang Zicheng didn't talk nonsense. He desperately wanted to know how he could screw that punk Jiang Chuan. I've just spent money to buy off some thugs. I'll waste that punk tonight. When the time comes, give them some money and let them go abroad to avoid the wind. This matter will soon be over. Huang Xingwang said confidently, although he couldn't do Jiang Chuan openly, but in terms of playing dirty, he was still too tender. Dad wise it's still Dad that you have a way. When the time comes to beat that punk directly into a vegetable, I'll see how he still dares to go against me. Thinking of this, the corners of Huang Zizi's mouth grinned right up to the roots behind his ears. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Marriott restaurant. Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya had already eaten almost everything. Just now, he transferred $1 million to his dad. In the past, he didn't have any money and couldn't afford to improve his parents' lives. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to make his parents' lives better. The meaning of returning home and clothes might be to make his parents have more smiles on their faces, less flirting and more respect in front of their friends and family. Although he wanted to directly transfer 100 million to his dad, he was afraid that the amount was too large to scare them. Ding bell. The transfer was successful for just a minute before Dad's video chat came over. This was also expected by Jiang Chuan, and then he pressed answer. Hey brat, why did you transfer so much money to me? Tell Dad honestly, did you go rob a bank? If it's something illegal that you did, let's hurry up and turn ourselves in for leniency. Jiang Haitao's voice was so loud that Jiang Chuan felt his ears were buzzing. It could be heard that Dad's body was still very tough. Put. Su Qingya on the opposite side of the table directly laughed out loud when she couldn't hold back. The chairman's dad was really quite humorous in his speech. Dad, is your son that bad? Jiang Chuan, even if I were to starve to death, die outside, and jump from here, I would definitely not do anything illegal. Jiang Chuan laughed bitterly. Xiao Chuan, Mom and Dad believe that you won't do illegal things, but this 1 million is just too much. The one who spoke this time was Mom Xiao Xiahong. There wasn't much joy in her voice, but rather it was filled with worry. Mom, I earned this money legally and compliantly. It's to honor you, so you just spend it. Don't have any psychological burden. Jiang Chuan said seriously. Son, is this money really earned by you? Jiang Haitao was obviously still a bit unconvinced. The fact that his son hadn't come home in the past few years meant that he must not be doing too well outside. When he called him last night he could still hear that he was in a very low mood. So how did he suddenly have an extra $1 million today? Although he believes that his son will definitely not do illegal and disorderly things, this money is too much for a rural person. Well, I actually opened a company. The first 2 years of business is not so good. Today suddenly took a big order. Earned a few million. Jiang Chuan could only say it perfunctorily. After all, the matter of the system should never be told to anyone, not even the biological parents. So that's how it is. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiahong believed Jiang Chuan's words. Then Xiao Xiahong's voice came again. Son, although you've made a fortune and earned money, but you should take this money yourself. You don't need to transfer it to us. The company's turnover also needs funds, and we can't use any money at all in our old home. It's okay Mom, these money is you give me to save. You also know that young people spend money are big spenders. If I put my card then I can't tell when it's spent. Jiang Chuan gratifying smile. That's fine. Then these money I and your father to help you save. When the time comes for you to marry a wife with. Right son, how's the matter of your leave of absence going? I gave you said that the save energy little girl just now has returned to the village. You have to quickly come back to a trip. The village this period of time single lads are especially many. I heard in her matchmaking lads are lined up to the east end of the village. In case by other lads in the match will be trouble. Obviously, compared to $1 million, Xiao Xiahong still cared more about that saving daughter-in-law. Jiang Chuan listened with a black line. Su Qingya on the side, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh out loud once again. Jiang Chuan glared at the gloating Su Qingya without any good humor, and with a turn of his eyeballs, a plan came to him. Asterisk. Why do you suddenly feel a cold chill on your back? By Jiang Chuan's glance, Su Qingya stopped laughing and felt a sudden sense that something big was not good. Before she could open her mouth, Jiang Chuan opened his mouth with a smile. Mom, actually, I already have a girlfriend, and I'm having dinner with her right now. So that little girl who's saving her energy, leave it to the other lads. What? Really? You really have a girlfriend? Brat out of the blue such a big thing actually hid it from us. Let us Kong. Brat, hurry up and give my daughter-in-law your cell phone. I want to talk to her. As soon as the second old man heard this, he instantly became unsettled. Jiang Chuan the girlfriend you said, it can't be me, right? Su Qingya froze and looked at Jiang Chuan. This eating a meal, how can I still eat myself into it? Cough. Help, the family urged tight. If you do not help, I can only go to find Meng Yuyang just now. Jiang Chuan immediately looked pleadingly at Su Qingya. Inside he was very repulsed by blind dates, because the blind date was originally a stranger who had never met. Sitting together in addition to the car house ticket, it seems that there is nothing to talk about, and these years always brush to some strange matchmaking video. Give him the whole matchmaking shadow. Su Qingya gave Jiang Chuan a beautiful blank stare and whispered, remember, owe me a favor. Chapter 9 Blitz Reward Fighter Level Combat Skills. Jiang Chuan's parents' side were starting to get anxious waiting. This brat doesn't want to go on a blind date and pull a random girl over to trick us, right? Jiang Haitao looked at the black screen cell phone, rubbing his hands anxiously, feeling more anxious than when he was on a blind date. That won't be. I know our son well, Xiao Xiahong said confidently. Just at this moment, the cell phone screen suddenly lit up. Immediately after the screen appeared a stunning face. A head of long black hair was coiled up. Long eyelashes, such as the second layer of egg skin as white as the skin, blowing, erect agaric nose, and the thin cherry lips set in that delicate melon face, composed a beautiful and stunning face. Good beautiful female child. Then the girl in the next village to save energy. simply like a star, Xiao Shahong exclaimed. Originally, she thought that those female stars on TV were already pretty enough, but she didn't expect that the woman on the cell phone screen was even more beautiful than those stars. Moreover, she exuded an elegant and classical temperament, which was something those female stars did not have at all. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of being my son, this vision follows me. Zhang Haitao was also rubbing his hands together in satisfaction. With just one sentence, he had complimented all four of them. It had to be said that talking was really an art. Right at this moment, Su Qingya opened her mouth. Hello uncles and aunts, I'm Jiang Chuan's girlfriend, Su Qingya. I'm very happy to meet you. After saying these words, even with Su Qingya's heart, a scarlet color quickly swept across her face. Oops, good. Great, Qingya, nice name. It's true that people are just like their names. The second old man's excited words wouldn't even be able to speak. Such a beautiful daughter-in-law. If Jiang Chuan could bring her home, she would probably be able to make those old sisters in the neighborhood jealous to death. Su Qingya also didn't know what to say next. After all, pretending to be someone else's girlfriend was the first time she had experienced this kind of thing even after living for 20 years. And she didn't have much experience. Qingya, are you really Xiao Chuan's girlfriend? At this time, Xiao Xiaohong also slowed down from her surprise and confirmed. Although it was said that her own son was also very handsome, and in her eyes, he was the most handsome, and excellent in all aspects. However, this Su Qingya in front of her was obviously also a very beautiful and excellent girl, looking like those rich girls in TV dramas. This kind of girl by definition has very high standards for choosing a spouse. Yes auntie, I am indeed Jiang Chuan's girlfriend, Su Qingya said shyly. Good, our old Jiang family's ancestral graves are smoking. It's a blessing for our whole family that Xiao Chuan can have such an excellent girlfriend like you. The creases on the two old men's faces all stretched out at this time. As the saying goes, a person's spirit is refreshed when he is happy, as if he has become several years younger in an instant. This flurry of compliments, but Su Qingya's face was even more red. Hey brat, this year must bring Qingya home for the new year. Otherwise, I will treat you to old bamboo shoots, fried meat and cold 7 wolves. Zhang Haitao's bright voice sounded again. Jiang Chuan had a bitter smile on his face. Right, Qingya this year must come with Xiao Chuan to see uncle and aunt. If you guys don't come, your uncle and I have to die hard. Xiao Xiaohong also said repeatedly. Don't worry auntie, if there is time, I will definitely come to see you guys. Su Qingya nodded with a smile. With that smile, Jiang Chuan was somewhat mesmerized by the sight. Su Qingya was originally one of those superb beauties, and with this smile, she was truly a country of beauty, shy flowers and a moon. Several people chatted for another 40 minutes or so before Xiao Xiaohong reluctantly hung up the video. Thanks ha. Jiang Chuan laughed awkwardly, although he was a bit formal at the beginning of the chat, but seeing that Su Qingya was chatting quite happily later on, no need to thank you. I also quite like my uncle and aunt. But, you haven't been home for 2 years. You're going back this year, right? Su Qingya asked. From her uncle and aunt's mouth just now, she learned that Jiang Chuan hadn't been home for 2 years. She was a little confused. Jiang Chuan is so rich, why don't you go home? Isn't it every boy's dream to return home with all the glory? Of course I have to go back. Didn't you hear my dad say that if I don't bring you back this year I have to treat me to old bamboo shoots fried with meat? Jiang Chuan said with a smile. You really take me as your girlfriend. Su Qingya beamed and didn't seem to be angry. Jiang Chuan continued to laugh. It doesn't matter whether I treat you as my girlfriend or not, but my parents seem to recognize you as their daughter-in-law. Su Qingya instantly blushed, not knowing what to say anymore. Just now, her uncles and aunts did seem to like herself quite a bit, but her lifelong affairs were not something she could decide. Knock knock knock. Just at this time the knock on the door sounded. Come in, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Meng Yurong walked in, looking at Jiang Chuan with a fawning face. Jiang Xiao, do you want to add a few more dishes? No matter what, this young Master Jiang must be served well today. In the future, whether or not he could soar and be in the noble circle depended on whether or not he could fall into this big tree. No need. Check out. Jiang Chuan shook his head. Although these Western foods were exquisitely made, he didn't have much interest in them, especially those sashimi and bloody steaks. He really couldn't get used to eating them. It wasn't as good as a potato stewed beef brisket. Okay Jiang Xiao, excluding the complimentary bottle of red wine, you consumed a total of 328,888. We have a discount for members here. You are the first supreme member of the store, so you enjoy a 50% discount for life. After the discount is 164,444. I will give you a 0. Brush you 160,000 on it. Meng Yurong's attitude was very humble, fearing that the god of wealth in front of him would not be satisfied. No need for concessions. I'm not bad with this money. How much should I pay? Don't ever save me money. Jiang Chuan waved his big hand and said boldly, "Just kidding, he could earn $8 million a day lying down. He really didn't care about this 10,000. And his own consumption is linked to the Blitz rewards. In case he misses the opportunity of the Blitz rebate because he covets this discount, then it would be a big loss. God's hero. This is the real godly hero." Meng Yurong stared at Jiang Chuan with wide-eyed adoration. Her eyes in the other place were starting to pull at the threads, and hurriedly nodded her head. "Okay, Jiang Xiao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 328,888 on dinner, triggering a Blitz rebate. Reward, champion level free fighting skills, asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure enough, I triggered the Blitz reward. This wave fortunately didn't let her discount." Jiang Chuan was filled with exhilaration. "I didn't expect that the Blitz reward would not only have shares in cash, but actually have combat skills. This Tuzi is really too powerful." Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya then directly took the elevator and prepared to go to the underground parking lot. "Chairman." Su Qingya had just opened her mouth when Jiang Chuan interrupted. "Don't call me chairman in the future. If you think I'm a friend, just call me Jiang Chuan directly. It sounds more comfortable to me." Jiang Chuan. Although it was smooth to call Jiang Chuan just now when he played the video with his uncles and aunts, but now that it's just two people, it's suddenly a bit uncomfortable again. "Right, what did you want to say just now?" Jiang Chuan asked. Su Qingya's complexion also became serious. "About Huang Xingwang's matter. As far as I know, Huang Xingwang is a sinister and cunning, and vindictive person. You not only dismissed him today, but also prepared to send him to step on a sewing machine. I'm worried." Looking at Su Qingya's slightly furrowed brows, Jiang Chuan playfully said, "Are you worried about me?" "Yes." Su Qingya, on the other hand, was very natural and nodded directly, meeting Jiang Chuan's gaze. "You're the chairman of the company. If something happens to you, who do I look for to collect my salary?" Jiang Chuan naturally knew that Su Qingya was joking and confidently said, "Don't worry, they no longer have the capital to deal with me." This confidence came from his current financial strength, and also from the champion-level free fighting skills that the system had just rewarded him with. Soon the two arrived at the underground parking lot. The lights were bright, the brightness not much different from outside, but the parking lot was silent, and the silence was a bit eerie. Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya frowned slightly at the same time. The atmosphere isn't quite right. Su Qingya looked around vigilantly. A woman's sixth sense told her that there was definitely something odd about this place. "Ah, I seem to smell danger as well." Jiang Chuan nodded calmly. Perhaps it was because he had just fused his King of Fighters level free fighting skills that had given him this ability to sense danger. Chapter 10, 1 against 6. Easy peasy. Swish swish swish. Almost at the instant Jiang Chuan's words fell, several silhouettes suddenly scurried out from behind the front vehicles. At a fixed glance there were a total of 6 people, each with a gangster-like face, all wearing black canopies, revealing sturdy arms, and holding a steel pipe in their hands. The right hand held the steel pipe, and kept gently slapping the left hand. At first glance, they looked a bit like those black clubs in TV dramas. It was almost as if the words "Look, we are punks" were written on their faces. "See, I told you that Huang Xingwang guy is sinister and venomous. He will definitely take revenge on you." Su Qingya slightly frowned her willow eyebrows and whispered. This was something that he also didn't expect Huang Xingwang's actions to be so swift. It was only in the morning that he was expelled, and in the afternoon he found these punks to take revenge. "It seems that you do understand Huang Xingwang very well, but since he dared to do such a stupid thing, it looks like he's really going to sit through the bottom of the jail this time," Jiang Chuan then said with a faint smile. Seeing his calm and collected expression, as if he didn't put the few punks in front of him in his eyes at all, Su Qingya's face also revealed a stunned expression, because Jiang Chuan looked so thin. He looked like someone who usually didn't have much time to exercise. I didn't expect that when he encountered this kind of fierce gangsters, he could actually be so calm, with not the slightest bit of panic or fear on his face. In terms of this boldness, it was indeed much stronger than other people of the same age. "This guy is more manly than I thought," Su Qingya secretly said in her heart. However, the situation in front of her couldn't allow her to think too much, and whispered, "Don't think about whether Huang Xingwang will sit in jail or not. Think about how we should cope with it next. I used to learn taekwondo and basic martial arts. I should be able to stop 2 or 3 of them. I can't do anything about the rest. In this current situation, even if they called the police, it would be too late." Jiang Chuan was shocked. He didn't expect Su Qingya to be a practiced fighter, then confidently said, "The rest, leave it to me." It was just right that he could use these fighters to try out the champion-level free fighting skills that the system had just rewarded him with. If the system produces it, it shouldn't let itself down. Moreover, a true free fighting champion, beating a few punks was definitely as simple as a college student beating a kindergarten child. "You?" Su Qingya froze and frowned again. "Are you sure?" Obviously she didn't believe Jiang Chuan. With this weak little body, she probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a punch from the other party. Don't underestimate me. My level of combat is at the level of a boxing champion. This kind of little karami one punch at a time, Jiang Chuan said confidently. Just at this moment, the head of the gangster with a long scar on his face who was in the lead on the opposite side opened his mouth. Obviously this scarred gangster was the big brother of the other few. Brothers do it, according to the employer's intention. Just beat that man to the point where he can't take care of himself. After completing this order, we can wash our hands in gold and go abroad to enjoy. The scarred man didn't have any nonsense. Obviously he also knew the eternal truth that villains die from too many words. After the other few little karamis nodded their heads, they rushed towards Jiang Chuan with steel pipes in their hands. They're targeting you, so hurry up if you get a chance later, Su Qingya whispered to Jiang Chuan, then directly took off her high heels. A beautiful roundhouse kick directly on the chin of the punk who rushed at the front. The punk was instantly kicked to the ground, while Su Qingya's body used the momentum to do a backflip and landed firmly on the ground. I go. There's really something to it. Just this one move was much better than those thug excitement punches taught by online bloggers. The shock in his heart passed in a flash. Jiang Chuan's cold gaze like a viper's looked towards the leading scarred gangster. Catch the thief first, catch the king. With this in mind, Jiang Chuan instantly rushed towards the scarred man. He didn't know whether it was because of the system reward just now or the potential that was stimulated during the crisis, but he felt that his speed was much faster than usual. Little hot chick, actually taking me as a target? The scarred man sneered, not putting Jiang Chuan in his eyes in the slightest. After all, he had also been in the gangster world for several years, and his fighting kung fu that had been honed in real battles. A skinny little white boy, he could have lifted his canopy with a single slap of his own. Looking at Jiang Chuan only 5 meters away from him, the scarred man tightened his grip on the steel pipe in his hand. Little trash, you chose the wrong person. Just before his words fell, Jiang Chuan was already less than 2 meters away from him. In a flash, Jiang Chuan's body leapt up. A standard flying knee pointed straight at the scarred man's chin. The chin was a relatively weak position in the human body, which was also the reason why boxers liked to use uppercuts. Speaking of late and then fast, from the time Jiang Chuan made his move until now, the time was only about 2 seconds. The scarred man didn't have any chance to react at all at this time. Bang! Click! Low collision sounds and crisp bone-cracking sounds echoed throughout the underground parking lot at almost the same time. The body of the scarred man was directly toppled and flew out a distance of 5 meters, smashing heavily on the ground. His jawbone was completely deformed, and blood kept seeping out of his mouth as he fainted directly. After easily solving the scarred man, Jiang Chuan did not have any pause, and directly turned to the nearest gangster. A standard explosive liver punch, directly into a prawn. Another gangster, lying on the ground, completely lost the ability to fight. Jiang Chuan's figure was as agile as a ghost. It was important to know that a free fighting champion was not only powerful with his fists, but his stance was also at the top of the game. Bang bang bang! A low collision sound continuously rang out as one after another punks fell to the ground. Although these punks might all have practical experience in street fighting, the difference was just too far compared to the boxing champ. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chuan could have countless mistakes. After all, punks didn't have any TKO abilities, but they only need to have one mistake, and that would be fatal. In just less than 3 minutes, all 6 punks were lying on the ground moaning in pain. Some of them had their faces deformed from the beating. Some were covering their stomachs and letting out pig-killing screams. Su Qingya looked at Jiang Chuan with a bewildered expression and a strange color in her eyes. She simply didn't expect the seemingly weak Jiang Chuan to have such a formidable fighting ability. In the fight just now, it was literally a small karamiya with one punch, and the punches were fast, accurate, and vicious. Every punch was almost precisely hitting the weakest part of these punks' bodies. Jiang Chuan, are you really a free sparring champion? Su Qingya asked with a face full of shock. Even she felt that even if she was a free sparring champion, she might not necessarily be as fierce as Jiang Chuan just now. That's natural. I've said it all. I'll take these little caramels one punch at a time. Jiang Chuan tilted his head proudly. In fact, at this moment, his heart was incomparably exhilarated. He didn't expect that the system rewarded fighter combat skills were actually so powerful. During the fight just now, he felt like he was completely possessed by the Fighter King. The attack methods and speed of those punks were simply clumsy and unthreatening. You really surprised me, Su Qingya murmured, then looked at the small caramels strewn across the ground. Then what are you going to do with these people? Call the police, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. These people would be a scourge if they stayed outside anyway, so let them go to jail and have a good time stepping on sewing machines. Good. Su Qingya nodded and started to take out her cell phone to call the police. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, walked over to the scarred man, squatted down and stared at him with a contemptuous face. At this time, he had already woken up and was covering his jaw in pain. Say it, who sent you? Jiang Chuan asked indifferently. Without saying it, He knew it was Huang Xingwang and Huang Ziki, but he had to get these people to admit it to be considered evidence. You don't want to think, although you are very powerful, but we are principled fighters, even if you beat me to death. Don't want to get this answer from my mouth. The scarred man's mouth is indeed very hard. All this is still not willing to give an honest explanation. Obviously also certain that Jiang Chuan didn't dare to really beat him to death. What a cooked dead duck with a hard mouth. Jiang Chuan's gaze flinched. Bang! A heavy backhand punch smashed on the scarred man's mouth. Afterwards, he sought his eyes looking at all the punks and sneered. Introduce yourself. I am the chairman of Ding Shang Group. Now I'll give you guys a chance to get a lighter punishment. Honestly, tell me the mastermind. Of course, if you don't give me an explanation, I will have a way to figure it out. When the time comes, I'll have enough ability to make you guys sit in jail until you die. And, Jiang Chuan's tone stuttered. A cruel arc appeared on his face. Please believe me, I have enough ability to make you all reasonably disappear from this world. As soon as these words came out, all the gangsters froze, looking up at the cruel smile on Jiang Chuan's face. An unprecedented fear of death instantly spread from everyone's heart. Even Su Qingya couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. That look on Jiang Chuan's face just now was indeed unlike an act. A few of the punks who were stunned instantly crawled to Jiang Chuan and knelt down in front of him, snotting, "Brother, no, Grandpa, it was Huang Xingwang who instigated us. Please let us have a dog's life." Chapter 11, What? Jiang Chuan picking up water in the trash can to drink? More than half an hour later, Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya, as well as 6 gangsters, were all brought to the bureau by 4 Uncle Dan. A few punks also truthfully told all the things to Comrade Uncle Dan. After Su Qingya introduced Jiang Chuan's identity to the director and explained the situation in passing, she immediately asked people to arrest Huang Xingwang's uncle and nephew. At the same time, all the Uncle Dan looked at Jiang Chuan and were quite polite. The chairman of the $10 billion group, even they didn't dare to casually provoke. And this matter, Jiang Chuan was originally the victimized party. Soon Huang Ziwei and Huang Xingwang were brought back to the bureau. Seeing that Jiang Chuan was actually intact, the two were filled with surprise and disbelief. The fighters they hired were notoriously ruthless. They actually didn't waste such a defenseless brat? Both of you, are you disappointed to see me standing here intact? Jiang Chuan sneered as he looked at the two. Jiang Chuan, you poor, stinking turd, you're less complacent. This time I didn't think you to death. There will be a next time. I will definitely think you to death. Huang Zizi completely lost his mind. Yesterday was also by his own ruthless trampled under the feet of a lower class people. Today actually climbed to his own head too. He couldn't accept it, absolutely couldn't accept it. Oh, I'm really sorry, you probably won't have a chance next time, because for the rest of your life, you'll always be in the company of a sewing machine, Jiang Chuan said with a disdainful, contemptuous face. Just now, he had already met the detectives and lawyers arranged by Su Qingxue. All the things that Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng had committed were investigated. These things were enough to make them sit through the bottom of the jail. Less complacent, yellow mouth, Huang Xingwang sneered. Although he knew that those thugs must have already betrayed him, he was not the least bit flustered. Even if I admit that I'm the one who hired people to beat you up, so what? At most, it's considered an attempt to intentionally injure someone, and at most, you'll receive a public security penalty. And even if you find out everything about my embezzlement, bribery, misappropriation of public funds, and tax evasion, so what? At most, we'll be detained for a while. Huang Xingwang obviously also knew that Jiang Chuan had already investigated some of the illegal and illicit things they had done in the company recently, and at this moment, he was also completely outspoken without any fear. Anyway, even if all these things were shaken out, there was no way to make them sit in jail. That's it, stinking dirtbag. After coming out, the laborer is still a good man. I still have to think you to death, Huang Zizi arrogantly said. Obviously he was obsessed with the matter of nibbling Jiang Chuan to death. Hearing such arrogant words from the two, the few marshmallows on the side couldn't listen anymore. They have seen a lot of arrogant prisoners, but such arrogance is rare. All to the inside of the bureau. Actually still so big talk. However, what Huang Xingwang said was also true. If he did only commit these things, there was really no way to let him peddle a sewing machine for the rest of his life. Looking at the arrogant attitude of the two, Jiang Chuan looked like he was looking at an idiot. It seems like that's all you've got, my beloved chairman. I really want to spend my whole life inside stepping on sewing machines. Oh, it's better to be shot on the spot as well. I want to experience it so much. Huang Xingwang dejectedly looked at Jiang Chuan. Anyway, at this moment he had already given up. It was good to be angry at this asshole. Asterisk. Such a cheap request has never been heard in this life. A few marshmallows were also infuriated. Too damn arrogant. Want to eat free peanuts? Old thing, I'll fulfill you. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, smiled faintly. He then took out a folder, opened it and read it with a smile. August 15, 2014, that is, 10 years ago, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a man named Huang Xingchuan was murdered, and the murderer has not yet fallen into the net. If I'm not wrong, that Huang Xingwang is your own big brother, Huang Zizhong's father. Oh no, the pro-uncle, right? Poof. After hearing these words, Huang Xingwang and Huang Zizi were instantly shocked and their legs went limp, paralyzing them to the ground. Bean-sized beads of sweat also instantly appeared on their faces, and even their faces became incomparably pale in an instant. Jiang Dong, this document of yours, can I take a look at it? The director, Bao Chang, stared with wide eyes and pleaded. He had once been involved in that case of Huang Xingchuan 10 years ago, but after tracing the murderer for 2 years without being able to apprehend him, it ended up being an unsolved case, and at that time, as the son of Huang Zi family said that they would no longer pursue the case, so it was also settled. But looking at Huang Xingwang and Huang Zizi's appearance now, this case seems to have something to do with them. Of course, Director Bao, feel free to look. Jiang Chuan handed the document to Bao Chang. Then he looked at the two people who were sitting paralyzed on the ground and sneered. TSK, TSK, it's really the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not in the right place. The plot of hogging his sister-in-law and murdering his own brother, I thought only novels dared to write like that. With these words, Huang Xingwang instantly despaired. He had lost, and it seemed like his wish for free peanuts would be realized soon. Director Pao, it seems like there's nothing more for us to do, so I'll leave first. Things were basically finalized. Huang Xingwang and Huang Zizi were considered finished, and Jiang Chuan was ready to leave. I came to send Jiang Dong. Bao Chang hurriedly followed out. Not just because of Jiang Chuan Dingshang Group chairman's identity, but more importantly, he had helped himself to solve this murder case that had been buried for 10 years. Walking to the door, Jiang Dong, thank you so much for this time. When you are free to come to your home in the future, let your sister-in-law prepare a few dishes and let's have a few drinks. Director Pao said gratefully. Okay, as long as brother Chang and sister-in-law don't mind stirring things up. I naturally want to try sister-in-law's handiwork. Also, you are a bit older than me. Just call me Xiao Chuan from now on. Since Bao Chang was interested in making friends, Jiang Chuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Even though the director's position was not high, it was still a public meal. Good, Xiao Chuan. Bao Chang patted Jiang Chuan's arm happily. He had come into contact with quite a few rich kids, and all of them were eye candy. Not putting himself as the director in his eyes at all, but this Jiang Chuan, as the chairman of the 10 billion group, is not arrogant, courteous, and will become a great man in the future. This was the most important reason why he wanted to take the initiative to befriend Jiang Chuan. Xiao Chuan, I'm going to get busy first. This is my private number. Call me when you are free. After saying that, Bao Chang turned around and went back to the group. Half an hour later, Su Qingya sent Jiang Chuan to the bottom of the rental house building. The surroundings were poor. The garbage was piled everywhere without anyone cleaning it up, and the air was filled with a sickening stench. This place, are we really in Linhai City? If it wasn't for the fact that the spire of the Baida building could be seen from here, she would have thought that she was out of Linhai City. It was really hard to imagine that such a dilapidated and backward old neighborhood actually existed around the prosperous and developed Linhai City. Ha ha, of course it's Linhai City. It's hard to imagine. Jiang Chuan smiled to himself. Actually, it might be understandable. After all, you guys have never seen this kind of picture before. It's like those dignitaries living high up in the clouds don't know that half of the population of the Dragon Kingdom still don't make more than $1,000 a month. It's probably not that those dignitaries don't know, but they don't want to know. They don't want to admit it. That's why they found a way to fabricate the mirage of a per capita annual salary of 1 million on the internet. Jiang Chuan's words shocked Su Qingya, not expecting a rich young man worth tens of billions of dollars to actually say such words. Looking at the stunned Su Qingya, Jiang Chuan smiled frankly. Do you want to go up and sit down? That. Can't. It's getting late. I should go back too. Su Qingya shook her head after returning to her senses. Okay, then you drive carefully. See you tomorrow. Jiang Chuan waved his hand and turned his head upstairs after seeing Su Qingya off. Lying on his bed, Jiang Chuan felt like everything he experienced today was like a beautiful dream. Yesterday's self was still a wage earner with a balance of less than $10,000, at the lowest level of society. But now, he had transformed into the chairman of the board with millions of dollars. While he was studying the system mall, his cell phone buzzed incessantly. Opened the phone to see, but found that he was inexplicably pulled into a WeChat group chat inside. The group was called Senior Class 6 Classmates Exchange Group. At Jiang Chuan, is what they're saying true? Are you really so down and out that you need to pick up water from a trash can to drink? At Jiang Chuan, come back. Were you really taken to the police station by Uncle Dan today? I said Jiang Chuan. There are difficulties in the group squeak. Our classmates, I invite you to drink $2 of Farmer's 3 Punch. Picking up water in the trash can to drink too low it. Inside the group was constantly at him. Jiang Chuan was dumbfounded. Going to the trash can to collect water to drink by himself? What the hell is this? Even if he was down and out, he wouldn't be so low as to go to a trash can to collect water to drink. Right. I don't know who was spreading rumors, but the words of the police station. One did go there today. Of course it's true. This is what I saw with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, look at the video. This time, the one who sent the message was a female named Li Tingting, who seemed to indeed be a high school classmate. Soon, Li Tingting sent a video inside the group. Inside the video, Jiang Chuan skillfully picked up half a bottle of mineral water from inside the garbage can, and then drank it all in one go. The video ended. The other video was of Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya being brought into the center today. Jiang Chuan looked at the video. The second one was indeed real, without any traces of retouching. But the first video, the person was indeed him. But the image of picking up water from the trash can and drinking it was obviously played backwards. Originally, he was the one who threw the empty bottle of water he had finished drinking into the trash can. It looks like someone is deliberately hacking me. Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. If it was before, he might have defended himself and gotten angry back. But now, does an elephant need to pay attention to the arguments of a few ants? Kai Koen, I also heard that Jiang Chuan got into the bureau because he was devastated after being dumped by his girlfriend and borrowed a loan shark to gamble before he was arrested. I don't know if it's true or not. Rumor mongering opens one's mouth and disproving rumors breaks one's legs. In this extremely advanced internet society, rumor mongering is like a sharp blade that can kill people invisibly. Wang Shui, damn Kai Koen. UING remake my brother's rumor. I big mouth to smoke you to death. Do you know that rumor mongering is against the law? Zhang Hai, a group of scum. This bull asterisk group not to stay also stop. Chapter 12, A Brother's Dilemma. Jiang Chuan glanced at it and decisively withdrew from the group. This kind of elementary school, middle school, high school group was no longer like the old days when it was for the purpose of purely promoting affection. Rather, it had become some sort of tool for these people to gossip and show off. Ding bell. Jingle bells. Ding ding. Just at this moment, the cell phone was again continuously ringing with a WeChat tone. Jiang Chuan opened it to see that it was a message from his three best brothers in high school in their separate group. Wang Shui, Lao Si. Why don't you give second brother a word when you're in trouble? You're too inadequate, right? Looking down on second brother or what? Zhang Hai, that's right. You brats have something also, do not squeak a voice. When we are a few when the brother does not exist, is it? Duan Tao, hurry up and take the transfer. Or you are looking down on me. After saying that, the three people in the group, one person transferred 3,000. Jiang Chuan's heart warmed. Although he hadn't seen these brothers for a long time, they really cared about themselves. Brothers are not more. As long as they know each other, one person is enough. And he felt lucky that he had three such good brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother. I'm fine, not lacking money. That's a rumor in the group. Jiang Chuan hurriedly sent a voice. Don't talk nonsense. Recognize me as your brother and claim the money. Wang Shui's attitude was resolute. Although their chances of seeing each other became less after high school graduation, both running for their studies and life, but their brotherly feelings wouldn't fade because they didn't see each other. That's right. Don't call me brother if you don't take the money. I don't have a brother like you. Duan Tao had a strong attitude, followed by an angry expression. Xiaochuan, several of us are our own brothers. We share the same blessings. We share the same difficulties. If you push back again, we can be really angry. Zhang Hai also followed with a voice. Looking at the three brothers' forceful attitude, Jiang Chuan could only collect the money, because he knew that with the character of these three brothers, if he didn't collect it, he would definitely feel that he was looking down on him, and would be unhappy at that time. At the same time in his heart, he also silently vowed that in the future, he would definitely let these brothers live the best life. This is a good brother. Wait for the new year, there is time, we brothers must get together. My side of the company is still a little thing. First go busy. Remember, something must tell big brother. There are difficulties, we think together. Wang Shui urged. I'm also going to go tutor my daughter on her homework. Xiaochuan, when you're out there alone, learn to take care of yourself. Zhang Hai said bitterly, sending a tired big head emoji in the process. Xiaochuan, you haven't come back for 2 years. Come back this year, uncle and auntie, and we all miss you quite a bit. Looking at the messages of several brothers in the group, Jiang Chuan's eyes have long been red. Although it is not a real brother, but it is better than a real brother. Jiang Chuan gripped his cell phone tightly. His eyes were firm. The affection of these three brothers, he must repay. Let's go back tomorrow. Jiang Chuan made a decision in his heart. There was Li Ligua on the company side. He was completely hands-off and didn't need to bother. Anyway, whether it was a loss or a profit, it wasn't a big problem for him. Just as Jiang Chuan was about to go to sleep, his cell phone rang again and could only open it and look at it. Shueli? Looking at the memo, Jiang Chuan was a bit surprised. Shueli was his classmate for 3 years in high school, and the two of them were also deskmates for 2 years. From memory, Shueli was a small and delicate girl, with a cute doll face as white as baked porcelain. When he was in high school, his favorite thing was to pinch Shueli's fleshy doll face. The touch was great, and at that time, Shueli seemed to be interested in herself. After all, in high school and college, the girl's choice of spouse standard is not so realistic, like the kind of handsome, excellent grades or basketball playing well. And when Jiang Chuan was in school, he fit these 3 criteria perfectly, so there were quite a few girls who had a crush on him. Shueli was one of them. Jiang Chuan classmate, still remember me? JPG smile. Of course, my little fat girl deskmate. How could I forget? Shueli. Jiang Chuan likewise returned a smiley face. Because Shueli used to have a doll face, he nicknamed her little fat girl. Still calling me little fat girl? Humph. JPG rage. Sigma _ I'm not fat at all now. No more calling me little fat girl. Okay, little fat girl. Jiang Chuan smiled back, getting down to business. Just now the classmate group said that you seem to have encountered a little difficulty. Do you need help? Shueli asked seriously. She actually didn't believe it when she saw the message in the group. Jiang Chuan was so outstanding, and she had once inquired about it. Jiang Chuan's grades in college were also excellent. Such an excellent boy. No matter how degraded he was, he couldn't have fallen to looking for water to drink inside a trash can, right? Well, I did encounter some difficulties, but it's not that bad, and borrowing loan sharks to gamble and whatnot is purely a rumor. Jiang Chuan naturally wouldn't hang on to the fact that he was now worth tens of billions of dollars and say it to everyone. First of all, even if he said it, others would think he was just an idiot talking about his dreams. Secondly, it was also easy to attract jealousy. Lastly, only when one is broke, one can best see through people's hearts. Oh, that's good. Shueli seemed to be relieved and hurriedly explained again. I mean, it's not scary to encounter difficulties, as long as you don't dabble in loan sharks and gambling. It could be heard that she was still quite concerned about herself. Shueli seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, right, you should know about Wang Shui and Zhang Hai, right? You guys were best buddies in high school. What happened to the two of them? I don't know. Jiang Chuan shook his head in confusion. They had been chatting together just now, but they hadn't heard them say that there was something going on. I thought you knew. Hurry up and say, what's wrong with them? Are they in trouble? Jiang Chuan couldn't wait to ask. Shueli's tone gave him a bad feeling. Yes. Shueli nodded and wasn't prepared to hide it. Didn't Wang Shui open a building materials company? A while ago. It seems like he offended someone. Business is very bad. Almost bankrupt. And because of the debt problem, the house is also going to be repossessed by the bank. Now the family is having a hard time. What? Hearing this, Jiang Chuan suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Big brother had encountered such great difficulties, and not only did he not say a single word just now, he actually transferred $3,000 to himself. That $3,000 might not be anything to himself, but it was definitely a lifesaver for his big brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuan suddenly felt his heart like a knife. His heart is like being pressed to stone is difficult. Then, what about my second brother? Jiang Chuan hurriedly asked. Zhang Hai's situation is even worse. Shueli paused. A touch of sympathy appeared on her face. He has a 3-year-old daughter. A congenital disease was detected in June. The operation cost almost all the family's savings. The house was sold. And finally I heard that I borrowed a sum of money from loan sharks. And now the debt collectors are coming to the door every day to ask for money. Buzz. Jiang Chuan immediately felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind buzzing. It was obvious that they were all living in dire straits. Yet they were still thinking about himself as their younger brother. What made him feel even more guilty was that he actually knew nothing about it. Thinking about this, his heart hurt like being stabbed by a knife. Phew. After a long breath, Jiang Chuan returned. Thank you for telling me this. Thank you. Don't be so polite to me. By the way, I don't have too much money on hand. You can take this $30,000 first to relieve your immediate needs. Don't reject it. It's not for you. It's a loan. You can return it to me when you're rich. Shueli clear Jiang Chuan is a boy with strong self-esteem, so give him certainly will not want, so can only say is borrowed. Jiang Chuan naturally could also understand Shueli's thoughts. He really didn't expect that apart from his 3 brothers, there was someone else who was willing to lend money to himself at such a time. Then sincerely said, thank you, little fat girl. Humph, call me a little fat girl again, I'll be really angry la. Shueli pouted. Afterwards, she said, Jiang Chuan, although life may encounter many difficulties and disappointments, but we have to firmly believe that there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. Okay, I'm going to sleep. You should also go to bed early. Good night. Good night. Hanging up the video, Jiang Chuan was worried about the situation of his big brother and second brother. But it's too late now. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to go to Jean County. Chapter 13, Foreseeing the Future. At 4 in the morning, Su Qingya was sleeping soundly when her cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the memo, it was sent by Jiang Chuan, and quickly woke up. "What's up, Jiang Chuan? Calling so early?" Su Qingya asked in a pasty and lazy voice. "Sorry how bothering you so early." Jiang Chuan first apologized in embarrassment, then said, "I'm going to go to Jin County immediately. Can you arrange a car for me? It's best to have the kind that comes with a driver." He hadn't enjoyed this kind of treatment before, so it was more or less not too nice to say. "You are the chairman of the board. Of course this little matter is no problem, right? Besides the car and driver, are there any other needs?" Su Qingya's nice voice asked gently. "No, thank you." After saying that, Jiang Chuan hung up the phone, then he simply packed up and went downstairs. 1 hour later, rumble, accompanied by the roar of the supercar's engine, a brand new McLaren Senna supercar steadily stopped in front of Jiang Chuan. Looking very domineering, Jiang Chuan looked a little mesmerized. After all, the supercar is the dream car of every boy's heart. And this McLaren Senna supercar, full value of 23 million, and is priced without market. This kind of multi-million-dollar supercar, in the past Jiang Chuan could not even dare to think about it. It's so cool. No wonder so many women like to gather around supercars waiting for their owners. Looks like when I need to have one to get over it too, Jiang Chuan said in his heart. This kind of multi-million level supercar, even the boys can't resist its temptation, let alone those girls who are as good as gold. How about, you drive it? Looking at Jiang Chuan's eyes, Su Qingya suddenly said in a glutinous manner. In her heart, she wondered, how could a chairman worth tens of billions of dollars look at a district 20 million sports car and drool? No need. You drive it. I can't drive. Jiang Chuan waved his hand and refused. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive, but he didn't have a car at all before, so even if he had a driver's license, he couldn't handle this kind of supercar for a while. Afterwards, he glanced at Su Qingya, who was still wearing a set of black dress pants, 2 snow-white shoulders exposed outside, white neck under the collarbone clearly visible. Very attractive. Although it was said that people depended on their clothes, in Su Qingya's body, it seemed as if this sentence was completely reversed. It felt like even if he casually wore a piece of clothing, he would be able to lead the trend of fashion. Alright, come up then. I guess we'll be in Jin County in 3 hours. Su Qingya didn't seem to notice Jiang Chuan's gaze. After getting on the car, she kicked the gas and directly took off. At 8 in the morning, the two of them had already arrived at Jin County. Let's go. Take you to breakfast. After saying that, Jiang Chuan pulled Su Qingya to have breakfast. Although there were a lot of things to deal with today, man is iron and rice is steel, breakfast was still necessary. Soon the two arrived at a breakfast store, ordered 2 drawers of xiaolong bao and 2 cups of hot soy milk. In total, it cost $30. Jin County was the #1 county in Linjiang City, with an area of 2,000 square kilometers and a resident population of over 1,800,000. So in terms of consumption, it was higher than the average municipal city. Moreover, the government was vigorously developing and expanding Jin County in the past few years, so there were a lot of big businesses and companies that were ready to build here. Su Qingya was just about to go pay the bill when Jiang Chuan stopped her. I'll do it. How can you let a girl pay for breakfast with a girl? After saying this, Jiang Chuan directly swept WeChat. Then his performance also made Su Qingya very satisfied. In fact, Jiang Chuan had another purpose for buying the bill, and that was to trigger the Blitz reward. Sure enough, just when the payment was successful, the system's electronic synthesis also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's breakfast consumption of 30 yuan, triggering the Blitz rebate. Reward, randomly foresee the future 10 times the opportunity to. The moment he heard the system's electronic synthesis, Jiang Chuan's entire body began to tremble. Excitement. Unrivaled excitement. If yesterday's reward of fighter-grade free fighting skills after dinner had surprised him, then this reward could simply be described as shocking. Foreseeing the future, this was an ability that defied the heavenly Tao. Unity Sun, this is too powerful. There's actually such a heaven-defying reward. Jiang Chuan felt his heart pounding. This kind of reward could no longer be explained by science at all. But thinking about it was right. The existence of the system was originally unscientific. Jiang Chuan, shaking what? Eating a breakfast isn't going to make you eat a high dynasty, right? Looking at Jiang Chuan, whose whole body was shaking, Su Qingya on the side said with a face full of disgust. You're the one who's having a high morning. I just thought of a happy thing. Jiang Chuan said without a good mood. I didn't expect the ice-cold Su Qingya outside to actually be able to say such words. What happy thing? Share it? Su Qingya looked at Jiang Chuan with a gossipy face. For some reason, when she was with Jiang Chuan, she always felt especially relaxed and had an urge to tease him, but there was no such feeling at all when she was with other guys. It even felt very disgusting to say a word with those men. Jiang Chuan nodded graciously. I suddenly remembered that my family's sow is giving birth today. Cut. Do not want to say forget it. Jiang Chuan then went to the bank again and came out carrying 3 password boxes. Half an hour later, the two came to the garden district. This was a newly built neighborhood, which was still quite large for a county-level city, with a total of 30 unit buildings. The greenery and design inside the district was quite advanced, and it was considered a high-grade district. Building 24, Unit 2, 901. This was Big Brother Wang Shuai's home, which he had previously mentioned in the group. The two were just about to knock on the door when they heard the noisy sounds of their big brother and sister-in-law coming from the room. Wang Shuai, don't you know how strapped our family is now? Workers have not been paid. Mom and Dad's medical bills have not been paid. The mortgage is also due soon. You now actually give the child's milk powder money to your brother. No money, what you pretend to be a big-tail wolf. How can you let me live on this day? If you can't get by, you can't get by. You say so much but you still don't dislike me for being incapable. Wow. Woo-woo. Okay. You don't even want your home for your brother. Right. I don't care if you subsidized your brother in the past, but what kind of situation is the family in now? How can you take out your child's milk powder money? You're pushing me and the child to the brink of extinction. Oh. The more Chu Xiaowei in the room spoke, the more sad she became, and in the end she directly broke down and cried. Jiang Chuan outside listened to these words. His heart was especially hard, then slowly knocked on the door. Soon the door to the room was opened, and the moment Wang Shuai saw Jiang Chuan, a look of surprise and embarrassment appeared on his face. Xiao Chuan, why did you brat come? You say you come, how also not give me a word in advance? Hurry up and come in. This is the younger sibling, right? Wang Shuai excitedly pounded Jiang Chuan's shoulder and also noticed Su Qingya behind Jiang Chuan. No, big brother, her name is Su Qingya. She is my secretary, Jiang Chuan said with a smile. Put, I understand. Something secretary do? Nothing, all the same. Wang Shuai snorted and then gave an I get it look. You understand a hammer? Jiang Chuan was also helpless. No one would even believe in telling the truth these days. After seeing Jiang Chuan and Su Qingya come in, Chu Xiaowei hurriedly turned her head and secretly wiped away her tears. Then with a red face, she smiled and said, It's Xiao Chuan. You two hurry up and sit down. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Sister-in-law will make you some breakfast. No need, sister-in-law. We just ate. Jiang Chuan said hurriedly. It's quick. It'll be ready soon. Chu Xiaowei said and went to the kitchen to prepare. Big brother, I miss you. Looking at the face full of vicissitudes of Wang Shuai, Jiang Chuan directly wanted to go and give him a hug. Roll. Why haven't I seen you for 3 years? You kid has become effeminate. I'm not interested in big men, Wang Shuai said with a face full of disgust. Although his name was Wang Shuai, his looks did not match with handsome at all. Slightly chubby body, dark skin, a standard big cake face. Also don't know how his sister-in-law fell in love with him. Big brother, you should not have said sister-in-law just now. She is a good woman, following you to suffer so much. Don't regret it because you lost the person who loves you the most because of your temper. Jiang Chuan glanced at the kitchen and said seriously, in this realistic society, there weren't many good women like sister-in-law anymore. Under these conditions, it was obvious that she hadn't thought about divorce either. And although she was blaming Big Brother in her heart for giving the money to herself, she still went to prepare breakfast after seeing herself. It was estimated that even if it was a real sister-in-law, she wouldn't necessarily be able to do this. Wang Shuai paused and similarly glanced at the kitchen, with a helpless expression on his face. I understand what you said, and I don't want to quarrel, but poor wives have a lot of sorrows, and sometimes it's really hard to control your own emotions. Big brother, why don't you say something when you encounter difficulties? You told us that brothers should share the same blessings and difficulties. Jiang Chuan said seriously, this big brother of his, he would be the first to help when the other brothers were in trouble. But when he himself encountered difficulties he did not say a word. All the pressure was carried on his own shoulders. In fact, nothing. Is this period of time business is not good? Alas, it's hard to say. Wang Shuai shook his head helplessly. What exactly happened? Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes and asked. Xia airplane, you still remember it? Don't remember. It's that dead fat Xia airplane from class 5 in high school. His family owns a building materials company. You mean that dead fat guy in class 5 who likes to stir up trouble? Seems like a bit of an image. Yes, it's that dead fat guy. Some time ago his family wanted to acquire my building materials company, and after being rejected by me, he secretly made a bad deal and monopolized my former buyers and suppliers. The more Wang Shuai said, the more helpless he became, and in the end, his tightly clenched fists were loosened. There's no way. In this man-eating society, the reality is so cruel. If you don't have money, you will be stepped on hard. There is no chance of turning over. Chapter 14, My brother is actually the chairman of Ding Shen Group? Big brother, don't be in a hurry. So which companies were your previous buyers and suppliers? Is it still possible to re-establish a partnership with them now? Jiang Chuan also asked with a frown. I didn't expect that Xia airplane to dare to treat his big brother like this. It looked like it was necessary to bankrupt their family. Mainly the Ding Shang group. My main buyers and suppliers used to be them. Wang Shui actually took it as saying it to vent out and make himself feel better. He also knew that there was no room for reversal in this matter. The suppression during this period of time had also made him completely understand that his arm really couldn't twist the big leg. Even with some small capital, it was too easy to step on an ordinary person. It might even be simpler than stepping on an ant. Ding Shang Group? Damn. Jiang Chuan's fist clenched. Wasn't that his own company? Then he looked at Su Qingya and said, make a call to confirm if the Ding Shang Group my big brother is talking about is our company. If it is, I want to see the person in charge of Jin County immediately. Let them roll over within 10 minutes to make amends and apologize to my big brother. Otherwise, let them roll. Okay. Su Qingya hurriedly nodded and then started to make the call. She could also tell that Jiang Chuan was really angry this time, so she naturally didn't dare to slack off. As for Wang Shui, after hearing Jiang Chuan's words, he instead looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of dismay, then snorted again. I say Xiao Chuan, when did you kid learn to brag? I remember you used to be very honest but listening to what you just said, you're not going to tell me that you're the general manager of Ding Shang Group, right? After a moment of consternation, Wang Shui said with a smile, this brother has been in the big city for 3 years, how did he learn to brag? That's not true. Jiang Chuan shook his head. I told you, I'm not the general manager, but the chairman of Ding Shang Group. What? What did you say? Wang Shui looked at Jiang Chuan in shock. This brother of his? It can't be that he's been starved and delirious during this period of time, right? How did he start talking nonsense in broad daylight? And that younger sibling, how to follow the pretense? This acting looks pretty good. It can't be a professional actor that Xiaochuan invited, right? Just then, Xu Shelwei came out with breakfast. A few pieces of bread, a few fried eggs, and 2 cups of steaming milk. Xiaochuan, hurry up and eat. Sister-in-law's handiwork is not good, so don't mind if you guys don't mind. Xu Shelwei said with a smile. Although Xu Shelwei was not considered a particularly beautiful type, she looked like she had a very gentle temperament. Thank you, sister-in-law. Jiang Chuan hurriedly nodded his head. Then you and your younger siblings eat first. I'll go downstairs to buy some dishes, this side to buy a bottle of wine. You 2 brothers haven't gotten together for a long time. In a while you'll accompany your big brother to drink well. Xu Shelwei finished speaking and prepared to go out. In fact, quarreling is quarreling. She also knows in her heart that the pressure in her man's heart is greater than anyone else. But sometimes that's how couples quarrel. They simply can't control it. It wasn't that they wanted to save their worst emotions for their nearest and dearest, but it was because it was times like this when only the other half could withstand each other's temper. It was also just a way to vent out their inner stress. Sister-in-law, you sit down first. I didn't bring any gifts with me this time when I came in a hurry, so I wanted to give you guys a little something to cheer you up. Jiang Chuan called out to Xu Shelwei. Xu Shelwei froze. Right at this moment, Jiang Chuan directly took out a document and then handed it to the 2 of them. What's this? Wang Shui and Xu Shelwei both looked puzzled. Afterwards, they took a look at it, and their faces immediately revealed an incomparable look of surprise. This is the contract for the settlement of the house loan? It's a loan for our house? The 2 men looked at each other, then looked at Jiang Chuan incredulously again. Xiao Chuan, what the hell is going on here? Wang Shui asked with a frown. Consider this as the wedding portion money I made up for my big brother and sister-in-law. I didn't come when you guys got married. This has always made me feel guilty. I hope big brother and sister-in-law can forgive me. Jiang Chuan said with a face full of seriousness. When big brother and sister-in-law got married, he actually wanted to attend very much, but that dog bastard Yellow Pie had held himself back. This matter had also always made him feel very guilty. No way. We can't have this thing. It's too expensive. Wang Shui directly shoved the contract into Jiang Chuan's hands. They still had more than $1 million left on their mortgage, and this share of money was just too expensive. Big brother, you said that there are blessings and difficulties between brothers. If you don't accept it, then it's the same as you don't recognize me as a brother. I'll leave right now. Besides, this is something I'm giving to my sister-in-law. It's not for you. Jiang Chuan also said with an incomparably resolute attitude. This. Wang Shui clutched the contract tightly. Xu Shelwei was also thrilled with tears. This contract was too valuable for them. A few days ago they had been worried that the house would be taken away by the bank after they broke the mortgage. After dwelling on it for a full minute, Wang Shui gave Jiang Chuan a big hug. Good brother. He. A few years gone. Big brother, how come you've become girly too? Jiang Chuan laughed happily. It was from the bottom of his heart. Brat, dare to talk about big brother? Wang Shui had happy tears in his eyes. He hadn't been so happy as today for a long time. Xiao Chuan, thank you, really thank you. Chu, shall we thank Jiang Chuan with red eyes? What the young lady had just said, she immediately felt ashamed. Sister-in-law just now also. Jiang Chuan immediately interrupted her. Don't say it's sister-in-law. I understand that it's not easy for you. He's my big brother. You're my own sister-in-law. There's no need to be so polite as a family. A single sentence immediately caused Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei to fall into tears. Right, big brother. There's also this. This is my meeting gift for my little nephew. Jiang Chuan placed another box in his hand on the dining table. What is this? Looking at that password box, the two seemed to realize something. Nothing, just some meet and greet gift for my little nephew, Jiang Chuan said with a smile. The two hurriedly opened it and were immediately dumbfounded once again, because inside the password box was a neat box of $100 bills. Looking at the left hand there was $1 million. Xiaochuan, this. Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei looked at Jiang Chuan in surprise. Don't say anything, or that. If you don't accept it, I'll leave immediately. Jiang Chuan once again said seriously. Alas, Xiao Chuan, I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Shui directly shed tears on the spot fiercely. Jiang Chuan's meet and greet gift is really too expensive. This money for them as a family is simply a life-saving straw. Don't say the word thank you if you're a brother. Looking at the expression of his elder brother and sister-in-law, Jiang Chuan felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart at the moment. That kind of feeling, really no one could understand. Xiaochuan, you and your big brother wait first. I'll go downstairs to buy some wine and food. Today you don't leave. You two brothers drink well. Chu Xiaowei wiped her excited tears and said with a face full of gratitude. Right. Today we brothers must get drunk. Wang Shui nodded his head back and forth as well. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, shook his head and said confidently, don't bother sister-in-law. Someone will soon come to our door to invite us for dinner. Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei looked confused. Ever since their company went into debt, they no longer had any friends. Even those relatives who were usually close were now strangers to each other, avoiding them as if they had met the plague, fearing that the two of them would open their mouths and borrow money from them. Where else would someone invite them to dinner? Jiang Chuan ignored the two people's bewilderment, but looked to Su Qingya. Su Qingya hurriedly opened her mouth. I've just asked. Our group does have business in real estate development and building materials in Jin County. In fact, this kind of small county, usually Su Qingya wouldn't care at all. That's why she didn't know. I see. Is the person in charge coming soon? Jiang Chuan asked with a faint nod. Well, I've already asked them to rush over within 10 minutes as you wanted, Su Qingya replied. Hearing the conversation between Jiang Chuan and the two of them, Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei looked at each other. Even if $1 million in cash was placed in front of them, they still found it hard to believe the matter that Jiang Chuan would be the chairman of Dingsheng Group. Knock knock knock. Not a moment later, a knock sounded outside. Wang Shui hurriedly went to open the door. Appearing at the door were two strange middle-aged men in suits, who at this time were wearing fawning smiles on their faces. Vaguely, one could also see that a flash of panic was flickering in the bottom of their eyes. You guys are? Wang Shui said suspiciously. Hello, I'm Yu Lin, the person in charge of Dingsheng Group's Jin County project. May I ask if Secretary Su Qingya Su is inside? The middle-aged man in front asked with a smile on his face. In. Please come in. Wang Shui nodded numbly. After returning to his senses, a look of shock immediately flashed in his eyes. This middle-aged man was actually the project leader of the Dingsheng Group, and he actually called Su Qingya, who Xiaochuan brought with him, as Secretary Su. Could it be that Xiaochuan, this guy, was really the chairman of Dingsheng Group? Secretary Su, it's a great honor to welcome you. I'm really sorry. After Yu Lin saw Su Qingya, he immediately nodded his head with a flattering face. Secretary Su was the private secretary of the chairman of the Linhai City branch. Her position was much higher than him, the project manager. Su Qingya coldly glanced at Yu Lin, obviously not having much favor with this kind of people who see the wind and steer, and coldly said, you don't need to say sorry to me. This is the newly appointed chairman of our Dingsheng Group, Chairman Jiang Chuan. She didn't deliberately emphasize the branch chairman. That's because she knew that Jiang Chuan had already grasped 70% of Dingsheng Group's shares. 70% of the shares already belonged to absolute control. So in reality, Jiang Chuan was the president of Dingsheng Group. Dong, chairman? Yu Lin was instantly horrified, and hurriedly bowed his body down to a standard 90 degrees, his voice incomparably respectful. Greetings, chairman. Please forgive me for having no eyes and failing to recognize your old man. At this moment, his bowed body was shaking slightly. Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei looked at me and I looked at you, both seeing the incredibly shocked expressions from each other's eyes. Jiang Chuan glanced at Yu Lin and suddenly coldly rebuked. Yu Lin, right, how dare you terminate the cooperation with my big brother? As soon as the words fell, Yulin and the assistant behind him suddenly felt that the temperature around them had dropped several degrees. The whole person was like falling into an ice cave. Yet they were at a loss. The chairman of the board's big brother. Just who is it? Chapter 15, Making a Scene. Chairman of the board of directors is wrong. I really don't know who our big brother is. If I knew, that is, if I borrowed 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to stop the cooperation with our big brother. Yulin was already sweating profusely from fear at this time, and his body couldn't stop trembling. He had even met the chairman for the first time today, so how could he possibly know who the chairman's big brother was? And just a small person like himself, how could he possibly be involved with the chairman's big brother? Little Shuai Building Material Company. You've heard of it, right? Jiang Chuan asked coldly. Little Shuai Building Material Company? Yulin tried hard to recall the name. It seemed like he had really heard this name somewhere. Right. It seemed like it was a small company that they had cooperated with a few months ago, but the cooperation behind it he had handed over to his brother-in-law Xiaobin. Could it be that the ugly guy who opened the door just now is the chairman's elder brother? No wonder it looked a bit familiar just now. Looks like you remembered. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, Jiang Chuan smiled coldly and didn't finish his next words. Plop. But it was Yulin who was directly scared to the point that he flopped down and knelt in front of Wang Shuai. Sobbing, he hugged Wang Shuai's thighs. Big brother, please forgive me. This matter really isn't my doing. I gave all the cooperation with you to Xiaobin. It must have been that bastard who messed around. As an employee of Ding Sheng Group, he naturally knew the terror of Ding Sheng Group. For such a small role as himself, a single word from the chairman could not only make him lose his job, but even stomping on himself would be a breeze. Now he really wanted to slap Xiaobin, that asshole, to death. How did he mess with such a big god? This. Manager, you hurry up. Wang Shuai directly to the hole will not. With his own identity, before to see a side of Yulin are impossible to realize things. Now such a big man now actually kneeling in front of himself to beg for forgiveness. This is simply away from the original on the spectrum. More and more outrageous. Big brother, you don't forgive me, I don't dare to get up. Yulin aggrievedly stared at Wang Shuai, seemingly wanting to sensitize him with a loving gaze. Alright mister, I forgive you. Get up. Wang Shuai hurriedly nodded. He was already soft-hearted, and with the sudden transformation, it shocked him to the point where his head was buzzing. Yulin naturally didn't dare to get up, but instead looked at Jiang Chuan with an aggrieved gaze. Since my big brother told you to get up, then get up, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Looking at his expression just now, he should really not know about this matter. Thank you, chairman. Thank you, big brother. Yulin hurriedly thanked him. Yulin, I'll give you a credit for this matter first. What to do next? You don't need me to remind you, right? I understand, chairman. Yulin nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Wang Shuai and Xu Xiaohui's hearts had long since turned over in shocking waves. Jiang Chuan hadn't returned home all these years, and they thought it was because Jiang Chuan was embarrassed to come back because he was not doing well outside. Didn't expect this kid, unexpectedly in a short period of 3 years, became the chairman of the $10 billion group. This kind of shock has been completely unable to express in words. Xiaoshuan has really become different. He was so domineering just now. Xu Xiaohui whispered to Wang Shuai. That must drop. You don't look at whose brother it is. Wang Shuai was full of pride. Cut. Look at how dejected you are. Brother developed. I do this big brother cannot dejected? But, although Xiaochuan has changed, our brotherhood has not changed. At this time, Yulin continued to respectfully inquire. Chairman, I have just booked a table at the Haitian Hotel. Please be sure to show your face, so that I can have the opportunity to make up for the mistakes I made, and also so that I can properly make amends to my big brother and apologize. When he received Su Qingya's phone call just now, he realized that something bad had happened, and then hurriedly booked a banquet table. Alright, Jiang Chuan nodded. It was just as well that he didn't need to trouble his sister-in-law with cooking. He then turned his head to look at his big brother and sister-in-law and smiled. Big brother and sister-in-law, let's go together. It just so happens that you guys can also have a good talk with Yulin about the next cooperation. The two then hurriedly nodded excitedly. They only felt that this happiness had come a little too suddenly, and it felt like it was about to knock them out. This morning, they were still worried about how to survive. But now, there was actually a two-level reversal. Not only did they become millionaires at once, but their company could also come back from the dead. Soon several people came to the Haitian Hotel. Haitian Hotel was a new 5-star hotel opened last year. No matter it was the hardware facilities or the service attitude was very good. Yulin booked the heavenly box. I heard that the box fee and service fee is as high as $100,000, and only VIPs worth more than $5 million could book the heavenly character box. Chairman, the hotel in the small county is not as good as the big hotels in Linhai City and the provincial city. Please bear with me. Yulin bowed his body and said in a respectful and fawning manner. It's just a casual meal. Don't worry about it, have a seat, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. In fact, his heart was a bit bitter. As far as Yulin's mouth was concerned about this small county's hotel, he could not even dare to think about it the day before yesterday. The box fee and service fee alone was as high as 100,000. This was a place where ordinary people could not afford to spend their entire lives. One would not even have the courage to step into this place at all. While ordering, Yulin went to the bathroom, then dialed a number. Hey brother-in-law, what's up? Zhao Bin. You now get your ass to the heavenly character box at the Haitian hotel as fast as you can, Yulin ordered with a grim voice. It was this asshole thing that almost caused him to lose his job. When he got back, he would definitely whip this damn fool hard. Ah, what the hell is going on brother-in-law? I'm in county right now. Can't come over for a while Zhao Bin asked suspiciously. He really couldn't figure out why his brother-in-law would suddenly sound so icy, but he couldn't recall what he had done wrong even after thinking about it. Don't give me crap. I order you to rush over to me within an hour. Otherwise, you'll give the old man a roll and get out, and I'll whip you to death when I get back. After saying that, Yulin directly hung up the phone. After returning to the box, he once again turned into a nodding head. Soon the dishes were served. Australian dragon abalone, East Star spot caviar and so on. A table all are top ingredients. There are also 2 bottles of flying mutai, 2 bottles of Lafite red wine. Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei looked blearily at the table of top ingredients, swallowed hard. Although previously running a company they were considered to be living a well-off life, but such consumption was not something they could afford. Come big brother and sister-in-law, I'll toast you. Thank you for taking care of me and protecting me like a real brother all these years in high school for 3 years. Thank you sister-in-law for taking care of me as a big brother who doesn't know how to be romantic all these years. Brother, I'll drink first. Jiang Chuan unscrewed the flying mutai and poured a glass for Wang Shui and himself. Without waiting for Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei to open their mouths, they directly drank it all in one go. When he was in high school, if it wasn't for the protection of these 3 older brothers, he might have been the target of bullying. This favor he had always remembered in his heart. There is also yesterday's $3,000, in his eyes more valuable than 300 million. Xiaochuan Yu. Good. Dry. Wang Shui's words to the mouth and swallowed back. The same drink. Between brothers, it seems that they don't need to say too much. What they have to say is all in the wine. Xiaochuan, this cup of wine should be sister-in-law's toast to you. Thank you for pulling our family out of the abyss. Chu Xiaowei picked up the wine cup and stood up. And after she finished sincerely, the red wine in the cup was also drunk in one go. She knew that without Jiang Chuan today, their family might not really be able to carry on. Mortgage, debt, arrears of wages, the child's milk powder money. These expenditures had long ago called them breathless. Jiang Chuan didn't say anything, once again picking up his wine glass and drinking it all in one go. Chairman, big brother, sister-in-law, and Secretary Sue, I toast to you. Thank you for forgiving my stupidity and giving me a chance. I'll drink up. Feel free. Yulin was also smiling as he drank the wine in his cup. Afterwards, the few people were the ones who started to chat about family matters in a joyful manner. They chatted about their memories of high school, and the sweet and sour moments in their lives over the past few years. Not long after, this harmonious atmosphere was suddenly broken by the clamor from outside. Mr. Xia, you can't go in. The heavenly character box really has a guest. Let me change the box for you. The waiter's bitter and pleading voice was the first to reach everyone's ears. Jiang Chuan didn't take it seriously, but Yulin on the side was instantly cold. He had managed to beg for the chairman's forgiveness with great difficulty. What kind of ungrateful thing was this that wanted to wreak havoc? Get lost. Do you know who I am? In the entire Jin city, besides Laozi, who else is qualified to dine in the heavenly character box? Immediately followed by a voice that was arrogant to the extreme rang out. In that tone, it was even more domineering than my father. Zhang Era. Mr. Xia, you really can't go in and disturb the guests inside. The waiter was still stopping. Get lost your mom? No eyesight inferior. Push me again and I'll make you lose this job, believe it or not. Splat. Xia Airplane directly slapped the waiter's face and threatened. The waiter was instantly dumbfounded. LOL. Right at this moment, Xia Airplane pushed the door in with 4 bodyguards. Chapter 16. Being my dog, are you worthy? Wang Shui. The moment he came in, Xia Plane saw Wang Shui, mainly because inside the entire box, he only recognized Wang Shui. After a few moments of being stunned, he immediately laughed maniacally. Tuhaha, Wang Shui, you stinking dirt dog actually came to the Haitian hotel to pretend to be a big spender? Pig nose inserted onion, you pretend what elephant? Who gave you the courage to step foot in the old man's exclusive skybox? The moment he looked at him to thank the airplane, Wang Shui instantly clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. It was this dead fat man in front of him that caused his company to almost close down and his wife to be separated. When enemies meet, their eyes are red. Xia Airplane, You shall not die. Wang Shui was shivering with anger. Dirt dog who doesn't know how to die. How dare you scold me? It looks like the previous sanction against you wasn't tough enough. If the laborer doesn't break your dog's legs today, I won't be surnamed Xie. Xie Airplane looked at Wang Shui in surprise. This guy had always been coy in front of himself, but he didn't expect that he would actually dare to scold himself today. After reacting, he instantly became furious. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had already stood up and walked in front of Xie Jie. Ice-cold eyes such as looking at the dead general look at Xie Aircraft. On your ing called Xie Aircraft? Ah, that's right. I am the young master of Xie Group. Xie Airplane, what are you? Dare to call this young master by his name? Xie Airplane raised his head proudly. In the next second, Jiang Chuan directly copied the white wine bottle on the table and smashed it on the top of Xie Airplane's head with 10% strength. Splat! The wine bottle shattered, and Xie Airplane's head was instantly opened. His skin split open and blood flowed. In an instant, pig-killing howls resounded throughout the treasure chest. Jiang Chuan coldly glanced at Yu Lin and ordered, "Yu Lin, beat me to death. I'll be responsible if I kill him." Understood, Chairman. Yu Lin immediately nodded. He then nodded towards the assistant behind him. This assistant of his was not ordinary. He was a retired Special Forces soldier, and had been following him since he was favored by him when he was in trouble before. Dealing with a few ordinary people was easy. After receiving the order, the assistant, Han Jian, flashed out in a flash of his body. In just less than a minute, the 4 bodyguards that Xie Plane had brought over were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Wang Shui looked at the scene in front of him with a frightened heart. I didn't think that the younger brother in high school who needed us to protect him had really grown up. The next hand was actually so decisive. At this time, the Xie Airplane has long been headbroken, trembling with fear, and the fishy yellow liquid flowed on the ground. As the saying goes, horizontal afraid of rash, rash afraid of not life. At this moment Xie Fei heart incomparable fear, just hit him that person, simply like the devil general horror, but weekdays brutal inertia of his. At this moment even if it is again angry also feel unable to swallow this breath. Old 4, why don't we just forget about it? This will kill someone. Seeing the head broken and bloodied Xie Airplane, Wang Shui was also frightened. Even if Jiang Chuan was the chairman of Dingsheng Group, it would still be very troublesome in case a death occurred. Ya Xiao Chuan, forget it. Don't get yourself in trouble for such a scum. Chu Xiaowei also hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade her. Su Qingya just looked on coldly. Yu Lin was trembling with fear, not expecting this young-looking chairman to be so ruthless in his actions. Jiang Chuan just smiled faintly, then squatted in front of Xie Plane, and yanked up his hair as soon as he did. Remember, today is just a small punishment. If you dare to look for trouble with my big brother again, I won't hesitate to break your dog's legs. Although now is a society of rule of law, but the saying that wealth can lead to God will never be outdated at any time. Damn stinking dirtbag, hillbilly, you're dead. You actually dare to hit this young master. Jesus can't even save you when he comes. I said, today, if I don't get you stinking dirtbags killed, I won't call Xie Airplane. Xie Airplane immediately seemed to have lost his mind as if he had torn his heart and lungs and roared. His eyes glazed over. Fear is fear, but this kind of humiliation, anger, absolutely cannot endure. Then Xie Plane immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Dad, I'm about to be beaten to death in the Tian High Hotel's Tian Z box. You quickly come over. Bring everyone with you. If you come over late you won't have a son. After saying that, he didn't forget to take a selfie of a pig's head and send it to his old man. Jiang Chuan didn't stop it, since he wanted to clean up. Then even his old man also cleaned up, so as not to cause trouble in the future. Old 4, let's hurry up and go. Xia Factory Kuan has cultivated dozens of fighters under his hand. If he really comes over in a while we will definitely suffer. After hearing Xie's airplane call, Wang Shui hurriedly came forward and said, they are now only 6 people, and there are also 2 women. When the fight will definitely suffer. Even if Han Zhan was very capable of fighting, it was absolutely impossible to beat dozens of fighters. That's Xiao Chuan. A good man will not be defeated. Let's leave here first. Chu Xiaowei also said anxiously. This was the first time he had seen this kind of battle, and the one who was beaten was still Xie Plane. Although this asshole is a scum, but his dad Xie Fangkuan is indeed very powerful. In Jin County is also a dignified figure. Seeing the anxious and worried looks of the two, Yu Lin suddenly said confidently, big brother and sister-in-law don't need to worry. The district Xie Fangkuan is just a piece of trash in my eyes. As long as I, Yu Lin, am around, if he, Xie Fangkuan, dares to touch a single hair on the chairman's head, I swear that I will make him disappear in Jin County. Although Yu Lin was as gentle as a pug in front of Jiang Chuan, but after all, he was the person in charge of the Jin County Dingsheng Group's project, so naturally he would not put a small boss like Xie Fangkuan in his eyes. Chairman, please rest assured, in this Jin County, Absolutely no one dares to be wild in front of you. It could be seen that Yulin was still very confident in himself. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and edited a message and sent it out. You are very good. When this matter is resolved, there will be no shortage of benefits for you, Jiang Chuan said indifferently. More than 99% of relationships in this world needed benefits to maintain, so money was the best means to enlist people. Hearing this, Yulin was instantly thrilled and thanked him. It seems that today he is going to be blessed by a misfortune, and at this time in a villa. Xia Fangquan and National face gloomy as if to drip ink, fist smashed hard on the desk. I can't imagine that in this Jiang County, someone actually dares to treat my Xia Fangquan son like this. Really damned I swear I must personally crack your bones one by one. Let you know who is the boss in this Jiang County. Chairman, all the fighters have been summoned over. Secretary Lu Ming said tremblingly, depart for Tianhai Hotel immediately. No matter who it is that dares to beat my son, I will make you pay the price of blood. At this time in the sky character box, it had been waiting for 10 minutes. The blood on Xia Airplane's face had all begun to crust over. Boom! In the next second, the door of the box was directly slammed open vigorously. A group of bodyguards rushed into the box with great vigor, directly surrounding Jiang Chuan and the others. An angry voice also rang out. Today this box, a mosquito also don't want to fly out. Dare to hurt my son. I want to make you regret coming to this world. Dad, I'm here. Save me. Hearing his father's voice, Xia Airplane was like grabbing a life-saving straw and burst into tears. All the aggression, the fear was cathartic at this moment. Give me a deathly beating. I'll count it on you if you kill him. As the words fell, a fat-headed middle-aged man walked in. Seeing this man, Wang Shui and Chu Shelwei subconsciously revealed expressions of fear. This person was none other than Xia Plane's father, Xia Fangquan. It was said that he used to be a famous gangster in Jiang County, with very ruthless methods and a very loud reputation. Xia Fangquan, you are so powerful. You actually dare to bark in front of the chairman of my Dingsheng group. I think you think your life is too long. The moment Xia Fangquan came in, Yulin's sneering voice also rang out. Although he was coy when facing Jiang Chuan, he was practically like a harmless little sheep. But when facing Xia Fangquan, the aura instantly changed. This voice, hearing this incomparably familiar voice, Xia Fangquan's face instantly sank, and the feeling of fear instantly wrapped around his heart. Fiercely turning back to look, the entire person's aura instantly shriveled. You, brother you, how is it you? Xia Factory Cohen now did not expect to hit his son's person is actually Yulin. This is bad. Although he mixed in Jiang County is not bad. Know a lot of people, but Yulin's underpinnings he is clear. Not only was he backed by a $10 billion company like Dingsheng Group, but his own methods were also very ruthless. Then coldly glanced at the Xia Airplane lying on the ground, hating to strangle this with a hand. This little messed with who is not good, actually messed with Yulin. Xia Factory Cohen, your big dog balls, not only let your son to provoke my big brother big, actually want to beat us to death. Really think that this Jiang County is your Xia family? Yulin once again spoke icily, worrying about not having a chance to perform in front of the chairman. He didn't expect Xia Factory Cohen's father and son to be so cooperative. It's really a relief in the snow. Misunderstanding? This must be a misunderstanding. Big brother you must not be angry. This little offended you. I will definitely pack him well. Xia Fangquan repeatedly compensated and smiled. Both eyes were squeezed by the fat on his face with only 2 slits left. Dad, what are you doing? It's these assholes who beat me up. You quickly get rid of these stinking dirtbags. Xia Plane didn't seem to have realized the seriousness of the problem yet, and turned to his dad and started to tell his grievances. Snap! The next second, Xia Factory Cohen directly a heavy slap in Xia Aircraft bloated face. Directly the latter will be blinded. You give me shut up. You know to give lousy cause trouble little. You know who you provoke? You give one more sentence. Lousy smoked you to death. He is at least a smart person. How did he give birth to such a stupid person? Can't he understand the current situation? Then hurriedly looked at Yulin, begged for forgiveness. Big brother you, this time is indeed this little S fault. I'll let him apologize to you on his knees right now, and in a moment I'll personally come to the door to apologize again. So you'll be a big man and let this little go. Yulin disdainfully glanced at Xia Fangquan, coldly said, this I cannot do the main. He just offended but our Dingsheng Group chairman. Original or not forgive that depends on our chairman's mood. Chairman of Dingsheng Group? Xia Fangquan was shocked. He then glanced at Jiang Chuan and Wang Shui. These two looked to be in their 20s, not like any chairman. Seeing Xia Fangquan's doubts, Yulin respectfully walked to Jiang Chuan. This is our Dingsheng Group chairman, Chairman Jiang. Although Xia Fangquan was horrified in his heart, he quickly reacted. With a fluttering sound, he directly knelt down in front of Jiang Chuan. He couldn't even fight a project manager of Dingsheng Group, let alone the chairman of Dingsheng Group. Chairman Jiang, It's my dog son who has eyes but no pearls that has bumped into you. Please be kind enough to let him off the hook. And in the future, I, Xia Fangkuan, will be a dog by your side. Joking. To be able to do 10 billion group chairman of the side of a dog. What's wrong with this? This is not a humiliation, but a special honor. Humph. Jiang Chuan sneered. Being my dog, you deserve it too. It's fine to spare your son. He just threatened to break my big brother's legs. If you go over and break one of his legs now, I'll spare him. Of course, if you can't spare him, I can also let Han Zhuan help. Chapter 17, Breaking a Dog's Leg. Chairman. This. Alright, as long as you are happy, Chairman Jiang. A flash of resentment apparently swept through the depths of Xia Factory Koan's eyes, but it was only a flash. Afterwards, he took the iron rod in the hands of his beaters and walked to Xia Airplane with a gloomy gaze. Dad, what are you doing? I'm your own son, your favorite baby son. That bastard beat me up like this. You quickly break his dog's legs. Xia Airplane saw his dad actually carrying a steel pipe and stepping closer towards himself, and was immediately scared out of his wits in a cold sweat. Originally called his dad over to help himself out. Now the momentum of things seems to be a bit not quite right. Shut up to the old man. You accomplished waste. How did the old man give birth to such an eyeless waste thing as you? Xia Fangkuan let out a furious rebuke. In addition to the hatred in his eyes, there was also a strong ruthlessness. Dad, don't. I'm an airplane. You can't hit the airplane. Xia Airplane fell back in fear. Xia Factory Koan is also a ruthless person. No more nonsense. Directly raised the steel pipe and heavily smashed on Xia Airplane's left leg. Click. Accompanied by a crisp bone-cracking sound. The pig-like miserable scream is once again echoed in the entire box. After a few miserable screams, Xia Airplane directly fainted from the pain. Xia Factory Koan looked at the head, broken blood and a broken leg. Son. Heartache. Today's matter, absolutely not finished. But when he turned his head to look at Jiang Chuan and Yu Lin, the viciousness in his eyes instantly disappeared and turned into a fawning curtness. Chairman, big brother I've broken one of this little man's legs. Is it okay now? Yu Lin turned his inquiring gaze towards Jiang Chuan. Inside this box, he didn't have the right to make decisions at all. Alright, you can take that punk and roll. Remember well, my name is Jiang Chuan. Come find me anytime you want to take revenge. Jiang Chuan nodded indifferently. He could see the resentment in Xia Fangkuan's eyes just now very clearly. This man was still able to handle this matter so calmly despite having dozens of thugs with him, even going so far as to break his own precious son's legs with his own hands. It had to be said that this power of stoicism was not something that ordinary people possessed. This guy was like a highly poisonous viper. Once he was allowed to gain power, it was definitely a deadly threat. Chairman jokes. This matter was originally my family's little mistake in the first place. You can let him go. I have been very grateful. And how could I possibly retaliate against you? The smile on Xia Factory Koan's face was so sincere. But the hand holding the steel pipe, but even harder. It better be. Jiang Chuan sneered. Then, Chairman, I'll take my leave first. Carry this little out. After saying that, Xia Factory Koan let a few of his men drag Xia Plane out of the box. And at this time, Wang Shui and Xu Shelwei seemed to have not yet recovered from what had just happened. Unexpectedly, Xia Fangkuan, who was a powerful man in Jin County, had actually knelt down in front of Jiang Chuan to beg for forgiveness just now. More so, he directly broke Xia's airplane's legs. This is all really too unreal. It feels like dreaming. Gulp. After vigorously swallowing saliva, Wang Shui only from the shock just now back to God. Then is full of worry. Old four, you are just Xia Fangkuan completely offended to death. That guy loves Xia aircraft. I heard that usually you can't even scold you. Just now you actually let him personally break the legs of Xia's airplane. You'd better hurry up and leave Jin County. Take your uncle and aunt and go to Linhai City. Wang Shui was well aware of Xia Fangkuan's character. Insidious and cunning. Vindictive. Moreover, this guy used to mix with the Black Shark Club, so he might launch some kind of retaliation. No harm done. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, had a bashful face. Chairman, big brother is right. That Xia Fangkuan has just gone soft, but I saw a strong resentment in his eyes. This guy will definitely retaliate in the future. From what happened just now, we can see that this guy is very capable of holding back. This kind of person is like a poisonous snake. Sometimes people can't defend themselves. Yu Lin similarly nodded and opened his mouth to remind. Although the resentment in Xia Fangkuan's eyes just now was better hidden, he could see it clearly. There will have to be a later retaliation later as well. This kind of thing, do you still need me to teach you how to do it? Jiang Chuan glanced at Yu Lin and said indifferently. In fact, he knew very well that what Xia Fangkuan was afraid of just now was not himself, but Yu Lin. So this guy definitely had the ability to fix Xia Fangkuan. I understand, Chairman. Yu Lin instantly came to a realization. helping the boss clear the so-called dangers and obstacles on the road. This was something that being a qualified employee should do. Not bad, you're smart and on the ball. Jiang Chuan smiled and patted Yulin's shoulder. Then he asked, how much is your current salary? Back to the chairman. My base salary for a year plus bonuses, year-end awards and other miscellaneous things. It's about $1 million or so a year. Yulin nodded excitedly. Could it be that the chairman was going to give himself a salary increase? Too little. Jiang Chuan shook his head slightly. Yulin, this guy's eyesight is very good, and also very smart. Some things a little bit. What he did just now was also very good. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chuan faintly said, in this case, from today onwards, I'll give you a tenfold increase in your annual salary. From 1 million up to 10 million. $10 million? That's just the system's reward for a day or so. For him, it's still really a drop in the bucket. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone in the box instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Su Qingya was looking at Jiang Chuan with an unbelievable face. $10 million might not be much for Jiang Chuan, but how could a project manager of a county town in the district be so virtuous? Even Li Ligua, the general manager of the Linhai City branch, should only be around $5 million when the annual salary plus dividends were all totaled up. Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei froze in place again. $10 million? This was an astronomical figure that they hadn't even thought about. Put. After freezing for a moment, Yulin directly flopped down and knelt in front of Jiang Chuan. His eyes were red, his breathing was rapid, and he looked at Jiang Chuan as if he was looking at his own regenerative parent with excitement. Chairman, from now on Yulin, will be the most faithful dog by your side. If you tell me to go east, I definitely won't dare to go west. If you tell me to chase the dog, I definitely won't dare to catch the chicken. This sentence is absolutely from his heart. Sincerity 1,000,000%. To know in the whole dragon country, assets more than 10 million people are only 3 or 4 million people, accounting for about 0.25% of the national population. That is to say, one's own income in just 1 year is more than 99.75% of the people in the country. Alright, follow me in the future and do a good job. As long as you're absolutely loyal, there will be no shortage of benefits for you, but if you have other thoughts, I advise you to better think twice. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, continued indifferently. If you wanted to successfully subdue someone, then you had to give them a red date along with a slap in the face. Yes, I swear, my loyalty to the chairman is absolutely soft as the gushing river water extends endlessly, and like the yellow river flooding out of control. Yulin hurriedly raised his hand to swear. Mixing around for decades also made him understand a profound truth. That is, never cross with money. Even more so, don't cross with the rich. Keep eating. Jiang Chuan was not disturbed by the Xia airplane father and son just now to eat, mainly because this table of food was really too sumptuous. It was the first time he had eaten such a high-grade banquet since he grew up. Yesterday in the Western restaurant to eat those things, is really not accustomed to eat, and these Chinese dishes on the table, more in line with his appetite. The box regained its calmness, and a few people also started to continue their hot conversation, and it was outside the hotel. Xia Fangquan finally unloaded all the disguise. The eyes instantly became cold and ruthless, looking at his son who had fainted. His fists were clenched and his nails had snapped into the flesh and blood. Damn thing, today's disgrace, Xia Factory Cohen, will absolutely make you pay back 1,000 times over. Yulin, and that dirt dog, I will let you all die. They were richer and more powerful than themselves, but so what? If he wanted them to disappear from Jin County without a sound, he still had a way. Who cares what chairman he is? Even if a fierce dragon arrives in Jin County, it will have to lie down obediently. Just at this moment, 3 people suddenly came hurriedly. After seeing the people who came, Xia Fangquan face of viciousness instantly convergence. Then he hurriedly went forward with a smile. Supervisor Zhao, why are you here? Supervisor Zhao was Zhao Bin, who had just received a call from Yulin. When he received the call in County just now, he returned to Jin County as fast as he could. Boss Xia, did you guys just come out of the hotel? Isn't that your son, Xia Airplane? What happened to him? Did he break his head? Zhao Bin glanced at Xia Fangquan, followed by a glance at Xia Airplane, who had a head full of bloody scabs, his face full of puzzlement. Although Xia Fangquan and Xia Airplane were not considered to be big shots, they were barely considered to be the local snakes of Jin County. What kind of person actually dared to beat Xia Airplane into this hellish state? Yes, Supervisor Zhao. Just now this little accidentally messed with Big Brother Yu, so he was taught a lesson. Were you also called over by Big Brother Yu? Xia Factory Cohen nodded. That's right. I received a call from my brother-in-law an hour ago. How did you guys start a conflict with my brother-in-law? Zhao Bin was puzzled. Xia Fangquan did know his brother-in-law, and there was a close cooperation between them, so even if he borrowed a few guts, he would definitely not dare to go against his brother-in-law. Alas, It's all because that loser in my house has no eyes. By the way, Supervisor Zhao, this time, brother you called you over, probably also to ask for punishment. You'd better be mentally prepared. Xia Fangquan reminded a sentence before leaving with his son. Zhao Bin, on the other hand, entered the hotel with a puzzled face. Just as he walked into the box, he saw Yulin, who was full of gloom, and Wang Shuai. Zhao Bin all had a cold face and despised. Dirt dog, who allowed you to sit here? Get the hell out of here, or I'll break your dog's legs. He knew Wang Shuai. This guy was the owner of Xiao Shuai Building Material Company, and there were business dealings in the past. The original cooperation was quite good, but later, Xia Fangquan gave too much. Snap! The moment Zhao Bin's words fell, a red wine bottle was directly on his head blossomed. You bastard! Kneel down to the old man. Yulin held the half-broken bottle in his hand and rebuked furiously. Brother-in-law, why are you hitting me? Zhao Bin covered his head and looked at Yulin with a face full of horror. Why was brother-in-law so scary today? Completely like a different person, and actually laid a deadly hand on himself. Blind your dog's eyes? This is our chairman's big brother. You actually dare to bark in front of your big brother. You think your life is too long, don't you? Yulin tone incomparably grim. Dong, chairman? Zhao Bin was even more bewildered. Han Zhan, fork this idiot out for me, and break his dog's legs. By the way, Yulin directly ordered Han Zhan, who was at the side, because only this way could perhaps make this idiot brother-in-law of his suffer less. Yes, Han Zhuan nodded and directly carried Zhao Bin out. Zhao Bin, in a daze, was directly dragged out. Immediately after that, everyone heard a painful scream. Jiang Chuan looked calm and didn't say a word from the beginning. This Yulin is even more decisive than he thought. He broke his brother-in-law's leg just like that. Wang Shuai and Chu Shelwei also seemed to be numbed by the shock, and their expressions didn't fluctuate much. Chapter 18 Ground Snake, lie down for me. An hour later, Jiang Chuan was finally full. Originally, he wanted to go to pay the bill, but was preempted by Yulin guy. Ding bell bell. Right at this moment, Wang Shuai's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was a message from his second brother. Shanghai, what's up big brother? Is there something that second brother is looking for you? Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and opened his mouth to ask. Last night, Shueli said that the situation of the second brother's family was also quite strained, and that his young niece had a strange disease. He had just been preparing to go check on his second brother after dinner, but he didn't expect that his second brother would actually send a message now. Wang Shuai frowned slightly. Within the past year, Zhang Hai rarely contacted himself. Every time he contacted himself, he almost always spoke to himself only when he was at the end of his rope. It looked like this time, he should have also encountered an unsolvable problem, then tapped on the voice. Big brother, can you lend me some more money? I desperately need money right now. Zhang Hai's voice was trembling, and it all sounded like he was about to cry out. Just as Wang Shuai and Jiang Chuan Gao were about to reply, the other party suddenly called the video. Wang Shuai hurriedly connected. However, what he saw was not Zhang Hai, but a very fierce-looking face. There was a nearly 20-centimeter scar on this person's face, running from the position of the brow bone all the way to the side of the mouth. His eyes were icy cold and his temperament was cold, giving off a feeling that he was very not to be messed with. You are Zhang Hai's big brother, right? Introduce yourself. My name is Zhong Tianhao. Your good brother borrowed $1 million loan from me. Come over and pay it back. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan and Wang Shuai both frowned. As for Yulin beside him, his face instantly changed drastically. This scene was also caught in Jiang Chuan's eyes. He then asked in a low voice, what is this Zhong Tianhao? Is it very powerful? From Yulin's face just now, it could be seen that he was very scornful of this fellow called Zhong Tianhao. Yes, chairman. Yulin nodded decisively. His brows furrowed as he explained. This person is the chairman of the Tianhao group. He used to mix with the black and white, and although he's now on the path of whitewashing, he has a lot of powerful fighters under his command, and he's a well-deserved local snake in Jin County, and all the lending companies in Jin County are basically his properties. On top of that, this guy's own strength is also frighteningly strong. Even Han War is estimated to last no more than 2 rounds in his hands. Although Yulin's introduction was very concise, Jiang Chuan listened with a frown on his face. It looked like that guy was indeed not to be messed with. Su Qingyao also frowned. She knew that this kind of people were the kind that didn't want to die and would do anything. Moreover, they possessed extremely terrifying fighting strength themselves, which was simply a terror time bomb. Jiang Chuan came to be interested when he heard this, and had other ideas in his heart. If it was just about paying back the money, $1 million was simply the tip of the iceberg for him. 3 hours with his eyes closed and he could gently pocket $1 million. And that wasn't even counting the money that Ding Sheng Group had helped him earn. However, after hearing Yulin's introduction, he wanted to take this Zhong Tianhao under his wing. With such an explosive fighting strength on his own and so many fighters under him, he would definitely be a pretty good little brother. After thinking of this, Jiang Chuan grabbed the cell phone from Wang Shuai's hand. Afterwards, he lightly smiled and said, "Brother Hao, right? Introduce yourself. I'm Zhang Hai's fourth brother. I can double the money he owes you back. Are you sure?" A look of surprise flashed across Zhong Tianhao's face in the video, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. "You better not be fooling me. Otherwise, not only will Zhang Hai be finished, you will also pay for this." The other party looked like just a poor student. How could he have $2 million? This kid is definitely here to fool himself. But he will have to pay a painful price if he dares to fool himself. "Don't worry, for the sake of a mere 2 million I'm not so bad as to fool you, but I want to make sure that my second brother is not injured." Jiang Chuan continued. "These loan sharks, they were all ruthless, so I guess my second brother had suffered a lot." Zhong Tianhao fixed the camera on Zhang Hai. At this moment, Zhang Hai was tied up on top of a chair, with 2 stinky socks stuffed in his mouth. Beside him was a woman and a 3 or 4-year-old girl. Both the woman and the little girl were thin and weak, looking fearful and pale, and their faces were streaked with tears that had already dried up. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chuan's heart suddenly hurt and his fists subconsciously clenched. This scene, it was too heartbreaking for him. "Immediately untie my second brother and the others, then send over the card numbers." Jiang Chuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. Soon, a string of card numbers was sent over. Jiang Chuan also immediately called the money over. "Good boy, looks like I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to actually be able to take out $2 million with this poor look. Alright, although Zhong Tianhao is not a good person, but is very honest and does what he says. You guys, hurry up and untie Master Zhang de Zijin." Zhong Tianhao was still quite trustworthy. After receiving the money, he immediately untied Zhang Hai and the others. "Kid, actually able to spend $2 million to save your own brothers. Righteous enough. I appreciate this righteousness of yours. Would you consider being my second?" Zhong Tianhao had a bright smile on his face. Although everyone said that he was a vicious villain, he felt that he was still doing well in the area of honesty and righteousness. So naturally, he was more appreciative of someone like Jiang Chuan who valued righteousness. After all, in this realistic society, there were too many plastic brotherhoods, and there weren't really many people who were so righteous enough. "Not interested," Jiang Chuan said lightly. "Okay, then this matter ends here. Zhang Hai's IOUs I immediately tear off. This account is cancelled. I hope we still have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Zhong Tianhao also tore up Zhang Hai's IOU directly in front of Jiang Chuan. "Speaking of cooperation, I have a business right now. This business concerns the lives of your entire family. I wonder if you're interested?" Jiang Chuan asked with a faint smile. Just a moment ago, he had already predicted Zhong Tianhao's next fate through his ability to foretell the future. Although this ability to foretell the future was only 10 times, it had to be really good. "Kid, are you threatening me? Do you know what happens when you threaten me, Zhong Tianhao?" Zhong Tianhao, who had a smile on his face a moment ago, instantly turned cold when he heard this. The murderous gaze stared at Jiang Chuan dead on. He had at least been in the jungle for 20 years, but today he was actually changed into a lion by a milquetoast brat. Really think that having a few stinking dollars makes you qualified to threaten yourself? Don't misunderstand. I'm not threatening you. Quite the contrary. I'm saving you. Jiang Chuan's tone was still incomparably calm. Based on his ability to foretell the future just now, he predicted that Zhong Tianhao's entire family would die in a car accident soon. And this car accident was not an accident, but man-made. "Kid, just now I did appreciate your righteousness a little bit, but don't think that you can splash around in front of me like that. If you dare to say something like that just now, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." Zhong Tianhao's voice was incomparably cold. His family was his scales. If someone dared to use his family as a threat, then he would absolutely not hesitate to take out the other party. Jiang Chuan looked at his cell phone. Well, tomorrow was cloudy, even rain in the Jew part. The sun shouldn't be seen. Don't be in a hurry to threaten me either. Why don't we make a bet? If I win afterward you be my little brother. If I lose, I'll give you 1 billion. How about it? Jiang Chuan still had a faint smile on his face. This smile was incomparably confident. Even Zhong Tianhao didn't know why this kid was so confident. $1 billion? Are you sure? Zhong Tianhao instantly came to be interested. So it was said that he was the chairman of the Tianhao Group, and that he had many small companies in Jin County. But after all, it was only a county, so his assets were only $1 billion. The temptation of $1 billion was still great right now, but after a moment it reacted. This yellow-mouthed child might have some money in his hands, perhaps some rich second generation, but it was absolutely impossible to take out $1 billion. Even if it was the entire Jin County, there were probably only a handful of people who could take out $1 billion in cash as a bet at once. However, before he could continue to speak, Jiang Chuan guessed what he was thinking. Don't doubt the authenticity of my words just now. As the chairman of Ding Sheng Group, 1 billion is nothing to me. Chairman of Ding Sheng Group? Zhong Tianhao froze. This guy who looked like he didn't have all his hair would be the chairman of Ding Sheng Group? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhong Tianhao, don't question my family's chairman's strength with your skeptical eyes. I can testify. Yu Lin, who was on the side, spoke up. Yu Lin? Zhong Tianhao frowned. If it was someone else who spoke that he didn't believe, then he would naturally believe Yu Lin's words. After all, this guy was the project manager of Ding Sheng Group in Jin County, so he shouldn't be able to lie. It seems that I'm the one who's blind. The chairman of the Ding Sheng Group is really young and talented. Say it. What do you want to bet? How to bet? Zhong Tianhao immediately asked. He then secretly pressed record and screen recording again. It's simple. You're going to take your wife and child to a banquet at 3 in the afternoon, right? If you don't want to die, don't take the car you own, change it, or your whole family will die in your favorite car. Of course, if you want to die, you can also choose not to listen. Jiang Chuan was still incredibly confident. The ability to foretell the future rewarded by the system was definitely not wrong. Cut. Zhong Tianhao snorted coldly. I thought it was some kind of bet, but it turns out it's a godly man. Be a good boy and prepare that 1 billion. You can run, but Yu Lin, you shouldn't be able to run. After saying that, Zhong Tianhao was directly hanging up the phone. Although he did not believe what Jiang Chuan had just said, but for some reason, there was a vague feeling of uneasiness lingering in his heart at this moment. The last time this feeling appeared, it seemed as if he was almost hacked to death alive by his enemies. This scar on his face was also left behind on that occasion. Brother Hao, sister-in-law and Gongzi are here. It's already 10 minutes past 2. Should we set off? At this time a little brother suddenly walked in and asked. Depart. Zhong Tianhao nodded. Chapter 19 Zhong Tianhao Brother Jiang, you are a god. On the other side, Jiang Chuan had returned to Wang Shuai's house. Zhang Hai also rushed over with his wife and daughter. Just after meeting, he directly flung himself down and knelt in front of Jiang Chuan. Old four, thank you for saving our family. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Zhang Hai was touched and cried bitterly. This year he had really lived a too stifling and painful life. Ever since his daughter was diagnosed with that disease, he had been tired like a dog every day. He got up early and worked hard to earn money, but in front of the sky-high surgical costs, but still a drop in the bucket. In the end, only as a last resort did he go and borrow from loan sharks. And today, if it wasn't for Jiang Chuan's help in relieving himself, he might have actually been thrown into the sea by Zhong Tianhao and fed to the fish. If it is just himself alone, death is also dead. Anyway, 18 years later is a good man again, but he cannot rest assured that his wife and daughter, if he really died, leaving them orphans and widows in the world, how pitiful it would be then. So at this moment in their minds, Jiang Chuan is the savior of their lives, a ray of hope that suddenly shines in when they are in the darkest moment, just like a regenerative parent. Second brother, hurry up, what are you doing? What kind of reasoning is there for a brother to kneel down for his younger brother? Aren't you breaking my life? Jiang Chuan hurriedly helped Zhang Hai up. At this moment, he realized that the handsome and sprightly second brother from before had been tortured by life. The real person looked wasted, with a yellowish face and topped with two faint dark circles under his eyes, obviously caused by long-term malnutrition. Zhang Hai's wife, Li Shuairu, was no better. Her body was incredibly thin and her face was yellow. The little girl beside them was quite cute, like a powdered Barbie doll, just pale and wearing a flower hat, probably because she shaved her hair while doing dialysis. Xiaochuan, sister-in-law, thank you for saving us. Thank you. Whoa, Li Shuairu said and also knelt down towards Jiang Chuan. This year, they had been desperate, especially just now. She was ready to bring her child to accompany Zhang Hai to die. Sister-in-law, what are you doing again? You guys are my brother and sister-in-law. I really can't afford it. Besides, isn't it a natural thing for a younger brother to help his older brother? Jiang Chuan was touched. He could clearly feel that gratitude from his second brother and sister-in-law. Big brother, don't keep standing there. Hurry over and help. Jiang Chuan glared at Wang Shuai. This guy, he's also too sightless. Xiao Chuan, this way the oldest two might feel a little better in their hearts. Wang Shuai said seriously, because the feelings in Zhang Hai's heart at this moment, he had already experienced just now, so he was especially able to understand that kind of gratitude. Feel better, hammer. Hurry over and help. Jiang Chuan didn't have the good sense to say. When he was in high school, these few older brothers of his hadn't helped themselves much, taking themselves to dinner, fighting with others for themselves. There is any delicious food, never forget yourself as a younger brother. So every time he helped himself, he remembered it in his heart, so really couldn't stand such a big gift from them. It was a full 10 minutes before Zhang Hai and Li Shuairu's emotions eased a little. Then they hurriedly pushed the little girl in front of Jiang Chuan. Old four, this is my daughter, Een. Een, this is Daddy's brother, a blood brother. Quickly call fourth father. He didn't let his daughter call her uncle, because he felt that Jiang Chuan could afford this fourth father. Fourth father, the powdered little girl called out with a tender voice. The little girl was very, very cute, but her face was incomparably pale and looked very tired. Alas, good niece. Jiang Chuan touched Xiang Yin's cheeks heartily, the tip of his nose a little sour. A little girl who had only been in this world for 4 years had already suffered what many people had never suffered in their entire lives. Xiao Ye, hurry up and kowtow to fourth father, Li Shuiru said, and was about to make Jiang Yin kneel down to kowtow to Jiang Chuan. Alright sister-in-law, if you guys keep being so outgoing, I'll really get angry. Didn't we say it when we were together? Brothers should share the same blessings and difficulties, Jiang Chuan said with some anger. Fourth father, don't be angry with mom and dad, it's all because Een is bad. It's Een Yin's illness that dragged mom and dad down, little Een said. Bean-sized teardrops slid down from the corners of her eyes. Although she was only 4 years old, she was obviously 10,000 times more understanding than many 13-year-old little devils. Een is good. Fourth father is not angry. Come, fourth father hug. Jiang Chuan smiled gently, and picked up little Een with one hand. It felt very light and light, probably just at 20 pounds or so. This was not at all the weight that a 4-year-old should have, and his heart ached again. Fourth father is so handsome, even more handsome than what Papa said. Little Een looked at Jiang Chuan and smiled happily. After putting Een down, Jiang Chuan took out another password box. Second brother, sister-in-law, inside here is $1 million in cash. It's my meeting gift for Een. Jiang Chuan directly opened the password box. Zheng Hai's brother Li Shuiru was shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a large amount of cash, and they were stunned speechless. Only after 10 seconds did Zheng Hai look at Jiang Chuan guiltily. The knot in his throat kept squirming, wanting to say something but couldn't. Alright, why are you learning to be a pussy like big brother? This is my meeting gift for Een, not for you, Jiang Chuan said without refusal. Alright oldest too, just accept it. I also accepted it just now. This kid had prepared it a long time ago. Wang Shui also rushed forward and said, Alright, Xingya, you find a way to contact the top experts in the country to come and consult Een. It doesn't matter how much it costs, the speed has to be fast. Good. Su Qingya nodded. This scene just now made, she was also very touched. To be honest, this kind of brotherly love, she had never seen before. It had never even dared to imagine that the feelings between several brothers with different surnames could actually be as good as this. Although they were not related by blood, they were closer than brothers with blood. Zheng Hai and Li Shuiru wanted to kneel down again to thank them, but they were stopped by Jiang Chuan. At this moment, it is estimated that no one can empathize with the kind of joy in the hearts of Zheng Hai and Li Shuiru that they had after the robbery. Time quickly came to evening. Chu Shelwei and Li Shuiru prepared a large table of beautiful dishes, also went outside to buy 2 bottles of good wine. The 4 of them raised their cups with a very tacit understanding. Old 4, we won't say the words of thanks, everything is in the wine. After saying that, the 4 of them drank the white wine in their cups in one go. They were clear that saying more words of thanks now would not be able to repay Jiang Chuan for saving their lives. Well, I understand. Jiang Chuan raised his cup and drank the same. With the phrase I understand, the 3 brothers looked at each other and smiled. The meal was very, very happy. Jiang Chuan hadn't eaten so happily for a long time. Su Qingya also contacted the most authoritative pediatrician in the imperial capital and said that he would come to Jin County early tomorrow morning. This made Jiang Chuan once again sigh that money really is everything. If he didn't have so much money in his hand, if he wanted to find the most authoritative expert in the imperial capital to see him, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to queue up and register. Jingling. Just then, Jiang Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone to see, it was an unfamiliar local number. Hey, looking for someone? Jiang Chuan asked after connecting. Hey, Master Jiang, Big Brother Jiang, this is Xiao Hao. An extremely excited voice rang out from the other end of the phone. The moment he heard it, he knew that it was Zhong Tianhao who had called the video at noon. After hanging up the video at noon, he always felt a strong uneasiness lingering in his heart. Then remembering Jiang Chuan's words, in the end, he didn't choose to take his favorite car to the hotel. Instead, he switched cars. Sure enough, just when the car was halfway there, the car's braking system suddenly failed and the gas pedal sped upwards uncontrollably. The final speed directly biked to 250 mph and hit the guardrail, causing spontaneous combustion. The driver and 2 boys in the car were burned alive on the spot, and the car was also burned into an iron frame. This made him shocked and angry at the same time, but also remembered Jiang Chuan's words. At the same time, his heart secretly celebrated that fortunately he had listened to Jiang Chuan's words at that time. Otherwise it might be his own family that was burnt alive. In that instant, Jiang Chuan was not only a lifesaver in his mind, but also a godlike existence. Yo, so it's Zhong Tianhao Hao. you're still alive to call me now. Looks like you've listened to me, but I still prefer the unruly and untamed look you had before. You recover. Jiang Chuan smiled and teased. In fact, at that time, he didn't dare to guarantee whether Zhong Tianhao would listen to his words or not. After all, this kind of guys were all very self-righteous. Moreover, what he himself had said at that time was rather metaphysical, so it was estimated that 80% of them wouldn't believe it. It's like one day suddenly someone calls you and says, Russia is Qin Shi Huang, v Russia 50, Russia let you be Zhao Gao, or they call themselves Ma Yun or Manhwa Pain, let you v20 for a meal. In the normal eyes, these people are either fraudsters or psychopaths, and simply will not pay attention. Cough cough. Jiang big brother, I was wrong. Our small brother have eyes without pearls. You are simply God. From today onwards, I am your pro little brother. You are my pro big brother. Zhong Tianhao awkwardly coughed twice. His attitude was incomparably respectful. Don't you suspect that I bought off your men and tampered with your car before betting with you? Jiang Chuan asked with a smile. In fact, according to normal logic, most people should have such thoughts. After all, people believed in science more than they believed in God. Actually I was skeptical in the beginning, so I put and I am closest, can have access to my car of those a few little brother hang up and beat 3 hours? Asked the truth of the matter, this thing I a competitor to do. Zhong Tianhao was also very honest said. After returning to the company, Jiang Chuan was indeed the first object of his suspicion, but after 3 hours of cordial exchanges with his men, the truth of the matter was figured out. You are not stupid, and you are also very honest. Big brother Jiang, then according to our previous agreement, I am now your little brother, Zhong Tianhao said excitedly. It was as if the bet wasn't something he lost, but something he won, and of course that was indeed the case, because not only had he managed to save his family's lives, but to be able to become the little brother of the chairman of Ding Sheng Group was indeed not a loss by any reckoning. Chapter 20, Don't play if you dish, don't drink if you can't drink. Asterisk. Amazing Lao Si, was it really Zhong Tianhao who called just now? Zhang Hai stared at Jiang Chuan incredulously. Zhong Tianhao was as terrifying as a demon in his heart. He didn't realize that just now on the phone, his voice was meek and simply like a little lamb. Yes, it's him. Jiang Chuan nodded his head and said, in fact, he didn't expect that guy to be so obedient, and not only did he not get angry after hearing that he was going to become his little brother, instead, he was incomparably excited. Gulp, my God, that guy is the big brother of Jing County. Ah, a character who can call the shots. It's really unimaginable. Zhang Hai was still a bit incredulous, then he looked at Jiang Chuan again. When did this fourth brother of his become so powerful? With just a few words, he made Zhong Tianhao willingly become his little brother. Moreover, it seemed to be very excited. Alright Lao Air, don't be surprised here. All we need to know now is that Lao Si is no longer in existence that we can understand. Wang Shui said with a laugh. In his heart, he was naturally incomparably happy, having such a powerful younger brother. In the future, they would follow and enjoy the blessings. Alright, drink. Jiang Chuan poured the three people's wine cups full and started drinking. During this time, the three also chatted about the oldest three, Duan Tao. Duan Tao's choice at first was the same as Jiang Chuan's. After graduation he went to the big city to develop. Every time I called to ask him, he said he was doing well, and I don't know what he was doing. Wang Shui and Zhang Hai took a few pictures and sent them to the group and also at Duan Tao. Duan Tao, Groove. You three dogs have finally gotten together. I'm so envious. I'm still exhausted from work and you guys are actually eating so well. After sending a voice, Duan Tao dived. Should be going to work? It was more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Lao Air, Lao Si, let's all make do here tonight. We haven't slept together for a long time either, so let's relive it, Wang Shui said with a cheap smile. At that time inside the dormitory, when he didn't have a girlfriend at that time, his favorite thing was the game of male on male and welcoming male on male. Of course, this kind of game didn't go deep. Speaking of which, it's been 7 or 8 years since I've played it. Roll. I changed that habit a long time ago. Me too. It makes me sick to my stomach to think about it now. Alas, men really are all eels changing. The three girls were cleaning up in the kitchen, listening to the three men outside being so happy. Their faces all showed happiness as well. Qingya, when did you and Xiaochuan meet? Sister-in-law Chu Xiaoli asked. Su Qingya was exceptionally beautiful and had a very unique temperament. It was an elegant and classical temperament that obviously only a great lady from some powerful family would have. That was why they felt that Su Qingya and Jiang Chuan were really well matched. The two of them were already a handsome couple, plus both of them had unfathomable wealth. This was a proper door-to-door match. Yesterday, Su Qingya said awkwardly. What? Yesterday? Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law were both stunned. Yes, actually I'm not Jiang Chuan's girlfriend, just his secretary, Su Qingya said with a smile. For some reason, being with these strangers today felt very relaxed and comfortable. Qingya, don't blame my sister for being talkative. Xiao Chuan, this kid is really excellent. You see, he is handsome, rich and talented, and very righteous, oriented. He is a good man that can't be beat. Since you are Xiao Chuan's secretary, it is all the more important that you should be close to the water and get the moon first. You can't give such an excellent young man to others for nothing. Miss, this village cannot have this store, Chu Shelwi said with a smile, although she had not been in contact with Su Qingya for a long time, just 10 hours. But a woman's intuition told her that Su Qingya was a very kind and excellent girl, and her family must be very well off as well. And Xiao Chuan is indeed a very, very good match. Simply a pair of golden children. That's right, character and heavy affection. This is the most important standard for choosing a boyfriend. These 2 points you should be able to feel from Xiao Chuan's body. Before, when I chose Zhang Hai, it was also because of his character and heavy affection. Li Shuiru also hurriedly chimed in from the sidelines, although she hadn't met Jiang Chuan a few times either. From the way Jiang Chuan had behaved today, he was indeed a very sentimental and good brother, as Zhang Hai had said. If he was to be used as a boyfriend and husband, he was also definitely a person worth committing to for life. Hearing Chu Shelwi and Li Shuiru's words, Su Qingya's pretty face was also slightly red. Aha, Jiang Chuan, he is indeed very good, and he is also very sentimental. I'll give this matter some thought. In fact, she also had her own hardships. The average family girl still has the right to pursue and fight for her own happiness. But she, although her material life is very rich, and she has never lacked anything, but their own future, but is not in their own hands, there are too many compulsion. Even if they really like Jiang Chuan one day, they are not necessarily able to go together with Jiang Chuan. Knock knock. Just at this time, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who could it be this late at night? Wang Shui was also puzzled. It had been a long time since someone had knocked on their door, since they had been having a difficult time, and it was so late at night, he really couldn't think of who it was. Wait. After answering the door, he went to open it somewhat crookedly. After opening the door, a familiar face appeared in sight. Mainly because the scar on the face that extended from the brow bone to the corner of the mouth was just too striking. Brother Hao. Hao. Wang Shui subconsciously opened his mouth. Zhong Tian Hao. This was the local snake of Jin County. And this guy comes with a domineering temperament that gives people a feeling of fear just by looking at him. No. Dare not. Zhong Tianhao hurriedly smiled. Today when he played the video, he knew that this dark fat man in front of him was Jiang Chuan's big brother. How could he dare to be a big brother in front of his big brother's big brother? Then licking his face, he asked, Big brother, is big brother Jiang inside? He had already settled his wife and child just now, so he hurriedly ran over to recognize his big brother. The main reason was to properly thank Jiang Chuan, because Jiang Chuan really saved his family's life today. If he hadn't reminded them at that time, the ones who were burned alive a few hours ago might have been their family. This was a life-saving favor greater than heaven. Yes, brother Hao, come in. Wang Shui hurriedly nodded. Although he knew that Zhong Tianhao had completely folded under old forced jeans, he didn't dare to be reckless in front of Zhong Tianhao. Zhong Tianhao hurriedly walked to the living room. The moment he saw Jiang Chuan, he flung himself on his knees in front of him. He had a calm face just a moment ago, but he instantly bawled. Big brother Jiang, thank you for saving our family's life. You are the regenerative parent of our family. From tonight onwards my Zhong Tianhao's life belongs to you. Alright brother Hao, since we are already brothers in our own family, why say thank you? Get up. Jiang Chuan smiled and helped Zhong Tianhao up. Looking at Zhong Tianhao, who was crying in pain, Jiang Chuan felt that this person could be handed over. Firstly, he had heard that this man was very righteous. Secondly, he was more honest. And most importantly, he loved his family. A man who focused on his family generally didn't need to worry when it came to credibility. Big brother, in the future, you can just call me Xiao Hao, Zhong Tianhao said excitedly. Although he was 12 or 13 years older than Jiang Chuan, this society was supposed to be honored by strength. If you have money, power and ability, then you are a big brother, or even a master. No money, no power, no ability, even if you are 100 years old, you can only obediently give people as a grandson. Jiang Chuan naturally understood this, so he didn't force himself. At this time, Zhong Tianhao glanced at Zhang Hai in shame. That, since you are my big brother's second brother, that is also my Zhong Tianhao's second brother. Those bastard things I did in the past, I hope that my second brother won't be concerned with me in general. If you feel that you can't feel good in your heart, now I'll dispose of it at your disposal. No matter whether it's a beating or a scolding, I definitely won't say a word. Although the words were said this way, it was evident that Zhong Tianhao did not place Shanghai in his eyes. The reason why he said this was purely because he was looking at Jiang Chuan's face. No, won't. We are also considered to be brothers from now on without fighting. Zhang Hai shook his head with an awkward smile. Well, From now on it will all be brothers. Shao how you remember. These two are my closest and dearest brothers. Understand? Understood. Big brother Jiang your brother. Naturally is my Zhong Tianhao's brother. That's fine. Since we're here, let's drink together. Okay Lu. By the way big brother, this is 2 million. Today you gave me transferred money. I got it back. This night, the four people directly pushed the cup to 2 o'clock in the morning. After a few more drinks, Zhang Hai and Wang Shui obviously let go and wrapped their arms around Zhong Tianhao and shouted old five. In the end, Jiang Chuan didn't even know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already more than 10 in the morning. Ha! My head hurts. Looks like I really drank too much last night. Jiang Chuan rubbed his head vigorously. After graduation, it was the first time he had directly given a drink break. After walking out of the room, he saw Wang Shui and Zhang Hai sleeping on the sofa. Obviously they drank more than themselves last night. Zhong Tianhao was a better drinker and didn't drink too much last night. He should have gone back after drinking. Jiang Chuan, there's something I don't know if I should say. Just then Su Qingya suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chuan and said with a smile. What? Jiang Chuan rubbed his temples and asked. Don't play if you dish. Don't drink if you can't drink, said Su Qingya without a good mood. This asshole, after getting drunk last night froze to embrace himself and sang my good brother 8 times. Jiang Chuan looked embarrassed and asked in embarrassment. I didn't talk nonsense last night, right? You hugged your big brother's slippers and sang my good brother for half an hour. And you also used the used diaper as a washcloth. And you were close to wrapping your arms around your 2 sister-in-laws and singing my good brother. What do you think? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to go wash my face. Chapter 21, Buying 2 Villas. After simply washing up and seeing that no one else had woken up, Jiang Chuan directly left with Su Qingya. It looked like last night's tossing and turning was late enough, so everyone was tossed and turned. It was mainly because big brother and second brother they had a really hard time during this period of time, and the mental pressure every day was so great that they probably hadn't slept peacefully. Yesterday all of a sudden all the mental pressure was released, so only then did they sleep that solid sleep. The two of them simply ate breakfast again. When the payment was made today, there was no blitz rebate. Jiang Chuan, I'm going back to the provincial capital in a while. After finishing breakfast, Su Qingya suddenly opened her mouth. At 8 o'clock this morning, he had received a message from his father saying that there was something going on at home and asked himself to go back. Do you need me to accompany you? Jiang Chuan subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. According to the plots inside most novels, when the girl beside the protagonist was called away at this time, most likely she would be in trouble. Or maybe they were forced to arrange a blind date at home or something. And often, inside the plot, this is the time when the protagonist needs to show off his skills and win the heart of the female lead. No need. Something small. Su Qingya smiled and shook her head. Alright, remember to let me know if there's anything. Within the scope of my ability, I'll definitely help. Jiang Chuan didn't continue to be polite either, although he said that he and Su Qingya had gotten along quite well in the past 2 days. But after all, they were just friends who had known each other for 2 days, and the relationship was not considered to be as cordial. Good, then I'll thank the chairman in advance. Su Qingya smiled sweetly, then returned to seriousness. Should I keep this car for you? I see that you don't seem to have a ride of your own. As the saying goes, many times you don't need to speak. Your ride will speak for you. This McLaren Senna is not considered a top-of-the-line sports car, but it should be considered good in Jiang County. Of course Su Qingya had already said this in a rather low-key way. Even if the McLaren Senna was placed in the provincial city, it was quite an eye-catching level. Inside this kind of county, it was indeed considered to be the highest-grade sports car. No need. A gentleman doesn't take a car from a man. I'll buy one when my car skills get better. Jiang Chuan shook his head. A $20 million supercar given away just by saying so. It seemed that Su Qingya's status was indeed extraordinary. Definitely the same as what she had guessed when they first met. She must be the pearl of some big family, and then came to this kind of small company to experience life. Alright, then we'll see you in a few days. Okay, see you in a few days. After the two parted ways, Jiang Chuan thought about it and prepared to buy a suite first. He himself might have to stay in Jiang County for a few more days, and it wasn't appropriate to keep living in his big brother's house. After all, their house is 3 rooms and 1 hall. Not really generous, and with sister-in-law around, it's not very convenient a lot of the time. Now that there is money, buying a car and a house is also a matter of time. After the new year, you can also directly bring mom and dad and them to the county to live. After checking online, I found that Jiang County's current housing prices are also very high. When I was in high school, it was only $5,000 or $6,000 a square foot, and now it has actually risen to nearly $20,000. But this is also understandable. Jiang County has been planned as an advanced county that will be developed soon, and in the past 2 years it is possible to upgrade to a county-level city. Coupled with the fact that Jiang County is very livable both in terms of environment and temperature, the house price will definitely be very high. After choosing for a while, he decided to take a look at the villas of Longshiwan, called a cab. Half an hour later Jiang Chuan arrived at the sales department of Longshiwan. Jiang Chuan, is that you? Just as he walked into the hall, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Jiang Chuan hurriedly turned his head to look. Shueli? You originally worked here. Although he recognized Shueli at a glance, the current Shueli was completely different from her high school days. She had a somewhat slightly chubby figure in high school, but now she was dimpled and slim. It was that dull face that didn't seem to have changed much. Fleshy and still had an impulse that made people want to go up and pinch it. Under the contrast between the face and the body, Jiang Chuan's mind instantly surfaced four big words: child face, huge thou. Some people may not like this sense of contrast, but some people like it to the bone. The LSP who liked Chow Laoshi could truly understand the temptation and gold content of those four words above. Aha, I just applied for a job here a while ago. By the way, what are you doing here? It can't be a deliberate visit to see me, right? After Shueli finished her sentence, a flash of scarlet instantly appeared on her doll face that was as white as snow. It instantly became white and distinctive. Well, sort of. Buy 2 more sweets by the way. Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile. In fact, he hadn't even thought of being able to meet Shueli in this place. But since he had met her, it was only natural to speak in a more rounded manner. After all, the night before, Shueli had also lent herself $30,000. When you are down and out and still willing to lend you money, there is no doubt that this is a person who is worthy of deep friendship, and even worthy of the mouth twisted. What? You said you want to buy a house here. Shueli suspected that something was wrong with her ears. Wasn't Jiang Chuan down and out 2 days ago? Although he wasn't so down and out that he was looking for water to drink inside a trash can. One Longxi was a villa area. The smallest villa here was 600 square feet and required a price tag of around $10 million. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. And Jiang Chuan, this kid, opening his mouth is 2 sets. Yeah, isn't this the new year? The success rate of buying 2 sweets for a blind date is a bit higher, Jiang Chuan said with a smile. Also right, why don't I take you to see it? Shueli didn't continue this topic, but prepared to take Jiang Chuan to see the house. She knew that Jiang Chuan was a boy with high self-esteem. Even if he couldn't afford it, he couldn't say it to his face, and the customer would have had the right to look at the house. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chuan nodded. Right at this moment, an ill-timed cold laugh suddenly rang out. I say Xiaolia, you really don't know anything when I say you're a newbie? We are selling the highest level villas in Jin County, not a food market. You don't think any cat or dog can afford it, right? With all due respect, you don't even look at what kind of behavior this gentleman has in front of you. His clothes don't add up to more than $200. Do you think he can afford a villa with tens of millions of dollars? Jiang Chuan looked in search of the sound, and saw a woman in her 30s leaning alluringly on the counter, saying in a conspiratorial manner while getting high on melon seeds. The eyes that looked at Jiang Chuan were simply contemptuous to the extreme. A stinking beggar. She didn't even have the heart to receive. Shueli frowned slightly. The woman who had just spoken was called Ma Xiaolu. She was last month's sales champion and was now promoted to sales supervisor. Don't blame Sister Lu that I didn't remind you. With an eye like yours, you can never sell a house in your life. And, you've been in the job for 2 months. So far even a set of houses have not been sold. This month if the performance is still 0, then you can have to pack up your things and leave. After saying that, he also proudly ruffled his freshly done hair. Jiang Chuan coldly glanced at the woman. Mediocre, but the crabapple is big. A look at the weekdays have not been less vigorously grasped by customers. Sister Lu, he's my friend. I'll just show him around. The company stipulates that customers can visit the model homes even if they don't buy, Shueli said respectfully. At the same time there was a flash of gravity in her eyes. It had been almost 3 months since she came to work here. Until now, she hadn't sold a single house. The main reason was that the people who came here to sell the houses were really too much. The requests made were something she simply couldn't do and definitely wouldn't do. Cut. Rookie. Ma Xiaolu snorted coldly and looked at Jiang Chuan with contempt before saying, it's fine to look at the house. When you come out, wipe the floor clean for me. Don't let the other customers smell that poor and sour odor as soon as they go in. Upon hearing this, Shueli's eyes also flashed with a flash of anger. Jiang Chuan's eyes were ice cold, while he directly spoke. If it wasn't for the fact that Shueli was still working here, for a mouthy shrew like you, I'd definitely break your dog's legs. Ma Xiaolu originally wanted to fight back, but when she saw Jiang Chuan's cold eyes, her heart thumped. The words to the edge of her mouth were actually swallowed back deeply. What a scary look. She even felt that if she mocked one more sentence, she might really lose her legs. Let's go Jiang Chuan, let's go see the house. Shueli was afraid that Jiang Chuan would really hit Ma Xiaolu and hurriedly dragged Jiang Chuan away. The two had just walked out of the sales department when Ma Xiaolu's voice soon sounded outside. Yo ba brother you come, last time to see that sweet you consider how? What? Really want to buy it? What? You don't trust me, brother Ba? Of course not. You are so rich. I have 100% confidence in you. In that case, where are we going to see the contract? The model house, the office or the bathroom? The model room and office have been tried twice before. Let's go to the bathroom this time. Okay, hurry up, I can't hold it in. Don't be in a hurry. I'll get your brother a hat. Hearing the voice coming out from inside the sales department, Xueli frowned. However, after 3 months of working in this place, this kind of thing had long been something she had gotten used to. Take Ma Xiaolu for example. In a month's time, she had to communicate with customers at least dozens of times, several times a day when business was good. I don't know if it's made of titanium alloy. How come it's so groove resistant? I seem to kind of understand why you haven't had any performance in 3 months. Jiang Chuan looked at Xueli and said with a smile. With his understanding of Xueli, even if she was starving to death, she probably wouldn't earn this kind of money. So yeah, if you really have the ability to afford a villa, buy a few more sets, and it's also a way to help your poor tablemates. Xueli looked at Jiang Chuan pitifully and pouted. That must the business of the same table. I will definitely take care of it with all my might. What do you mean? How do I hear you? This guy words have meaning lo? No I just literally mean. Jiang Chuan, you bastard, give me a stop. Say it clearly. Chapter 22. Do you men all like big ones? Soon the two of them looked at several villas, the smallest of which was more than 620 square feet, and the larger one had 800 square feet. In this kind of county, such villas were already considered to be a relatively top-notch existence. How about Jiang Chuan? Are you still satisfied with the villas you just looked at? Xueli smiled and asked. In fact, she didn't even think that Jiang Chuan would really come here to buy a villa. It was possible that it was just to see this old cohort of hers, and it was also possible that it was just to see the villa. It's too small. Jiang Chuan shook his head seriously, a lost expression on his face. To be honest, the area is all too small. Not too satisfied. And they are all townhouses. Are there any detached villas with a larger area? Although it was said that a villa of 700 to 800 square feet was not small, and it was also equipped with a swimming pool as well as a private parking lot, but such a villa was obviously no longer worthy of one's current status and worth. Xueli froze for a moment. Originally, she thought that Jiang Chuan would be very satisfied after seeing those villas, and would even have an inferiority complex on his face. After all, those villas with 800 square feet just now were all priced at least around $15 million. This was simply astronomical for them, ordinary office workers who had just graduated 3 or 4 years ago. I didn't expect Jiang Chuan to dislike the 800 square feet villa as small. After reacting to this, he said with a smile, there are indeed detached villas. There are a total of 2 sets. They are the Villa King of Longshiwan, covering an area of almost 2,000 square feet, but price-wise, they are also ridiculously expensive. How much for a set? Jiang Chuan faintly opened his mouth and asked. He still had more than 400 million cash on his own card right now, not counting the group's money. It was definitely more than enough to buy 2 sets of villas in Jin County. That set costs 40 million. Xueli opened her mouth and said, these 2 sets of villas were too expensive for a county town, so almost no one ever asked. Go, take me to take a look. If it's too much to look at, I'll buy them all. Jiang Chuan said boldly. 2 sets of villas. One set can be given to mom and dad and younger siblings and they can live in. The other set can be kept by himself for marriage. Oh, good. Xueli froze, and after reacting, she nodded. Since Jiang Chuan wants to go and look over there, let's see. Anyway, there was nothing to lose if it was just a look. The company also had clear rules. As long as the guest wanted to see the current house, it was completely possible to take the guest to see it. Soon the two of them arrived in front of the 2 villas. It was indeed huge at a glance, almost as grand as a palace. Wow, it's so big. Jiang Chuan looked at the 2 villas and then looked at Xueli's magnificent bosoms and was surprised. There were walls and fences around the detached villas, and inside, in addition to the 3-story European-style buildings, the green coverage was also very high. Not only is there an underground parking lot, but there are also 2 or 3 gazebos, as well as an open-air swimming pool. Don't you guys all like bigger ones? Xueli glanced at Jiang Chuan and asked with a face full of disgust. It seemed like most of these boys that she had met liked the bigger ones, and she didn't know what kind of hobby this was. Yeah, big ones must be cool. Don't you girls like big ones just as much? Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, said with a hefty smile, Cut, I hope you better be talking about houses. Of course I'm talking about a house. What else could it be? The two soon arrived at the villa that step. On the first floor were 2 large living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 kitchens, 2 studies, and 2 bathrooms. On the second floor were the bedrooms, a total of 8 bedrooms, all of which were the big kind with bathrooms. This is the detached villa. It's really luxurious enough. Jiang Chuan secretly marveled in his heart. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about buying such a villa. He didn't even have the courage to come in and visit. But now, such a villa was bought just by saying so. This was the confidence of the system. Let's go to the third floor to take a look. The third floor is the main entertainment place. There is a separate movie theater, high-tech game room, indoor swimming pool, study room and so on. The two of them then came to the third floor. Xueli was also very serious and professional as she introduced each room and its function. Lastly, there was the balcony on the top floor, half of which was covered with solar panels, just to prevent the villa from continuing to use electricity when the power went out. The two of them looked at it for a full hour. Jiang Chuan was also a little numb from the shock. In his heart, he also secretly sighed. These rich people are just too good at enjoying themselves. How was it? Wasn't it shocked? Actually, when I first saw it, I had the same expression as you, Xueli asked with a smile. This was actually quite normal. After all, they were just young people in their early 20s. Being from ordinary families, it was normal for them to have never seen such a high-grade villa. It's indeed a bit shocking. The inside is much more luxurious than I imagined. It's indeed not expensive if such a villa is sold for only 40 million. Jiang Chuan nodded very seriously. A villa with such a high grade, if it was placed in one of those first-tier cities, it was estimated that it would be hard to buy without a few $100 million. Cut. Start bragging again. I say, are you brushing too many short videos? Are you being fooled by those bloggers on the internet into thinking that this society really has a per capita salary of $1 million per month? Don't even put 40 million in your eyes anymore, Xueli said in a good-natured manner. She realized that since short videos had sprung up, the people around her had begun to become a little bit high and low. Obviously, they were paid $3,000 to $5,000 a month, but they never put $1 million in their eyes, even feel that tens of millions of dollars are small money. As if never carefully calculated, an ordinary person to earn tens of millions of dollars need a few lifetimes this problem. Ha, that's right, short videos do a lot of harm. Jiang Chuan laughed, then asked, it seems like it's already mealtime. Why don't we go out and eat something first? Sign the contract after we come back? Probably because he threw up too much after getting drunk yesterday. He ate 3 buns in the morning, and now he was starting to get hungry. Okay, I'll treat you today. How can that be? The two of us are having dinner. How can I possibly let a girl pay for it? Of course it's my treat. Don't worry, a lunch I can still afford. That's fine. By the way, what did you just say? Signing a contract? Originally, Jiang Chuan wanted to take Xueli to the Haitian hotel for dinner, but Xueli felt that the spicy hot pot outside was more cost-effective, so the two could only walk into the spicy hot pot store. But even the spicy hot pot wasn't cheap now. The two simply ate some vegetarian dishes and took 2 bottles of Dayao soft drinks, but it cost $100. Jiang Chuan was also very gentlemanly and grabbed the bill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $101, triggering a blitz reward, obtaining a super sports car Bugatti Voice of Darkness super explosive modification valued at $320 million. In view of the host's car skills are too trashy. By the way, the host is presented with the honorary title of the god of the car of MT, Akira, as well as driving skills. Just as the WeChat payment was successfully made just now, the system's electronic synthesized voice suddenly came to mind. In the next second, Jiang Chuan's entire body laughed with excitement. He didn't expect that after accompanying his tablemates for a meal, he had actually triggered a blitz reward, and the reward was a 320 million yuan supercar Bugatti Black Knight sound, and it also incidentally rewarded the divine car skills of the Akima-sama god of cars, the voice of the night. That is the most handsome, most dignified super sports car in Bugatti. The world is only one. I heard that it was bought by a super mysterious tycoon, and no one knows who that tycoon really is. And this sports car sale conditions are very, very harsh. Not money can be bought. Want to buy Bugatti Black Sound? First of all, we must agree to the Bugatti company's 3 conditions. One cannot be missing. First, before purchasing the car, Bugatti will carry out an identity background check. If it is a person whose identity background is not clean, then it is not even qualified to touch the car. Secondly, before purchasing the Voice of the Night, you must go through an interview with Bugatti, because the company wants to see if the buyer's image and temperament can match the top sports car. If the image of a poor temperament or crooked, perhaps even the Bugatti's door cannot enter, the security guards will be thrown out. Third, is the owner of the car after the purchase of this car? May not be privately any form of modification of the car, because the Voice of the Night itself is already the world's top most perfect super sports car. Private modification is to its dissatisfaction and disrespect. From this, it could be seen that if you wanted to get this world's top sports car, you couldn't just get it with money. It was estimated that even Principal Wang could only gulp from afar when he looked at it. While his heart was invigorated, Jiang Chuan was also puzzled in his heart. Since there is only one of this top supercar Bugatti Black Knight sound in the world, what's going on with this one of mine? Tuzi, explain it. What if my driving this Black Knight voice causes me unnecessary trouble? To be honest, in addition to some doubts in his heart, he was also a bit flustered, because this supercar was originally the only one of its kind in the world. Now that he drove it out by himself and the internet was so developed, it was estimated that this matter would soon be discovered by the Bugatti company. By then it would be very troublesome, although he now has a system and is very rich, but compared to the Bugatti company, this amount of money may not be as much as a hair of the others. Host, don't be a wimp. This Black Knight voice is the system let the Bugatti company overnight build out. Function than ordinary Bugatti Black Knight voice is much more powerful. Don't panic, although open you're on the line. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The unification of the sun is awesome. It's still you. Tie pants hot. Jiang Chuan was instantly relieved. Since the system is saying don't panic, then there's no problem. But the system's comment about having Bugatti company build it overnight was probably bragging. Jiang Chuan, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly giggling? Shueli on the side was a bit puzzled. How could eating a spicy hot pot still make Jiang Chuan eat a face full of happiness? Ha ha, suddenly remembered a happy thing. Alright, let's go sign the contract. I go you to really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Chapter 23, Little brother I wanna give you a monkey. It was just 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the sales department. Not far from the sales department, directly in front of the parking space, there is a black supercar. Look at the appearance is very domineering. The body is made of carbon fiber. The shape design is also used aerodynamic, especially the 6 exhausts at the back. It looks drawn out to the extreme, like a black steel beast generally domineering. Is this the Bugatti blackout that the system just rewarded? Overbearing, too overbearing. The moment he saw the supercar, Jiang Chuan's eyes showed a very fond look. Wow, which godly tycoon sports car is this? It looks so racy. This car looks like it has to be a few $1 million anyways, right? Shueli was also instantly mesmerized by the black supercar in front of her. Although it is said that most girls do not know much about cars, especially serious girls, for the car is not much clear concept, but looking at the appearance and styling, it was clear that this car was definitely worth a lot of money. Yes, if I say this car is mine, do you believe me? Jiang Chuan nodded, then asked jokingly, he, don't believe it. Shueli directly laughed and shook her head. After all, a few $1 million was a very large fortune for a wage earner like them who had just graduated a few years ago. It was estimated that no one would be willing to spend a few million to buy a sports car. At least that's what he thought. Then he pointed to a yachty electric car not far away and laughed. I think that car is more in line with your temperament, and it's also affordable. Am I so bad in your heart? Jiang Chuan lost his mind. Of course not. I just think that this kind of sports car is more distant from us, Shueli said seriously. In her opinion, supercars were indeed too far away. The yachty electric car not far away was the reality. Alright, let's go sign the contract then. Jiang Chuan didn't explain either, but it was obvious that Shueli was still as innocent as when she was in high school, and hadn't been tainted by this realistic society. You're still really going to sign the contract with me? Yeah, otherwise, do you think I ran over just to have a bowl of spicy hot pot with you? Isn't it? Of course not. Those 2 villas I'm quite interested in. Hurry up and go sign the contract. Soon the 2 of them returned to the sales department again. At this time the salespersons who had just had dinner also came back one after another. Wow, that sports car outside is so cool. I wonder which rich second generation owns it. If he can take me to blow up the street, I'll give him my precious 10,086 tonight. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a Bugatti sports car. I think the price must be at least tens of millions. How can such a rich young man look at a working girl like us? That's right. You guys better not think about it. It's not realistic. A few waitresses quickly returned to their workstations. Yo, Shueli, why are you still bringing this bumpkin on the tour? This has been seen from morning to afternoon. It can't be that you don't have money to buy it, right? Just then, Ma Xiaolu walked in and continued to say in a conspiratorial manner, Sister Lu, who said Jiang Chuan doesn't have money to buy? He's already looked at those 2 Villa Kings just now, and now we're all ready to go sign the contract. Shueli coldly glanced at Ma Xiaolu and said unwillingly, it was fine for this woman to mock herself on weekdays, but now she was actually mocking even Jiang Chuan together. No matter what, Jiang Chuan was also the man he liked. How could he let this kind of woman taunt him? Villa King? Signing a contract? Haha, I say Shueli, are you trying to laugh me to death and then inherit my aunts? Just this kind of dirt dog still wants to buy a Villa King, let alone a Villa King. If he can afford any set of villas here, I'll eat live. Ma Xiaolu heard this and immediately mocked mercilessly. The several female salespeople around them also threw in their gazes to watch the show. They also didn't believe that the young man in front of them who was dressed in a very ordinary way could afford to buy a villa. But they didn't mock like Ma Xiaolu did. Although they worked in this place, They were just ordinary hit jobs that paid a few $1,000s a month, and were simply not qualified to taunt others. Shut up, you ugly. It is because there are too many of your kind of people. Even can be eaten by you to raise the price, Jiang Chuan said without a good mood, not moving to set up a flag to eat. Just know that the mouth is just saying it, but also did not see them eat a bite. You, stinky dirt dog, if you have the ability, you can buy it. What is the use of sharp teeth? And you Xueli, know why you have no performance? It's because you're too stupid. Just people like you can't sell a house in this life. You'll always be a pauper. Ma Xiaolu instantly went crazy with her output at the two. Humph. Xueli snorted coldly. What's wrong with me not having a track record? What's wrong with me being a pauper? Every penny I earn is clean. Unlike some people who can only make money by selling their s. That kind of money is too dirty. I wouldn't even bother to use it if I were given it. Anyway, without performance this month he would be sacked himself, so there was no need to suffer this. Whatever your bull supervisor, even if the manager comes she is not afraid. You this, actually dare to scold me. What qualifications do you have to dislike me? Ma Xiaolu was instantly enraged, although everyone knew that she did earn her performance by selling them, but this matter was unspoken by everyone, and no one dared to say it to their face. I did not expect that Nao without performance would dare to say this about herself. Snap! At the instant his words fell, he was directly smacked by Jiang Chuan. 5 clear fingerprints appeared on his face instantly. You dare to hit me? You stinking dirt dog, how dare you hit me? You're finished, you're dead. Ma Xiaolu stared at Jiang Chuan with a face full of disbelief. I didn't expect this bumpkin stinky dirt dog to actually dare to hit herself. After coming back to her senses, Ma Xiaolu immediately took out her cell phone and started dialing. Brother Hao, this is Xiaolu. It's the little Lulu, who has cosplayed the elk for you. I was beaten up in the Longxi sales department. You hurry and bring someone over. After hanging up the phone, Ma Xiaolu trembled and pointed at Jiang Chuan. You wait, you give me to wait. You this poor dead. Jesus cannot save you. Jiang Chuan, why don't you just hurry up and leave? Although Ma Xiaolu is she knows a lot of rich and powerful people on weekdays. Xueli immediately looked at Jiang Chuan with some concern. She also didn't expect Jiang Chuan to actually strike so decisively and directly slap Ma Xiaolu. You hurry up and go print the contract. Don't worry about me. With this kind of trash, no matter what he calls over, I won't put it in my eyes. Jiang Chuan smiled in a cloudy manner. To be on the safe side, he sent a message to Zhong Tianhao to get here as fast as he could. After all, if he encountered some rash people, Zhong Tianhao could handle it faster than himself. It didn't take long for Xueli to print out the 2 contracts and then came over with the POS machine. Jiang Chuan, this is the contract. Although her heart still didn't believe that Jiang Chuan had so much money to be able to afford 2 villas at once, but the arrow had to be sent even if it was on the string. Haha, Xueli, do you really think this bumpkin can afford a villa? You are really printing contracts for him. You're wasting the company's resources. You know, I told you, Pa. Ma Xiaolu's words have not finished. Was Jiang Chuan slapped down on the ground again? Give me a good lie. Then he signed the contract and took out the black bank card. Swipe the card. Oh. Xueli nodded dully. A gentle swipe followed. Ding. Card swiped successful. Account number 4065 credited $80 million. Hiss. Boom. In an instant, the entire sales department resounded with the sound of sucking in cool air. Xueli and Ma Xiaolu, on the other hand, had a buzzing sound in their heads, followed by a blank. Right now, both of them hadn't thought that Jiang Chuan was actually really so rich. 80 million had really been swiped. No way. That stinking beggar. How could he have so much money? Ma Xiaolu froze in place in a daze. After a moment of shock, a wave of endless regret is surging to the heart. If at first he went to receive this poor man in front of him, then those 2 sets of Villa Kings were even sold by himself. 80 million house. He can at least share 2 million sales commission. Damn, $2 million of huge money just like this passed by with oneself. What's more, it doesn't seem to be a matter of 2 million anymore. People who can casually take out $80 million to buy a house, that is definitely the rich among the rich. And just now, she herself had offended such a top tycoon because of her mouth. Thinking of this, Ma Xiaolu was instantly filled with horror and her eyes were dull. It's over. This time it's really over. Having offended such a top tycoon, I'm afraid that even Brother Hao won't be able to save himself. Jiang Chuan, is this a successful swipe? Xueli was filled with shock and disbelief. She hadn't even thought about actually being able to swipe the money successfully. Looking at Xueli's expression, Jiang Chuan gently pinched on his fleshy face and asked with a smile, does it hurt? That action, the force, it was exactly the same as when he was in high school. Xueli also instantly blushed, her jade face, full of shyness. Other than Jiang Chuan, she had never allowed another boy to pinch her cheeks. It hurts. It's true. It was only after feeling the pain that Shueli came back to her senses from, and her eyes instantly lit up. Excitedly, she shouted, I sold out. I sold out. Then it was to directly give Jiang Chuan a bear hug. A pair of two white dodos were all squeezed and completely deformed because of the vigorous efforts, trembling with aggression. Cough cough. Jiang Chuan listened and almost choked on his own saliva, although he understood what Shueli meant, and could also appreciate his excitement at the moment. But this sentence was also too indecent. Asterisk 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 asterisk. God's hero an $80 million villa bought without even blinking? Did Shueli go out and step on dog? So lucky. Mom yeah. Suddenly I feel that little brother is so handsome. I like it so much. Yeah. Simply 10,000 times more handsome than Daniel Wu. No, 1,000,000 times. I admit. I'm flooded with envy. A few other salespeople also came back to their senses at this time. The way they looked at Jiang Chuan's eyes all changed completely, as if a group of hungry wolves were staring at a delicious and savory lamb. There were even a few salesmen who walked directly to Jiang Chuan's front. Little brother, I'm going to give you a monkey. If you don't mind, we'll give birth tonight. If you think it's too slow, we'll give birth now, on the spot. And if you want to seek excitement, we can open a live broadcast to give birth. Me too. I want to give you a monkey too. Chapter 24. Zhong Tianhao even called me big brother. What are you? Don't. It's well known that people can't have monkeys. Jiang Chuan smiled and shook his head. The old saying was indeed true. When you have money, you will suddenly realize that all around you are good people. Thank you, Jiang Chuan. I really didn't expect it. Shueli was still incredibly excited at the moment. Although she didn't finish her words, the meaning was already obvious. Even after accompanying Jiang Chuan to look at houses for so long, she never thought that Jiang Chuan could really afford to buy a villa here. Unexpectedly at this moment, he not only bought it, but also bought 2 sets of the most expensive villa houses. Thanks for nothing. I'm going to buy them anyway. It's just a matter of helping you improve your performance by the way, Jiang Chuan said with a smile. The surrounding female sales were all full of envy and regret. If they were a little more enthusiastic when they first saw Jiang Chuan, maybe this heavenly fortune would have fallen on their heads. At least they could have shared a spoonful of soup on Shueli's side. But now, everything is too late. According to the company's sales commission, this time Shueli was able to get 5% of the performance commission. That's a full $2 million. This was a fortune that they couldn't save up for decades. Grass old lady got up early and worked hard. And last time, for the sake of $800,000 of commission, she accompanied that old man for 2 months. But Shueli this clearly did nothing. How come this splash of wealth fell on her head? Ma Xiaolu really couldn't figure it out. Obviously she worked 100 times harder than Shueli. Why did she earn as much as she had earned for several years in a single one? Day. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man jogged all the way to Jiang Chuan and Shueli. Xiao did you really sell those 2 sets of property kings? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with brilliance. With $80 million in sales, he as a manager could also share a lot of commission. So naturally, he was happy in his heart at this moment. Yes, Manager Wu, those 2 villa kings were bought by my friend Jiang Chuan. Shueli nodded. The shock in her heart at this moment still could not dissipate for a long time. Good, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Manager Wu smiled with only his teeth visible, hurrying towards Jiang Chuan to shake hands. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Wu Qi, the sales manager of Longxi 1, the person who could casually take out $80 million to buy a villa. That was definitely a tycoon among tycoons. Even if he looked at Linhai City, he was definitely in existence on the rich list. This was something Wu Qi knew very well, so no matter what, he couldn't leave a bad impression on this rich young man. Hello? Jiang Chuan nodded symbolically. He really didn't have a good feeling about this kind of horseplay. Mr. Jiang, you are now the VIP level resident of our Longxi 1, as well as the super VIP of our Longxi real estate. We will try our best to satisfy any request you have. Wu Qi excitedly rubbed his hands and said with a smile. In fact, these 2 sets of villas can be at least $5 million cheaper if Wang cut the price. But this one in front of him was really too bold. 80 million said to buy it, and did not even haggle. This allows him to be able to earn more in it. It was simply his own bread and butter. I do have a request, Jiang Chuan said with a smile, then turned his cold gaze to Ma Xiaolu. Ma Xiaolu's heart thumped. Tell me, Mr. Jiang, as long as it's something I can do, I will definitely spare no effort. Wu Qi also coldly glanced at Ma Xiaolu. Obviously, this Ma Xiaolu was looking at people again. In the past, the ones who bullied were those honest people who didn't have much money. This time, I'm afraid that I've kicked a steel plate. My request is very simple. Let that short-sighted woman who looks at people's dishes immediately get out from here. Then, promote Shueli to be your sales supervisor here. Jiang Chuan spoke indifferently. No problem. Wu Qi immediately nodded. This was indeed a small matter for him as a sales manager. Then he coldly glanced at Ma Xiaolu. Idiot with no eyesight, now immediately give me a roll and get out. Less in the way here. Xiaoli, you did a great job today, and with the sales results you accomplished today, you will be the assistant manager of the sales department in the future. After saying that and then looked at Jiang Chuan, seems to be inquiring for such a result full or not satisfied. Not bad. Jiang Chuan nodded. Just at the moment when the two men's words fell, at the doorway, an arrogant voice suddenly came to mind. Wu Qi, you've got some nerve. You actually dare to fire my woman. Do you think you've got a long life? Hearing the voice, everyone instantly looked around. They saw that 5 people suddenly appeared at the entrance position. The one walking in front was a stout youth with a pair of triangular eyes. Looking at him, he should be in his early 30s, and behind him were 4 black-cloaked bodyguards. Zhong Xiao. After seeing the person coming, Wu Qi's face changed. This person is also a resident of Longshiwan. Just bought a small villa from Ma Xiaolu last month. Of course, the most important thing was that this person was the general manager of Tianhao Group, and also Zhong Tianhao's cousin. It was also because of this identity that many people in Jin County didn't dare to mess with them. Wow, it's actually Zhong Xiao. This is going to be a show. Mama, when did Sister Xiaolu take down young Zhong? Even though that little white boy just now is rich, he's as weak as a mole cricket in front of young Zhong. That's right, Zhong Xiao is an existence that even Uncle Dan has to be courteous to. I suddenly realized that little white man is not very handsome. Just now as if the eyes suddenly blind. A few salespeople were like wallflowers, instantly turning against each other. As for Shueli and Wu Qi, their faces instantly became incredibly grave, because they both knew Zhong Zihao, and knew the power behind this guy. Who is that beggar? Jiang Chuan faintly opened his mouth and asked. From Wu Qi and Shueli's eyes, they could tell that the guy who walked in shouldn't be too easy to mess with. Mr. Jiang, his name is Zhong Zihao. He's the general manager of Tianhao Group and the cousin of Zhong Tianhao, the chairman of Tianhao Group. Wu Qi introduced in a deep voice. Oh, so it's Xiao Hao's younger brother Looking how is he more arrogant than Xiao Hao? Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Zhong Tianhao had a special aura about him and did things more on the lordly side, but this Zhong Zihao looked more like a punk with little culture. What? Xiao Hao? You mean Zhong Tianhao? Wu Qi looked at Jiang Chuan in surprise. This kid actually dared to call Zhong Tianhao as Xiao Hao? In Jin County, there were definitely not many people who dared to address Zhong Tianhao in such a manner. Right at this moment, Zhong Zihao had already appeared in front of Jiang Chuan and the others with 4 bodyguards. Wu Qi, were you the one who wanted to fire Xiaolu? Zhong Zihao's sinister gaze stared deathly at Wu Qi. Instantly, Wu Qi was scared into a cold sweat. Although he was the sales manager of Longshiwan, he was as weak as an ant in front of someone like Zhong Zihao. After all, the strength of Tianhao Group, they are all very clear. Young Zhong, Ma Xiaolu just offended our VIP, so according to the rules, before Wu Qi's words could fall, he was interrupted by Zhong Zihao. Shut your stinking mouth. The rules are only here to restrain you inferior people. They can't restrain us. If you dare to fire Xiaolu today, I will definitely make it impossible for you to mix in Jin County, or even make you reasonably evaporate from the earth. Zhong Zihao said in a very domineering manner. Looking at that face, it was just like an earth emperor, obviously arrogant and accustomed to it. Wu Qi was instantly frightened by this sentence. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Zhong Zihao's sentence in the slightest, because these people used to be in the Black Club originally, so they really dared to do this. Wu Qi could only look towards Jiang Chuan for help. A person who could casually take out $80 million was definitely an existence that he couldn't afford to mess with as well. I don't know if I can resist Zhong Zihao. Dog, are you the one who just hit my woman? Zhong Zihao also looked at Jiang Chuan at this time. That's right, that woman has a big mouth. She deserves to be beaten. Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded. With just 4 of them, he could beat the out of them all by himself. Good. Very good. You kid is even more arrogant than me. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this, but I must remind you that arrogance comes with a price, and that price you may not be able to bear. Zhong Zihao laughed back in anger. He didn't expect that in Jin County, there was actually someone who dared to talk to him like this. Is that so? I'll give you the same words. I hope you can still maintain your current arrogance later on. Jiang Chuan still had a shallow smile on his face, because he didn't put this so-called Zhong Zihao in his eyes at all, and he had already sent a message to Zhong Tianhao just now. He should be coming over soon. Very good. Your guts are really big. I'm kind of admiring you. I hope that after your tongue is cut out later, your mouth will still be this hard. Zhong Zihao sneered and glanced at Jiang Chuan, then said to Ma Xiaolu who was lying on the ground, Xiaolu, how did this earth dog beat you just now? Now give me 10 times back. Good Lu. Thank you brother Hao. Ma Xiaolu immediately got up and walked towards Jiang Chuan. Poor, stinking dirt dog, you then arrogant Ma Xiaolu's face was full of excitement, and she immediately felt like she had raised her eyebrows. Raising her hand, she was ready to hit Jiang Chuan, only her hand hadn't completely raised yet. Slap! A crisp slap resounded throughout the entire sales department. 5 clear fingerprints instantly surfaced on Ma Xiaolu's face, and half of her face swelled up high. You stinking dirtbag, you actually dare to hit my old lady. Ma Xiaolu looked at Jiang Chuan in horror, her face full of disbelief. I didn't expect that with brother Hao backing her up. This stinking turd actually dared to hit her face. Bitch, roll. Jiang Chuan's words fell, and another heavy kick hit Ma Xiaolu's belly. It directly kicked him 5 meters away. Brother Hao, get this dirtbag. Ouch. It hurts me. Brat, you really have balls. In front of me actually dare to hit my woman. Originally I wanted to teach you a little lesson and forget about it. Now I'm going to break your dog's legs with my own hands. Zhong Zihao was instantly enraged. Daring to hit Ma Xiaolu in front of himself, this was completely slapping his own face. Absolutely unforgivable. Splat. In the next second, another crisp slap sounded. 5 clear slap marks also appeared on Zhong Zihao's face. His body was even knocked back 4 or 5 steps by this slap. In an instant, the entire sales department was silent and a pin could be heard. Silence. Deadly silence. At this moment, everyone's mind has only one thought, this Jiang Chuan. How dare he? Do not want to die? Looking at everyone's face stagnant, Jiang Chuan slowly said, dog-like things, even if Zhong Tianhao himself came to respectfully call me a big brother, what do you count as something? Chapter 25, Super Rich Second Generation. Zhong Zihao was obviously directly dumbfounded by this slap. A pair of triangular eyes stared round, full of disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chuan. How did this dirtbag dare? Apart from Big Brother, even those uncle comrades wouldn't dare to whip their own faces. This little white boy in front of him, he is a little cutie. Do not know what kind of painful price he will pay for this slap out? Behind a few bodyguards is also completely confused. Now also did not expect to happen such a thing, and also so caught off guard. Finished. This is really finished. Wu Qi was so scared that he directly sat on his butt. If there was still room to salvage what happened just now, then now there was no longer even a chance to salvage it. Although he knew that this Jiang Chuan in front of him might have some money, but if he compared it to his background, he couldn't compare to Zhong Zihao no matter what. Even if the person in front of him was one of Jin County's rich second generation, today's end would definitely be incomparably miserable. TSK. That kid is so brave, actually dared to hit Zhong Xiao. It's over. I can already smell the breath of death. Although this little white boy is very courageous, but things are too impulsive. Offended Zhong Xiao. I'm afraid that there is only one way to die. Young people nowadays are really impulsive for the sake of face. A few female salesmen also whispered after they came back to their senses. Jiang Chuan, hurry up and run. This Zhong Zihao has a strong background and is ruthless. He definitely won't let you go. Shuili also urged Jiang Chuan to hurry and leave, although she didn't know why Jiang Chuan was suddenly so rich, but was still very clear about Jiang Chuan's background. Both of his parents were from the countryside, and if he compared his background, he couldn't compare to Zhong Zihao no matter what. Don't worry, I really don't have this kind of trash in my eyes, and in less than 5 minutes, he will kneel in front of me and apologize to me. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, said with great confidence, according to the time, Zhong Tianhao should have come over right away as well. Shuili still wanted to say something, but after seeing Jiang Chuan with such a confident look, she swallowed back her next words. How dare you hit me? You don't know how to die. Old man must waste you today. If I don't remove your limbs, I won't be called Zhong Zihao. After coming back to his senses from disbelief, Zhong Zihao also hissed angrily in an instant. What the are you guys waiting for? Waste that dirt dog for me. It was at this time that several bodyguards woke up as if from a dream, their vicious gazes looking towards Jiang Chuan. Kid, dare to hit Zhong Xiao. You're dead. This is your own death. Don't blame us for being ruthless. The 4 bodyguards instantly rushed towards Jiang Chuan. Right at that scene, a violent shout suddenly rang out. All stop. For me. The voice was loud, neutral, and domineering. The 4 bodyguards who were just about to make a move were also frozen in place by this sound, because this voice they were really too familiar with. Turning their heads they saw the face that was familiar and made them scornful. Tian. That's right. The person coming here was Zhong Tianhao. Big brother, you can finally come. This dirt dog just now not only hit my woman, but also hit me. Quickly waste him. Zhong Zihao shouted hysterically after seeing Zhong Tianhao come in. Zhong Tianhao just glanced at him icily. He then walked quickly to Jiang Chuan's face. Everyone's eyes followed Zhong Tianhao as he moved in this instant. Big brother, I'm really sorry that I'm late. Right in front of everyone's incomparable astonished and shocked gazes, Zhong Tianhao bowed very respectfully to Jiang Chuan. That appearance and demeanor was simply polite to the extreme. It was just like a latecomer meeting his elder. Indeed, it's a bit late. If they came a bit later, they might all be lying down. Jiang Chuan faintly opened his mouth. Just now, so for waste bodyguards, their own 1 minute turn to lie on the ground like dead dogs. What is going on here? That's Chairman Zhong. Why is he so respectful to that little white boy? Geez, could that Jiang Chuan be the top rich second generation of some family? If it's a rich second generation from Jin County, Chairman Zhong definitely wouldn't put them in his eyes. This Jiang Xiao is most likely a rich second generation from the city or the province. The surrounding people were talking, their words full of shock. Wu Qi and Xueli, who were trembling in fear just now, were also looking at Jiang Chuan with dismay. Although they all knew that the current Jiang Chuan was very rich, they didn't expect that he would actually be able to make Zhong Tianhao bow his head. No wonder he said just now that even if Zhong Tianhao came, he would have to call him a big brother. Big brother, what are you doing? Why are you bowing down to this dirt dog? You're the chairman of Tianhao Group. Even the county governor has to give you some face when he comes. Zhong Zihao ran to Zhong Tianhao and questioned loudly. Shut up, you trash. Slap. Zhong Tianhao's backhand was a slap on Zhong Zihao's face. Could this waste thing not see the situation clearly now? Big brother, you hit me. You actually hit me for a dirt dog? Zhong Zihao covered his face full of shock and anger. This cousin of his had never beaten himself, even if he caused more trouble. At most he would be criticized a few times. I didn't expect that today he would actually slap his own face for a dirt dog. At this instant, the anger within him completely reached its limit, and a thick killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Bang! Zhong Zihao's words had just fallen when he was viciously kicked over to the ground again by Zhong Tianhao. Blind your dog's eyes? Messing with things has actually messed with my big brother's head. Now crawl over to me and apologize to big brother. If big brother doesn't forgive, go back and I'll break your dog's legs. Zhong Tianhao's eyes were cold to the extreme. Ever since Jiang Chuan saved his family yesterday, in his eyes Jiang Chuan was his own big brother in addition to being a savior. He was the person who valued righteousness the most. The kindness of a drop of water was still repaid by the spring, not to mention saving their family's life, which was a great favor. Big brother, Zhong Zihao still wanted to say something. Snap! A slap was viciously slapped on his face again. Everyone under the scene sucked in cool air. At this moment the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Xueli, on the other hand, was a pair of beautiful eyes containing endless shock staring at Jiang Chuan. What exactly had Jiang Chuan done all these years to make a big shot like Zhong Tianhao willingly call him big brother? Zhong Zihao was also finally woken up at this time. A flash of resentment and killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes before he crawled on his knees to Jiang Chuan. Big brother, it's my little brother who has no eyes and has offended big brother because of that smelly. I beg big brother to forgive me. For the sake of my ignorance, let me go. Although he was admitting his fault, this guy was clearly unconvinced in his heart. Forget it, I'm a generous person. Jiang Chuan smiled and didn't intend to pursue the matter further. Not waiting for Zhong Tianhao's two brothers to open their mouths, Jiang Chuan said with another meaningful smile, I can let you go, but this brother of yours won't necessarily let you go. After all, you did those things that are really not as good as Buzz. Hearing these words, Zhong Zihao suddenly felt 5 thunderbolts. Could it be that what he did was known by this earth dog in front of him? Otherwise, why would he be looking at himself so meaningfully? Zhong Tianhao looked at Jiang Chuan with a confused face. Don't understand? Jiang Chuan asked. Zhong Tianhao shook his head. Yesterday's matter. You only investigated your opponent, but have you ever thought that there are other masterminds behind this matter? Ever thought that if you died in a car accident, who would benefit the most from this matter besides your rivals? Look into it. Putting a time bomb on your side and still being able to live until now. I really admire your generosity and courage enough. In fact, yesterday, through the ability to foretell the future, he knew about this Zhong Zihao, and the real mastermind behind yesterday's car accident was Zhong Zihao, because as long as Zhong Tianhao's family is gone, then the entire Tianhao group will become his. Buzz. After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Zhong Tianhao also instantly felt 5 thunderbolts. His brain was blown to a buzz, his eyes were even more red, and the inside of his eyes were filled with scarlet blood. Even if he was stupid, at this moment, he completely understood what Jiang Chuan had said. If he really died in a car accident yesterday, then the Zhenxianhou group obviously became his good cousins. This damn, he has always been so good to him, has always taken care of him as the closest brother. I did not expect that he was actually so repaying himself, not only to get himself killed, but also to kill his wife and children. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Big brother, don't listen to him. You mustn't be fooled by this outsider. I am your cousin, your closest and dearest brother. I am absolutely impossible to unite with outsiders to harm you. Big brother, you must believe me. Big brother, yesterday's matter really has nothing to do with me at all. That was all done by Chen Tianxiang. Panicked, Zhong Zihao was completely and utterly flustered at this moment. He knew that his family was Zhong Tianhao's scales. Touching them would lead to death. Yesterday, he thought he had dodged a bullet, but he didn't expect this earth dog that came out of nowhere to actually turn this matter over again. Hiss! Zhong Tianhao took a long breath of cool air, as if he wanted to calm himself down as quickly as possible. In fact, when he saw Zhong Zihao's expression, he already knew that what Jiang Chuan said was true. You are really my good brother. Zhong Tianhao gently patted Zhong Zihao's shoulder. The eyes that were as cold as the devil's instantly made Zhong Zihao's face turn ashen. At this moment, everyone around them was in a daze. There was no way of knowing what they were talking about right now. But regarding Jiang Chuan's identity, everyone was incomparably curious. Xiao Hao, what are you going to do about this matter? Jiang Chuan seriously opened his mouth and asked. For any man, their wives and children were their scales. Big brother, this does this kind of thing. He won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Although Zhong Tianhao's voice was calm, there was killing intent surging in his eyes. Obviously, he had moved to kill Zhong Zihao. Although I don't want to meddle in your decision-making, I still have to tell you that it's a lawful society now. Killing is against the law. And, I don't want to lose you as a good brother, Jiang Chuan said with a serious face. Looking at Jiang Chuan's sincere gaze, Zhong Tianhao frowned and slowly nodded. I understand. Then I'll go and settle this matter first. After saying that, he left with Zhong Zihao, who was already scared out of his wits. And at this moment, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Chuan had completely changed. At the beginning, when they first saw Jiang Chuan walk into the sales department, most people's eyes were contempt and disdain. But at this moment, they were all in awe and worship. To be able to make Zhong Tianhao nod his head, even if you look at the entire Jing County, there are probably not many. Manager Wu Qi was even more full of excitement. Originally thought that today's matter will certainly be big, as well as may also be implicated. But I did not expect Jiang Chuan in front of me actually solved this matter so easily. Shueli's eyes were wide open, incredibly looking Jiang Chuan up and down. She suddenly realized that the current Jiang Chuan was unfathomable and completely different from a few years ago. She didn't know who had started the rumor in the classmate group that Jiang Chuan was so downtrodden that he had picked up water to drink from inside a trash can. He was able to buy a villa for $80 million, and even Zhong Tianhao called him his big brother. This is where is down and out. It's clearly a rise in popularity. Chapter 26, Manager? You're not now. As for Ma Xiaolu, at this time, her face was like ashes. Looking at Jiang Chuan with a face full of horror, she couldn't even think of it. How could a poor man wearing ground floor goods become Zhong Tianhao's big brother? In her heart, she was even cursing. These bastards who dress up as pigs and eat tigers go to hell. Ding! Congratulations to the host to buy a house spent 80 million. Triggered the storm reward. Get 55% of the shares of the Dragon Hotel, worth 50 billion. It was at this moment that the system's electronic synthesized voice came to mind in his head. Dragon Tongue Hotel. Isn't that a well-known 5-star hotel in China? And there's one in Jing County. Jiang Chuan was very happy in his heart. Not only did he ruthlessly loaded a wave today, but the system also directly rewarded shares worth 50 billion. This wave directly won hemp. Ringing. Just a minute after the electronic synthesized sound, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Jiang Chuan took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number. He then pressed the connect button. Hello Chairman Jiang, I'm Feng Jun, the general manager of the Jing County region of Dragon Hotel. I wonder when you'll have time to come and visit the hotel to inspect the work. The voice on the other end of the phone should be that of a middle-aged man, sounding very respectful. Asterisk. This guy's speed is quite fast. The system just rewarded the Dragon Hotel shares, and he called the phone over so quickly. Jiang Chuan was surprised in his heart. Then he spoke indifferently. I'll go over and take a look later. Okay, Chairman, do I need to send someone to pick you up? Feng Jun asked respectfully. No, I'll drive myself over. After saying that, Jiang Chuan hung up the phone. At this time, Wu Qi said to Shueli with a smile on his face, Shaoli, since Jiang Xiao is your classmate, I'll give you a half day off today, so you can properly accompany Jiang Xiao to stroll around and revisit your classmate's friendship. I have to say that this guy is still quite insightful. Shueli, on the other hand, turned her inquiring gaze towards Jiang Chuan. Being so enthusiastic and nonchalant before was mainly because she felt that Jiang Chuan shouldn't have changed much, so it was just treating him as an ordinary classmate at the same table. But after what happened just now, she had already deeply understood that Jiang Chuan had long since stopped being the Jiang Chuan of the past, and himself, as if already not the same world of people. Jiang Chuan in high school could not see himself. Now it is estimated that even more cannot see. At this instant, a sense of loss and inferiority complex surged to his heart. Manager Wu is right. Let's go shopping then. Jiang Chuan saw Shueli's thoughts, so he said with a smile. Aha! Shueli instantly nodded happily. Then in the envious eyes of everyone, the two walked out of the sales department. then sat on the Bugatti voice of the night, a foot of gas and long away, listening to the sound waves like the hissing of wild beasts and feeling the pushback feeling of the supercar. Jiang Chuan liked it a lot. No wonder they say that the supercar is every boy's dream. It is true. This thing is awesome no matter if you are sitting or driving it. Jiang Chuan, you drive slower. Too fast I cannot stand. Good Lu. Then I slow down. You this. A fast a slow more difficult. You better hurry it. Good. Then you hold on tight. I am ready to ruthlessly sprint wave. At the entrance of Dragon Tang Hotel, Feng Jun had already appeared at the entrance of the hotel with all the employees. All of the employees, one by one, had nervous faces, and were divided into 2 rows on the left and right, waiting for the chairman's arrival. 10 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the parking lot. Not long after getting out of the car, an ear-piercing voice suddenly rang from their ears. Gu, isn't this Shui de Manhwa? The 2 of them also quickly searched for the sound and looked over. It was then that they saw a heavily made-up girl intimately holding the arm of a middle-aged man, turning her gaze towards the 2. Who is this ugly? Jiang Chuan frowned slightly as he looked at Shui and asked. The moment she saw the woman, Shui's willow eyebrows furrowed. She's my college classmate, Jean Shower, Shui said in a deep voice. I say Shui, you were at least the class flower of our class when you were in college. Why did you have such a poor eye for finding a boyfriend and found such a poor man? Jean Shower turned her gaze to Jiang Chuan. Looking at the other party's clothes, a glance knew that the other party was a poor man, although it is said to be handsome, but in this real world handsome tops nothing. Money is the king. Whether my vision is good or not is none of your business, Shui said in a cold voice. I don't know why, but when I was in college, these students weren't that annoying, but after entering the society, she realized that each and every one of these so-called classmates was disgusting to look at. Lily, although this classmate of yours looks as disgusting as a pig, he is quite filial, actually holding his father to go shopping. Now such filial girls are not many, Jiang Chuan then said with a faint smile. Put, Shuelia did not hold back, directly laughed out loud. The discerning can see. That middle-aged greasy uncle must be Jean Shower's boyfriend. Jiang Chuan, this guy must be intentional. What did you stinking beggar say? This is my boyfriend Jian Chuan. Jean Shower immediately stared at Jiang Chuan in anger. Now just one sentence made her completely break her defense. Sorry, at this age I thought it was your father. Jiang Chuan continued to say with a smile. I actually thought the same thing. Shower, did you grow up lacking love? That's why you found yourself a godfather. Wanting to feel a father's love? But not that I'm saying you. Even if you want to find a godfather, you should find a slightly cleaner one. This uncle is too greasy. Shui also immediately joined the battlefield. You damn it. Your whole family is the one lacking love. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Do you know my boyfriend's annual income? Jean Shower asked with an angry face. Obviously, she was the one who came over here first to be shady, but she didn't expect to break her defenses in 2 sentences. What the hell does it have to do with us? Shui faintly asked. So angry. It always felt like she had stored up her strength and punched on cotton, making it very difficult for her. Let me tell you, our family Jian Chuan is the department manager of Dragon Hotel, earning $1 million a year. Know how much $1 million is? There's such a thick stack of it. You poor bastards have never seen $1 million in your lives. I'm afraid. Jean Shower snorted coldly, then said with a dejected face. Alas Shower, keep a low profile. I'm about to be promoted to vice president. My annual salary will soon be $2 million. At this time, Jian Chuan also said smugly. This feeling of pretending. It's so cool. Oh, so it's the department manager of the Dragon Hotel. Not bad, but soon he won't be. Jiang Chuan said with a faint smile. Fate was often so marvelous. He had just become the biggest shareholder of Dragon Hotel, and he didn't expect to have this kind of little karami sticking his face out for himself to hit. Stinking beggar, what did you say? Do you know the gold content of the department manager of Dragon Hotel or not? Forget it, a dirtbag like you from the countryside. I guess I can't tell you if I tell you. I said Shui, you are at least the class flower of our class. How did you find such a smelly beggar who likes to act like a pussy? Jean Shower continued to taunt. Alright Shower, what's the point of talking so much with these inferior people? They won't be able to understand even if you tell them. Let's go and meet the new chairman of our hotel first, and after we're done, I'll take you to our hotel's presidential suite, and then we'll take a Mandarin duck bath that even the gods would envy. Jian Chuan said with a face full of dejectedness. Okay hubby. Jean Shower tightly held onto Junjin's arm, her 2 lobes deformed by the pressure. She then glanced at Jiang Chuan and Shui with contempt. You stinking dirtbags. Even if you were sold, you wouldn't be able to live in a presidential suite in this lifetime. I'm sorry Jiang Chuan, causing you to be humiliated as well. Shui looked at Jiang Chuan with a guilty face. It's fine. How arrogant they were taunting just now will be how miserable they will be later. Jiang Chuan smiled. then walked directly towards the hotel's front door. From afar, he saw uniformed ladies on both sides of the hotel. Standing at the front was a middle-aged man in a suit, looking a bit anxious and nervous, and the one from earlier, Jun Jin, was right behind the middle-aged man, looking at Jiang Chuan and Shueli walking over. Jin Chun and Jin Xiaoer were filled with contempt, immediately cursed loudly, "Stinking beggar, hurry up and get lost. We are Dragon Hotel, and a place where stinking beggars like you are qualified? That's right, hurry up and get lost. Security guard, whisk these two poor bastards away." It was a security guard who immediately walked in front of Jiang Chuan and Shueli. Feng Jun frowned slightly, obviously also realized that Jin Chun should have a conflict with the pair of young people in front of him. Donas directly took out $1,000 and handed it to Jiang Chuan. "Young man, I don't know what kind of trouble you have with Jin Chun, but right now, we're welcoming a very important big shot. Please also look at my face and leave this place first, and you guys can settle your matters privately by yourselves. In case these two young men in front of you affect the chairman's impression of himself, that would not be good. Mr. Feng, these two stinking dirtbags are clearly here to blackmail money. Just directly call security to throw them out and then call the police to deal with it. Why do you still need to give them money?" Jin Xiaoer immediately said in a spirited manner. "Shut up, are you a tiny waitress teaching me how to do things?" Feng Jun coldly glared at Jin Xiaoer and said disdainfully. Although Jin Xiaoer was Jin Chun's lover, she was nothing in his eyes. "No, dare not. I'm sorry, Chairman. I was the one who spoke too much." Jin Xiaoer hurriedly retreated to the back. Then she looked viciously at Jiang Chuan and Shueli. "Jiang Chuan, we'd better go. This is the most expensive five-star hotel in the county." Shueli looked at the battle in front of her and said with some concern. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, gently patted her hand, signaling that he didn't need to be nervous. When his eyes looked at Feng Jun, they instantly turned cold. "Feng Jun, you're really disappointing me as a general manager. If you don't have the ability to manage the hotel well, you should hurry up and step aside." Hearing this familiar voice, Feng Jun's entire body froze violently. "You are Chairman Jiang." Feng Jun looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of consternation. Although when he called just now, he could hear that the chairman should not be much older. But yet, he didn't expect to actually be so young, simply a freshly graduated college student. "Mr. Feng, that woman is my college classmate. That man is her poor boyfriend. How can he be the general manager?" "You must have recognized the wrong person." Jin Xiaoer once again stepped forward and said, "Shut your stinking mouth." Slap. Feng Jun directly turned around and slapped Jin Xiaoer's face heavily. The nose that had just been done a few days ago was directly distorted by the slap. An icy gaze then glared at Jin Jun. Unexpectedly, the chairman hadn't even come yet and had left such a bad impression on him. At this moment he wanted to kill these two idiots. "Chairman, I'm really sorry. It's my negligence and discipline that has caused the chairman to suffer." Feng Jun walked quickly to Jiang Chuan, then said respectfully with his head lowered. The body was trembling slightly. After all, as long as the chairman was dissatisfied, this general manager of his own would have made it to the top. The crowd on both sides also immediately said in unison, "Welcome to the chairman's visit." "Okay, what you just did is not bad, but those two contraptions." Jiang Chuan didn't finish his sentence. Feng Jun immediately coldly moved people a glance at Jin Chun and Jin Xiaoer, and said to a few security guards, "Throw these two idiots out of here. I am now officially announcing that Jin Chun and Jin Xiaoer have been fired." Chapter 27 Going Home. "Hubby, what the hell is going on here? How can that poor-looking beggar be the chairman of our hotel? Must be the general manager got it wrong." At this time, after being thrown out by the security guard, Jin Xiaoer was still full of disbelief. She hadn't even regained her senses from what had just happened. It was clearly a smelly beggar. How could it become the chairman of the board? Splat! What responded to her was a loud slap. "You stinking! Give me a quick roll. If it is not for you to cause trouble and want to pretend to be a pussy, can I lose my job? You really are a spoilsport." Jin Chun's face was full of anger at the moment. If it wasn't for the stinking who liked to play pussy, he himself would still be a good manager, earning millions a year. She could even be promoted to deputy general manager in a few days, not realizing that everything was now a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. Thinking of this, she really had the urge to strangle this stinking. "I didn't know that Shueli would know our chairman, and you also saw his beggar-like appearance." Jin Xiaoer was still full of disbelief. Slap! Another heavy slap landed solidly on her face, and Jin Xiaoer seemed to come back to her senses while she was in a daze. "How dare you hit me? Jin Chun, you scum! I'll fight you. You've lost your job now. You're just a good-for-nothing old man. What gives you the right to hit my old lady?" Jin Xiaoer hissed as she tore her heart out, and grabbed at Jin Chun. Before, when Jin Chun was the hotel manager, that was her dearest and best husband, the best man in the world. But now it was just a middle-aged greasy uncle who had lost his job. so naturally he couldn't get into her eyes. Soon there was this strange scene at the entrance of the hotel. Heavily made-up woman and a greasy uncle this fight, just like two upturned groundhogs. And at this time Jiang Chuan had already returned to the chairman's office. Chairman, you please drink tea. Just now as the thing is indeed my discipline is incompetent. Please give me a chance to redeem my sins. Feng Jun warily handed the brewed tea to Jiang Chuan. He was afraid that Jiang Chuan would dismiss him if he was unhappy. Thinking about this, he had an urge to strangle Jin Jun and Jin Xiaoer. It was even if they were idiots. They almost got themselves killed. Alright, you don't have to be so scared. You handled it okay just now. So this general manager position, you continue to be it. Jiang Chuan said indifferently. At these words, Feng Jun's face immediately showed an expression of surprise. It looks like this young chairman. People are still strange. Good Lu. Chairman, I have arranged for someone to prepare a reception banquet for you in the Supreme Box. Do you think you should go over now? Feng Jun hurriedly said. Go. It just so happens that my stomach is also hungry. Jiang Chuan nodded. The few people then arrived at the Supreme Box. The design of the box was very splendid. It felt like walking into a palace. The waitresses were all a group of white-skinned beauties with long legs, basically all around 1.75 meters in height. Professional clothes with black, looking very greedy. Xueli was even more shocked. Although she had eaten in 5-star hotels before, this kind of Supreme Box was something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about. Then the curiosity grew in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Chuan. Chairman, you and this young lady will wait for a moment. I will immediately call the kitchen to serve the food. After Feng Jun respectfully finished speaking, he walked out of the box. Jiang Chuan, you're really getting more and more incomprehensible to me. I didn't expect that you would actually be the chairman of the Dragon Hotel. What the hell is going on? Only then did Xueli ask with a curious face. Although she couldn't say she knew Jiang Chuan very well, she still knew the general situation. Her aunt and uncle were all from the countryside, so Jiang Chuan definitely couldn't be the second generation of the rich. Either that or her aunt and uncle had hidden too well in these decades. If you just rely on your own 3 or 4 years of fighting, you want to become the chairman of the Longting Hotel. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that Jiang Chuan, this guy, has evening out a super rich woman? Right. Recently, I've been seeing this kind of thing a lot on the internet. Many handsome-looking young people are unwilling to work hard and then find a rich woman to lay their hands on. This Jiang Chuan guy is so handsome. There are definitely quite a few rich women who have their eyes on him. This possibility is too great. After thinking of this, Xueli was looking at Jiang Chuan with a strange gaze. Hey, I say, what kind of gaze is that? You don't think I'm being adopted by some rich woman, do you? Jiang Chuan also saw the surprise in Xueli's performance at a glance, and said without any good humor, Being recognized by Jiang Chuan's thoughts, Xueli smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, Jiang Chuan at least is also a Hall of 7-foot man. How could I sell my soul? You really didn't sell it? Really didn't. After a meal, it happened to be 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Feng Jun originally wanted to send Jiang Chuan off, but was rejected by Jiang Chuan. Oftentimes being too high profile wasn't a good thing. Where do you live? I'll send you back. Jiang Chuan looked at Xueli and opened his mouth to ask. I live in 9 Square Home. Xueli replied with a somewhat lost voice. Originally, she thought that after dinner, Jiang Chuan would take herself to his villa, and at that time, she would turn the tables and have a good discussion about the true meaning of the human body. But he didn't expect that the other party didn't have this kind of intention at all. But no wonder. High school when they cannot enter the eyes of Jiang Chuan. Now Jiang Chuan billionaires must be even more despise their own. After all, for these tycoons, the standard for choosing a spouse is the right family. And oneself obviously does not have that qualification anymore. What's wrong with you? Why did your face suddenly turn bad? Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and asked. No, nothing. It's just that the room was a bit stuffy just now. Let's go. Xueli smiled. Soon the two arrived at the location where the sports car was parked. At this time there were several tall women who were now beside the car, scratching their heads non-stop, obviously waiting for the car owner to come over. That trouble make way. Jiang Chuan walked in front of him and faintly opened his mouth. In fact, she knew exactly what these women were thinking in their hearts. In the past, when brushing short videos, she had also seen such a scene, but she felt that it was not too real. But now perhaps, one's understanding of human nature was still too one-sided. Cut, the road is so wide. Won't you go somewhere else? You have to squeeze in here. Hurry up and go away. In case you cut off this kind of supercar, can you afford to pay for this poor? Several women glanced at Jiang Chuan in disgust. Although this young man was handsome, he was definitely not their target, and their purpose was simple, to wait for the owner of this luxury car and have a wonderful encounter. Jiang Chuan didn't open his mouth to speak. Sun took out his car key and pressed it. Doo-doo. The headlights of the Bugatti Sound of Darkness flashed twice. A few women saw this scene, and their pupils immediately flashed brightly. The eyes that looked at Jiang Chuan also changed subtly in this instant. Little brother, is this Bugatti supercar yours? Little brother, let's add a WeChat, okay? Handsome brother, can you take me to a street bombing in your sports car? I can drink ice tonight. The eyes of several women were like fierce beasts at the moment. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, became a delicious lamb in their eyes. They couldn't wait to rush up and eat Jiang Chuan alive immediately. Not interested, Jiang Chuan lightly glanced at a few women, then directly got on the car. Shueli also hurriedly got into the passenger seat. Little brother, this is my business card. You must remember to contact me if you need anything. I'm always available. A woman rushed over and shoved a small car to Jiang Chuan. Boom! With a kick of the gas, the car took off. It soon arrived at the 9 Square Homes neighborhood. It was an old neighborhood. The greenery inside as well as the facilities and equipment were not as good as the garden neighborhood. Jiang Chuan, do you want to go up and have a seat? After getting off the bus, Shueli looked at Jiang Chuan and asked. A few points of apprehension were vaguely revealed in her eyes. I still have some things to do, so I won't go up first. We'll contact each other again sometime. Jiang Chuan smiled and shook his head. If he really went up in this big night, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out tonight. Hearing this, a flash of disappointment appeared in Gorgeous' eyes, but it flickered away. Okay, then drive carefully. I'll go up first. Shueli smiled bitterly. It seemed like there was really no longer any possibility at all for herself and Jiang Chuan. After all, the two of them were now completely out of a world. The story of Cinderella was after all just a fairy tale. It could never happen in reality. The prince's other half would always only be the princess. Definitely not Cinderella. Watching Shueli go upstairs, Jiang Chuan drove back to Dragon Hotel. If you go to the villa, so big villa living alone is empty and a little lonely. Just lying down. The cell phone rang. It was Mom Xiao Xiaohong's WeChat video. Jiang Chuan immediately connected. Xiao Chuan, have you already returned to Jin County? One of your aunts from the next village said that she saw a young man in Jin County today that looks a lot like you. Before Jiang Chuan could open his mouth, Xiao Xiaohong couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Chuan nodded awkwardly. Yes mom, I just arrived in Jin County yesterday. Dealt with some things first, did not go home. You brat, since you came back you didn't hurry home. Zhang Haitao scolded without a good mood. By the way, did you come back with Qingya? Xiao Xiaohong obviously cared more about whether or not Su Qingya came back together. She was simply too satisfied with Su Qingya, that daughter-in-law. Well, originally came back together, but she had to go back before something came up at home. Jiang Chuan smiled bitterly. Oh, that's really regrettable. Then you should hurry back tomorrow. Your father and I are waiting for you. Xiao Xiaohong continued. In fact, the last time she played the video she was vaguely able to feel that Xiao Chuan and Qingya were not boyfriend and girlfriend. It wasn't that there was a feeling that her son wasn't good enough, but that Qingya looked just too good. Okay mom, I'll be back first thing in the morning. Is there anything you need at home? I'll buy some back? Jiang Chuan nodded and asked. No, there's no shortage of anything at home. As long as you come back we're happy. Well, I know mom. I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Chapter 28, My Fortune. Just a few hundred small goals. The next morning, homesick Jiang Chuan is also early to get up. After a simple wash to get ready to go to breakfast, just pushed open the door of the room, saw a few tall waiters standing on both sides of the door. General Manager Feng Jun was also standing in the very center with a lewd smile on his face. Chairman, good morning. The moment they saw Jiang Chuan come out, Feng Jun and a few waiters immediately rose to greet him. This battle really startled Jiang Chuan. What kind of airplane are you guys on? Making it so grand early in the morning. Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and said, although it did feel good to say that this kind of service, it seemed a bit too ostentatious. Chairman, it's like this. I see that this set of clothes of yours seems to be a bit out of place, so I thought of changing a few new sets of clothes for you. Feng Jun said with a smile. It was mainly because yesterday, that guy Shin had made a fatal mistake just because he saw that the chairman's attire was too ordinary. It was only natural for him to do so now because he was afraid that such a thing would repeat itself. If the chairman suddenly came to inspect the work one day, and then he was belittled by those ungrateful employees, then this general manager of his own would have made it to the top. This fellow of yours has a heart. Alright, it just so happens that I'm also going to buy a few new sets of clothes. Jiang Chuan nodded. In fact, he also wanted to go out and buy a few sets of clothes just now so that he was a little more polished when he went back. Although it was said that he didn't have much of a quest for what he wore, dressing well wouldn't be easy to be taunted by those people in the village. In this realistic society, even the countryside did not have the simplicity of a few decades ago, and the wind of comparison had long since permeated the countryside. If he was mocked or belittled, if even his parents were despised, that is not what he would like to see. Good Lu, then let a few of them help you change or? Feng Jun smiled more happily at this moment. More Tai. Just now the heart is actually still a little apprehensive. After all, a little afraid that the chairman just liked to play pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. But now it seems that this is not the case. No need. I'll change it myself. But can you stop smiling so lewdly, or I'll think you're salivating over my beauty. Jiang Chuan gave Feng Jun a big blank stare, and after picking up 4 or 5 sets of suits he returned to the room. A few waitresses giggled, not expecting the chairman to be not only handsome, but also so humorous. I don't know which pig will eventually fall for him. A few minutes later, picked a suitable set, wearing very comfortable. The fabric is also very delicate, should be a high-grade suit. As for how much it cost, he didn't know, but Feng Jun, this guy should not buy himself too bad. Jiang Chuan's height was originally 183, and his body was well proportioned, and after wearing the suit, the whole person's temperament had completely changed. Upright posture, handsome features, simply proper as a male protagonist who came out from inside the novel. Wow, so handsome. The chairman is so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. If I can spend a night with the chairman, then I have no regrets. A few waitresses whispered to each other. Chairman, you are really too handsome. Even an old man like me is a bit moved. Feng Jun also said with a smile. Roll, roll, roll. I'm not interested in the same sex, especially greasy uncles. Jiang Chuan glared at Feng Jun. Then, as if he remembered something, he continued. Old Feng, can you lend me your car to drive? I'm going to make a trip back home, but the road over there isn't very good, and my car's chassis is too low that I might not be able to drive it in. When I left home 3 years ago, many of the roads in the village had not been hardened. Now, although it had been hardened, I heard that some of the road sections were still very difficult to travel, and it would definitely be difficult to drive in with the supercar's chassis being too low. Ah, chairman, my car is too old. What kind of car do you need? I will immediately let the Ford store send it over to you. Feng Jun also immediately seized the opportunity to perform. What he drove was just a Range Rover, and the car had already been driven for 2 to 3 months. So naturally, it was not worthy of the chairman's identity. Whatever you want, as long as the chassis is high enough to go on mountain roads. Jiang Chuan didn't have too many requirements. He didn't know much about this aspect of cars, so it didn't matter. Okay, then you go to the executive lounge to dine first, then I'll call immediately now. Feng Jun then immediately called the Ford store. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, went to the executive lounge to have breakfast. After eating breakfast, Feng Jun brought Jiang Chuan downstairs. Just outside the front door of the hotel, there was a very handsome black SUV parked at the entrance. Chairman, this is the new car I prepared for you. Do you like it? Feng Jun smiled with a face full of compliments. He had actually reserved this car a month ago, and originally wanted to drive it himself, but now he took this opportunity to give this car to the chairman, to win his favor as much as possible. Although the landing price of this car is only 4 million, but the appearance is very domineering, and both the interior and the power are awesome. What's more is that this is a combination of a supercar and an SUV. No matter the appearance or the power is not at all inferior to a sports car. Young people should be more like it. This is the Lamborghini Urus? Although Jiang Chuan didn't have too much in-depth knowledge of these luxury cars, he had occasionally brushed them when he brushed short videos, so he naturally recognized this kind of luxury car. After all, these luxury cars have an irresistible temptation for every boy. Even though there might only be $3,000 to $5,000 of salary per month, it didn't affect in the slightest the ability to look a few more times when seeing a video of a luxury car. Yes, chairman, although this car may not be able to match your status, but with my ability, I can indeed only get this car in a short period of time. Feng Jun hurriedly nodded and said, after all, luxury cars that were priced as long as they exceeded a few $1,000,000 were usually not available and needed to be booked in advance. Pretty good. I like this car a lot. Jiang Chuan nodded, then turned his head and said, you've done a great job on this matter. In the future your annual salary will be doubled. Thank you, chairman. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun almost jumped up in excitement. His own current annual salary was 6.5 million. After doubling it would be 13 million. The landing price of this one car is only 4 million only. This wave is simply earning hemp. Alright, you go and get busy. Just call if there's something. After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, he kicked the gas and left. The car was equipped with a 4.0T twin-turbocharged engine, with a maximum engine power of 471 kilowatts and a 100-kilometer acceleration of only 3.5 seconds. This car has the space of an SUV and the appearance of a supercar, which can definitely let the driver experience the charm of the perfect combination of supercars and SUVs. It is no exaggeration to say that this Lamborghini Urus is definitely considered as one of the world's outstanding SUVs in terms of global performance. Wow, this power, it's really great. It's just not the same when you drive a luxury car. Jiang Chuan felt that this SUV was very, very comfortable to drive, perhaps because it was more spacious, and felt more comfortable than his own voice of the night. 2 hours later, Jiang Chuan had arrived at Ping'an village. Along the way he didn't run into any young people. Most of them were old people sunbathing and children playing. Although it was close to the new year, most of the young people had already returned to the village, but basically all of them were lying at home playing cell phones and games, and very few of them went out. Soon Jiang Chuan parked his car in front of his house. Perhaps the old people and children in the countryside do not have any concept of luxury cars, so no one came to watch. With apprehension and excitement, he was just about to push the door and enter the house when he heard the sound of conversation inside the room. Lao era, is Jiang Chuan not coming back again this year? Look at our family's 2 sons have already come back for half a month. It's been 3 years. Jiang Chuan hasn't returned home even once. Is he not doing too well outside? So he feels he has no face to come back. This voice was familiar. It was the voice of the eldest uncle. Jiang Wave, big brother, Xiaochuan will be back later. Jiang Haitao could only say awkwardly. Those 2 sons of the elder brother's family were indeed more outstanding. I heard that they were both doing business and doing well. When they came back a few days ago, the 2 sons were driving luxury cars that were several $100,000. Alas, I've said to you, go to college is nothing. Now this society is too many college students. In those big cities casually throw a brick thrown down smashed to death are college students. A few years ago I advised you to let Jiang Chuan drop out of school to follow his cousin to work. You just do not listen to advice. Now Jiang Chuan probably can't even find a job, right? Do you want Xiao Lu to find a random job for Jiang Chuan at his company? The monthly salary is definitely more than $3,000. Eldest uncle's dejected voice once again reached Jiang Chuan's ears. Jiang Chuan slightly clenched his fist. A few years ago when he got into university, he had made the eldest uncle's family jealous, trying to find ways to make him not go to university and follow his cousin to move bricks. It looked like they had finally caught them mocking now. No need, big brother. My family Xiaochuan has a job and is doing very well. Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Xiaohong said coldly. They naturally heard that big brother's visit to the door this time was entirely to show off. Cluck! Just at this moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and Jiang Chuan walked in. Dad! Mom! I'm back! Looking at Mom and Dad on the sofa, Jiang Chuan's eyes instantly turned red. Seeing Mom and Dad in person, it seemed like they were much more haggard than 3 years ago, which wasn't so obvious when seen in the video. Xiaochuan, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Seeing Jiang Chuan at the door, Jiang Haitao also instantly had red eyes. Xiao Xiaohong even ran directly to Jiang Chuan's front, and held him firmly in her arms. You brat! You missed Mom to death. Xiao Xiaohong wiped her tears, her face full of longing and aggression. Alright Mom, I'm not back. Jiang Chuan gently patted his mom's back, feelings of heartache and guilt surging through his heart. Jiang Haitao also secretly wiped her tears. Yo! Xiao Chuan really came back I thought that just now your parents were just talking. Jiang Haigang, who was on the side, reacted at this time and then said with a smile, after looking behind Jiang Chuan and realizing that he hadn't brought anything with him, a dejected expression immediately surfaced in his eyes. Xiao Chuan you haven't gone home in these 3 years, and you didn't buy anything for your parents. You're not doing it right. My family, Xiaolu and Xiaobo, but they bought a whole bunch of high-class nutrients and healthcare products for me and your eldest mother. The bragging and complacency in Zhang Nanhang's voice was not hidden at all. It was true that 100 useless as a scholar. What's the point of finishing a major university? It was still no better than his own son. Not even a hair of his own son's leg can compare to him. Maybe Jiang Chuan the kid came back with a borrowed fare. It's good to be back. You coming back is the best gift for Mom and Dad. Those nutritional products Baoma doesn't need at all. Xiao Xiaohong gently stroked Jiang Chuan's cheek, full of heartache. Child, you've lost weight. These 3 years have suffered a lot, right? No Mom, I didn't suffer. I'm doing well now. Jiang Chuan smiled very happily, feeling that he hadn't been so happy for a long time. Sure enough, being able to accompany your parents is the happiest thing. What? You're mixing well? You're not cajoling us, are you? Your 2 cousins are worth millions now. How much are you worth now? Zhang Hailang asked in a conspiratorial manner. For this eldest uncle, Jiang Chuan had grown up with a particularly special understanding. Small-minded, and vain, and especially likes to show off. Seeing other people's children excel could make him jealous to death. But when his own child excelled a little, the corners of his villainous mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Big brother, how much money Xiaochuan earns has nothing to do with you, right? Jiang Haitao instantly filled with displeasure and said in a cold voice, how could he not be angry when a good atmosphere was destroyed just like this? Moreover, wasn't Jiang Haiwei clearly trying to troll Xiaochuan? Yo, the 2 cousins started working 10 years ago. How come they are only worth $1 million by now? Why are the 2 of them such losers? Is waste still hereditary? Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, said with a cold smile, people respect me 1 foot. I respect people 1 foot. Want to pretend to be a bully in front of oneself? There is no door now. What? Are you looking down on your two cousins? Do you know what being worth $1 million means or not? Come. How dare you look down on being worth millions? Then tell me how much money you have now? Zhang Haolang was instantly displeased. Having $1 million at the age of 20-something, just in these small rural areas of theirs, that was simply a top tycoon. This was also his capital to show off and fool around. Well, it's not much. Just a few hundred small goals. Cut. Not just a few hundred small. What? How many did you say? Hundreds of small goals? Po ha 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 ha. Chapter 29 Showdown. I'm a billionaire. Reacting to this, Zhang Haolang burst into laughter. If Jiang Chuan had said hundreds of debue, there would have been a 1 in a million chance. But this kid was really bragging, actually saying that he had a few hundred debuts in his fortune. That was tens of billions of dollars. Even if he counted his sperm, he probably didn't have that much. Brat. No bragging. Zhang Haidao also glared at Jiang Chuan. This brat didn't brag before. How did he suddenly learn to brag as well? Even a few million was an astronomical amount for their ordinary rural people, let alone tens of billions. This number was simply something they couldn't even think about. Dad, I'm not bragging. I'm really worth tens of billions now. Jiang Chuan then said with a serious face. So he said that he didn't have much cash right now, just over $4 billion. But if you counted the shares of Ding Sheng Group and Dragon Hotel, there were indeed tens of billions. Po ha 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 ha. I say Xiao Chuan do you want to die laughing at eldest uncle? You can't even say such outrageous words. It looks like the quality of college students nowadays is really getting worse and worse. Lying is starting to go without a draft. Did you major in bragging in college? At this time, Zhang Haigang immediately laughed and mocked. Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiahong, on the other hand, were filled with embarrassment. Although they had always felt that their son was the best, they really didn't believe what they just said. It had only been 3 years since Xiao Chuan graduated. How could he have earned so much money? Even if he were to carry a sack to pick it up, it would be impossible to pick up tens of billions of dollars in 3 years' time, right? Big uncle do you know that there is a poor animal called the frog at the bottom of the well? Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, asked with a wry smile. Ever since he could remember, his eldest uncle was such a character, always mocking mom and dad, and was fond of showing off and bragging. When there was a little bit of good things in the family, he couldn't wait to announce the world. Brat, how can he say he's also your elder uncle? Don't talk like that, Jiang Haitao hurriedly said. No matter what, this person in front of him was his own big brother and Xiaochuan's own great uncle. It was indeed a bit inappropriate for a junior to talk to his elder like that. Listen, oldest too, this is your precious son who went to college? Is this how you talk to your elders? Did your teachers teach you to talk back to your elders when you get home? Have you not learned the minimum respect for your elders? You really went to college in the stomach of a dog. An angry look instantly appeared on Zhang Hailang's face. I didn't expect that after a few years of college, this kid Jiang Chuan had not only learned to brag, but had also become so sharp-tongued. Respecting your elders is indeed something that should be done, but some elders don't deserve respect. An elder who ran into my house to troll my father, why should he get my respect? I didn't kick you out because of my father's sake, and you still want me to respect you? Do you want me to kneel down now and kowtow to you twice and cry twice? Jiang Chuan asked word for word. You. Good. Lao you really did give birth to a sharp-tongued son, but what's the use? What this society compares to is money. Understand? Bragging and contradicting elders is not a skill. Zhang Hailang glared at Jiang Chuan and said coldly, since this little yakuza didn't put himself in his eyes, it was just the right time to ruthlessly humiliate him. Let him know that he, a college student, had long been outdated, and that in front of money, the so-called college student was nothing. Money? You're right. It's a pity. Just the money earned by your two punk sons combined doesn't even compare to a fraction of what's on my card. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, spoke indifferently. Big brother, if you don't have anything to do then go back to your house. Xiao Chuan just came back and needs to rest. At this time, Xiao Xiahong also spoke coldly. She did not feel that her son was wrong, even if he was an elder. So what? Can elders just come and troll their own younger siblings and humiliate their nephews so much? Such elders don't want it. Yes, big brother, hurry back. Your son earns money. That's your business. It doesn't have anything to do with me, and they won't take money to honor me. My son earns more or less money also has nothing to do with you guys. Zhang Haitao also said coldly. Zhang Hailang's face instantly darkened. Today this pussy had to be played round and silky smooth. He would never leave before he finished playing. Even if Jesus came, he couldn't take him away. Afterwards, he said to Jiang Chuan with a cold smile, Jiang Chuan, you just said that you are worth tens of billions of dollars, and my two sons are not even worth a fraction of what you have on your card. Is that right? Yeah, what's the problem? My son came back before, but in the county's best neighborhood, Jean, you people bought me a suite. I heard it was some kind of big flat. Not big, just 300 square feet. I heard that it cost more than $1 million. Since you are so rich, there is no to their parents to buy a house? Jiang Wave Surf looked at Jiang Chuan proudly. The thought of his two sons giving themselves a joint venture to buy a house made him happy. And it was still a large flat of more than 300 square feet. This was a place that ordinary rural people couldn't even dream of living in. Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong's brows also frowned slightly after hearing Jiang Wave's words. A house of more than $1 million. They indeed couldn't afford it. Even if it was a down payment, they couldn't come up with it right now. TSK. 300 square feet, that's indeed not big. Jiang Chuan coldly laughed and looked at Jiang Hawai with a teasing face. I say, uncle, I thought you were just being slightly modest. I didn't expect it to really be that small. More than 300 square feet, but it's not even a toilet in my house. I can't even compare it to a toilet in my house. What he said is not pretending, but the truth is really so. On his own to buy that more than 2,000 square feet of detached villa, the toilet area are more than 300 square feet. Damn it, this can really piss people off. Jiang Wave Surf clenched his fists tightly. How is it that after not seeing for 3 years, it feels like this Yakuza is talking so exasperatingly? He was forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart and asked, since you can't afford to look down on a 300 square feet house, then uncle would like to ask how big is the house you bought for your parents? Humph. Today, I must smack this Yakuza's face hard, so that he can pretend less in the future. It's not big. What I bought for my parents is just a single house of more than 2,000 square feet. The price, well, it's also very cheap. It's just a few tens of millions of dollars. Jiang Chuan faintly opened his mouth and said, puff. Jiang Hai Lang directly to spray blood. This guy how bragging always is not draft. Still tens of millions of villas. Why don't you say you've bought this planet down? Cough cough. Son, a little pretending is good. A big pretending hurts your body. And a strong pretending goes up in smoke. Just pretend a little. Jiang Haitao on the side coughed awkwardly twice. Then reminded in a low voice. Jiang Chuan was also helpless. Even mom and dad don't believe in telling the truth these days? Good. I can't blow you off today. You wait. Jiang Haolang's eyes were red as he stumbled outside. I say big uncle, don't get angry. It's not good if you get angry. Eldest uncle, you can't be pretending that you can't beat me and are going to shake people, right? Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Haolang, who walked to the door and said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Wave's wretched appearance, Jiang Chuan felt an incomparable relief in his heart. In the past, he had long wanted to ruthlessly hit this guy's face, but he just didn't have that kind of capital or that kind of guts in the past. You little give me a wait. I'll see how you can pretend in a while. Jiang Hangwave walked away while letting out harsh words. Soon it was disappearing without a trace. I say son, you just pretended a little too much. A moment later, if he asked you to take us to see the villa, how to do? Jiang Haito said with worry, because he knew that Jiang Chuan couldn't possibly buy them a villa. It's not that he doesn't want to buy it, but he doesn't have the money. Tens of millions of dollars. Money doesn't come from the wind. How can it come so fast? Xiao Chuan, is what you just said true? Xiao Xiaohong, on the other hand, was staring straight at Jiang Chuan. Looking at her son's confident appearance just now, it seemed like he wasn't simply bragging. Yes, mom and dad, your son, I'm really a billionaire now. Jiang Chuan nodded very seriously. Seeing that mom and dad were still full of disbelief, Jiang Chuan directly opened his cell phone bank. Above it was clearly a long string of numbers. My God, it's so long. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000 million billion. My God, this is really 400 million. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong stared at the balance above and counted 10 times before their faces were filled with horror. Didn't realize that his own son was not blowing awesome just now, but really had a small goal. I drop mom. Son, you really went to rob a bank? Jiang Haitao looked at Jiang Chuan with horrified eyes, obviously completely shocked by that long list of numbers. I said, Dad, didn't I tell you that robbing a bank is against the law? And banks don't always have this much cash. Jiang Chuan was full of bitter smiles. My son made good. Xiao Xiaohong, on the other hand, was staring at Jiang Chuan with a face full of excitement. His hunched body was trembling. Several $100 million. This was simply astronomical for them. Never even dreamed of seeing so much money one day. Yeah, my son is fantastic. Worthy of being my Jiang Haitao's son. Come son, give me a kiss. Mao. Jiang Haito excitedly gave Jiang Chuan a kiss on the cheek. So, is what you just told your eldest uncle true? You really bought a villa? Xiao Xiaohong apparently calmed down faster, then seriously opened her mouth to ask. His own son now had several $100 million on his card. Buying a villa of several tens of millions of dollars was indeed more than enough. Yes, just in the county's Longxi one. I bought 2 sets of detached villas, which cost a total of 80 million. So when the new year is over, I want you all to move to the county town together. Jiang Chuan nodded seriously. The older generation of rural people did have a special affection for the countryside, and many of them were unwilling to leave the land. But when it came down to it, it was still because living in the village was more comfortable and more free, and no more people usually can nag together, talk about gossip and so on. But with the development of society, these years the rural elderly has become less and less. There is a large part of the children received the city to live. There is also a part is to go to the county inside with children to go to school. So nowadays in the countryside, basically can't touch a few people, and there is no longer the kind of lively when I was a child. So the old generation's affection for the countryside is not that strong. Let's think about it. After all, we're already used to living here, and we're afraid that we won't be able to get used to going to the city. Xiao Xiaohong also said with a serious face. There were indeed many inconveniences after going to the city. Right. We'll discuss the matter of going to the city or not later. Now let's go to your second uncle's house. Zhang Haitao nodded repeatedly. What's the point of going to their house? Jiang Chuan and Xiao Xiaohong were both filled with surprise. Pretending. Just now the boss has been pretending in front of us all afternoon. Now that my son has become a billionaire, I have to go to his house to pretend back? By the way, take another look at those two unimpressive little yakuzas in his family. Jiang Haitao said rightfully. It was natural for brothers to be courteous to each other. Just now the boss was having so much fun pretending in his own home. It was a bit too inappropriate for him not to go to their home to pretend a wave. Chapter 30, want to get hit in the face? I'll fulfill you. Come on you. This money is earned by your son, not by you. What are you so blind about? Xiao Xiaohong said in a bad mood, but the smile on her face was very bright. After all parents under the sky want their children to have a better life. And now that her own son has made a name for himself and has become a billionaire, it naturally makes her feel incredibly happy. This kind of happiness is not that they will also follow their son to enjoy the blessings, but in the future, their son will be able to live a happier and more joyful life. This was enough. I'm just saying it, Jiang Haitao said with a laugh, but the smile on his face could not be concealed in the slightest. From now on, in the village, one walks with one's head held high. Xiaochuan, you haven't eaten yet, right? I remember that when you were a child, you liked to eat the dumplings stuffed with capers that your mother made the most, and now mother immediately went to make them for you. Xiao Xiaohong hurriedly went to the kitchen to cook. On the other hand, Jiang Haitao, who was full of excitement, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. In passing, he handed Jiang Chuan one. Son, accompany one? Now that his son was a 22-year-old adult and had a $10 billion fortune, it was normal to smoke and drink. After all, as seen in TV dramas, big bosses with this kind of stature have to socialize most of the time. I won't smoke, Dad. Jiang Chuan smiled and refused. The previous period of time had been a bad mix, and the salary wasn't very high, so there was no extra money to smoke and drink at all. When he didn't know much about it in high school and college, he had smoked for a while, but he quit after work. It's good not to smoke. This thing is to smoke less. Jiang Haitao said so on the mouth. Pull out the lighter action is quite silky smooth. After lighting it, he took a hard drag. Father and son chatted together for a while, although Jiang Haitao was very curious and why can have such a large amount of wealth, but ultimately did not ask, because he believed that his son would definitely not do that treacherous thing. Jiang Chuan also didn't say anything. After all, he hadn't thought of what to say yet. The less people knew about the system, the better. Even if it was his own mom and dad, they couldn't talk about it as a last resort. And at this time outside, the deflated Jiang Haolang naturally couldn't swallow this breath, and after returning home, he brought his two sons over to seek revenge. Dad, is that Jiang Chuan really that arrogant now? I remember when he was small he was a soft persimmon. Even when he was bullied he didn't dare to say anything. Now he actually dares to talk to you like that. It's really against the law. Zhang Lu asked with some disbelief, because in his memories, Jiang Chuan always had a civilized and meek posture. Although he was very handsome, his character was a bit weak. Yeah, Dad, not to mention Big Brother doesn't believe it. I also don't quite believe it a bit. We all know Jiang Chuan's character very well. He doesn't even dare to speak too loudly with us. How could he possibly pretend to be a pussy? Jiang Bo was also full of doubts and disbelief. After all, in their memories, Jiang Chuan was the image of a good boy. To put it more directly, it was a soft persimmon that they could rub and squeeze. Don't say you guys don't believe it. Even I myself don't believe it. That brat has actually become so strong. And now the skill of blowing awesome is simply one of a kind. Actually saying that he has a $10 billion fortune, and also bought a villa worth 10 million. I even suspect that brat is being struck by reality as a little cutie. Up. Zhang Hangwave opened his mouth. $10 billion worth? Pohahahaha. He thinks he's ma yun or ma hua tong. Also 10 billion. He graduated from university only 3 years ago. probably even a 100,000 deposits or not. If he can have 1,000,000, I can give him a show on the spot upside down to eat Xiang. Jiang Lua did not hold back, snorting out a laugh. $10 billion. That kid Jiang Chuan actually had the nerve to say it. Ha ha, that kid couldn't be talking about plutonium, right? Jiang Bo also laughed along. Wait, second brother, look at that car, is that a Lamborghini? Just when the three of them were laughing wildly, they suddenly realized that a brand new black SUV was parked in front of Jiang Chuan's house. That's right, that's a Lamborghini Urus, and it looks like it's brand new. The naked car is $3,200,000. Landing seems to be $4 million. My god, this is which tycoon parked his car in front of Jiang Chuan's house. What? This car needs $4 million? You're not mistaken. Of course I'm not mistaken. I usually like to study luxury cars the most. Of course I know Lamborghini, and this Lamborghini Urus, which is a combination of a supercar and an SUV, is also one of my favorite cars. The three people who had been laughing maniacally just a moment ago froze the moment they saw the Lamborghini Urus. The value of just this one car had already exceeded the combined value of the two of them. This can't be Jiang Chuan's car, right? Jiang Lu frowned tightly and whispered, if this brand new Lamborghini Urus was really Jiang Chuan's, then Jiang Chuan might have really gotten rich. Don't tease. This is a car worth $4 million. Even the two of us brothers can't afford to drive it. How can that kid Jiang Chuan afford to drive it? With his strength it's estimated that he can't even afford a car wheel. Jiang Bo shook his head and immediately dismissed it. That's right. After all, our brothers have already been in society for almost 10 years. That kid has only graduated for 3 years. How could he possibly afford this kind of luxury car? Jiang Lu also hurriedly nodded. He simply didn't believe, nor was he willing to believe that this car was Jiang Chuan's. Don't even guess. Just go in and ask Jiang Chuan. Jiang Haitao was similarly frowning. If this car was really Jiang Chuan's, then the next road of pretending to be a bully by himself would be a long way to go. Soon, the three of them walked into the courtyard. Phew, eldest uncle, you really went to yell for someone. Jiang Chuan saw Jiang Hailang's father and son walking in together, and then said with a flirtatious face, "Cut, you little calf, don't be complacent. Didn't you just say you bought a villa worth tens of millions of dollars? Dare to take us to take a look?" Jiang Hangwave immediately said in a cold voice. Even if he was beaten to death, he definitely didn't believe that Jiang Chuan could afford a villa worth tens of millions of dollars. Jiang Chuan, it looks like you've gotten rich in the past few years. How come you didn't bring us brothers along when you got rich? Jiang Lu asked with a flirtatious face. Right, we're blood cousins, and when we were young, we took care of you, so you should take us with you when you get rich. By the way, I heard my dad say that you have become a 10 billionaire now. Why don't you lend me some money? Jiang Bo also immediately followed. The mockery on his face was exactly the same as that of Jiang Wave. This father and son trio's acerbic and gloomy tone was simply carved out of the same mold. Yeah, I did get rich, but why would I bring you guys along? Bringing along trash like you guys will only affect the speed at which I make money. And even if I become a 10 billionaire, it has nothing to do with you guys. Why should I lend you money? Are you guys my sons or what? Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, said with a faint smile, although Dad and Jiang Langwan were blood brothers, the relationship between the two families was actually not good. Ever since he could remember, this eldest uncle had made things difficult for Dad because of various things, and these two cousins, relying on the fact that they were both older, often bullied themselves and their younger siblings as well. Although these things had already passed over 10 years ago, those images of being bullied were firmly engraved in his brain and never forgotten. So saying that they were cousins was actually even more disgusting than strangers. Jiang Chuan, you kid, don't be complacent. Say you are fat, you still really asthma on? You don't really think you are Wang Duoyu, right? Still ing 10 billionaires. If you can take out $1 million, I will directly bring my father to kneel in front of you to sing conquest to you. Jiang Lu's face instantly changed abruptly. This kid had never dared to talk to the two brothers like this before. Now outside the 3 years of work where this is the wings hard, speak actually so angry people. Okay big brother, we are now people with status. Don't end this poor general knowledge. The sight of Jiang Bo hurriedly opened his mouth and said, they are now, after all, upper class people with over $1 million. Naturally there is no need to have a general understanding with this kind of poor Jiang Chuan. And if they beat Jiang Chuan up now, it might have an impact on their business at that time, which is not cost effective for them. After all, they are now wearing high-class leather shoes, and Jiang Chuan is just a barefoot poor man. Second brother, you really reminded me. It's really not right to get angry over this kind of poor bastard. Jiang Lu hurriedly nodded his head. Indeed, arguing or fighting with the current Jiang Chuan would indeed lower their status. Hearing his son being humiliated one after another, Jiang Haitao on the side was also instantly unable to sit still, cursing at the two of them. You two little have a fart of an identity. Just you two little pussies' ID cards are all from the laborers. You are arrogant, and you Jiang High Wave. I honor you as my big brother only everywhere to tolerate. Not with you. Still really think I am afraid of you not? If you let these two bastards humiliate my son, do you believe I'll break their legs? The moment these words came out, not to mention Jiang Wave and the others, even Jiang Chuan was filled with dismay. I did not expect that on weekdays there own this gentle nature of the father, actually so fierce. Jiang Hai Lang. Three people also looked at each other in dismay, obviously stunned by Jiang Haitao's words just now. As the old saying goes, honest people are the ones that can't be messed with the most, because once you piss off an honest person, then you will not even have the qualification to regret it. Awesome dad, you've finally risen up. For a moment there, you were simply my idol. After a moment of dismay, Jiang Chuan was looking at Jiang Haitao with a face full of admiration. You don't look at whose dad I am. Jiang Haitao dejectedly tilted his head. You guys are good. You father and son are really great. But Jiang Chuan, didn't you say you bought a villa for your parents? If you have the ability, take us to see it. I would really like to see your tens of millions of dollars villa. Jiang Hai Lang couldn't continue to provoke Jiang Haitao, so he immediately changed the topic. Today, Jiang Chuan's lies must be punctured. Let them all lose face. Let's see how they can still face the Jiangdong fathers and mothers of Pingan village in the future. Alas, originally, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people. I really don't want to bother with you. Jiang Chuan shook his head helplessly, then said with a firm expression, since you guys want to be punched in the face so badly, then I'll fulfill you. But now get the hell out of my house and don't disturb our family's meal. After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Jiang Hai Lang's father and son. He really couldn't figure out why the relationship had turned out like this when they were all obviously flesh and blood relatives. Why was it that Jiang Hai Wave was all about finding ways to embarrass his family and humiliate his father and mother by any means necessary? This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Since they wanted to act tough and make a fool out of their own family, then they should be directly pressed to death. Let them never have the chance to roll over and act tough again. This kind of person might only be able to be honest this way. Jiang Chuan, what the hell is your attitude? Don't think I don't dare to beat you. Let me tell you, when I was a kid, my laborers beat you like a grandson, and it's the same now. Jiang Lu was also furious at this moment, his eyes staring fiercely at Jiang Chuan. I didn't expect that the trash who didn't even dare to let out a single fart in front of him when he was a kid would actually dare to talk to him like this now. Just by you? If you're capable, try making a move? With trash like you, I will definitely let you pass away if you try. Jiang Chuan sneered, his face full of disdain. He himself was at least in possession of champion-level fighting skills now, and against trash like Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo, he could definitely punch them one by one. So no matter if they were comparing their stature or their fists, the two of them were both brothers among brothers. The two Jiang Lu brothers were immediately infuriated and clenched their fists, itching to immediately rush up and knock Jiang Chuan's teeth out to see if his mouth would still be so hard. Alright, let's go out first. It's just the right time to tell everyone in the village to visit the billionaire's family super villa. Jiang Hai Lang immediately stopped his two sons. Although it was true that he also wanted to teach Jiang Chuan a hard lesson, it wasn't cost-effective, and he didn't feel relieved if he just beat him up. The best way to relieve his anger was to expose Jiang Chuan's lies in front of everyone in the village. Let them be laughed at by the whole village at that time. This second brother of his was very concerned about his face. If things really developed to that extent, he probably wouldn't have the face to continue staying in Pingan village. In the future, when he spoke in front of himself, he wouldn't be so loud. Chapter 31, Stupid. Face slap in the face. At this moment, Jiang Chuan's family was eating steaming dumplings in their room, and a large group of people had already gathered outside at some point, basically middle-aged and old people from the village. Since I was a kid, I have always thought that Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo, these two brothers have a future. Now they really have a future. They are actually big bosses worth millions of dollars. When they reach it, they can't forget about us uncles and aunts. Yes, I said a long time ago, reading nothing promising will only read themselves into a nerd. Self-employment is the way out for young people. That's right, look at the young people in our village who went to university. Now they only earn $2,000 or $3,000 a month. They are as tired as rhubarb. And they all look stupid. Especially Jiang Chuan from Jiang Laoer's family. Still a college graduate from a prestigious university. Isn't his salary now also $2,000 or $3,000 a month? You can't compare Jiang Chuan and Jiang Lu's brothers. They are simply one on the ground and one in the sky. There's no way to compare them since they were young. I heard my girlfriend's niece's boyfriend say a few days ago, Jiang Chuan seems to have been fired from the company, and has been reduced to the point where he's picking up water to drink inside a trash can. Really? That Jiang Chuan kid is that bad? This is still false. I have seen those two videos before. I'll find it for you guys. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Jiang Nanwave smiled with the corners of his mouth almost grinning behind his ears. Jiang Lu and Jiang Wave were also full of pride. The corners of their mouths raised harder to suppress than AK. Everyone, just now Jiang Chuan said that he bought his parents a villa in the county town. So let's go together to congratulate them. Jiang Wave said with a grim smile on his face. What? Villa? Jiang Chuan, that kid is dreaming, right? Not to mention as our kind of rural people can afford to buy it? That's right. He's just a poor student. This is also too able to blow it. Even if someone in our village can really afford a villa, it must be you Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo. Right. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo are the richest big bosses in our village. This big villa is probably only affordable by these two brothers. The surrounding middle-aged and old people also agreed. When Jiang Wave saw that more than half an hour had passed and Jiang Chuan had not opened the door, he immediately went to knock on the door. He couldn't wait to see the picture of Jiang Chuan's family being laughed at by everyone later. Jiang Chuan, open the door. You're capable of blowing awesome. Open the door if you can. It's not like you're hiding inside your room and not going to come out, right? Hurry up and come out to bring your uncles and uncles to see your $10 million villa. Zhang Hailang kept knocking on the door. Everyone was also in a posture of watching the show. Anyway, for them, the village hadn't been this lively for a long time. This kind of good show naturally couldn't be missed. Moreover, Zhang Haiwave had just said that if they went to the county town together to see Jiang Chuan's villa, they would even take care of the food, can watch the theater and also can rub a meal. This kind of good thing naturally no one wants to miss. Cluck. Just then, Jiang Chuan pushed open the courtyard door, then coldly said, knock what knock? In such a hurry to rush to reincarnation? Jiang Chuan didn't give any face to the people around him in the slightest, because he knew very well that these people were all here to see their family's jokes. So for this kind of people, there was no need to give them any face at all. Sinning ah! What kind of sins did this Jiang family's penis give birth to actually be so unqualified? This is still a college student, simply disgracing college students. That's right, after going out to work for a few years, the quality is really getting worse and worse. No wonder he's so desperate that he's picking up food from the garbage cans. The surrounding crowd started pointing at once. Anyway, as long as they properly humiliated Jiang Chuan's family, Zhang Hailang would give them favors. One family was poor and one family had become millionaires. They knew very well in their hearts who they should flatter. Hearing the crowd's finger pointing, Jiang Chuan coldly said, shut your stinking mouths. My quality has nothing to do with you. You're all a bunch of half-broken old things, but you still want to look at other people's jokes. Are you guys doing well? What qualifications do you have to mock me? That's right. Well said, son. Can't even understand how to live your own dead days. What face do you have to whimper scum in front of our house? Zhang Haidao also said sternly as he walked out. The group of people gathered in front of them were the most annoying ones inside the village. What they liked the most was to covet small advantages, and they always liked to point fingers at others even though their own lives were a mess. Zhang Laoer, what are you talking about? It's true that like father, like son, with this quality you can still afford a villa. If you can afford a villa, I'll eat your family's villa. The voices of the surrounding people became louder, and naturally, this situation was something that Zhang Hailang father and son were very happy to see. Jiang Chuan, didn't you say you'd take us to visit your villa after dinner? Big uncle, I can't wait. Hurry up and take us there to open our eyes. After all, I haven't seen a villa with tens of millions of dollars in my 50 years of living. Zhang Hangwave also did not have any unnecessary nonsense and directly entered the topic. Just now he had already learned Jiang Chuan's mouth. It was simply sharp-tongued. In terms of mouth, it was estimated that a group of them really couldn't argue with Jiang Chuan. After all, this guy was a veritable college student. Right? Ah, didn't you guys go out? You bought tens of millions of dollars of villas? Take us to see it if you have the ability. I think you father and son are just bragging about being powerful. If you guys can buy tens of millions of dollars of villas, then the White House is all mine. Jiang Chuan's gaze swept over everyone present, memorizing their disgusting faces in his mind. Originally, he was still thinking of helping the village do something inside after he had money, to do some infrastructure work and bring the people inside the village to get rich together. But now it seems that these people are not qualified to receive their own help. Glancing over every face with a cold gaze, he said in a cold voice, since you guys want to see my villa, let's go. Then he turned his head to Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong and said, Mom and Dad, get in the car. After saying that, he directly walked to the Lamborghini Urus and opened the door to sit in the main driver's seat. Xiao Xiaohong also hurriedly locked the door and sat in the back row in the eyes of everyone who was full of surprise. Hiss, what's the situation? Is that car really Jiang Chuan's? An incomparably shocked look immediately appeared on Jiang Lu's face. Just now, they were still discussing who actually owned this $4 million luxury car, but they didn't realize that it was actually Jiang Chuan's. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That punk Jiang Chuan only graduated 3 years ago. How could he afford a $4 million luxury car? Jiang Bo was also full of disbelief. He himself couldn't afford to buy such a luxury car even after almost 10 years of crawling around in society. How could a 100% college student like Jiang Chuan afford such a luxury car? Is this car worth a lot of money? It looks quite domineering. Yes, it looks more imposing than Zhang Laosun's van. It should be more expensive than the van. Cut. Now 50,000-60,000 cars are beautifully designed. The price is estimated to be about the same as the van. I see that car tops out at no more than 100,000, and it must be Jiang Chuan borrowed money to buy. A few middle-aged men around them began to talk disdainfully. Although they didn't know anything about cars, it didn't affect their lack of understanding in any way. This multi-million-dollar luxury car actually belongs to Jiang Chuan. So could it be that he really has a multi-million-dollar villa? Zhang Hailang's face suddenly changed. To be able to afford to drive a multi-million-dollar car, then buying a multi-million-dollar villa seemed to make sense. If that was true, then wasn't he just slapping his own face hard when he called so many people over to visit Jiang Chuan's villa? Don't worry, Dad. Many young people nowadays are fond of renting luxury cars near the New Year to come to the village to pretend. From my point of view, this car is definitely rented by Jiang Chuan to act tough. Jiang Bo immediately pacified Jiang Wave at this time. Even if he died, he didn't believe that poor kid Jiang Chuan could afford a luxury car of several $1,000,000. He must have rented it at a high price just to take advantage of the New Year's days to come inside the village to pretend to be a bully. This kind of people are all deceiving themselves for the sake of their poor self-esteem. They have seen too much. Right. That's definitely it. That car is definitely rented by Jiang Chuan. Jiang Lu also instantly chimed in from the sidelines. Oh, so almost bluffed by that kid. So that car was just rented by him. Go with him to see the villa. I'll see how he ends up later. Zhang Hailang waves were suddenly enlightened. The gloom that had accumulated in his heart just now was also swept away at this moment. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo then drove their own BMWs and Mercedes-Benz with a few middle-aged and elderly people and pushed on Jiang Chuan's pace. It was almost an hour's time. Only then did all of them arrive at the county town. Jiang Chuan parked his car at the entrance of the Longxi 1 sales department. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo followed them. This is Longxi 1? The biggest villa area in Jing County. I heard that the smallest set of villa costs $10 million. Jiang Bo's face changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. After all, he was sure that Jiang Chuan was just pretending. I say Jiang Chuan, you kid is also too vain. Actually spending a high price to rent a car to pretend. We are all from the same village and know each other very well. Why do you need to puff up your face? At this time, an old man in his 60s walked up to Jiang Chuan and sneered nonchalantly. Renting a car? Frog at the bottom of the well. Jiang Chuan responded indifferently. This group of guys who followed Jiang Wave to see the fun, there wasn't a single good one. Yes, Jiang Chuan, Uncle Wang is right. We are all from the same village. Can't we be more sincere? And making a luxury car to pretend, really low to the extreme. Jiang Lu also said with a cold smile. The thought that Jiang Chuan would be punched in the face later. His mood was so happy that he was flying. Right at this moment, Wu Qi came out with Shueli and 7 or 8 female sales. Welcome home, Mr. Jiang. Wu Qi brought a few salesmen and bowed respectfully towards Jiang Chuan. His tone was quite polite. Uncle and auntie, long time no see. Then Shueli also came forward and greeted Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong very skillfully. You are? Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong looked at Shueli with puzzled faces. This girl was very pretty. Her face was round and fleshy, and her skin was very good. Moreover, her breasts and ass were big. At a glance, she was the kind of girl that was very suitable for having a son. Uncle and auntie, I'm Shueli, Jiang Chuan's high school classmate. I've even been to your home before. Shueli replied with a warm smile. It has been almost 7 or 8 years since the last time we met, so it's normal for uncle and aunt not to remember. So you are Xiao Li. It's really a woman who has grown up and gotten prettier and prettier. Xiao Xiaohong hurriedly smiled and praised. In fact, also still did not remember. It can't be. So many staff came to greet Jiang Chuan? Jiang Chuan, this kid wouldn't really buy a villa here, right? This neighborhood looks very luxurious. At first glance it's a special high-grade neighborhood. This kid is really developed? Seeing Wu Qi and the others treating Jiang Chuan so respectfully, a few middle-aged and old people who were watching were also full of surprise. No, absolutely not. How can this little man afford a villa here? Jiang Hailang man was numb. Although there were 10,000 disbeliefs in his heart, it seemed as if the facts were in front of him. If Jiang Chuan hadn't bought a villa here, then why were the staff treating him so respectfully? Humph, how dare you, Jiang Chuan? Renting a luxury car is not even a problem. Now you actually started hiring actors? Say it, where did you hire these actors from? Actually dare to pretend to be the staff of Longxi 1. You guys are really bold. Jiang Lu stepped forward and said with a cold smile. Longxi no. One he could understand very well. This was the highest level villa area in the whole Jing County. A casual set of villa would cost tens of millions of dollars. And the residents inside were even more non-rich. Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Lu with pity. Idiot. Until now, he still thinks he is pretending. With this kind of pig brain, I don't know how to earn $1 million. At this time, Wu Qi apparently also straightened out his thoughts, then said to Zhang Lu and others, "Don't misunderstand. We are not actors. We are serious Longxi 1 staff. I am Wu Qi, the manager of the sales department of Longxi 1. This is my work card. If you have any doubts or don't believe in it, you can call to report and complain. As for Mr. Jiang Chuan, he is the most honored guest of our Longxi 1 and the owner of 2 sets of Villa Kings of our Longxi 1. Hiss, is it really true? It can't be. This Jiang Chuan brat, how is it possible?" After hearing Wu Qi's words, everyone instantly froze in place. Those who had a little bit of brain could see at this moment that these people in front of them were not at all the actors that Jiang Chuan had hired, but the real staff of the sales department. Chapter 32 Uncle, I still like the unruly you just now. Fake. This is definitely fake. How can a bull college student earn so much money in just 3 years? Jiang Wei's face was as ugly as a puddle of stagnant water at the moment. Originally, he was still thinking of rubbing Lao Er and his family's faces hard on the ground, but what happened now was far beyond his control and expectations. Dad, don't worry, this is absolutely impossible. A villa in this kind of place wouldn't be affordable even if Jiang Chuan worked his whole life. Not to mention the even more expensive Villa King. These people must all be actors. I don't believe he has such ability. I don't believe he's even better than the 2 of us brothers. Zhang Lu's head shook like a rattle. In his eyes Jiang Chuan was just a useless and poor student. Even if he graduated from university he was just a useless nerd. Even if he found a job, his monthly salary would never be more than 5,000. How could he afford a villa of tens of millions of dollars? Big brother is right. Uncles and aunts, you mustn't be misled by Jiang Chuan and these actors. They are definitely joining forces to put on a show. Jiang Bo on the side also hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Right. Think about it. That's $10 million. How could Jiang Chuan, a poor student like him, earn that much money? Old Wang on the side also nodded repeatedly. That's right. Even if he has that much money, I suspect that he must have gotten it through some improper means. I say Xiaochuan, it's fine for us to be poor, but we mustn't do anything to commit adultery, and we mustn't speak against our conscience in order to blow off steam. The group of people who were still a little shaken a moment ago, at this moment, their eyes became firm again. They would rather believe that Zhang Lu and Jiang Bo could afford to buy a villa here, and they definitely did not believe that Jiang Chuan could afford it. Looking at this group of people's faces, Wu Qi on the side was all speechless. Then he looked at Jiang Chuan and asked, Mr. Jiang, should we ask the security guards to blow all these people out? Jiang Chuan was the topmost resident of their place, and the person who could casually take out $80 million and was able to make Zhong Tianhao a henchman. There was no doubt that his methods were absolutely terrifying. On the contrary, the group of people on the opposite side, each dressed in rags, were obviously a bunch of bumpkins, so it was absolutely impossible to let Mr. Jiang suffer at the hands of this group of people. No need to. These uncles and uncles of mine have always suspected that I can't afford the villa here, so I want to bring them in to see what's going on, so they can see the world as well. Jiang Chuan also shook his head. Anyway, this group of people from Jiangwaves just wouldn't stop until they reached the Yellow River. Then let them see their own villa. It would be best to make them die of jealousy. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Wu Qiguang remembered nodding. Then he waved towards the 4 security guards not far away. You guys are responsible for protecting Mr. Jiang's safety. Okay, Manager Wu. The 4 security guards also nodded respectfully. They worked here before when Jiang Chuan bought the house, so they naturally knew that Jiang Chuan was their top honored guest at One Longxi. Aunts and uncles, aren't you all eager to see my tens of millions of dollars villa? I'll take you all in now. Jiang Chuan smiled towards a few people, then directly took out an access card and swiped it before entering the cell gate. The management system of this side of the neighborhood was very strict. Other than the residents of this neighborhood, other people couldn't go in, unless they were brought by a resident. At this time, everyone's face was heavy. After looking at each other for a while, they then followed Jiang Chuan's footsteps. Wow, is this the big villa? Looking at it is really grand enough. I've only seen it on TV before. I didn't expect to be able to walk into such a luxurious villa in reality. Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong were both full of surprises, looking left and right, exactly as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. As for the several people following behind them, their complexion was likewise incomparably excited. As a pure rural people, this kind of place is really the first time to come. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this the big villa? You guys say Jiang Chuan wouldn't really be a resident here, right? I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. I heard that this kind of high-class villa area can't be entered if it's not a resident. Then we just taunted Jiang Chuan's family so much. Isn't this the end? The few people behind them began to whisper. If Jiang Chuan was really that rich right now, their ignorant behavior just now had obviously made them miss an opportunity to climb up the ladder of riches. As for Zhang Hailang father and son, looking at the luxurious villa in front of them and listening to Zhang Yuan's whispered discussion, their faces had become hard to see, although they were very reluctant to believe that Jiang Chuan was a resident here, and didn't believe that he could afford the villa, but the current situation seemed to be moving towards a very bad side. It took a full 10 minutes for all of them to arrive in front of the detached villas. These two villas looked even more luxurious and extravagant. There were various colors of greenery planted inside the courtyard, and there was also a fish pond, a swimming pool and several gazebos. The wigwam had flowing water and everything. My God, I'm afraid I'm not entering an ancient emperor's palace. This place is also too luxurious. If I can live here, even if I were to have my young life reduced by 10 years, I would have no regrets. Alas, this kind of top-class villa. Let's not think about it. There's no way we can live here in this lifetime. That's right, being able to go inside the villa to enjoy it is already a great fortune. Everyone was whispering, and there was a look of excitement in their eyes. In their eyes, the villa king in front of them was as luxurious as the palace where the ancient emperor lived. This kind of place, not to mention living in, even if it is to go in to look at it and get addicted to it, it is a great fortune. It is even more beautiful than those scenic spots. Uncle and auntie, these two sets of detached villas are what Jiang Chuan just bought a few days ago, and they are also the largest two sets of villas in our neighborhood, with an area of 2,256 square feet, and the selling price of one set is as high as 40 million. At this time Shueli also rushed to introduce it enthusiastically. In fact, she also saw the situation just now clearly. This group of people could be found in the back and were definitely here to see Jiang Chuan's jokes. That's why her voice was loud when she introduced it just now, so that she could ensure that everyone present could hear it clearly. Is this true, Xiao Chuan? These two sets of villas were really bought by you? Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong looked at Jiang Chuan with faces full of disbelief, although they had seen the deposit on Jiang Chuan's card before. But at this moment, looking at the two sets of top villas that were as luxurious as a palace, it was still a bit unrealistic. After all, this kind of top villa was too far away for them. This was the kind of mansion that they couldn't afford even if they planted 10 lifetimes of land. Yes, Mom and Dad, these two sets of villas were indeed bought by me. One set for you and your younger siblings to live in, and the other set reserved for my marriage. Jiang Chuan also nodded with a happy face, looking at the incredulous expressions on the faces of the crowd. His heart was indeed very proud. The significance of returning to one's hometown in fine clothes was not to make one's parents' face a little more happy, and to make the neighbors have less flirtation and more respect when they see their parents. Good, worthy of being my son, much more powerful than me as a father. Zhang Haitao's body was trembling with excitement. Then he glanced at Zhang Hailang with a face full of complacency. It seemed to be saying, aren't your two sons powerful? Aren't they big bosses? If you have the ability, let your sons buy you such a big villa as well. Xiao Chuan, is this really the villa you bought? Wang Temple Fish looked at Jiang Chuan with a flattering face and asked. At this moment, he was actually completely convinced that these two villas were Jiang Chuan's. Otherwise, could it be yours? Jiang Chuan then replied coldly. The faces of these people just now could be burned in his mind one by one. That kind of disgusting face was really sickening to think about, so there was no need to be polite when speaking to such people. Ha, I told you, this Xiaochuan kid has been smart since he was a child. I knew that he would definitely have a future when he grows up. That's right. I've also been saying that college students who graduated from prestigious universities are different. Xiaochuan is the most promising young man in our village. Xiaochuan, as the saying goes, a distant relative is better than a close neighbor. Now that you are doing so well, you must help us neighbors. Jiang urged, I knew you were blessed. Xiaochuan is really prosperous now. Second brother Jiang, sister-in-law, you really gave birth to a good son, making us so envious. In less than an hour before and after, this group of people's mouths had already changed drastically. Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong were filled with disgust. Although they had known before that these people were not good things, they had not expected that they would actually be so disgusting. When they taunted them just now, it was called a dog's eye view, and now, they didn't know how to lick their old faces and say such words. Zhang Hailang's father and son's faces were as ugly as a pig's liver at this moment. The mood was even more unpleasant as if they had eaten. Impossible. I definitely don't believe that this punk Jiang Chuan can afford such a villa. You're all lying to me. Jiang Lu lost his mind and mumbled. Although Jiang Langwang liked to show off, he wasn't a cutie pie either. At this time, he naturally knew that everything Jiang Chuan had said before was true, and that he had really bought his mom and dad a big villa. Maybe this guy really was a 10 billionaire. After all, to be able to spend $80 million on 2 villas at the drop of a hat, this kind of financial power was no longer something one could imagine. Big brother, how is it? Does this villa in my house still look good? How does it compare to your family's 300 square foot large flat? Looking at Zhang Hailang's twisted expression, Zhang Haitao didn't miss the chance to counterattack at all. Yeah, uncle, you just kept clamoring to see my villa. Now that you've seen it, I don't know how you feel in your heart. Right, do you want to see my purchase contract? Don't go around saying that this villa of mine is also rented when the time comes, Jiang Chuan asked with a cold smile. No need. Zhang Hailang's face forcibly squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Originally, he thought that this time he would ruthlessly hit Jiang Chuan in the face, but he didn't expect that it was his own family that was slapped in the face. His face was really hot and painful at the moment. Jiang Chuan, you are damn less complacent. Even if this villa is yours, so what? Isn't it just a tens of millions of dollars villa? Zhang Bo was ashamed and indignant at this moment, just about to break into a rage, but he was stopped by Zhang Wave. You shut up. Xiaochuan has indeed excelled. It's me as the eldest uncle who is short-sighted and has no eyes. I also hope that Xiaochuan, seeing as we are also flesh and blood relatives, will forgive my eldest uncle's old eyesight. Zhang Hangwave also quickly recognized the reality at this moment. Perhaps because of his older age, he softened, or perhaps, he realized that in Jiang Chuan's eyes, they were just a bunch of jumping clowns. If Jiang Chuan used this to suppress his 2 sons, it would be impossible to live in the future. Although Jiang Lu and Jiang Tao were 10,000 times unwilling in their hearts, they couldn't say a single word of rebuttal at this moment. Yo, TSK, big uncle, you're so high and mighty. Would you actually admit that you have eyes but no eyes now? It's really rare enough, but then again, I still like that unruly stance you had at the beginning. Please recover. Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Wave lightly. What can a great uncle do? You don't even treat me as your own nephew, so you're just a fart in my eyes. If you want to embarrass yourself, then be prepared to be humiliated. Chapter 33, Money can really do whatever you want. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, a flash of resentment flashed under Zhang Haolang's eyes, but it was quickly hidden by him. Then with a bitter smile on his face, he said, Xiaochuan, this time, it is indeed that elder brother has no eyesight. I apologize to you, but no matter what, we are all family, right? Jiang Lu and Jiang Tao are both your own cousins. Blood is thicker than water. You as a younger brother, since you've already developed, then naturally you should also bring your cousins along to make a fortune. This is in line with the heritage of unity of our old Jiang family. Don't you think so? Hearing such shameless words from Jiang Wave, everyone glanced at them with contempt. This fellow really interpreted being able to bend and stretch to the best of his ability. It was that this cheek was also too thick. How did he say such words? And said it without blushing or gasping for breath. TSK, big uncle is really lifting me up. How am I qualified to bring my 2 cousins to become rich? They are millionaires. That's an existence that I can't even see the soles of their feet when I look up. Jiang Chuan was full of cold smiles. I say Jiang Hailang, you're also so shameless. Just now you were sneering at your own nephew. Now you're talking about family. I'm ashamed for you. At this time, old Wang who was on the side opened his mouth. Before he thought that Jiang Hailang's family was the thigh, so he was eager to firmly hold on to this thigh. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chuan was the biggest thigh, while Jiang Hangwei family was simply like 3 jumping clowns. He was a smart man and knew who to flatter at this time. Then he immediately said to Jiang Chuan with a smile, Xiaochuan, your Uncle Wang. I've come to congratulate you with all my heart. Yes, we are too. Xiaochuan, you are truly the pride of our Pinyin village. Since I was a kid, I've seen that you're a smart kid, and you're bound to be the dragon phoenix of people in the future, and it looks like I was right in what I saw. Wei Shufan on the side also nodded her head repeatedly. That eyebrows are smiling into S. Yes, Xiaochuan, you are much more powerful than these 2 cousins of yours. Xiaochuan, hurry up and take us inside your villa to have a look. I haven't been inside a villa yet after living for over 60 years. That's right, just give us some food and open 2 bottles of red wine. Why don't we just go up and take a look around, and then you can invite us to a 5-star hotel for a meal. After all, you're so rich now, you can't forget about us elders, right? Old Zhao is right. I think so too. Now that you are so rich, it's not too much to ask us elders to rub a meal. A few people were chattering. You said one thing and I said another. Speaking so rightfully, Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong were both frowning, but in the end they didn't say anything and instead looked towards Jiang Chuan. No matter what decision their son made next, they would support it without any hesitation. After all, the money was earned by their son. It was his freedom to spend it however he wanted. Xueli was also frowning, not expecting this group of people to be so shameless. Just now, before entering the door, It was still all kinds of mocking and looking down on Jiang Chuan. Now the attitude actually changed 180 degrees. I guess even if it is a Sichuan opera face-changing actor, the speed of face-changing is not so fast. As for the father and son trio of Jiang Hailang, at this time, their faces have been completely blackened, especially when they heard what the group behind them had just said. The anger in their hearts became even more raging. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chuan with anticipation. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, said with a cold voice, "Humph, didn't you guys follow my eldest uncle to see us laugh? Where did you guys get the face to ask me to treat you to dinner? And what qualifications do you have? I brought you in just to show you my villa. I didn't seem to have said that I would invite you to visit the villa, right? Now that you guys have gotten the answers you wanted, go back where you came from. It feels like looking at these people for one more second is going to make you vomit. You, Jiang Chuan, don't go too far. We are at least a village. Head down, head up. What do you mean by that?" Wei Shufan was instantly displeased. I didn't expect Jiang Chuan to be so excessive. A few of his own people had already lowered their stature to speak kindly. What else did he want? Of course I meant this literally. What? You don't understand? Jiang Chuan teasingly looked at Wei Shufan. Just now when mocking, he and that old king were the ones who mocked the most. Now it's ironic to remember that they are from the same village. Jiang Haitao, your son is clueless. Are you clueless too? We are at least all inside the same village, playing together since childhood. You just condone your own son to talk to us like this. I'm warning you now. You now immediately let Jiang Chuan apologize to all of us, then respectfully invite us to visit inside the villa, and then take us to the Grand Hotel for a hard rub, so we can forgive you. Otherwise, there's no way we can be friends in the future. Looking at the soft can't work, Wang Temple Fish directly threatened. Today, if Jiang Haitao's father and son really give face, then in the future, they will absolutely make them not be able to mix in the village. When Jiang Haitao heard this, his anger value also came up instantly. I didn't expect Wang Temple Fish to be so shameless. Not only did he want his own son to invite them to dinner, but he also wanted to apologize to them. He then said in a stern voice, "Wang Temple Fish, what kind of a thing are you to warn me? What right does my son have to invite you to dinner? What right does he have to apologize to you? Also, do you think that I, Jiang Haitao, lack you as a friend? You, Jiang Haitao, you say this, don't regret it. Not just have a few stinking money? Do you really think that a bit of stinking money is great and you can do whatever you want?" Wang Temple Fish and Wei Shufan, several people were also directly toward their faces and began to loudly rebuke. As for Jiang Hailang father and son, they were clearly the planners of this matter. At this moment, but like a theater, like watching the two sides of the quarrel, not the slightest want to discourage the meaning. Anyway, for them, the more ferocious the quarrel was, the more favorable it was for them. Still haven't realized this after living for more than 60 years? In that case, let me tell you seriously. Looking at the several people, Jiang Chuan said word by word, being rich in this society is marvelous. Being rich means you can do whatever you want. Just by you guys are worthy of threatening my parents? Let me tell you, if I know that you guys threaten my parents again, I will let your children, relatives, never walk out of that acre of Pinyin village. I hope you guys better remember my words, otherwise the consequences are something you can't afford. Jiang Chuan's tone was unusually cold, without any emotion at all. The crowd that was filled with anger just a moment ago was instantly shocked. At this time, they were also completely sober. Jiang Chuan was right. Money in this society can really do whatever it wants. Maybe now they are as weak as a mole cricket in Jiang Chuan's eyes. Chapter 34, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Jiang Chuan's words immediately made everyone's face red, wanting to refute but feeling that they simply could not find any reason to refute, because Jiang Chuan said is indeed the truth. In today's society, money is the master. Money can indeed do whatever they want. From a series of things that have happened in society recently, the privileges of the rich are just too much. The governing saying that an arm cannot be twisted into a leg has a reference value no matter where it is placed in any era. Let's go. People are now developed. Naturally they can't look at us poor hahas. But my old Wang is also a person with a backbone, and doesn't want to stay here and continue to be aggravated. Wang Temple Fish said sourly. The crowd also had no choice but to nod. After all, they all knew in their hearts that they had originally come to see Jiang Chuan's joke this time. Now that they were ruthlessly slapped in the face by someone else, it was considered that they were to blame. Boss Jiang, you said before that you treat us to a nice rubdown after arriving at the county town. Does that sentence still count? At this time, Wei Shufan turned her gaze to Zhang Hangwave. This was something that Zhang Hangwaves had promised them before they came. Now it should be time to honor the promise as well. Good thinking. I don't have any extra money to treat you guys to dinner. Didn't you guys start sucking up to Jiang Chuan just now? Let him treat you guys to dinner. Zhang Hangwave said coldly. This scene that had just happened had filled them up with anger. Where else would they be in the mood to eat? At this moment, The father and son trio were so jealous that Koiner was starting to turn purple. It was estimated that even if a mountain of delicacies were placed in front of them, they wouldn't be able to eat a single bite. I said, how come all of you old Jiang family members are so careful? And how can you not keep your words? That's right, you really think we have no work at home to do, and follow you here to be hit in the face? Damn, what kind of person is this? His words are like farts. I don't care if you're invited to this meal today or not. Wei Shufan and the rest of the people started cursing. After all, having a beautiful meal was something that Zhang Hailang had promised them before he came. Now that they had wasted most of the day by leaving the work in their hands, they naturally didn't want to go back just like that. Son, let's go. Zhang Hangwaves pulled the two sons and wanted to leave. After all, if you stay here for one more minute, your heart will be more difficult for 60 seconds. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Chuan with incomparably jealous gazes and coldly said, Jiang Chuan, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the end of the youth is poor. Although it was true that Jiang Chuan was mixing better than them right now, but the days ahead were still long. Who's to say? Really? With all due respect, you two losers can only stay in Hedong forever. You can't go to Hedong. Jiang Chuan also didn't give them the slightest bit of face and laughed disdainfully. You, so angry. This bastard is richer than them even if it's not enough, but also the ability to dislike people is also stronger than them. One sentence can make people die. At this moment, although his heart was unbearable, he was completely unable to find the capital to refute Jiang Chuan. In the end, the father and son could only leave resentfully. And Wang Temple Fish in Wei Shufan, they can only curse and leave the neighborhood. In the end, they had to spend more than $10 to take the bus back. Jiang Chuan also took his parents back to the villa. Under Shueli's leadership, he visited the construction of the villa again. Extravagant. This is too extravagant. It's almost like a palace where an emperor lives. I've lived for more than 50 years, and it's the first time I've stepped into such a luxurious villa. After visiting the villa in its entirety, Zhang Haitao was also rubbing his hands in excitement. For an authentic rural person, buying a 100-square-foot house in the county was already a very extravagant thing. Most of the common people might work hard on farming for their whole life, but they might not be able to afford a house in the county town. And now, they could actually live inside this kind of palace-like villa. Well, this house is so beautiful, and the area is too big. Right, there are more than 10 bedrooms alone. This is something that if I were to live in it in the future, I'm really a bit worried about getting lost. Xiao Shahong also smiled happily. Originally, she thought that the villas and mansions in those idle TV dramas were exaggerated, but now it seems that the inspiration for the TV dramas came from reality, and sometimes reality seemed even more exaggerated than the TV series. Mom and Dad, let's move here after the new year. There's nothing worth remembering about the old home anyway. Those people inside the village now have long since lost the simplicity and kindness they had decades ago, and this time I also offended a lot of people, and in the future in the village, I'm afraid that you guys won't be comfortable staying. At this time Jiang Chuan then said with a serious face, the old generation wants to stay in the village. Actually the idea is very simple, mainly because all around are familiar faces. When there was nothing to do, you could also go to the neighbor's house to string together and chat. But nowadays, the countryside has been transformed, both in terms of lifestyles and people's hearts. So even if you stay in the village, you won't be able to visit a few times a year. So living in the countryside and living in the county is basically not much difference. The biggest difference is that it's easier to live in the county. Whether it's going out to buy some food, or using water and electricity, it's all more convenient than in the countryside. This, Xiao Xiahong hesitated slightly, then looked towards Jiang Haitao. After all, so far Jiang Haitao was still the head of the family, and he, as a wife, should of course listen to his opinion. It's indeed very comfortable to live here, but what I can't let go of is the dozen acres of land at home. It's all good land, and it's a shame that it's deserted. Jiang Haitao was similarly full of tangles. Perhaps he was accustomed to working hard all his life, and always felt that if he didn't work on something, he wouldn't be too comfortable. Isn't it just a few acres of land? You see, we also have land in our yard. It's totally fine if you guys want to plant something. There's a lot of empty land inside these two sets of courtyards, so you guys can plant whatever you want. Besides, even if we live here, we don't necessarily have to waste our family's land. You guys can plant when you want to, and if you don't want to, you can also rent it to other people in the village first. Jiang Chuan also hurriedly spoke. Yes, uncle and auntie, Jiang Chuan is also right. He works so hard to make money. Isn't it to make a more comfortable life for the family? If you guys stay in the village all the time, I guess Jiang Chuan's heart isn't comfortable either. So you guys just listen to him. I'll be working here, and if you guys get bored, I can come visit you often to chat with you. At this time Shueli, who was on the side, also hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade her. When she went to Jiang Chuan's house a few years ago, Her uncle and aunt had been especially good to her, so she was also particularly fond of her uncle and aunt. This is fine. Then move over after the new year. Anyway, the road is not far. When you want to go back to take a bus can go back. Looking at Jiang Chuan's firm eyes, Jiang Haitao also nodded. After all, it was a piece of his son's heart. If he kept refusing, it might make his son lose his heart. Aha! Jiang Chuan hurriedly nodded with a smile. Right, Xiao Chuan, do you still remember Xiao Rui who was very close to you when you were a child? Just then, Jiang Haitao suddenly opened his mouth and asked, You said Dong Rui, right? Of course I remember, but we've all been rather busy these past few years, so we haven't had much contact, and I don't know what he's doing now? Jiang Chuan nodded and said, Dong Rui and he were from the same village, and when they were young, they were very close. It could be said that they were good friends who grew up together wearing crotch pants. Only in junior high school Dong Rui dropped out of school, and then the two did not have much contact. I remember when I was a child, Uncle Xiangzi and Auntie's health had never been very good. He's in the county now, opening a stir-fry restaurant. These years your Xiangzi uncle and aunt's health is getting worse and worse, always taking medicine. Xiao Rui has to take care of a large family. He is quite hard. Jiang Haitao's expression was a bit gloomy when he said this. Dong Xiangzi's age was 7 or 8 years older than his own, and he also took very good care of him when he was a child. So the relationship between the two families had always been good. When Xiao Chuan went to college, his family even helped raise $10,000. Although the borrowed money was said to have been repaid, that favor was always remembered in his heart. Yeah, I also remember that Uncle Xiangzi and Auntie's health has never been very good, and Auntie was very kind to me. She would give me candy every time I went to their house. Jiang Chuan nodded. The warm and kind smiling faces of Uncle Xiangzi and Auntie also appeared in his mind. Xiao Chuan, back then when you went to college our family was poor. Your Uncle Xiangzi took out $10,000 without saying a word to let you go to college. This favor, we have to remember it in our hearts. So what your father and I mean is, since you have money now, you should help your Uncle Xiangzi and Xiao Rui. Xiao Xiaohong also said with a very serious look at this time. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. Icing on the cake might not be enough for people to remember, but sending charcoal in the snow was enough to make people feel grateful for the rest of their lives. At that time, Big Brother Dong's $10,000 was indeed a gift of charcoal in the snow for their family. In those years, they had borrowed from all their relatives and only managed to get a few $1,000s, while Big Brother Dong directly took out $10,000. It was estimated that they directly took out their coffin money back then. Well, I know what you guys mean, and I've always kept that favor in my heart. The kindness of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. I will definitely repay Uncle Xiangzi and the others properly. Jiang Chuan nodded very seriously. Since he was rich now, he definitely couldn't let the people who had helped him in the past get cold. Well, we are relieved when you say so. Jiang Haitao nodded in relief. The thing that people were most afraid of was a sudden personality change after having money. Now it seemed that his son had not lost his nature because of money. Since that's the case, let's go to Dong Rui's restaurant for dinner now. By the way, let's see how I can help them. Jiang Chuan spoke. The four of them then headed directly to Jean Rui's restaurant. Xueli was originally too embarrassed to follow along, but in the end, she was forced to be given a vacation by Wu Qi. Jean Rui Restaurant was a restaurant with an area of roughly 100 square feet. The inside of the restaurant was quite spacious. It was the decoration that was slightly old. Let's go in. The moment the four of them stepped into the restaurant, a man with a slim figure walked over. His skin was dark and his hair had a white color, looking like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Welcome to the light. Dong Rui was halfway through his words when an incredulous excitement suddenly appeared in the sky. Jiang Chuan, uncle and aunt, why are you here? What? Not welcome me? What are you talking about? I'm really happy that you've come. Hurry up and bring uncle and aunt in. Dong Rui happily brought the four into the box. Xiaochuan, when did you come back? I asked my uncle and aunt 2 days ago and said that you will not necessarily come back this year. I just arrived in the county yesterday, and just went to the village today. You this brat, since yesterday has arrived in the county also do not know to come to find me, is not look down on me as a brother? Dong Rui gently pounded Jiang Chuan's chest, pretending to be angry and said, which is not true. You're an iron brother who has worn a pair of crotch pants with me. How could I look down on you? Jiang Chuan hurriedly explained. Alright, just kidding with you. Can I still not understand you? Looking at Jiang Chuan's expression, Dong Ji also laughed happily. Then he said to the crowd, Uncle and aunt, you guys sit and drink some tea first. I will immediately go and fry a few specialty dishes for you. And you Jiang Chuan, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. We must have a few drinks today. No drunkenness. Good. Jiang Chuan nodded with a bright smile. Dong Rui then walked out of the box. The smile on Jiang Chuan's face was also instantly frozen. Alas, he must have suffered a lot over the years. only 24 years old. Now he looks as vicissitudinous as 42. Alright, you don't have to be so sentimental. Aren't all rural children like this after not studying? Jiang Haito was quite open-minded. Dong Rui dropped out of school when he was 14 years old, and in addition to working on construction sites, he was helping his family with farm work. These long years of exposure to the wind and sun naturally made him look more vicissitudes than his peers. Yes, Jiang Chuan nodded, then looked at his mom and dad. Mom and dad, thank you. If you hadn't forced me to go to school, I guess I would still be worse off than Dong Rui now. Chapter 35, isn't it just $3 million? Pretentious. Jiang Haitao glared at Jiang Chuan. I was afraid that you kid hated me because I forced you to go to school. Hey, your son is not a white-eyed wolf. I'm going to the restroom. Jiang Chuan smiled and walked out of the box. The layout inside this restaurant was simple. There were 6 four-person dining tables in the front and 4 private rooms in the back. The kitchen was right behind the restaurant, and the overall layout was relatively compact. The bathroom was on the opposite side of the kitchen. After all, there was no way to arrange it too rationally under this compact layout. When he passed by the kitchen, Jiang Chuan also happened to hear Dong Rui chatting with a woman. Dongzi, Mom and Dad's medical bills will be due soon, and our rent landlord here has pushed us 4 or 5 times. Today is already the deadline. If it continues like this, we really will be at the end of our rope. The woman's voice seemed miserable and very helpless, but there was no blame. Under such circumstances, perhaps every woman would feel helpless. I know, don't be in a hurry. I'll think of something, Dong Rui also said in a deep voice. In fact, he was only trying to comfort his wife. The current him didn't have any way at all, but if there was a tiny bit of a way, he wouldn't be as helpless as he was now. Alas, you are too hard, husband. I know that the one who works the hardest in our family is you, but I can't help you with anything other than being able to serve food and wash dishes right now. The woman's voice seemed so gentle, but full of guilt. Don't say that about your wife. The happiest thing in my life is marrying you. Don't worry, as the saying goes, when a husband and wife are united, they can break gold. I think as long as we are united as husband and wife, all the sufferings will pass and all the difficulties will be overcome. Dong Rui also said with a very firm voice. The most fortunate thing in his life was that he had married such a gentle and understanding wife. The biggest regret was probably not letting his wife live a good life. Since getting married, she had been following her every day to suffer, did not give him to buy any look over the eyes of the jewelry, and even a year to the end also cannot wear a few new clothes. Thinking about this, his heart was as hard as a knife stabbing. Jiang Chuan was also listening outside with a sour nose. At the same time, he also envied Dong Rui. Their days were indeed hard, but the husband and wife relationship between them made him feel very envious. As the saying goes, a poor couple has a lot of sorrows, and this may not be the case in all cases. In this realistic society nowadays, such girls were afraid to be rarer than the number of pandas. Aha, I believe you. The prawns are already fried. I'll serve it to uncle and auntie in them now. The woman's voice sounded again, and Jiang Chuan also hurriedly hid in the toilet. More than half an hour later, the table was already filled with sumptuous home-cooked food. There were prawns as well as crabs and sea fish and such, because Jing County was relatively close to the sea. The seafood over here was relatively cheap, and it was all very fresh. Xiaochuan, you and your uncle, aunt and younger siblings hurry up and eat. I'll fry 2 more hard dishes. Dong Rui tied his apron and said with a naive smile. Alright, we're all family members. Don't fix so many dishes. You can't eat them all even if you make more. You and sister-in-law hurry up and sit down. Let's have a good meal together. Jiang Chuan directly pulled Dong Rui and Fan Jin to sit down. Uncle and auntie, Xiao Chuan, it's not easy for you to come here once. The hospitality is not good. Please don't take it to heart. Fan Jin said with a virtuous smile. Don't say that, sister-in-law. You're making me a bit embarrassed. Jiang Chuan said with an awkward smile. Then he couldn't help but look at Fan Jin again. The looks were not particularly outstanding. Not the kind of girl who was particularly stunning, but they were very durable, with a pair of large eyes that were very clear, and there is a gentle and virtuous temperament between her beautiful women. This kind of temperament alone was able to kill countless modern women. Alright, then you guys eat and drink well first. I'll go outside and watch, or else guests will come in a while. After saying that, Fan Jin walked out of the box. Uncles and aunts, let me toast you, and Xiaochuan and siblings, let's have a drink together. Good. Jiang Chuan didn't make any pretense, picking up his wineglass and drinking it all in one go. His throat and stomach were instantly on fire. Just at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out from outside the box. Dong Rui, quickly get the hell out of here. If you don't come out again, I'll smash this store of yours. The voice seemed incomparably arrogant, and Jiang Chuan instantly frowned. Looking at Dong Rui, he asked, what's wrong? Could it be that in this society nowadays, there are still such blatant black sharks? Nothing. Uncle and aunt, you guys eat first, I'll go outside and take a look. Dong Rui smiled awkwardly and then walked out of the box. Xiao Chuan, you go out and take a look too, Zhang Haito said to Jiang Chuan uneasily. Good. Jiang Chuan nodded. Walking out of the box he saw three strangers. The leader was a big bald man with tattooed flower arms. His face was repulsive, just like the big bald guy in Charlotte's Troubles who questioned, "You're the one whose name is Charlotte," followed by two thieving little brothers. I say Dong Rui, you take what I say as a fart, right? I told you yesterday, today is the deadline to pay the rent. Where's the money? The big bald man with flowery arms stared viciously at Dong Rui, his mouth full of profanity. Boss Lu, I'm really sorry, I really don't have any money in the past 2 days. Just give me 2 more days of grace. At most 2 days, I will definitely make up the rent to personally bring it over to you. Dong Rui's face was grave, pleading. Forgive me, I've already forgiven you for 3 months. You really take me as a good man and woman, right? I'll tell you, if you don't pay me all the rent today, I'm not only going to smash your Thai store, I'm also going to break your dog's legs. The big bald guy's tone became even more arrogant. It was mainly because this Dong Rui guy had really overdone it. The rent had expired 3 months ago and had been delayed until now. It had completely consumed his patience. Lu boss, you first don't be angry. Let's keep our voices down. There are still guests eating inside my hotel. You see this way into it? After they finish eating, I will immediately send the money to you. At this time Dong Rui, obviously has been humble to the extreme. It was estimated that if the big bald man asked him to apologize on his knees right now, he would not hesitate. This was the helplessness and despair of a man when he had no money. What the hell do I care what kind of bull guest you are? I need to see the money now. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't get the money again, I'll smash your store right away. Boss Lu directly sat on the table and gave an ultimatum. Dong Rui and Fan Jin, a face of despair. The rent for this place was $40,000 a year. Yet they couldn't even come up with $4,000 right now. Not to mention $40,000. Hey big bald guy, how much does my brother owe you guys? Right at this moment, Jiang Chuan walked straight to the front of the flower-armed big bald guy, then faintly opened his mouth and asked, Yo, who are you? You're going to pay back the money for Dong Rui? The big bald man glanced at Jiang Chuan, looking dressed as if he was a human being. The suit seemed to be a name brand. It should be worth a lot of money. Well, I'll pay back the money my brother owes. Name a number. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, nodded gently. Since he owed money, it was only natural to pay back what was owed. Rent, 40,000, but the rent is 3 months overdue, plus late fees, a total of 50,000. The big bald man stretched out 5 fingers and gestured. To big bald head's words, Jiang Chuan felt that it wasn't a lion's share. Although the price of 10,000 wasn't low, it was a bit more conscientious than those loan sharks. Okay, Jiang Chuan nodded, then asked, how much is this store of yours worth? Name a number and I'll buy it down. If one just paid the rent, such trouble might come up again in the future. So it would be better to just buy this store and give it to Lin Rui. It was also a way of repaying them for the help they gave them at the time. Xiaochuan, what did you say? You hurry and go in to eat. I can fix things here. Dong Rui instantly panicked after hearing Jiang Chuan's words, mainly because he and Jiang Chuan grew up together. He was also very clear about the situation of Jiang Chuan's family. $50,000 was not a small amount of money for any rural family. Moreover, Jiang Chuan had only started working for 2 or 3 years, so he definitely couldn't save any money in the beginning. Don't worry, I've saved up some money from doing business over the past few years. Just leave this matter to my handling. Jiang Chuan gently patted Dong Rui's shoulder, signaling that he didn't need to worry. He then continued to look at the flower-armed big bald guy. The big bald head on the other hand was looking at Jiang Chuan with a face full of surprise. Kid, are you telling the truth? You'd better not make fun of me, otherwise I'll make you eat your words. Cut the crap and hurry up with the price. As for making fun of me, you're afraid you're not qualified enough. Jiang Chuan's voice was still flat. He really didn't put such a small bald head in his eyes. Alright, you kid is really arrogant. Looks like you should have the money to be arrogant. This facade of mine is in a more prosperous area, so the price is relatively high. Just 3 million. If you are able to take out $3 million, I will immediately make up all the formalities for you. The flower-armed big bald man immediately nodded. In fact, the current market price of this facade was just over $2,400,000. But if you can make a little more, you can make a little more. Besides, this kid would definitely cut the price, so that the price is no less than 4 million. How about he himself is not losing money? Isn't it 3 million? Open the collection code, I'll sweep it over to you now. Jiang Chuan directly took out his cell phone and prepared to transfer the money. For him, 3 million was indeed nothing. He himself had earned more than 3 million in just half a day. Good Lu. The big bald man with flowery arms looked at Jiang Chuan so directly, and was also full of smiles. hurriedly opening his collection code. Dong Rui and Fan Jin, on the other hand, were full of confusion. To be honest, they didn't think Jiang Chuan could come up with $3 million. This was a huge amount of money for ordinary people, until they heard a crisp electronic synthesized tone. Ding! PayPal has arrived at 3,000,000 yuan in full. This crisp electronic synthesized tone not only made Dong Rui and Fan Jin completely dumbfounded, even Flower Arm, Big Bald Head was filled with amazement. I didn't expect this kid to really be able to come up with $3 million at the drop of a hat. Gulp! Damn! Are young people nowadays so trenchant? Spending $3 million actually didn't even blink. My Nima! This kid is definitely a tycoon who is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The two little caramels behind the big bald man also swallowed their saliva vigorously at this moment. $3 million was likewise a huge sum of money for them. Unexpectedly, this kid in front of them actually didn't even blink when he paid it. Big Bald Head, the money has been transferred to you. All the formalities will be done for me within an hour. If it's not done well, just like what you just threatened my brother with, I will break your dog's legs. Please believe that I have the ability to do so. Jiang Chuan's tone was also cold at this time. Good Lu. Big brother, you rest assured. Half an hour I will be able to bring all the formalities to you. Flower Arm Big Bald Head immediately nodded repeatedly. He is also a smart person. Naturally no can casually come up with 3 million people is definitely not him to provoke up. It might be a broad young man from some big family. Even if such a rich second generation could not leave the best impression on him, he definitely could not be offended. After saying that, the three of them disappeared into the hotel in a puff of smoke. Jiang Chuan, when did you become so rich? That was 3 million just now. Dong Rui looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of astonishment, his heart rolling with shocking waves. Jiang Chuan's family's situation he knew all about. Back then, in order to go to college, he borrowed all his relatives and friends. Now only after 7 years, how did he become so rich? With his hand, he can take out a huge amount of $3 million. I made a small fortune doing business a while ago. Alright, we haven't finished our meal just now. Let's continue to go eat. Sister-in-law, you go in together too. Let's just stay closed for the time being today. Jiang Chuan grinned. Oh, good. Fan Jin nodded as if she was waking up from a dream. It felt like everything just now was still so unrealistic. Didn't Dong Rui say that Jiang Chuan was a recent college graduate? And as a child, he still grew up wearing an open crotch pants with him. How come from the outburst just now, it was more like a broad-minded rich second generation? After only 20 minutes, the big bald man with flowery arms came back with all the formalities. The smile on his face, a wide smile, was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Big brother, here are all the formalities for this storefront. Take a look. The big bald guy respectfully handed a file bag to Jiang Chuan. No need to look at it. From today onwards, this storefront will have nothing to do with you, so don't show up here in the future. Understand? After receiving the file bag, Jiang Chuan faintly spoke. Understood. Do you have any other orders, big brother? The big bald man nodded repeatedly. Today is really earning hemp. In one breath, he made $600,000. No, you go out. Good Lu. Then you take your time to eat. I wish you a pleasant meal. The big bald man with two little brothers disappeared without a trace in a puff of smoke. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, handed the file bag directly to Dong Rui. Take this. From now on, this store belongs to you too. From today onwards, you no longer have to worry about the rent. The two were filled with surprise and dismay. This can't be made. Never. This is the facade that you bought at a huge cost of $3 million. I can't have it. Dong Rui immediately shook his head firmly. Yes, Xiaochuan, this gift of yours is just too expensive. We can't have it. Fan Jin also nodded his head repeatedly. As the saying goes, you can't accept a gift without merit. They couldn't accept such an expensive gift from Jiang Chuan. If they really accepted this $3 million gift, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to pay it back in the future. Dong Rui, sister-in-law doesn't know about the help your family once gave me. You should know it very well, right? If it wasn't for the help you guys once extended, I probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to go to college, much less the ability to earn so much money. Jiang Chuan is a person who knows how to repay kindness. I hope you won't let me take the blame for being ungrateful. And if you don't take this, my parents will probably scold me to death. Jiang Chuan stared at Dong Rui and said seriously, the $10,000 back then was probably all that was left for Dong Rui and his family. He himself was only taking out less than 1/10,000th of his ability to help them now. Dong Rui was similarly staring at Jiang Chuan with a tight gaze, seemingly still hesitating. Really don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll tear it up and throw it in the trash, Jiang Chuan said, and was ready to tear the dossier bag off. Brother, I'll take it. Dong Rui took the file bag and gave Jiang Chuan a big hug with tears in his eyes. Men have tears, just not to the depths of their feelings. Chapter 36 Successive Blitz Rebates. Well. 2 big men hugging in public in a big crowd. How to be in order. You do not mind shame. I still mind shame. Jiang Chuan pushed Dong Rui away with a face full of disgust. He could feel Dong Rui's body trembling because of his excitement. Xiao Chuan, sister-in-law really doesn't know how to thank you. Sister-in-law is kneeling down for you. Fan Jin's eyes were reddened at the moment, with crystallized tears in her eyes. Unexpectedly, in their most difficult time, the one who helped them was actually Dong Rui's childhood playmate. At this moment, she indeed did not know how to thank Jiang Chuan. Perhaps the only way to express this gratitude was to kneel down. Sister-in-law, please don't. Dong Rui and I are brothers, so you mustn't be polite to me. You are always like this, but it makes me a little embarrassed. Jiang Chuan hurriedly helped Fan Jin up. At this time, Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong they also walked out from the box. They had naturally watched what had just happened and were very satisfied with Jiang Chuan's approach. Zhang Haitao went forward and patted Jiang Chuan's shoulder. His face was full of gratification. Well done, son. You are dad's pride. Xiao Xiaohong was equally full of happiness. To be a man, one must know how to repay kindness. One has given birth to a good son, did not lose his good nature because he was rich. That must be. Jiang Chuan said dejectedly. The smile on Zhang Haitao's face became even more intense. Right, Uncle Xiangzi and Auntie are still in the hospital, right? Jiang Chuan looked at Dong Rui and asked. Just now on the way here, Dad had already told himself all about Dong Rui's family. Uncle Xiangzi and Auntie's health had always been bad, and they had always relied on medication to maintain their health. This was also a huge expense for an ordinary family. Just some time ago, both of them were also admitted to the hospital, which was probably the reason why Dong Rui was in such dire straits. It was well known that although hospitals were places to save lives, the spending was ridiculously high. It was simply not something that an average family could afford, especially now that his family had 2 elderly people hospitalized at the same time. This was simply adding insult to injury for a family that was already not wealthy. Dong Rui nodded. The excitement on his face was also slowly dissipating. The doctor had said a few days ago that Dad had to have an operation, otherwise the situation such would be very, very dangerous. In the case of not being able to raise the money, he could only delay it again and again. Now although it said that the matter of rent in the future do not have to worry about, but they still do not have the money in hand to do surgery. We don't have WeChat yet, do we? Let's add WeChat first. Jiang Chuan took out his cell phone and added Dong Rui's WeChat. Alright, the food is done, so we'll go back first. You guys don't need to worry too much about Uncle and Auntie's health. The car will be there. I'll visit Uncle Xiangzi and Auntie in the hospital in a couple days. Jiang Chuan patted Dong Rui's shoulder and said, Aha, I really thank you for today, Jiang Chuan. Dong Rui nodded heavily. In his heart, he also silently vowed that he would work even harder to make money in the future, and strive to return that money to Jiang Chuan as soon as possible, so that he would feel more comfortable in his heart. We are all brothers, so don't say such outward words. We still have some things to do today, so we will leave first. Remember to give me a word if there is anything. Don't carry on hard by yourself. After saying that, Jiang Chuan several people left the restaurant. Dongzi, Xiaochuan is really a good person. We must thank him properly for saving our lives in the future. Fan Jin said with a solemn expression. The 3 million just now might not be a huge sum of money for Jiang Chuan, but it was indeed enough to save their lives, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a life-saving favor in the slightest. Well, I know. Dong Rui also nodded heavily. This favor he would definitely keep in his heart, and would have to return it in the future. Ding, ding. Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly sounded a beep. Immediately afterward, he saw the WeChat sent by Jiang Chuan to himself. One was a red packet, followed by a transfer. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000 million? My God. 3 million. How did Xiao Chuan transfer another 3 million to you? Looking at the long string of zeros behind the transfer information, Fan Jin looked dumbfounded. Dong Rui was also looking dumbfounded, losing his ability to react for a moment. Just then, a voice was sent over again. Dong Rui hurriedly clicked on it. Brother, inside the red packet is meal money. Don't be angry yet. Giving you meal money is actually doing me a favor. I'll be angry if I don't accept it. This 3 million you take. Uncle and aunt's illness cannot be delayed. Parents' health is the top priority for us as children, so do not refuse. Consider this money as a loan from you. Just pay me back when you make a lot of money later. That's it. I'll be sure to get you drunk when I have time. Carrot oh carrot. Looking at the transfer information on the cell phone page and listening to the voice sent by Jiang Chuan. At this time Dong Rui had long been in tears. Looking at the cell phone page froze for a long time. Dong Rui only looked determined to say to himself, Brother, this favor I Dong Rui will always remember. In the future as long as you use me Dong Rui, even if it is on the knife mountain under the sea, I will never frown. Car. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending $200 on dinner, triggering a blitz rebate. Reward 1 billion dragon coins. Right at the moment the electronic synthesized voice in his head sounded, Jiang Chuan's hands trembled with excitement. When the system rewarded shares worth $50 billion before, it didn't even feel this excited. It was true that only the cash inside the card could give people enough realism. Brat, drive slower, I'm about to throw up. Feeling the sudden bumps coming from the car, Jiang Haitao hurriedly said, this kind of several $1 million of luxury car himself or a little do not get used to. Good Lou, Mom and Dad, I'll take you to buy a few sets of clothes. Jiang Chuan nodded and then decided to go and take Mom and Dad to buy a few sets of clothes. In this society where everything was money-oriented, dressing up was very, very important. Even if you were worth hundreds of billions of dollars, you would still be looked down upon if you dressed poorly. This was something that Jiang Chuan had already personally experienced a few days ago. So that look of being scorned and looked down upon, he didn't want his parents to feel it. Shueli also casually found a reason to get off the bus midway. She was afraid that Jiang Chuan would also buy clothes for himself in a while. At that time, if she couldn't repay with her body, she might not be able to repay Jiang Chuan's favor. Soon the three of them arrived at a high-class clothing store called Jiame Clothing Factory and bought 5 sets of clothes for each of Mom and Dad, although Mom and Dad strongly refused. But in the end they couldn't resist Jiang Chuan. 10 sets of clothes cost a total of $200,000. Actually speaking, compared to those rich people's privately ordered clothes, the cost-effectiveness of these clothes was considered relatively high. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $200,000, triggering a blitz rebate. Reward 67% of the shares of Jiame Clothing Group, valued at $2.6 billion. The host has become the first shareholder and chairman of the board of directors of Jiame Clothing Group. Just after the payment was successfully made, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded once again in his head. Are today's chances of striking a storm actually this high? Consumed twice and directly came with 2 blitz rebates. Jiang Chuan was also incomparably surprised at this, and these 2 blitz rewards combined were already worth more than $3 billion. With the system in place, becoming a billionaire was actually so simple. I remember a few days ago he told me that he seems to be working at Jiame Clothing Factory. It seems like I have to go see him. Jiang Chuan thought in his heart. There were more things to deal with during this period of time, so he had neglected his younger siblings, but there was still half a month before the new year, so it was not too late to go and see them. After sending his parents home, Jiang Chuan drove away. When he left, the entrance to the house was already filled with people from the village. There were also a few from the next village, and the purpose of their visit could probably be thought of with the fingers of their feet. Even Wang Temple Fish and Wei Shufan, when they left by themselves, they were all greeting each other with smiling faces, and they were also carrying gifts in their hands. It looked like their previous worries were a bit too redundant, although he had humiliated them before, but under the drive of interest, that kind of humiliation they didn't care at all. According to this situation, even if Mom and Dad lived in Ping'an village, there wouldn't be anyone looking for trouble. The house would even be more lively than ever. After leaving home, Jiang Chuan didn't go back to Jin County, but drove directly to Haidong City. His younger brother Jiang he was attending college here, and after vacation, he was directly working as a temporary laborer at Jiame Clothing Factory in Haidong City. Haidong City, Jiame Clothing Factory's production workshop. A youthful and handsome-looking teenager with clear eyes was desperately stepping on the sewing machine. Although he was working diligently, he could see that his hands were a bit raw, and he was also rusty in the control of the sewing machine. At this moment, a fat man with a big belly walked up to the teenager and glanced at him coldly. Jiang He, you've been here for almost half a month. Why do you still work in a sluggish manner? Can you work? If you can't do it, then quickly roll up and get out. Vacate your position for someone else who can do the job. Sorry team leader Zhou, I'll speed up. Jiang He hurriedly nodded repeatedly. You're a ing pig brain. Can't you see that the stitches are crooked there? And how come the needles here aren't aligned? Do you know that reworking a piece of clothing is very, very troublesome, and if you sell it out and the customer picks faults, can you afford to take the responsibility? I don't even want to scold you. You'd better roll up and get out. Zhou Xian scolded with a frown. Actually, it was already pretty good for a temporary worker to be able to work like this, but he just couldn't stand the sight of this damn handsome guy. Even if he was younger than himself, he was actually so much more handsome than him. And more importantly, he was actually a cultured college student. That's why he tried to find a way to pick a bone from inside the egg and make things difficult for him. Team leader Zhou, please don't drive me away. My brother is going home for a blind date this year, so I want to earn more money to help my brother. Jiang He pleaded with a firm look. He knows very well that most of the girls nowadays have higher standards for choosing a spouse, and buying a car and a house before marriage is definitely indispensable. There is also a large hundreds of thousands of dowry is certainly also needed. Mom and Dad don't have much money at all, and his brother has only graduated 3 years ago, so he definitely can't earn that much money. Therefore, he thought of taking advantage of the winter vacation to work to earn some money. Although the money earned may not be able to buy a car or a house, but as a younger brother he will do his best to help. Less nonsense. Your brother's marriage has nothing to do with lousy. Besides, don't you understand that it's kind for people to be poor and not get married? Since your brother doesn't have the money to get married, then let him be a bachelor. Don't go wreaking havoc on little girls. Zhou Xian's voice was still cold and impatient. Alas, that Jiang He is also really pathetic, being chopped and hung by Fatty Joe every day. Yes, a college student is actually able to endure until now. It looks like this kid should indeed lack money. If you ask me, college students are not suitable for earning this kind of money. They simply can't take this kind of suffering. They might as well hurry home to read books. Indeed, this is not the place for them. Why is that Fatty Joe so displeased with Jiang He? Don't you know yet? I heard that one of Fatty Joe's favorite little sisters seems to like Jiang He. That's why Fatty Joe is thinking of targeting Jiang He, and it's an unmitigated disaster to say the least. The surrounding people slowed down their hand movements to look over. Most of them were more sympathetic to Jiang He. There are also some people who admire Jiang He. After all, nowadays the college students that can be very expensive basically look down to the clothing factory, this kind of place to do odd jobs. Just when Jiang He wanted to say something, the door of the factory was suddenly opened. The door of the factory was suddenly opened, and two people walked in one after the other. Zhou Xian immediately turned his head to look and saw a familiar face, and was overjoyed. Factory Director Yang. This was followed by twisting his 200 pounds of big buttocks and running his ass over. At the same time, Jiang He also saw an extremely familiar face, subconsciously murmured out, "Brother." That's right, the handsome youth who walked in the front was Jiang He's brother Jiang Chuan. Chapter 37, What's it got to do with me if you're not easy? Ha? Who's that little brother walking in front of the field? So handsome. Yeah. So handsome and stylish. The one who was qualified to walk in front of the factory manager must be the son of a senior leader's family in the factory. Mamma mia. Suddenly I want to give birth to that handsome man. I'm definitely not greedy for money, nor am I greedy for his face value. I just simply feel that the two of us were destined to have a relationship in our past lives and want to renew it. Grass. Putting gold worship in such a refreshing way. I am also really impressed. The moment a few of the girls who were working saw Jiang Chuan, their eyes instantly glazed over. Handsome was one aspect. The main thing was that this kid was able to walk in front of the factory manager, which meant that the position must be higher than the factory manager. Handsome and golden. It was hard for such a man not to be attractive. At this time, Fatty Joe had already bumbled his way to the front of the factory director. His face was full of smiles, and under the cluster of fat meat, a pair of squinting eyes were completely invisible. That posture was exactly like a eunuch meeting the emperor in ancient times. Hello Factory Director Yang. I'm Zhou Xian, the team leader of this workshop. Warmly welcome your visit for inspection. Yang Lu didn't look at Zhou Xian, but respectfully looked at Jiang Chuan. The young man in front of him was the chairman of their Jiame clothing factory, as well as the first shareholder. Just now, the chairman suddenly came over and said that his brother was working inside the factory. This gave Yang Lu a shock. The chairman's younger brother actually came to experience life. I don't know if there are any ungrateful things inside the workshop that messed with that young master. At this time, Jiang He also got up and came in front of Jiang Chuan with some disbelief. How could he not figure out how his brother walked together with the factory director, and also walked in front of the Long Long? Could it be that brother and the factory manager are friends? Impossible. Brother was just an ordinary person who hadn't graduated for a long time. How could he possibly know the boss of Jiame clothing factory? Jianghe, what are you doing? Get the hell back to your post and get to work. Can't you see that this is a conversation between leaders? Zhou Xian coldly glared at Jiang He. Hadn't this kid met the factory manager before? Why is he so unruly today? He is me. Jiang He pointed to Jiang Chuan and just wanted to tell them that this person is my brother. But the words were interrupted by Zhou Xian before they were finished. Is you what? You don't want to say that the factory manager's friend is your brother, right? Your ing brain is out of order. On your kind of poor college students, also want to climb the relationship with the factory director's friend. Zhou Xian immediately chided. At that time, he also didn't believe that this coy poor college student in front of him could know this kind of upper-class person. Moreover, looking at the other party's clothing, it was obvious that he was some sort of rich second generation. How could he be related to this kind of poor student? Yang Lu, on the other hand, took a closer look at Jiang He. This kid was also very handsome, white and clean with clear eyes. Between his eyebrows he actually had so much resemblance to the chairman of the board. Suddenly his body froze violently. An arc of electricity flashed inside his brain, and he was instantly enlightened. It's definitely right. This kid in front of him looks so similar to the chairman. He's definitely the brother he's looking for. With that thought, Yang Li's pair of fire-breathing eyes stared dead on at Zhou Xian. Splat! In the next second, a solid shift was thrown in Zhou Xian's face. Plant manager, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Zhou Xian was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have done anything just now, did he? And he hadn't said anything to offend the factory manager. So why did he just reward himself with a direct and highly insulting slap? Although it was said that because he had more fat on his face, this slap did not hurt. But the damage is not high, but the insult is extremely strong. Jiang He, who was on the side, was also instantly dumbfounded, and the others inside the workshop also looked at each other with a blank expression. Although this Zhou Xian was usually arrogant, the factory manager shouldn't be able to hit people for no reason. Hey, have you guys noticed? How come I feel that the handsome guy beside factory manager has some similarities between his eyebrows and Jiang He's? I also have this feeling when you say that handsome guy couldn't be Jiang Chuan's brother, right? Don't joke. This kind of dog blood plot would be sprayed to death by readers even if it appeared in a novel, let alone this is reality. That's also true. If Jiang He really had such a powerful brother, he wouldn't have to come to this place to work. The crowd immediately began to murmur. Although they all felt that Jiang He and Jiang Chuan looked somewhat similar, they didn't think that the two could be related. A rich second generation and a poor student. Completely two worlds. Zhou Xian, I didn't expect that you, a small team leader, would actually be so arrogant and have such a bad attitude towards the employees under you. People like you don't deserve to stay in Jiame clothing factory. I'm now announcing as the factory director that you're fired. Yang Le said coldly, regardless of whether the student in front of him was the chairman's brother or not. What he had just done was extremely wise. After all, the chairman was definitely not willing to see bullying in the workshop either. What? When Zhou Xian heard these words, his legs went limp and he almost sat on the ground. It was at this time that Jiang He looked at Jiang Chuan suspiciously and spoke. Brother, why are you here? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Jiang He's words instantly caused everyone to stare at the two of them with wide eyes, full of disbelief. What? It can't be. It's really so bloody. That rich second generation is really Jiang He's brother. Holy, it turns out that Jiang He is really a rich second generation who came to experience life. Why didn't I go to flatter him before? So angry. It feels like I missed out on $1 billion. As for Zhou Xian on the side, his entire body was dumbfounded. It suddenly felt like the sky had collapsed. This poor college student who was hung 10 times a day by himself actually really knew this factory manager's friend. Xiao He, this period of time has been hard on you. It is brother who is sorry for you. Jiang Chuan gently patted Jiang He's shoulder, eyes full of favor. Since childhood the relationship between their three siblings had been exceptionally good. Now seeing that his younger brother's entire body had lost a circle of weight, his heart ached immensely. No brother, I'm not working hard. I just want to earn more money so that you can find me a sister-in-law as soon as possible. Jiang He smiled happily. Alright, from now on, your hard days are over. Jiang Chuan laughed, then turned his gaze to Yang Lu. At this time, Yang Li's also hurriedly cleared his throat and said to everyone, introducing everyone, this Mr. Jiang Chuan is the chairman of our Jiame group, and Mr. Jiang He is Jiang Dong's own younger brother. From now on, Mr. Jiang He is the new factory director of our clothing factory. Boom! Hearing this news, Zhou Xian instantly felt as if he was hit by 5 thunderbolts, his mind buzzing non-stop. It was almost as if he had fallen headfirst directly to the ground. What kind of terrifying existence had he incurred? This poor college student in his own eyes, how did he turn into the chairman's own brother, and now also became the clothing factory's new factory director? These 10 days he has been making things difficult for him. This is not the end of the calf? Hiss. My mama. I thought that handsome guy was just a friend of the factory director, but I didn't realize that he was actually our chairman. Geez, is our chairman actually this young? Hooray! Luckily I didn't offend Jiang He, otherwise today I guess I'll have to follow Zhou Xian the dead fat guy and roll with him. Grass. It turns out that the rich second generation is right beside me. TV dramas don't even dare to act like this. Suddenly I feel that Jiang He is really handsome. I want to give him a monkey. The others in the workshop sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. A look of remorse also appeared on their faces one by one. If they had gotten along with Jiang He during this time, they would definitely have been able to get their hands on the light as well. But now it seems like it's too late to say anything. As for Jiang He, the look of shock on his face was even greater than the others. With a face full of doubt and confusion, he looked at Jiang Chuan. He even suspected that he was dreaming. Otherwise how could such a heavenly good thing fall on his head? His brother had actually become the chairman of the Jiame group. And himself, now he actually became the new factory manager? Brother, I'm supposed to be dreaming, right? Jiang He looked at Jiang Chuan with wooden eyes. This was all just too unrealistic for him. Silly brother, this is all real and not a dream. From now on you are the factory director here. As for the people who have bullied you here, you see to it yourself. Even this Yang Lu, even if you tell him to get lost now, he wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart. Jiang Chuan said with a smirk. He himself is now the chairman of the entire Jiang group, not to mention a factory director in the district. Even if he is the general manager, he will have to get lost if you tell him to get lost. Jiang Ha. No, brother Jiang. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. It's me who has no eyes. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai. I deserve to be beaten. Please, you must forgive me. I have a 90-year-old mother on top, and concubines to support. Please be merciful and do not dismiss me. You're an adult. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly, so just treat me as a fart and let me go. Zhou Xian flopped down on his knees in front of Jiang He, and started to beg for forgiveness to his own chubby face left and right, starting to cry bitterly. Jiang He looked at the dead fat man in front of him who was crying in pain and making things difficult and bullying for himself. His heart was gnashing his teeth in hatred. After calming himself, Jiang He looked at Zhou Xian coldly. Zhou Xian, pack up your things and get lost. Brother Jiang. No, Factory Director Jiang. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'm worse than a pig and a dog. Please don't fire me. I don't have much of an education. I don't have much of a skill. It's really not easy to climb up to this position. If you fire me now, I'll never be able to find such a good job in the future. Zhou Xian hugged Jiang He's thighs to death and cried with that pain. Zhou Xian, remember what you just told me? You're not easy to have anything to do with me. Hurry up and get lost. Thinking about how Zhou Xian had made things difficult for himself during this period of time, and remembering what he had just said, Jiang He's attitude was unusually firm. Fatty Zhou, hurry up and get lost. That's right, dare to offend the factory director. You really deserve it. The factory director is wise and powerful, removing a major scourge for our workshop. I've always known that the factory manager is lucky, and will be a great man among men. Grass. Flattery, I will serve you. For Jiang He's decision, other people in the workshop also shouted. For one thing, they could flatter Jiang He as the new factory director. Secondly, this fatty Zhou was indeed not a thing. Relying on his status as a team leader, he often made things difficult for everyone arbitrarily. Inside this workshop, basically everyone has been gripped by him. Security guard, didn't you hear what the new factory manager said? Throw this dead fat man with no eyes out for me. At this time, Yang Lu also hurriedly greeted. After all, leaving a good impression in the chairman's mind was very, very important. It didn't take long for the 6 security guards to drag Zhou Xian out. Xiao He, has anyone else here bullied you? You can fire them together. Jiang Chuan's sharp gaze swept over every face inside the workshop, and his voice said indifferently, No, no more. The others are quite good to me. Jiang He shook his head and said, That's good. Go, accompany brother out for a walk. After nodding, Jiang Chuan directly pulled Jiang He out of the workshop, leaving behind the crowd full of regret. Yang Lu also followed out with his ass. Brother, I'm just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. I've never been a factory manager at all. I don't have any work experience. I might not be able to handle the position of factory manager. After leaving the workshop, Jiang He then said with some apprehension and difficulty, although he had done odd jobs many times before, they were basically temporary jobs, and now that he was suddenly asked to be the factory manager of such a large factory, he did feel that he was not up to the task. In case the factory lost money because of his wrong decision, then he would be a sinner. Fear not, everything has to have a process of familiarization and adaptation. This is considered to be a hone for you. Besides, a small factory is just a small factory. You just let go and do it. As for whether it is profit or loss, do not have to put it in mind at all. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, smiled without a care in the world and said, he really didn't put this small factory in his eyes. Even if it went bankrupt right now, he wouldn't have a single heartache. Right, factory director, just let go and do it. Yang Lu also rubbed his hands and said fawningly, that's fine. Seeing that his brother didn't care at all, Jiang He also no longer pushed back. In his heart, he was incomparably curious. How did his brother suddenly become the chairman of Jiang Group? I know you have doubts in your heart. I will unravel all your doubts when the time is ripe. Now go to dinner with brother. After saying that, Jiang Chuan took Jiang He to dinner. Inside the Intercontinental Hotel's Chinese restaurant box, Xiao He, I heard from mom and dad that you talked about a girlfriend some time ago. How is it now? Bring it home and show it to brother this year. While the two were eating their meal, Jiang Chuan asked curiously, I didn't realize that this younger brother of his is really outstanding. Actually have a girlfriend. We broke up. Jiang He smiled bitterly and said helplessly, just a few days ago, Yan Jinjin dumped him. Jiang Chuan also raised his eyebrows. Why did you break up? She disliked me for not having money. Jiang He clenched his fists, his face full of resignation. Originally, he thought that the relationship between them could withstand the test, but he didn't expect Yan Jinjin to be so realistic as well, dumping himself because he didn't have money. I see. Since it's for money, then there's no need to be upset. It means she doesn't deserve you at all. Chapter 38. Why don't you smile anymore? Is it because you are not born to smile? Although it was said that such a social trend had been formed now, Jiang Chuan always believed that there were still quite a few good women like sister-in-law Fan Jin in this society. Well, I did feel quite bad during those days when I just broke up, but it's not that bad now. It's just that I feel suffocated. 2 years of feelings, and ultimately lost to reality. Jiang He continued to say with a bitter smile. Although a lot of things could be figured out when thinking about it, it just felt heartbreaking and suffocating. Abandoning you, that's her blindness. There are better girls waiting for you in the future. But next time when you look for a girlfriend, you have to keep your eyes open. Jiang Chuan continued to comfort. Aha, next time when I look for a girlfriend, I will definitely let you give me the gatekeeper. Jiang He also smiled with relief. Since the matter had already passed, let it pass. There was no need to be sentimental about it if it didn't belong to you. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon after dinner. Xiao He, did you get your driver's license? Walking out of the hotel, Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and asked. Remembering that last time Xiao He said that he was taking the driver's license test. It should be quite simple for young people to take the test. 2 months should be able to take the test casually. Well, I already took the test last month. Jiang He nodded. Alright, in that case, then I'll buy you a car. You're the factory manager now after all. You'll be laughed at if you don't have a car. After saying that, Jiang Chuan took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. No need, brother. My current Emma small donkey is quite good, and my driver's license has just been tested out. A little afraid to drive. Jiang He hastily refused. Although his brother is now rich, but he cannot casually spend his brother's money, and it's a waste to buy yourself a car. Alright, this matter is decided. By this time, Jiang Chuan had dialed the phone of Liang Renhao, the Asia-Pacific Regional General Manager of Dragon Hotel. Manager Liang, I'm now at the gate of the Intercontinental Hotel in Haidong City. Send me over a supercar over within an hour. A $10 million level will do. The brand has no requirements. Good. Then first, after a brief chat, Jiang Chuan hung up the phone. Jiang He, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Chuan with a puzzled face, always feeling that this brother of his had suddenly become so strange. Brother, now can you tell me how you suddenly became so rich? Jiang He still couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. One should know that when his brother went to university, he still borrowed tuition fees from other people, and it's only been 3 years since he started working. How did he become the chairman of Jiamei Group? And to buy a multi-million level supercar, actually only need a phone call to get it done. The other party's attitude is actually so respectful. This brother had really become strange and mysterious. Ha, actually half a year ago I took all my savings and bought a lottery ticket and won 200 million. So with these 2 months of startup capital to start doing business, luck was good, and soon the business was up. Jiamei Garment Factory was acquired by me just yesterday. Jiang Chuan naturally didn't tell the truth. If he told this brother that he had a system, he probably wouldn't believe it. After all, this was a real world. One had to believe in science. Systems and whatnot were just too nebulous. Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, brother, your luck is really good. After Jiang He heard this, a pair of clear eyes revealed an expression of I see so. It looks like he believed the excuse just now. College students are really a very innocent group. Just as the two were talking, a pair of college student-looking young people walked this way. The female was dressed in a flamboyant manner, with thick makeup and a dusty air. The male had an untamed face and yellow hair. After seeing the visitor, Jiang He's brows instantly furrowed. This subtle change was also clearly seen by Jiang Chuan. That change also made Jiang Chuan quickly realize the current situation. What's wrong? It's hard to believe that the flamboyant female is Yan Jinjin. Well, it's her. I didn't expect her to find another man so quickly. Jiang He clenched his fist tightly and nodded, although he had just said that he would put it down, and that such a gold-digging woman was not worth his hard feelings. But when he saw her holding hands with another guy, his heart was still inexplicably angry. Alright, since it's broken up, there's no more relationship. There's no need to get angry. Jiang Chuan comforted. Well, Jiang He let out a long breath and nodded. Let's go. Jiang Chuan brought Jiang He and prepared to leave. After all, with this kind of woman, it was best to draw a line as soon as possible, and the further away from her, the better. Even a single more glance made him feel that it was an insult to his eyes. Just at this moment, Yan Jinjin and that yellow-haired young man who was dressed in fancy clothes came walking head-on. Obviously the two of them had also noticed Jiang Chuan and Jiang He. Yan Jinjin took the lead and blocked in front of the two. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the way. Jiang Chuan coldly glanced at Yan Jinjin. Yan Jinjin, on the other hand, looked at Jiang He with a face full of contempt. I say, Jiang He, is it fun for you to stalk him like this? Don't be delusional if you want to get me back through this kind of tie way. Your approach will only make me look down on you even more, do you understand? Obviously, She deliberately came here to block him because of Jiang He. Yan Jinjin, you abandoned me and found a boyfriend like this? This vision of yours is really getting worse and worse. Jiang He coldly glared at Yan Jinjin, his face full of anger. Humph, you're just envious and jealous, aren't you? Young Li is the son of the vice factory director of Jiame Clothing Factory, a proper rich second generation. He's tens of thousands of times better than you. Yan Jinjin directly picked up the yellow-haired young man's arm and rubbed it vigorously with her own little wang. The son of vice plant director Li's family? It's really outstanding enough. But this world is also really small enough. Jiang He coldly smiled. If it was 3 hours ago, the identity of the deputy factory director's son would indeed make him feel inferior, and could even make him feel humble to the dust. But now, even Li Gang himself would not dare to clamor in front of himself. Not to mention a bull ***** male son. Yo-ho, Jinjin ah, is this that trashy ex-boyfriend of yours? Didn't you say that he's already gone to play screws on the shop floor of the Jiame Clothing Factory? Do you want me to give my dad a word to tell him to get lost? Li Tian'er looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of contempt and said disdainfully. Yeah, he did go to hit the screws a few days ago. I guess he's already been kicked out. It can't be helped. Waste 1. Do what can't be done. Yan Jinjin held Li Tian'er's arm tighter. The little Wangji had already been squeezed out of shape. Yan Jinjin, I really can't? If you can't, why the hell are you screaming so lewdly in bed? And you, playing with the broken shoes I've worn still makes you happy like this? How much do you like the broken shoes worn by others? Stinking beggar, what did you say? You are looking for death, you know? Jiangha, you a waste. I scream loudly, that is not because you pinch me nigh. Shucks, don't misunderstand me? Li Xiao, I have never had any relationship with this trash at all. Turtle, now kneel in front of me and apologize to me, then lick all the dust on this young master's shoes. I can consider letting you off the hook. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. The two of them were instantly dry-breaking their defenses by Jiang He's words. Their eyes widened in anger, as if they wanted to eat Jiang He. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, had his hands wrapped around his chest as he looked on indifferently from the side. This younger brother of his own had also become an adult. This kind of thing he should be able to solve by himself. Make me regret? You are afraid that you are not worthy. Jiang He shook his head. If it was a few hours ago, such words could indeed scare him, but now that his brother was beside him, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Damn earthworm, you really don't see the coffin. Li Tian'er's icy cold gaze was dead set on Jiang He. He really couldn't figure out how a stinking beggar with nothing to lose could dare to talk like that in front of him. Ha, you punk is still pretending, aren't you? Do you know how much this bag that Li Xiao bought for me? Do you know how much the car that Li Xiao drove? Even if you play a lifetime of screws, cannot afford to buy this bag, you will never be able to compare to Li Xiao. Even Li Xiao's one toe you cannot compare. Yan Jinjin also controlled her anger at this time. She wanted to completely trample Jiang He's pride under her feet and rub it hard. Jiang He, on the other hand, glanced at the two coldly, as if looking at a jumping clown, took out his cell phone and dialed Yang Li's number. Yo yo yo, is this ready to shake people? I'm so scared. The mockery on the two men's faces became even more pronounced as they watched Jiang He actually start making phone calls. They didn't believe that Jiang He could call anyone at all. At most, he would just call his own mom and dad over and lie in their arms and cry. Jiang He, however, spoke lightly. Uncle Yang, Li Gang's son, Li Tian'er, is pretending to be a bully in front of me? Fire him immediately, then check if he has any illegal operations in the factory. One by one. It's best if both their father and son can be sent in to step on the sewing machine. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang He with a satisfied face. Not bad, worthy of being his own brother. This way of doing things is also just like himself. Haha, laughing at old me. This punk will still pretend. Your Uncle Yang wouldn't be Yang Lu, right? Do you damn well want to laugh me to death and inherit my aunts? Li Tian'er immediately held his stomach and couldn't stop laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He had seen a lot of pretenders, but it was the first time he had seen a punk like the one in front of him who could pretend so well. Ha, still firing Uncle Li. Who do you think you are, Jiang He? You think you're the ING factory manager? You can fire whoever you want. If you're capable, just fire one for me. Yan Jinjin was also laughing at this moment, but more than that, she was contemptuous and mocking. I didn't expect the previously honest Jiang He to be able to pretend to be so mellow and unobtrusive at this moment. It looks like after he dumped him, this punk was hit hard. Otherwise, why did he start talking nonsense in the middle of the day? Have a good laugh. Smile more, and in the future, such a happy smile will never appear on your faces again. Jiang He and Jiang Chuan were like looking at little cuties, like looking at the two. It had to be said that this Yan Jinjin's guess was pretty accurate. Stinking dirtbag still pretending. Old man gave you face, did he? Li Tian'er's words had just fallen when the phone suddenly rang. Once he looked at the caller ID, a wave of uneasiness immediately lingered in his heart, then hurriedly connected. Dad, what's wrong? What the hell have you done? An angry roar instantly came from the microphone. I didn't do anything. What the hell is wrong, Dad? You don't get angry first. Li Tian-er was also puzzled in his heart. Normally the old man spoke gently. Why did he start raging today just after connecting the phone? It couldn't be that the matter of his stepmother's pregnancy was known by the old man. If so, that can be finished. Did you offend our factory manager? Li Gang suppressed his anger as much as possible. Just a moment ago he suddenly received a call from Yang Lu, saying that his family's little offended the factory manager, and he was directly fired. This made him suddenly fearful and angry. No, I haven't seen Uncle Yang recently. How could I have offended him? Your son is not a little cutie. How could he offend Uncle Yang? Li Tian-er very confidently assured. Fortunately, it is not the matter of the stepmother. Do you not know that we changed the factory director here 3 hours ago? Li Gang was furious. Originally thought that such a big news, this waste son of his could definitely hear some wind, but he didn't expect that he didn't know at all. Changed the factory manager? When? How come I didn't know? Li Tian-er was still puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to have pondered something and looked at Jiang He with an incredulous gaze. This kid had just made a phone call and had addressed the other party as Uncle Yang. It also did say something about firing Dad. Can't it be that this trash in front of him, he really is the new factory manager? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yan Xinjian said that this Jiang He is a poor man, and still from the countryside. How could he be connected to the factory director? But if not, this is all too much of a coincidence. Then apprehensively and tentatively asked, Dad, then do you know what the new factory director's name is? Jiang He, factory director Jiang. Buzz. There was a buzzing in his brain, and Li Tian-er directly collapsed to the ground. Terrified, he looked at Jiang He. Finished? How could he be so blind and provoke the new factory manager? It's all Yan Xinjian this. If not for her, how could he have messed with Jiang He? Thinking of this, Li Tian-er looked at Yan Xinjian with eyes that wanted to kill. The roaring voice of Li Gang on the other end of the phone rang out once again. Eyeless bastard. I don't care how you offended the factory director. If you can't get the factory director's forgiveness, I will definitely break your trouble-loving legs with my own hands. Chapter 39, Get Lost. You're out of reach. After these words, Li Gang decisively hung up the phone. As for Li Tian-er, his face turned white with fear and his body trembled wildly. He knew very well in his heart that if it wasn't something very important, the old man definitely wouldn't have spoken to himself so loudly. Li Young, what's wrong with you? The ground is cool, hurry up. Don't freeze our brother. Yan Xinjian was uncertain and hurried to assist Li Tian-er. Li Xiao is his own money bag. His little brother is also his own source of happiness. If the little brother can be trouble. Get lost. You killed old son. Li Tian-er overturned Yan Xinjian on the ground with a hand, and stared at Yan Xinjian with murderous eyes. If it wasn't for this, how could he have offended the new factory director? Li Tian-er, you actually dared to push me. You even mouthed to me last night that you love me and will pamper me for the rest of my life. Yan Xinjian looked at Li Tian-er incredulously. At the moment she couldn't even care about the pain on her body. This one came. Obviously last night when he was entangled with himself he mouthed that he loved himself and would take good care of himself. Will let herself become the happiest woman in the world. But now, it's only been a day and he's actually doing this to himself. Men really are all big pig's hooves. I love you, mama head. You killed my old man. I now kill you, this heart have. Li Tian-er clenched his fists tightly, itching to go up and clang 2 punches on this mouth. But right now, the most important thing was to beg for the factory manager's forgiveness. Otherwise go back and you might really get your legs broken. And if the old man is to go to work, his own this broad is also to the head. After thinking about it, he rolled and crawled on his knees in front of Jiang He. Jiang He, I'm wrong, please forgive you. I definitely didn't mean to target you. It's all because this stinking has been confusing me. It's her who said that you are a poor man. At this time, Li Tian-er, where there was still half of the arrogance just now, the appearance of crying bitterly actually looked a little bit pitiful. Jiang Chuan on the side did not open his mouth, but left it all to Jiang He to handle. Li Tian-er, if apologizing worked, the world would have been at peace long ago. Jiang He said coldly. Jiang He, Jiang Xiao, I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't compete with you for a woman. I'll give her back to you right now. Li Tian-er was still making his last struggle. Li Tian-er, what did you say? What do you take me for? I'm not goods. What qualifications do you have to give me to that trash? And aren't you the son of the vice factory director? Aren't you a rich second generation? Why are you being so respectful to that poor man? Yan Xinjian was similarly filled with anger. She wasn't actually angry at being given away. She would even be grateful to Li Tian'er if it was a richer broad. But the problem was that Li Tian'er actually wanted to give himself away to that trash Jiang He again, which was never okay. Shut your stinking mouth. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you that Jiang Shao can look at you. It's smoke coming out of your family's ancestral tomb. What qualifications do you have to dislike Jiang Shao? Li Tian'er turned around and once again cursed at Yan Jinjin. Rumble. Right at this moment, a flatbed truck came this way. It quickly stopped in front of a few people, and on the flatbed truck was pulling a brand new white Koenigsegg Jurko. Although this sports car was only sold for around $30 million, whether it was the appearance or the power, it was definitely called a first-class top supercar. After the car stopped, 7 or 8 staff members came in front of Jiang Chuan and Jiang He. Hello Mr. Jiang Chuan, I'm Chai Hu, the sales manager of Corniche. The young man in the suit at the head hurriedly went forward to greet Jiang Chuan, then respectfully handed Jiang Chuan a business card of his own with both hands. They had already seen Jiang Chuan's picture when they received the order just now, and the one who made the payment had instructed them that this Mr. Jiang Chuan in front of them was the chairman of their Dragon Hotel, and that the service must be warm and considerate, and that they must not be offended. For this kind of big man, even if it is not instructed, they absolutely do not dare to provoke. It was just that they never expected that the chairman of Dragon Tang Hotel was actually so young, looking much younger than themselves. He was really young and promising. Well, hello. Jiang Chuan also smiled and nodded. Chai Hu hurriedly took out a file bag and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chuan. Mr. Jiang, this is the Koenigsegg Jurko supercar you ordered just now. Inside here is the purchase contract as well as the car key. Please check it. If you have any need, I can also explain this car to you properly. No need. I don't have much research on these cars, and I trust you guys. Jiang Chuan took the dossier bag, a warm smile still hanging on his face. Okay Mr. Jiang, in that case we won't bother much. If there are any subsequent problems with this car you can call me directly. I'll help you solve the problem as fast as I can. Chai Hu's voice was very respectful, and his posture was also put very low. After all, in front of this kind of top big brother, he was just a small wage earner. Okay, you guys go back. Jiang Chuan waved his hand. Jiang He stared at the white supercar, his eyes straightening, almost drooling. A supercar was definitely the dream car in every young man's heart, especially this kind of supercar that was worth tens of millions of dollars. Jiang He didn't even dare to think about it before. Li Tian'er was already trembling with fear at this moment, to know that what he drove was just a BMW 3 Series. Unexpectedly, those two people on the opposite side, directly raised a Koenigsegg Jurko. This could really be the luxury car of luxury cars. His own car compared to this supercar. It was simply a pile of broken brass. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that poor Jiang He afford such an expensive car? Yan Jinjin, a pair of eyes staring like copper bells, full of disbelief. Having been in love with Jiang He for 2 years, he could say that he understood Jiang He very thoroughly. He was a complete and utter pauper, and his family was even in a remote rural area, and he also met Jiang He's parents before, is the kind of serious poor farmers. This is also the reason why she dumped Jiang He. But now, what was this? Shao He, this car will be for you to practice in the future. When you don't like it, tell brother, and then I'll buy you a better one. Jiang Chuan directly threw the key to Jiang He. The appearance of Koenigsegg also quickly attracted countless passers-by. After all, this kind of multi-million-dollar level sports car was usually hard to come across on the streets. Although the car wasn't theirs, looking at it could also be an eye candy. Thank you brother, I will definitely take good care of this car. Jiang He clutched the car keys tightly, afraid that someone would grab it from him as if it was his. Asterisk. Which big family did those two run out as young masters? Actually driving tens of millions of dollars of supercars? Is this a supercar? Honestly, I've seen it for the first time. It's so damn handsome. Damn. If I can drive such a supercar in my lifetime, I feel that I will die without regret. This car landing price to more than 30 million it. We ordinary people don't think about it. The surrounding people stared at the sports car and talked. Yan Jinjin was now completely dumbfounded. She didn't recognize the car just now, but she heard the people around her say that it actually cost $30 million. $30 million? Even if she sells pens for her whole life, she can't earn that much money. At this moment, her intestines were all green with remorse. No way. Jiang Chuan is actually so rich. I have to hold him firmly in my hands. Yan Jinjin's eyes were firm, as if she had made some sort of decision at this moment. Then she hurriedly got up from the ground and came directly in front of Jiang He. I'm sorry. It's only now that I deeply realize that my heart can only hold you alone. The person I love will always be only you. I can't live without you. Forgive me, okay? Yan Jinjin just wanted to pull Jiang He's hand, but he was shrugged off by Jiang He. And after hearing these words, Jiang Chuan felt goosebumps all of a sudden. I've seen shameless ones, but this is the first time I've seen such a shameless one. The surrounding crowd of onlookers also instantly started cursing. Jiang He, on the other hand, smiled coldly. Yan Jinjin, Jiang He, was really blind to fall for a like you in the first place, but I also want to thank you for letting me completely see your ugly face. Now I just want to tell you, yesterday's me you loved and ignored, today's me you can't afford to climb anymore. Brother, let's go. I feel sick at the sight of her now. After saying that, Jiang He directly opened the car door and sat on the main driving seat. Jiang, you take me with you. How can I live without you, Hey? Yan Jinjin instantly bawled. The crying was so painful and heartbreaking. Good. Jiang Chuan nodded, and then also directly sat on his Bugatti Black Knight voice, a foot of gas pedal and raised long. Hey, you take me away. How can I live without you? Yan Jinjin chased after the sports car ran a distance, is directly paralyzed on the ground and cried bitterly. Are those two brothers? One driving a Koenigsegg and the other driving a Bugatti. So damn handsome. Damn. This world is too unfair. Ugh. Reincarnation is an art. It's a shame we didn't learn it. What's wrong with that woman? Crying so sadly. Brother, you just came, right? I'll give you a good talk. That woman is a complete gold-digging woman. Abandon just drove the Koenigsegg that little handsome and then shows the yellow hair on the ground, and now found that people are experiencing the life of the broad young after regretting. I see. Shucks. This kind of woman doesn't deserve sympathy. Damn. This plot is simply more exciting than a novel. If only I could punch my gold-digging female girlfriend in the face one day, but unfortunately my family doesn't have a mine or a rich father anymore. Alas. Stop it. I want to cry when you say that. You guys just be content. I don't even have a ing girlfriend right now. I don't even know if the flavor there is salty or sweet. Goo. Just now I only cared about watching the drama. I forgot to ask those two handsome guys for contact information. Is it still too late to chase? After returning to the factory, Jiang He had tears in his eyes and looked at Jiang Chuan with gratitude. What is this? Still sad. Brother did not say it. That kind of woman is not worth it. You will meet a better one in the future. Jiang Chuan gently pounded Jiang He's chest and laughed. Brother, thank you. Thank you for letting me guard my self-respect. Thank you for bringing me courage. When he said these words, Jiang He's voice was sobbing. He knew that if brother wasn't here today, he simply wouldn't have the capital or the courage to say those words just now. Alright, since you know I'm your brother, don't say such words anymore. We are blood brothers. Do we still need to say the word thank you? Jiang Chuan said with the same seriousness. Aha, I know it. I won't say it from now on. Jiang He nodded obediently. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Jiang Chuan's cell phone suddenly rang with a message tone. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was actually a WeChat from Su Qingya. Jiang Chuan, do you have time tomorrow? I want to introduce two good friends to you. Wavy dash. Of course I have time. Where are you? I'm in Linhai City, so I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. At the Marriott restaurant. Chapter 40, $1 billion bet on a leg. A good deal. Brother, if you have other things to do, go and get busy. I'll take care of things inside the factory. Jiang He opened his mouth and said, since he had now become the factory director, and there was also Yan Lu assisting on the side, it shouldn't be too difficult to manage a factory well. Since his brother trusted him so much, he must take good care of the factory and try to earn more money. Okay, then you go back first and follow Yan Lu to familiarize yourself properly, and remember to go home before the new year. After Jiang Chuan said that, he drove his car to Linhai City. Early the next morning, Jiang Chuan woke up early and received a message from Su Qingya after a simple wash. Jiang Chuan, we've arrived at the restaurant. You should hurry over as well. Okay. After replying, Jiang Chuan also left the hotel. The weather was overcast and it was expected to rain soon. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Marriott restaurant Supreme Box. At this time, Su Qingya was already waiting at the door, and after seeing Jiang Chuan appear, she immediately smiled like a flower. Qingya, who is the friend you want to introduce to me? Jiang Chuan also asked as he opened the door. He knew that Su Qingya's identity wasn't simple, and to be able to become Su Qingya's friend, then it must not be a simple character either. One is my good girlfriend, the eldest Miss Shangguan Ruoshi of the Shangguan family in the provincial city, and the other is Lin Yun, the male son of the Baoli group in the provincial city. Su Qingya hurriedly opened her mouth and said, the male son of Baoli group? Jiang Chuan was stunned in his heart. He had naturally heard of Baoli group. It was considered a leading company in the provincial city, with a market capitalization of over $200 billion. If it was just the assets and market capitalization, it wasn't particularly scary, mainly because he had heard that the Lin family's old man used to be a high-ranking official in the southern province. Although the old man has retired, but his eldest son has successfully climbed to his position. Therefore, looking at the entire southern province, the Lin family is definitely a true magnate. I didn't expect Su Xinya to actually know this kind of big shot. As for the other Shangguan Ruoshi, this name was actually the first time Jiang Chuan had heard of it, even the Shangguan family in the provincial capital. But Jiang Chuan's heart is very clear. There are just too many people with money and power in the Dragon Kingdom. On the surface of those hundreds of billions of billionaires, and those invisible mansions are simply not comparable. And this Shangguan family, it was very likely that they were the kind of invisible top magnates that didn't show themselves. Well, so their character may be more arrogant. So you'll just have to condescend later. If you are able to get acquainted with these two, I think it will be of great help to your future achievements, Su Qingya said seriously after nodding. Although Jiang Chuan was the chairman of Dingsheng Group and was worth tens of billions of dollars, but this amount of assets was like a child's playground in front of a true magnate. Well, I know, let's go in. Jiang Chuan nodded. After entering the box, the first thing that caught his eyes was a woman with a handsome appearance and excellent temperament. Regardless of her features or figure, she was not inferior to Su Qingya at all, and on her body, there was a graceful and luxurious temperament, and beside her, was a handsome young man of similar age to Jiang Chuan with a lonely face. The two people who were happily chatting saw Jiang Chuan come in and then they looked at each other in unison. Qingya, is this the young and talented high-ranking person you were talking about? The woman looked Jiang Chuan up and down and was the first to ask. This kid was indeed handsome, but other than being handsome, there were no other features to be seen. A high person? Jiang Chuan's face was full of doubts as he listened. When did he become a high person? Well, let me introduce you guys. This is Jiang Chuan, the chairman of Dingsheng Group that I told you about. Su Qingya smiled as she introduced the two of them. The youth on the opposite side had a cold and haughty demeanor and did not speak. After all, this kind of $10 billion group's chairman really couldn't enter his eyes. The woman, on the other hand, smiled lightly and spoke. Hello, my name is Shangguan Ruoshi. Shangguan Ruoshi, sit down and talk. At this time, Lin Yun, who was on the side, spoke indifferently. Then the same looked Jiang Chuan up and down. It seemed like he was a drop more handsome than himself, but luckily, not as rich as himself. Jiang Chuan had just sat down, suddenly felt a swelling pain in his brain. In the next second, there were two more memories in his mind. This memory was obviously not his own, and the memory image just now actually showed Shangguan Ruoshi and Lin Yun in front of him. This is the ability to foretell the future actively triggered? Jiang Chuan was surprised in his heart. Jiang Chuan, are you alright? Looking at Jiang Chuan's face so ugly, Su Qingya hurriedly asked. It's fine. Just now, I suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Chuan shook his head. After accepting the memories from just now, that feeling of bloating and pain had disappeared. Mr. Jiang Chuan is really young and talented. So young to become the chairman of Dingsheng Group. And I heard Qingya say that Mr. Jiang Chuan is also a high-level person who can pinpoint and calculate. Is that so? Shangguan Ruoshi asked with a faint smile on her face. Just 2 days ago, Qingya had told herself that he had met a very outstanding young man. Without any help from anyone, he had become the chairman of Dingsheng Group at just 22 years old, and he also had the ability to foretell things. This also made her a little interested in Jiang Chuan, but upon meeting him, she was a little disappointed. This guy didn't seem to have any outstanding features at all, except for being a little bit handsome. Able to pinch and count? Jiang Chuan also froze, looking at Su Qingya with a puzzled face. When did he become a high-ranking person who could calculate? Last time when you subdued that Zhong Tianhao, I was there. Su Qingya then spat out her tongue and said playfully. At that time, Jiang Chuan didn't even know that Zhong Tianhao, yet he was able to figure out that Zhong Tianhao's car had problems. He also managed to save the lives of Zhong Tianhao's family. Jiang Chuan definitely didn't arrange that matter in advance, but he was able to calculate it so accurately. Definitely had the ability to do so. After all, this world was supposed to be marvelous, and there were indeed some high-profile people who knew some strange and mysterious skills, so she felt that Jiang Chuan was most likely the disciple of those high people. In the past 2 days, she had actually investigated Jiang Chuan. His family situation was very average, and could even be said to be extremely poor. His parents were both authentic farmers, and he is only a just graduated 3 years of wage earners. To be able to become the chairman of Dingsheng Group in such a short period of time, this to say that there is nothing unique ability, she does not believe. I see. Jiang Chuan didn't expect Su Qingya to actually remember this matter. At that time, he did use the ability to predict the future to know that Zhong Tianhao's car had problems. This was indeed considered a skill of being able to pinpoint the future. Cut. You guys won't really believe in this kind of nonsense, right? It's 2025 now. Shenzhou 15 has lifted off. How dare you still engage in this feudal superstition? Are you trying to laugh me to death? Lin Yun on the opposite side sneered and mocked. If he said that this kid in front of him had some ability, he still believed it. But the feudal superstition set, he was 100% not convinced. Lin Xiao, Jiang Chuan is really powerful. The last time was also something I saw with my own eyes. Could I still lie to you? Su Qingya raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes last time, she wouldn't have believed that Jiang Chuan had that kind of ability. After all, this society revered science. Qingya, not to mention Lin Yun doesn't believe in it. In fact, I don't really believe in it either. Shangwan Ruoshi glanced at Jiang Chuan and gently shook her head. If this kid was immortal looking, perhaps he himself could believe that he knew something about feng shui. After all, even a powerful family like them believed in feng shui. But Jiang Chuan looked like he didn't match with immortal wind and Taoist at all, and was most likely a godly man who had cheated China. Looking at the two people's skeptical and contemptuous looks, Jiang Chuan said lightly, this kind of thing is something if you believe in it, and nothing if you don't. Whether you believe or not is your freedom and your right. Qingya, I still have some things to be busy with, so I won't accompany you for dinner. After saying that the way is different, Jiang Chuan was ready to get up and leave. If these two people in front of him had a better attitude, he still thought that he could help them. But since they were in this posture, there was no need to tell them those images of himself meeting the future just now. Stand still. Who the hell allowed you to leave? Seeing Jiang Chuan in this stance, Lin Yun instantly shot up in anger. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. A mere chairman of the Ding Sheng group actually dared to act like a pussy in front of himself. This he couldn't endure. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Since you don't believe in Jiang Chuan, why is he still staying here? Su Qingya also immediately stood up and stared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, forget it, let him go if he wants to. At this time, Shangwan Ruoshi also spoke up. It looked like this brat wasn't capable of much at all. He was just a deceptive godly man, now that they had recognized him, so there was no face to stay here. Then he looked at Su Qingya and said, Qingya, I think you should have been deceived. Maybe the things you said were designed by someone else long ago, just to act it out for you. No, I believe Jiang Chuan is not that kind of person. Su Qingya shook her head firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Chuan was still a bit touched in his heart. He had only known Su Qingya for a few days, but the other party trusted him so much. If he really walked out of this room today, wouldn't his reputation as a godly man be confirmed? And in the future, Su Qingya would probably be ridiculed in front of them as well. Just then Lin Yun spoke again. Kid, I can forget about your behavior just now for Qingya's sake, but you're going to read my fortune right now, and if you're accurate, not only will I not make things difficult for you, I'll also give you a large sum of money, and I can even apologize to you on my knees. But if you're really a magician, then even if you're Qingya's friend, I'm going to make you sit through the bottom of a jail cell, so that you won't be able to cause trouble to other people outside. After saying that, the gazes of the three of them all looked at Jiang Chuan in unison. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, turned around and smiled. Lin Xiao, fortune-telling is fine, but my fortune-telling money is very expensive. I'm afraid you can't afford it. With one sentence, those three people were dumbfounded. In the next second, Lin Yun was laughing maniacally. Po ha ha ha, kid, do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who this young master is? Wouldn't be able to afford your fortune? He himself was the young master of the Lin family in the provincial city, with assets of hundreds of billions of dollars. Shangwan Ruoshi also shook his head in disappointment. It looked like this kid was really just a magician who only talked big. Okay, the fortune for me to read a fortune is $1 billion. If you do, I'll read a fortune for you. Jiang Chuan also ignored their gazes. Anyway, their recent future trajectories had all been predicted by their own ability to predict the future. This $1 billion. No, it could also be $2 billion. It would be a waste not to earn it. $1 billion. You kid is really a lion's share. Fine, I promise you. Lin Yun nodded without even thinking. Anyway, this guy was just a godly man. He couldn't take his $1 billion at all. Then he sneered again. If you really counted it right, I'll serve you on my knees for the $1 billion. If you don't count it right, I'll break your legs right away and send you to jail. No problem. Jiang Chuan also nodded without hesitation. Su Qingya, who was on the side, was full of anxiety and pulled Jiang Chuan's sleeve. Jiang Chuan, it's better to forget about it. Lin Yun, he really has that kind of strength. She suddenly felt quite sorry for Jiang Chuan. If she hadn't called Jiang Chuan over herself, this wouldn't have happened. In case Jiang Chuan really couldn't do the math, that guy Lin Yun would really do what he said, and he definitely had the ability to do so as well. Why should I forget about it? That's $1 billion not earned for nothing. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, was confident. Good boy, you have some vigor. It looks like I underestimated you a bit just now, but what I said definitely counts. If you can't count, I'll still break your legs. Lin Yun sneered. He didn't believe in any metaphysics at all, so he was sure to win this time. Don't think about my legs first. Say it, Lin Xiao. What are you counting? Jiang Chuan then asked with a calm face. Shangwan Ruoshi looked at Jiang Chuan, who was full of confidence, and thought. Just now, He did think that this kid was just a scammer who cheated money, but if he was just a scammer, why would he be so confident? Or did he really have that kind of ability? Then calculate how my fortune is, Lin Yun said with a grin. He could already imagine this kid getting his legs broken by himself. However, had this kid just insinuated and cursed himself? Chapter 41, The Prophecy Comes True. The whole place is shocked. You don't need to count your fortune. You have a prison sentence today. No. I should say that your Lin family will soon have a disaster of extinction. Almost the instant Lin Yun's words fell, Jiang Chuan was speaking faintly. The answer had already been given to him from the image he had just foreseen. Although the Lin family was truly the top gentry of the southern province, and there was also a high-level cadre at the head of the department level in the family. However, an event that happened shortly afterward would completely crush the entire Lin family. Not only would their family business fall to pieces, the core figures of the Lin family would basically all be jailed, and at the same time, that main hall-level cadre would be investigated as a result. This was the fate that Lin Yun as well as the entire Lin family would face next. If one did not intervene, then the next thing would go on as predicted. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's veins instantly flared up, his eyes spitting fire as he glared at Jiang Chuan. You damn actually dared to curse my Lin family. Do you know that you're looking for death? His family was a $100 billion mansion. How could it be doomed? Moreover, his own eldest uncle was the deputy municipal party secretary of Shanghai, apart from the ones above. Who could let himself be doomed? Jiang Chuan, what you just said is indeed a bit too much. Although I know you don't like Lin Yun, but it's too wrong to curse someone like that. Shangwan Ruoshi's face also instantly flashed with a touch of gloom. Even if it was an ordinary person, being suddenly told that there was doom and gloom would be furious, let alone Lin Yun. It seemed like there was no way Jiang Chuan would be able to get out of here safe and sound today. Jiang Chuan, are you telling the truth? Su Qingya, on the other hand, raised her head to look at Jiang Chuan, but looking at Jiang Chuan's incomparably serious look, she actually subconsciously felt that what Jiang Chuan said might be true. For some reason, she always felt that Jiang Chuan was very, very mysterious, so subconsciously she would believe what he said, even though what Jiang Chuan said just now did sound irrelevant. Surname Jiang, you're dead. Buddha can't save you either. If I don't break your 3 legs today, I won't be called Lin Yun. The anger on Lin Yun's face grew thicker and thicker. In all his life, he had never heard such audacious words, to actually say that his family would be doomed. Looking at Lin Yun's gaze that was about to eat him, Jiang Chuan still had a light smile on his face. Then with a calm face, he asked, Lin Yun, your family has a jadeite raw stone mine in Rui City, right? That's something that's well known. Lin Yun snorted coldly. Although he wanted to break this asshole's legs right now, he still wanted to hear his last words. Then do you know what the weather is like over in Rui City right now? Jiang Chuan asked again. I'm not a ING weather forecast. How do I know how the weather is in Rui City? Lin Yun said as he forced down his anger. He always felt that this guy was just treating himself like a monkey. Jiang Chuan, if you have any questions, just finish them in one breath. Don't be a sellout. At this time, Su Qingya also hurriedly spoke. He was afraid that Lin Yun would get impatient listening and call in the dozen or so bodyguards downstairs at that time. At that time, it was estimated that even if Jiang Chuan had the strength of a boxing champion, he would really have his legs broken. Alright, then I'll tell you bluntly. It's a torrential rainstorm over there in Rui City right now, and this torrential rainstorm has lasted for 12 hours from 8 o'clock last night until now, and flooding and landslides have appeared in most of the places, and your family's mine side, the rain is even heavier. The situation is also more serious. Half an hour from now, that mine at your house will experience a massive collapse, and by then, all of the hundreds of workers will be buried alive. Jiang Chuan's voice was still very flat, but it was a bit more serious and grave. In fact, the reason why he had brought this matter up was not just for Lin Yun's $1 billion, nor was it for the sake of falling into the big tree of the Lin family. It was still because in that next collapse, more than 100 innocent workers would lose their lives. That's more than 100 innocent lives, and behind them are more than 100 poor families. If this accident does happen, there will be many people who will lose their sons, husbands, fathers. Since he already knew about this matter, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. After all, he was a flesh and blood person with a human heart. Don't you ing fart here? My family's mine has such a high safety index, it's absolutely impossible for a collapse to occur. Lin Yun frowned and chided, but obviously, at this moment, his heart was starting to get tangled up as well. Although it was true that the safety index of their mine was very high, and there hadn't been many collapse accidents, but since it was a mine, no matter how high the safety index was, there were always going to be some uncontrollable factors, especially with this kind of persistent rainstorm. Alright, since you don't believe it, then take it as if I didn't say it. However, I need to tell you that there is less than half an hour before the mine collapses. If you immediately call them now to stop working and then leave the mine as soon as possible, there might still be hope for a remedy. If you're late, even the gods can't save your Lin family. Jiang Chuan's voice was confident and firm. In fact, through Lin Yun's tangled expression just now, he knew that Lin Yun wasn't very confident in the so-called safety index. Lin Yun's gaze was tightly fixed on Jiang Chuan. It seemed like he wanted to see a panicked expression on Jiang Chuan's face. But the ending disappointed him because Jiang Chuan still looked incredibly calm and confident. Unable to see any nervousness, this confidence also made him feel more and more panicked in his heart. At this time, Shangguan Ruoshi, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth in surprise. Lin Yun, what Jiang Chuan said just now is true. Ruo's city did have 12 consecutive hours of torrential rains, and the torrential rains are still going on. And it is also true that there are a lot of places where there are large-scale landslides. After saying that, Shangguan Ruoshi looked at Jiang Chuan incredulously. Could it be that what this brat just said was true? Ruoshi, you believe in this nonsense. Weather forecasts can be watched in advance, while landslides can be watched on the news. This proves nothing. Maybe this guy investigated these things in advance before meeting me. Lin Yun said coldly. Lin Xiao, don't talk too much. Before we met, I didn't even give Jiang Chuan the word that it was you I was going to meet. Since he didn't know that he was going to meet with you, how could he think of investigating these things in advance? Su Qingya was instantly offended. Lin Yun, it's better to believe it than not. It's true that it's raining heavily in Ruwei City. It's also true that there's a landslide, and it's really possible that there's a collapse at the mine in this situation. So, you'd better call to confirm it. In case the kind of situation Jiang Chuan mentioned really occurs, that would indeed be a devastating disaster for the Lin family. Shangguan Ruoshi also started to dissuade at the side. She knew that Lin Yun's eldest uncle had plans to continue moving up the ladder recently, but if something like this really happened, then not to mention moving up the ladder, it was estimated that he would directly fall into an endless abyss and would never be able to turn around. In fact, the official identity is a double-edged sword. Used well naturally can help the family to rise quickly, but if there was a taint, it would cause an extinction disaster. After all, there are countless people below them, can have been eyeing the position of the group of people above them. Lin Yun was filled with hesitation and entanglement, although he was already getting anxious in his heart. But if he called now, it always felt a little too humiliating. After pondering for a full 2 minutes, only then did Lin Yun make a decision. Personal honor and disgrace was too insignificant compared to the entire Lin family. He then took out his cell phone and dialed the number of the person in charge of the mine. After connecting, he asked with some impatience, Uncle Zhang, is it raining heavily in Ruwei City right now? How is the situation over there at the mine? Young master, the rain is very fierce right now. I just watched the news. Many places have serious landslides, and the situation on our side isn't too good either. But I just called the master and suggested to temporarily stop work and evacuate all staff. But he dismissed it. Zhang Xing had an anxious voice. Hearing Uncle Zhang's anxious voice, Lin Yun glanced at Jiang Chuan with a more complicated expression. Uncle Zhang had been working at the mine for nearly 30 years, and knew the situation at the mine better than anyone else. Since even he said that the situation over at the mine was not good, that meant that it was indeed dangerous over there right now. Could it be that what Jiang Chuan said was true? Would there really be a collapse accident at the mine? The brat was still full of calm, without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Lin Yun clenched his teeth tightly and said in a deep voice, Uncle Zhang, listen to me now. Immediately gather all the workers and leave the mine as fast as possible. But young master, just now the master said for us to continue mining. Listen to me on this matter. The safety of the workers is the most important thing. I will bear all the consequences. Lin Yun said with tightly clenched teeth. What Shangguan Ruoshi had just said was indeed right. It was better to believe it than not. In case a mass casualty incident like that did occur, not only would it deal a devastating blow to their Lin family, but at the same time those innocent workers would lose their lives as well. Alright young master, I'll go arrange it right away. Zhang Xing hung up the phone with a face full of excitement, then directly turned off his cell phone, obviously afraid that his lordship would call again. Although money was important, their lives were more important. He then immediately began to gather all the workers to leave the mine as fast as possible. And in the box, after hanging up the phone, Lin Yun was immediately like a deflated ball. His own unauthorized decision just now had overstepped his authority. If there wouldn't be a collapse at the mine today, the losses and consequences were not something he could bear. Phew! Jiang Chuan also let out a long breath. It looked like the lives of those workers were saved. Soon he looked at Jiang Chuan again. Kid, I've followed your words. If you're not accurate in your calculations, I'll be damned if I'm going to get killed by you. I just thought about it again. When the time comes, not only do I have to break your legs to send you in before sewing machine, you also have to ding Shang Group to compensate me. Su Qingya and Shangguan Ruoshi were also looking at Jiang Chuan. Lin Xiao, You'd better prepare a $1 billion bet and think about what position would be more comfortable when you kneel down later. Jiang Chuan said with a smile. The ability rewarded by the system shouldn't deceive himself. Time passed by minute. Half an hour later, Lin Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. Dad! Lin Yun called out sheepishly. The roar on the other end of the phone nearly deafened his ears. Just then, Jiang Chuan slowly and leisurely turned on the TV in the box. Emergency broadcast, Ruwei City, Tianyun Province. A rare persistent rainstorm. This rainstorm from 8 o'clock last night to now has lasted nearly 13 hours. Most of the places appeared flash floods and landslides of natural disasters. Emergency insert, a large mine in Ruwei City has collapsed. Fortunately, all workers were evacuated in advance, causing no casualties. The host's broadcasting voice reached the ears of the four. Jiang Chuan was still a calm batch. Shangguan Ruoshi and Su Qingya, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Chuan with wide, shocked eyes. Shocked, inarticulate shock. He actually got it right. Even the time wasn't wrong. It really was only half an hour. Shangguan Ruoshi swallowed hard. At this time, the eyes that looked at Jiang Chuan no longer dared to have any contempt, but rather respect and admiration. Su Qingya was equally shocked, although Jiang Chuan had performed this ability before, but seeing it again at this moment, his heart was still rolling with shocking waves. Chapter 42 The Most Faithful Little Brother. Lin Yun, you sinner, properly explain yourself to Lao Zi clearly, otherwise when I come back I'll definitely blow your dog's head off. Little you speak up. You have the ability to give your workers a vacation without authorization. You have the ability to give me a sophistry The roar of Lin Xiaoran on the other end of the phone grew louder and louder. Lin Yun, on the other hand, looked as if he hadn't heard it at all, his eyes staring straight at the TV broadcast, his throat constantly wriggling. Gulp. Dad, I think you'd better take a look at the news before deciding whether or not you want to blow my dog's head off. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. At this time, his heart was a moment of fear. Sweat had long soaked his back. If he hadn't listened to Jiang Chuan just now, if he hadn't called Uncle Zhang, if he hadn't listened to Jiang Chuan earlier, if he hadn't called Uncle Zhang, then right now, the more than 100 miners and some of the people in charge of the mine would have all been buried deep underground. More than 100 lives. This kind of thing was enough to sensationalize the whole country. At that time, not to mention that his eldest uncle is only a main hall level cadre. Even if it is a main ministry level, it is estimated that it will be very difficult to suppress it. At that time, the fate of the Lin family would be the same as what Jiang Chuan had said, a catastrophe like extinction. At that time, the old master, dad and himself, the core members of the Lin family, would definitely face imprisonment, even if they were shot. Thinking of this, his body began to tremble violently due to the extreme fear. At this moment, Shangguan Ruoshi and Su Qingya's eyes already had some strange looks in them when they looked at Jiang Chuan, especially Shangguan Ruoshi. At this moment, in addition to the extreme shock, more is the appreciation of Jiang Chuan. Just now, she still felt that this kid was nothing but handsome, but now it was as high as the clouds in her heart. Untouchable. How about it, Lin Xiao? Is this bet considered a win for me? Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, looked at the wildly trembling Lin Yun with a calm face and asked. Plop. In the next second, the reactive Lin Yun directly knelt down in front of Jiang Chuan without hesitation. A big man. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement at the moment. Big brother Jiang, just now it was me who had no eyes. It was me who spoke out of turn. Please be sure to forgive me for my ignorance and recklessness. If it wasn't for your divine counseling, my Lin family might have truly been heading towards an endless abyss. At this moment, Lin Yun was sniffling and tearing up, completely losing the loneliness he had felt a moment ago. What is Lin Xiao doing? I'm already thankful that you won't break my legs, Jiang Chuan said flirtatiously. It was obvious that this kid was also a man of nature. He was so arrogant just a moment ago, but now he was like a neighborhood boy who made a mistake. But this guy is also considered to be willing to gamble and is a person who can afford to lose. Don't flirt with me, big brother Jiang. From now on you're my own brother. No, even more so than my own brother. This life of mine, Lin Yun, was saved by you. Lin Yun was filled with embarrassment and guilt. He had just come so close to pushing the entire Lin family into the abyss of 10,000 abysses. And at this moment, his awe for Jiang Chuan was like a torrential river stretching on and on, even in his mind. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was as great as a god, the kind with a heavenly god aperture hanging behind him. How dare I be your Lin Xiao's own brother? Jiang Chuan continued to laugh. No, big brother Jiang. You can just call me Little Yun from now on. Lin Yun shook his head back and forth. Big brother Jiang, please forgive me for my blabbering just now. This scene made Shangguan Ruoshi look blankly. On weekdays, this Lin Xiao was a man of great splendor. Even some elders were not in his eyes. Now he was actually kneeling in front of Jiang Chuan, looking so humble. However, it was completely understandable. After all, Jiang Chuan's words just now had saved the entire Lin family, which was a great favor. Su Qingya, on the other hand, was filled with excitement and looked much more excited than Jiang Chuan. Then the bet just now, does it still count? Jiang Chuan continued to ask in a flat voice. Although $1 billion was nothing to him, he still decided to see if this kid was honest. Of course it counts. Lin Yun even nodded his head. Then he hurriedly pulled out a black card and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chuan. Big brother Jiang, this card has 1.5 billion inside. 1 billion of it is for the bet just now, and the remaining 500 million is for you to make amends. I know that $500 million is nothing to you, but please do accept it. It's my most sincere feelings. Regarding the fact that Jiang Chuan had just saved their Lin family, even if he took out 15 billion as a thank you, it wasn't much at all. It was just that he couldn't take out that much cash for a while now. Okay, I'll take the money. I've also received your thoughts. Get up. Jiang Chuan also accepted the black card without any hesitation. After all, it was $1.5 billion, so it was a waste not to take it. No, if you don't recognize me as your little brother, I don't dare to get up. Lin Yun shook his head, his face full of determination. He had just seen Jiang Chuan's ability. This big brother must be recognized, and at this moment, he also recognized Jiang Chuan from the bottom of his heart. In the future, following such a big brother would definitely not be wrong. Okay, I agree. Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded. Although this guy was arrogant and rude before, he had paid the due price for his arrogance. Moreover, having such an earthy little brother would make it easier to do a lot of things in the future. Thank you, big brother. He. Only after hearing Jiang Chuan's promise did Lin Yun hurriedly and happily stand up, with an iron naive smile on his face. Where was the condescension of the broad young man from just now? Just at this moment, Lin Yun's cell phone rang again. It was his father calling again. Although he couldn't hear what Lin Xiaoran said, but looking at the proud smile on Lin Yun's face, he knew that he was being praised. Big brother, my dad and my grandpa just put me on the goodwill call and also promised to give me a reward of $5 billion. Actually, the credit for this matter is all yours, so I'm going to give you all 5 billion. Lin Yun said to Jiang Chuan with a face full of excitement. Ever since he was a child, his own position within that family was that of a foppish rich second generation. He hadn't made much of a contribution to the entire family either, but this time, he could clearly hear his grandfather and father's gratitude towards him. This feeling of being recognized by the elders was really great. Compared to this feeling of being recognized, $5 billion really wasn't too attractive to him. Forget it, since it's a reward from your grandpa and your dad, you can keep it for yourself. I've accepted the bet just now as well as your thoughts, so it's a bit inappropriate to take your money again. Jiang Chuan shook his head. One shouldn't be too greedy. Some money could be taken while some money couldn't be taken. Taking it instead made one feel uneasy. Alright then, big brother, in the future, if you have any matters in the southern province, you can look for me. As long as it's not too big I can solve it. Lin Yun said gratefully. In this place in the southern province, the ones he couldn't afford to mess with were but a couple palms away. Alright, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Jiang Chuan was waiting for these words. Although he had a system now, he was not short of money. But this world is not enough to have money alone. You need someone above you. And this big tree, the Lin family, was currently a good choice. I'm so lucky and happy today. Waiter, hurry up and serve the food. Bring up all the good wines and dishes in your store. I want to get drunk with my big brother. Lin Yun haughtily said to the waiter. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Jiang Chuan, just now I thought that bringing you here today was the wrong decision, but now it seems to have ended well. Su Qingya whispered to Jiang Chuan. Just now, it almost came to a bad end, while now it had the best outcome. Jiang Chuan had helped Lin Yun solve the crisis in their family, and Jiang Chuan had also gained Lin Yun as a good little brother. Well, so I have to thank you for this matter, making me earn $1.5 billion for nothing. No need to thank me. Just remember my goodness in your heart. That's fine. Soon the waiter brought up a table full of dishes. Foie gras, steak, caviar, all kinds of fancy dishes, and all kinds of top-notch red wine. Although the contact at the beginning is indeed not too harmonious, but a meal is still very comfortable to eat. By the time he finished eating, Jiang Chuan was all a little giddy from drinking. Big brother, are you full? If you're not full, I'll ask them to continue on. Lin Yun asked with a smile, the service that was called thoughtful. Alright, now that you've eaten and drunk enough, let's stop here for today. Jiang Chuan shook his head, feeling that he might be getting drunk if he drank a few more glasses of wine. Then he directly took out his Supreme membership card and handed it to the waiter. Big brother, are you looking down on me as your younger brother? You've done me such a big favor, and now if you have to pay for a meal, then am I, Lin Yun, still human? Seeing Jiang Chuan take out his membership card, Lin Yun was instantly displeased. Eat a meal but also let the big brother to pay the bill. then their own this brother also do not understand the matter. Alright, I just earned you $1.5 billion, so don't grab this meal with me. Jiang Chuan directly shoved the black card to the waiter. Actually, he didn't want to take the initiative to pay the bill, but what if he triggered a blitz rebate? Seeing Jiang Chuan being so persistent, Lin Yun also stopped insisting, but the result made Jiang Chuan a little lost, and did not trigger the blitz rebate. Leaving the restaurant, he called a chauffeur and left. Su Qingya and Lin Yun remained where they were. Young Lin, is this friend I introduced to you still satisfactory? Su Qingya asked, looking at Lin Yun with some complacency. In fact, her main purpose of introducing the three to each other was to get Jiang Chuan on these two lines, which might be more favorable to his development in the future. A young man as talented and capable as Jiang Chuan would definitely not be able to stay in this small city of Linhai. However, if you want to break out into a wider world, it is really difficult without connections and backgrounds. As the old saying goes, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of the deep alley, but now in this society, the fragrance of wine is also afraid of the deep alley. Without connections and backing, it is really too difficult for a person to develop. What she hadn't expected was that Jiang Chuan's skills were actually so strong, easily making Lin Yun, a top broad, become his loyal little brother. Satisfied. I'm so satisfied. You're my benefactor. However, sister-in-law, you can just call me Xiao Yun in the future. Calling Lin Xiao seems so foreign, Lin Yun said cheekily. In fact, the person he should thank the most for this matter today was Su Qingya. If Su Qingya hadn't brought herself to see her big brother, perhaps now he was no longer the young master of the Lin family, but a prisoner in jail. Even the entire Lin family would only disappear from the southern province after today. You, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chuan and I are just ordinary friends. To look at an intimate relationship, I'm also only Jiang Chuan's secretary at best. Su Qingya instantly blushed and pouted. Sister-in-law, I can see that my big brother is quite taken with you. Let me tell you, my big brother is a person who is really capable. I now admire his ability from the bottom of my heart. Handsome looking and capable. A man like this is followed by a huge wave of little fangirls. If you don't hold on tightly you won't have this store if you miss this village. Lin Yun smiled and then said with a serious face. Although Jiang Chuan was currently only the chairman of a $10 billion company, but with his ability the future was absolutely unlimited. Coupled with his handsome looks, the women who liked Jiang Chuan could form at least a division. Among them, there might not be a lack of pearl jewels from some big families. Lin Xiao is right. Qingya, you have to hold on to something tight. Close to the water is the first to get the moon. If you don't have much interest in Mr. Jiang Chuan, then I'm ready to make my move. Such an excellent handsome man, what a pity to miss out on it. Shangguan Ruoshi also said with a bad smile on her face. I've said that Jiang Chuan and I are just friends. If you like it you can go after it. Okay, this is what you said. Don't regret it when the time comes. Since sister-in-law you don't care so much, I still have a sister at home. I'll start to set up the two of them. What? Introducing your sister to your big brother? That's not good. It's fine, if they really get together. At that time we'll talk about each other. I'll call him my brother, and he'll call me my great uncle. I go, playing really flowery. Chapter 43, Blitz Reward, Pupil of Insight. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chuan arrived at the Rose neighborhood where he currently resided. This neighborhood that Su Qingya had arranged for him said that it was the chairman's special residence, and it was also a property under the Ding Sheng Group. The chauffeur was a young man in his early 30s, and after getting out of the car at the moment, he was still full of excitement. Although he has been working as a chauffeur for 3 years, this is the first time he has driven such a luxurious supercar. When he was driving just now, his hands were trembling. As a car lover, he naturally knows the value of this Bugatti Black Knight sound. That is a full 120 million. And I heard that this car global production of A was a mysterious top tycoon to buy away. I did not expect this mysterious top tycoon actually in the Dragon Country. Today was also met by himself. Only he did not realize that this Bugatti Black Knight sound of Jiang Chuan was not what he understood. And after a special modification, the price was far more than 120 million. Little brother, how much? Jiang Chuan opened his mouth and asked after getting out of the car. No need for money. Mr. Jiang can let me help you chauffeur, this is my honor. I've been doing chauffeuring for 3 years and I've never driven a Bugatti supercar before. Shifeng respectfully shook his head, still full of excitement at the moment. Originally, this distance wasn't that long, and it had only taken about 20 minutes to drive, and it was still a supercar worth over $100 million. He felt that this he was earning even if he didn't want money. After all, experiencing the fun of driving a supercar, that's not good. The money still needs to be given. It's not easy for you to make money. Jiang Chuan shook his head. He naturally knew that these chauffeur boys were not easy, and now that he was rich, he certainly didn't want to take advantage of them. Then, It's $50 then. Shifeng hurriedly opened his mouth. This was already considered the starting price. Okay, I'll sweep it to you. Jiang Chuan immediately swept $50 for Shifeng. From the Marriott restaurant to this side, the distance was about 8 kilometers, so it should be about this price. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $50, triggering the blast rebate. Reward, pupil of insight. Hearing the mechanical synthesized tone that suddenly sounded in his head, Jiang Chuan, who was still a bit confused just now, instantly came to his senses. Asterisk. It actually triggered the blast rebate. Just now, he was still griping about not triggering the blitz because he had paid $2 million for the meal, but he didn't expect happiness to be waiting for him here. Just by paying $50 for a chauffeur, he actually triggered a blitz rebate. And this time the reward wasn't cash in shares, but the pupil of insight. Although he didn't know the exact use of this thing, it must be a very powerful skill. Mr. Jiang, then I'll leave first. Looking at Jiang Chuan, who had suddenly frozen in place, Shifeng spoke. Wait, I forgot to tip you just now. Sweep again. Jiang Chuan was in a good mood at the moment, and directly transferred another 100,000 yuan tip to Shifeng. Then he quickly walked up the stairs, only leaving behind Shifeng, who was messing up in the wind. Gulp. $50 for a chauffeur fee. Actually gave $100,000 tip. Is this the way rich people spend money? Staring blankly at the transfer information on his cell phone, he felt it was so unreal. After working as a chauffeur for such a long time, no one had ever tipped himself. Even those rich people who drove luxury cars were even more petty than ordinary people, sometimes arguing with themselves over tens of dollars. This rich second generation that he met today was also too generous. $100,000 is worth a year's salary of his own. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Looking at Jiang Chuan's departing back, Shifeng bowed respectfully. This $100,000 might be a drop in the bucket for Mr. Jiang, but it was a huge fortune for himself. It was enough to change the current plight of the family. At this time, Jiang Chuan had already returned to his room. It was that he couldn't wait to start communicating with the system. System, what are the functions of this insight pupil? He felt that the insight pupil that was rewarded by this blast must have a very powerful function. Back to the words of the host, the main function of the pupil of insight is to allow the host to see through the appearance of my internal structure, composition and history of the most real. At the same time, when using this ability can also allow the host to have a glimpse of the ability to forget. Pupil of insight can be upgraded, and after upgrading, more functions will be unlocked, such as advanced judgment, insight into people's hearts, keen perception, foreseeing the future, etc. Note, every time you use the pupil of insight, it will consume the host's spiritual energy, so please use it with caution. Accompanied by the system's continuous introduction. At this moment, Jiang Chuan's breathing began to become rapid. His body all began to tremble violently. Excitement, unrivaled excitement. From the system's introduction just now, one could tell that the insight pupil's function was very, very powerful. Even before it was upgraded, it could have the ability to see through as well as forget. This kind of ability, if you go to the antique market and jade market Taba, that is simply a proper open player. What excited him the most was that this skill could actually be upgraded, and the function after upgrading was even more terrifying. Advanced prediction seems to be a bit similar to the anime Dragon Ball and the self-contained Extreme Wulgong. The next was insight into the heart, which was supposed to know what was in other people's hearts after using it. There is nothing more powerful than foreseeing the future. Wasn't this equivalent to the ability to predict the future that one currently possessed? It was only that the ability to predict the future that one currently possessed was limited in number of times. In addition to the one that he had actively used previously and then passively used it twice today, there were currently 7 chances left to use it. But if one upgraded the pupil of insight, then in the future it would be a permanent ability to foresee the future. This ability was simply heaven-defying. System, what are the conditions for upgrading the pupil of insight? Jiang Chuan immediately asked. Back to the host. The pupil of insight can be upgraded through points, and the points are obtained by exchanging the wealth that the host obtains through the pupil of insight. 100 million dragon coins are exchanged for 1 point, and the next upgrade of the pupil of insight will require 100 points. The system's voice quickly continued to resound in his mind. So it is. Jiang Chuan murmured in his heart. 100 million dragon coins to 1 point, which means I need to gain $10 billion through the insight pupil in order to make the next upgrade. After having this god-level ability, making money should be an easy task. Casually going to the antique market and jade market to find some treasures out and earn a few small goals should be a breeze. It looks like I need to make a trip to the antique market and jade market recently. Jiang Chuan's heart had also made up its mind. Even if it was for the purpose of getting the insight pupil upgraded, he had to go and make some more money. On the other side, Lin Yun had returned to the Lin family. The Lin family executives were all gathered in the living room at the moment. Dad, I still have things left to do over there. Why are you calling me over in such a hurry? Lin Xiaotang looked at Lin Qian and asked in confusion. Although he knew that something had happened at his family's mine, the good thing was that there were no casualties. It wasn't a big deal to their Lin family. Lin Qian did not open his mouth. Only he and Lin Xiaoran knew about what happened just now. And the reason why the Lin family was able to avoid this extinction was all because of Lin Yun's good grandson. If he hadn't evacuated all the workers in advance, it was estimated that the current Lin family would have already fallen into an endless abyss. Grandpa, who are we waiting for? I haven't taken care of the company's business on my side either. And there's an important meeting to be held later. The one who opened his mouth this time was Lin Xiaotong's son, Lin Feng, who had just been in the middle of an in-depth study of the structure of the Kuan character with a dozen or so beautiful women when he was suddenly called over by his grandfather. This made him feel uncomfortable in his heart, and after coming, his grandfather just sat there and didn't say anything, waiting for Xiao Yun. Lin Qian said in a faint voice, although his voice was not loud, it was full of vigor. Looking at the whiskers and hair all white, the old state is obvious, but not angry and authoritative. Therefore, even if Lin Xiaotang is now a full hall-level cadre, in front of Lin Qian, he is also meek like a kitten. Lin Yun? I say Dad, what's the point of waiting for him? Who in this province doesn't know that Lin Yun is a dude? Right now at this time he might be lying on which woman's navel having a good time. Lin Xiaotang said with dissatisfaction. He wouldn't have said anything if he was waiting for other big names, but now that all the core people in the family were actually waiting for that dude Lin Yun, it made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. Even his own son, Lin Feng, had never been treated like this. Yes Grandpa, what's the point of waiting for him? You know that Lin Yun kid, he often doesn't come home. Lin Feng also muttered in a low voice. To be honest, he couldn't even look at this cousin of his. Of course, he was also glad that this kid was just a dude. Otherwise he might even fight for the Lin family's fortune for himself in the future. But now he didn't have any chance. 1/3 of the company's affairs Grandpa has been all handed over to himself to take care of. And Dad is now the deputy municipal party secretary of Shanghai City. So this Lin family's property is still his own in the end. Hearing the words of Lin Xiaotong's father and son, a flash of displeasure flashed across Lin Xiaoran's face. Although his own son was indeed incompetent on weekdays, if this matter today wasn't for Xiao Yun making a decisive decision, the Lin family was afraid that it would soon cease to exist. Just at this moment, Lin Yun walked in. Seeing the array of people in the living room, all of them were serious one by one, and Lin Yun was taken aback. Grandpa, Dad, big uncle. Lin Yun also greeted everyone respectfully. Outside, he was the top young man of the Lin family, but at home, he wasn't as honorable. I say Lin Yun, why did you just come back? Do you know how long a group of us have been waiting for you? Lin Feng was the first to speak in a cold voice. That's right, you brat are really getting more and more unruly. Lin Xiaotang followed suit. Sorry big uncle, big brother, I just went to the mine to check on the situation. Lin Yun's tone was still very respectful. What? You went to the mine to look at the situation? What would you look at? This is probably an excuse you made up to avoid responsibility. Don't I know you? You can't even go to the mines a few times a year. Lin Feng sneered sarcastically. Shut up. His words had just fallen when he was met with a loud rebuke from Lin Qian. Grandpa? Lin Feng was instantly filled with aggression. Grandpa usually loved himself the most. Why was he suddenly so mean to himself today? Could it be that he knew about the matter of himself and the group of beauties studying the structure of the Kuan character? Dad, what are you doing? Lin Xiaotang was also filled with confusion. The others were likewise quite puzzled. In the past, Lin Qian had loved Lin Feng to death. He had even long ago designated him as the future heir of the Lin family. While for Lin Yun, it was a very different attitude, perhaps hating him. So for Lin Yun, there was never much of a good tone. Little Yun, come over and sit next to Grandpa. Ignoring the surprised gazes of the crowd, Lin Qian directly patted the seat beside him. The others didn't understand, but he knew very well that if it wasn't for Lin Yun today, the Lin family would be finished. Lin Yun looked at Lin Xiaotang and then also walked over to his grandfather's side with a happy face and then sat down. As for Lin Xiaotong's father and son, they were really furious, blowing their beards and clenching their fists tightly. Little Yun, it looks like my good grandson has finally grown up. You did very well in today's matter. You were brave, decisive and bold. It was you who saved our Lin family. Grandpa apologizes for being cold to you in the past. I hope you can forgive Grandpa. Lin Qian touched Lin Yun's forehead with a face full of sincerity, a bright smile on his face. Grandpa, I'm also a part of our Lin family. Those things are what I should have done. As for apologizing, everything Grandpa did was for the sake of the Lin family. I can understand your bitterness. Lin Yun was also smiling happily at the moment. Ever since he could remember, his grandfather had never smiled at himself like this. He naturally knew the reason for this, in which his gratitude towards Jiang Chuan had even reached a limit. Dad, what exactly did Lin Yun do? Lin Xiaotang finally couldn't help but ask. Did Dad take the wrong medication today? Or was it Alzheimer's? In the past, it was always his own son who received this kind of treatment. How did it change to this trash Lin Yun today? This made him very upset. Oomph, you bunch of losers. After so many years of crawling around in both the official and business worlds, you actually don't even have the slightest bit of discernment. Today, if it wasn't for Lin Yun's boldness and unauthorized evacuation of over 100 employees from the mine, we'd all be in prison right now. Lin Xian's sharp gaze swept over everyone present, a look of disappointment in his eyes. What? There were no casualties at the mine, and it was actually because this brat Lin Yun had the workers evacuated in advance? Lin Xiaotang's face was immediately filled with shock. At that time when he saw the news he was also wondering in his heart, why was there actually no casualties when the mine collapsed over a large area? It was actually this kid Lin Yun who did it, but how could he have such vigor in judgment? It was himself, who hadn't considered those at the time. Grandpa, since Lin Yun made the decision without authorization, isn't that overstepping his authority? Shouldn't you punish him for disregarding the interests of the family and deciding to evacuate the workers without authorization? Lin Feng's face was full of defiance. It seemed that the different treatment just now had caused him to lose his mind somewhat. Shut up. The premise of the family's interests is that there is the Lin family as a family. If the Lin family is gone, what interests are you talking to me about here? Little Feng, it looks like you're too short-sighted and not very suitable to continue handling the company's affairs. So let's leave the ones in hand to your second uncle for the time being. When you mature, then you can meddle in the company's affairs. Lin Qian's hand then loudly scolded. Originally, he felt that his eldest grandson was very smart and did things to his liking. However, the words he just said were as childish as a 3-year-old. Dad, Grandpa, alright, I'm sure everyone knows about this matter. It's Lin Yun's credit. Now all disperse. Lin Qian directly waved his hand, interrupting the words of the two. Then he looked at Lin Yun with a face full of favor. Little Yun, accompany Grandpa to the study. Grandpa wants to have a good chat with you. Chapter 44 Shangwan Family, about to go bankrupt. The next day, Jiang Chuan slept straight through until 10 in the morning. After opening his eyes he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. This had become a habit. The first thing after waking up is to open your eyes, and the second thing is to instinctively look at your cell phone. It was fine if I didn't look, but I was shocked when I did. That Lin Yun kid had actually sent himself more than 50 unread messages. Su Qingya had also sent herself 2 messages. Jiang Chuan, have you slept yet? Still having a hard time? Jiang Chuan, are you awake? Equal to or succeeds equal to or precedes. Looking at that funny expression, Jiang Chuan replied back, I fell asleep last night when I laid down and just woke up. Then he opened Lin Yun's WeChat again. Big brother, just now I went home and was praised by my grandpa. This feeling is just too good. It's the first time I've grown up that I've seen my grandfather so happy in front of me. And it's also the first time I've been praised by him. And he also scolded my eldest uncle and cousin head on. You don't know how bad my eldest uncle and cousin's faces looked at that time. They were almost as bad as pig's liver. It's still the first time my grandfather has paid so much attention to me. It's too happy. Big brother, are you there? Big brother, asleep? Big brother, what's for breakfast tomorrow? Little Yun Yun will bring it over for you. Seeing the messages one by one, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but frown. Did this kid stay up all night last night? At 5 in the morning, he actually asked himself if he had slept yet. If he was a normal person, he would have fallen asleep by this time, but it could be seen that he was indeed very happy last night. After that, he called a video. The video was picked up just as soon as the bell rang. Asterisk 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 asterisk, giant panda? Looking at the face in the cell phone screen, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes and listlessness, Jiang Chuan thought he was videoing with a giant panda. It looks like this kid's kidney deficiency is a bit serious. It is reasonable to say that at this age a night without sleep is perfectly fine, and it is only right to be instantly alive in the morning. Big brother, you're finally awake. Lin Yun yawned, breathlessly squeezing out a smile. I say, what's the situation with you, kid? You're going to be a national treasure with this appearance? Jiang Chuan instantly burst out laughing. It looked like this kid shouldn't have slept all night last night. That look looked like the storming shrimp in the sand sculpture animation. I was praised by Grandpa and Dad in turn several times last night, so I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. Right, big brother, what do you want to eat for breakfast? I'll send it over to you right away. Lin Yun hurriedly asked. Forget it. I'm really afraid that you'll die suddenly in the next second with this ghostly appearance of yours. Hurry up and get some rest. You don't have to worry about breakfast. I'll eat something random later. Jiang Chuan then said seriously. That's fine. Then let's eat together tonight. Lin Yun nodded. Although he really wanted to go and bring breakfast to his big brother right now, he did feel a bit distracted. He hadn't closed his eyes for the entire night, and it felt like his body had been emptied. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chuan also briefly washed up. Then he went outside and casually ate some buns and soy milk. At this time, however, the cell phone suddenly rang again. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number, but the attribution was local. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Jiang Chuan asked as he picked up. "I'm Shangguan Ruoshi, Mr. Jiang, still remember?" A sweet voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "We just had dinner together last night." "Of course I remember, unless I've lost my memory." Jiang Chuan laughed. He. "That, Mr. Jiang, can I ask you out for dinner?" Shangguan Ruoshi asked with some anticipation. She had truly seen Jiang Chuan's ability last night. If she didn't believe in metaphysics before, she was completely convinced last night. Jiang Chuan's casual words had saved the entire Lin family, so now she also wanted to find Jiang Chuan to calculate their Shangguan family's future fortune. "It's naturally no problem if a good person invites me." Jiang Chuan also nodded his head in agreement very decisively. There was nothing special to do today anyway. A date with an extremely beautiful woman like Shangguan Ruoshi should also be a very comfortable thing. More importantly, Shangguan Ruoshi's identity was definitely not simple. If one could become good friends with her, there would definitely be benefits in the future. "Alright, then I'll wait for you at the Tilting Heart Cafe. Don't see you there." After saying that, Shangguan Ruoshi hung up the phone. From the voice, you can hear that she is very happy. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan also arrived at the Tilted Heart Cafe as promised. Through the glass of the store, he soon saw Shangguan Ruoshi. However, at this time, there was also a beautiful woman wearing a black sportswear beside her. Just after walking into the cafe, Shangguan Ruoshi greeted her. "Mr. Jiang, you're so fast, so quick to shoot. Yuck, so fast," Shangguan Ruoshi said with a sweet smile. Are you praising me?" Jiang Chuan glanced at Shangguan Ruoshi somewhat breathlessly. It was estimated that there wasn't any man in the world who liked to hear a woman say that he was fast. Of course, coming fast means you have good driving skills and fast speed. Shangguan Ruoshi nodded with a naive face. "But how do I feel that your car speed is faster than mine?" It always felt like this Shangguan Ruoshi was driving, but he had nothing conclusive evidence. He don't care about these details. Hurry up and have a seat. I also brought a friend. I hope you don't mind. Shangguan Ruoshi hurriedly pulled Jiang Chuan to sit down. Jiang Chuan shook his head. Naturally he wouldn't mind. It was because the girl sitting across from him was very pretty. Skin like condensed fat, cicatrizal eyebrows, bright eyes. Her features seemed to have been carved to perfection. A head of long black-brown hair tied behind her head, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, although wearing a sportswear, but cannot hide that proud body at all. This girl's temperament was very different from Shangguan Ruoshi's. Her temperament was clear and elegant, and there was a valiant air between her eyebrows. "Jiang Chuan, she is my good friend Jiang Xinyan. Xinyan, this is the Jiang Chuan I told you about. Mr. Jiang." Shangguan Wanner hurriedly introduced herself. If it was yesterday, she definitely wouldn't have paid so much attention to Jiang Chuan, but Jiang Chuan's performance yesterday had directly conquered her. In her mind, Jiang Chuan was indeed completely worthy of the word "hi man." "Hello." Jiang Chuan smiled politely and nodded. Jiang Xinyan only nodded slightly in greeting. There wasn't the slightest ripple in her expression. Obviously, Jiang Chuan didn't make her feel special. Shangguan Ruoshi was slightly embarrassed. Obviously the current Jiang Xinyan was just like her own yesterday, unable to look at Jiang Chuan. This was also completely understandable. After all, Jiang Chuan gave people the impression that he was handsome, and nothing else was special. That, Ms. Shangguan should have asked me to come over for more than just purely drinking coffee. There's something to say straight away. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, didn't have any fluctuations in his emotions. Those who could become friends with Shangguan Ruoshi must not be any ordinary people, so it was understandable to have this gesture. "Alright, since Mr. Jiang is so forthright, then I'll be straightforward. I would also like to ask Mr. Jiang to help me calculate my Shangguan family's fortune. Likewise, I am also willing to pay you $1 billion in honorarium." Shangguan Ruoshi also immediately stated her intentions. She always felt an inexplicable sense of unease during this recent period, associating it with Jiang Chuan's ability yesterday. She thought of asking Jiang Chuan to tell her fortune as well. If this uneasiness was just an illusion, that would naturally be the best outcome. But what if this uneasiness in her heart was a warning? No problem. Jiang Chuan also nodded without hesitation. When he met Shangguan Ruoshi yesterday, he had also already foreseen some of the things that were going to happen next in the Shangguan family. Anyway, since he already knew about it, it was a waste of time not to earn this 1 billion. At least it was also consuming his ability to predict the future once. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Jiang Chuan, then looked at Shangguan Ruoshi with some doubt. This good friend of his was usually not a believer in ghosts and gods, and at least she was a college student who graduated from a prestigious university. She should revere science. Why did she suddenly start believing in these things now? Xin, don't look at me like that. Mr. John's calculations are really very accurate. Yesterday when I first met Mr. Jiang, I did feel as incredible as you do, but he is really capable. Soon you will know. Shangwan Ruoshi naturally sensed Jiang Xinyan's doubts and then said with a serious face, "Oh really? Since even you say so, then I would really like to see it." Jiang Xinyan just smiled faintly. But it was true that she didn't have much expectation for the Jiang Chuan in front of her, mainly because the impression at first glance wasn't particularly good. Because in her mind, although boys don't need to look tiger-backed and full of tendon meat, they can't be this weak at least. Such a boy. One can fight 10, so just a good-looking skin. In her case there is no plus point. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, opened his mouth indifferently at this time and asked, "Ms. Shangwan, is your family going to attend a very important birthday banquet the day after tomorrow?" "Aha." Shangwan Ruoshi hurriedly nodded. Jiang Chuan continued, "For this important banquet, your father also prepared a yuan Xinhua of Shaoi's chasing Han Xian under the moonplum vase in advance, right?" Hiss. Shangwan Ruoshi immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air, staring at Jiang Chuan with a face full of disbelief. Although she had already seen Jiang Chuan's ability yesterday, she was still shocked inside when she heard these words at this moment. Just a few days ago, his father had spent $800 million to buy that yuan Xinhua in order to celebrate the birthday of that great man who loved blue and white porcelain. This matter was an absolute secret to the Shangwan family. Even the Shangwan family knew very few people, and know this matter are all father's beloved. So this news is absolutely impossible to leak out. This side is leaked. Also absolutely impossible to reach Jiang Chuan's ears so quickly. Don't be so surprised. If I don't even know about this, then wouldn't you have spent this billion in vain? Looking at the shocked Shangwan Ruoshi, Jiang Chuan smiled faintly. Shangwan Ruoshi also suppressed the shock in her heart at this moment. Then looking busy, she asked, "This matter is indeed not false, but is there any connection between this and our Shangwan family's fortune? Could it be because after father gave this yuan Xinhua away, he would be rewarded by that great man? From then on, the Shangwan family would soar into the sky?" It was very possible. After all, there are only 3 yuan Xinhua of Shaoyi chasing Han Xian under the moon in existence now. 2 of them have been introduced, and have been included in the museum. So one could imagine how high the collector's value of this last piece was. Of course there is, because once you give that yuan Xinhua away, your Shangwan family's good days are afraid to come to an end. Jiang Chuan spoke faintly. How is this possible? What does Mr. Jiang mean by this? Shangwan Ruoshi was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't that big shot's favorite collection of antiques? Why would the Shangwan family's good times still come to an end if they gave away such a valuable treasure? Because that yuan Xinhua in your hands is a fake. Jiang Chuan's voice remained calm. According to the results predicted by foretelling the future, after Shangwan Hong gave this fake yuan Xinhua out, it was quickly discovered by that big shot. This made him feel cheated and disrespected, and as a result, the Shangwan family began to be targeted. In just half a year's time, the Shangwan family went bankrupt. As for Shangwan Hong, he also died in depression amidst extreme guilt and self-blame. Jiang Chuan's words stirred up 10,000 wild waves in Shangwan Ruoshi's heart. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. My dad was also worried that yuan Xinhua was fake, so he asked several domestic masters to appraise it, and those several appraisal masters all said that it was authentic. After reacting, Shangwan Ruoshi immediately shook her head repeatedly. They had already appraised the yuan Xinhua several times, and the people who appraised it were all top experts and masters in China. There was absolutely no room for error. Since the masters said it's authentic, then let your dad go and check those masters. Look at what people those masters have contacted recently. Check their bank flows and such. This shouldn't be a difficult task for your Shangwan family. Jiang Chuan's voice was still very calm, but Shangwan Ruoshi reacted instantly. If those masters had done it on purpose, wouldn't that mean that there was someone behind them who wanted to deliberately harm their Shangwan family? Chapter 45, Mr. Jiang still knows free fighting? Mr. Jiang, please wait. I'll call my dad right now. Shangwan Ruoshi naturally did not dare to delay for a moment, and then immediately dialed the phone. Then he said all the things Jiang Chuan had just said word for word. At first Shangwan Hong didn't believe it. After all, those master connoisseurs can be he spent a high price to invite, and are the industry seniority of the antique appraisal master. But with the mentality that he would rather believe it than not, he was still prepared to find some more appraisal masters for another appraisal. After all, this matter was very, very important, and if what Ruoshi said was true, then if they gave this Celadon away, the end of their Shangwan family could be imagined. That's the kind of thing this is to be cautious about. Anyway, a few more appraisals would be a waste of time for them and would not cause any impact, but if he really gave away a piece of fake Celadon, the result would be more than he could bear. After hanging up the phone, Shangwan Ruoshi tightly gripped the cell phone. her pretty face incomparably tense. After all, this matter is too important. In case that Yuan Qinghua is real, Dad may be angry. Shangwan doesn't need to be so nervous. Not half of what I said is false. Just wait patiently for the results. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, took a sip of coffee with a calm face. It's very bitter and honestly a bit hard to drink. It would have been too much of life's misery over the years. And this coffee is still good with sugar. Looking at Jiang Chuan with such a calm demeanor, Shangwan Ruoshi's heart was also a little more settled. Jiang Xinyan, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Chuan with a face full of disbelief, but never opened his mouth to say anything. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her in the first place. She didn't bother to taunt people until the results were in. She was a person who didn't want to say a word more about people she didn't like, much less meddle in other people's business. The minutes ticked by. Half an hour was as long as half a century for Shangwan Ruoshi. Jingle bells. Just at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Shangwan Ruoshi's body trembled slightly. Rushing to open his cell phone, he saw that it was a video of his dad. Dad, how's it going? Is that Yuan Qinghua piece real or fake? Shangwan Ruoshi couldn't wait to ask. I just got Master Yen and Master Chen to appraise it again. And this blue and white porcelain is indeed a fake. Shangwan Hong's voice was incomparably heavy, but it could be heard with a kind of joy after the robbery. Naturally, he was incredibly glad in his heart that his precious daughter had found out about it. The consequences would be unimaginable if this celadon were to be given away. Great! Hooray! The stuff hasn't been sent out yet. Shangwan Ruoshi's delicate body was also trembling with excitement. It was fortunate that he had taken the initiative to contact Jiang Chuan today. Otherwise the entire Shangwan family might have suffered a fatal blow. Then when he took a look at Jiang Chuan once more, those eyes had completely changed. Adoration, awe, gratitude, and the slightest hint of a different kind of glow. Yeah, this time, this matter is really thanks to you. Ruoshi, you are truly Daddy's most outstanding daughter. Shangwan Hong's voice was agitated, and there was incomparable relief in his tone. Dad, I've actually gotten guidance from someone high up. Right, then those masters who appraised this blue and white porcelain before. You should now go and check if they have contacted anyone recently. It's best to go check their bank flows. At this time, Shangwan Ruoshi also opened her mouth to remind him. This is what Jiang Chuan said just now. The meaning of this sentence is very obvious. The few masters who appraised the blue and white porcelain before must have received benefits from other people, and then unified the tone to make a false appraisal. Then the person behind this is definitely trying to bring death to the Shangwan family. Well, I've already had someone go check it out just now. Those few old things actually dared to do such a thing. I definitely won't let them off easily. And that guy behind them, I must find him out and let him know the price of offending the Shangwan family. Shangwan Hong said with an incomparably majestic voice. Well then, since things have been cleared up, you go ahead and get busy. I'm still with my friend, Shangwan Ruoshi said. She knew that Dad had a lot of things to do next. Not only do they have to go check out those master appraisers and the one behind him, but they also have to go back to the drawing board to find a birthday gift for the big guy. And it's not appropriate to leave Jiang Chuan on his own. Is the friend you are talking about the one who saved our Shangwan family's high-ranking person that you just mentioned? Shangwan Hong opened his mouth and asked. If it wasn't for the guidance of this high-ranking person, the Shangwan family was afraid that it would really be in danger. Aha, yes, Shangwan Ruoshi nodded. Alright then, you guys have fun while I go take care of this. Don't ever offend that noble man, and be sure to thank him properly for me. After I'm done with this matter, I'll be sure to personally come to the door to thank you. After saying that, Shangwan Hong hung up the phone. Apparently, someone is going to get hurt in the next couple of days. After hanging up the phone, Shangwan Ruoshi directly got up. Then he flung himself on his knees in front of Jiang Chuan, tears of gratitude in his eyes. His voice began to tremble. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you for saving our Shangwan family. You are our Shangwan family's savior. My father asked me to thank you properly for your kindness on his behalf. And when he's finished with the matter at hand, he'll be sure to come to the door to thank you in person. Grateful. From the bottom of my heart. No need to thank you. Our relationship is considered as a cooperation and transaction, so you don't need to perform such a big gift. Hurry up and get up. Jiang Chuan also hurriedly helped Shangwan Ruoshi up. A smirk followed. It's just not easy to make this $1 billion. What's more, the ending made himself feel like he had earned it, and the Shangwan family didn't feel like they had lost a dime. Is this kid really that amazing? I kind of suspect that Shangwan Ruoshi is playing along with him to act me. Jiang Xinyan, who was on the side, looked confused. Is there really such a powerful character in this world? Or is the end of science really metaphysics? Is it possible to calculate so accurately? But just now, Shangwan Ruoshi spoke to Uncle Shangwan, and coupled with her current behavior, this didn't seem like a performance. How could the great lady of the Shangwan family kneel to an ordinary person? It's definitely not something that money can do. Was everything that just happened real? Mr. Jiang, I won't say any more words of thanks. There are $2 billion in this card. Besides the $1 billion of hanging money, there is another $1 billion that is the intention of my Shangwan family. Please make sure you accept it. From now on, you are the most honored guest of our Shangwan family, and if you have any needs, the Shangwan family will absolutely spare no effort to help. After standing up, Shangwan Ruoshi also respectfully handed a black card to Jiang Chuan. It was something she had prepared for before she arrived. Good. I'll take it then. Jiang Chuan also accepted the black card without hesitation. After all, it was $2 billion, a sum that would allow his parents and younger siblings to live in the most luxurious way possible. After earning this $5 billion in the past 2 days, I'll leave it to my mom and dad for retirement later, or I can keep it as a reserve. Seeing Jiang Chuan accept the black card, Shangwan Ruoshi was also full of smiles. Mr. Jiang, right. It looks like I underestimated you a bit just now, and I apologize for my previous slight. At this time Jiang Xinyan, who was on the side, finally spoke again. To be honest, she really didn't put Jiang Chuan in her eyes when she first entered, but now she changed her initial opinion. Someone who could make Shangwan Ruoshi treat him like this was definitely not that simple. Doesn't matter, I've long gotten used to this kind of contempt anyway. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, shrugged with a disinterested expression. 3 years after graduating from college, he can be said to have seen all the cold and warmth of the world, suffered all the white eyes of the world, so the so-called slight just now was indeed not on his mind. More importantly, Jiang Xinyan didn't sneer at herself like the others because of the contempt in her heart. Mr. Jiang, why don't we go for dinner later? You must say yes, otherwise I'll definitely be scolded when I go back. Shangwan Ruoshi said with a smile, her heart happy at the moment. Grateful to Jiang Chuan, he was also very grateful to his good girlfriend Su Qingya. If Su Qingya hadn't introduced them yesterday, she really didn't dare to imagine the consequences for the Shangwan family a few days later. Okay, but from now on, you don't call me Mr. Jiang, and don't use you. We're all the same age. Just call me Jiang Chuan from now on. Jiang Chuan nodded. Anyway, he was quite free now, and being able to eat with two extremely beautiful women was pleasing to the eye and a bit more lively than eating alone. Jingle bells. Just then, Jiang Xinyan's cell phone suddenly rang. A race? Okay, I'll be right over. Kang Xinyan casually dealt with the call twice before hanging up. Then he looked at Shangwan Ruoshi and Jiang Chuan somewhat apologetically. Ruoshi, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. I probably won't be able to go to dinner with you guys later on. There's a match over at the martial arts hall. My big brother asked me to go over there. It was so hard to ask you out. And you're leaving so soon? Shangwan Ruoshi had a look of regret. If you guys are interested in martial arts and combat, you can also come with me to watch the match, and we'll go eat afterward, Kang Xinyan said with a smile. Hearing this, Shangwan Ruoshi turned her gaze toward Jiang Chuan. She naturally had no problem with it, but she was afraid that Jiang Chuan wouldn't have the time. Let's go together then. Speaking of which, I'm also very interested in free sparring, Jiang Chuan said with a smile. He himself is at least a man who has the skills of a champion free fighter, so there is also some interest in free sparring. Just the right time to go and see if those guys are their opponents. Is Mr. Jiang also interested in free sparring? Jiang Xinyan looked at Jiang Chuan with some surprise. Jiang Shan's first impression to her was that he was weak-looking like a weak scholar whose hands couldn't lift and shoulders couldn't carry. I didn't realize that I was actually interested in pushing free sparring. Before Jiang Chuan had time to speak, Shangwan Ruoshi was impatient to grab the answer. I forgot to tell you, Xinyan, last night Qingya told me, Mr. Jiang is a champion-level combat athlete. Once one person knocked down several punks. After parting ways with Jiang Chuan last night, she also learned more about Jiang Chuan on Su Qingya's side. What made her feel surprised was that Jiang Chuan, who looked so civilized and weak, was actually a boxing expert. It's just that I forgot to tell Jiang Xinyan about it just now. Really? Jiang Xinyan was astonished. Jiang Chuan is at least the chairman of Dingsheng Group. This kind of person is usually very busy. How can he have time to learn free sparring? And most of them go out with bodyguards, so there's no need to learn free sparring at all. Well, Wakashi is right. I did learn free sparring, and usually 3 or 5 guys my age can't beat me. Jiang Chuan also didn't hide it and nodded seriously. It's just that this combat skill is rewarded by the system. It's so completely unreadable. No, I didn't mean that. I'm just a little incredulous that a young and talented chairman like you has time to practice free sparring. At this moment, the way Jiang Xinyan looked at Jiang Chuan seemed to have a few more points of appreciation in her eyes as well, because she herself was very fond of traditional martial arts and free sparring. So now that she heard that Jiang Chuan was also fond of free sparring, after the same hobby, that sense of separation between the two was naturally much less. It's not a good workout while you're young. Since Mr. Jiang is so powerful, then you must spar with me sometime. I have some superficial studies in traditional martial arts, free sparring and taekwondo. Good. I'll be sure to. In the future. Chapter 46, Taekwondo Black Belt. That's it? Can't take a single hit. That's good. Then I'll go buy the bill. And then we'll go and watch the match. Shangwan Ruwashi got up and prepared to go buy the bill. I'll go. How can you let a girl pay for dinner with a girl? Think of it as giving me a chance to perform. Jiang Chuan stopped Shangwan Ruwashi, then directly came to the front desk to buy the bill. In fact, his purpose of buying the bill was most intentionally not wine, not to simply win the favor of these two beauties in front of him. The main reason was to see if he could trigger a rebate. After all, last night just gave $50 of chauffeur fee. The system rewarded the pupil of insight kind of superb skills. This guy is quite a gentleman, and knows to take the initiative to pay the bill. Jiang Xinyan smiled slightly. The corner of her mouth outlined a nice-looking arc. Yeah, actually, it was also Jiang Chuan who paid the bill last night. Shangwan Ruoshi stared at Jiang Chuan with a burning gaze. I say, Miss Shangwan, you don't have a crush on Jiang Chuan, do you? Jiang Xinyan smiled and teased. Jiang Chuan is so outstanding. Even if you like him, it's normal. Shangwan Ruoshi didn't deny it. Anyway, in her mind, Jiang Chuan was indeed one of those very outstanding young men. At the age of early 20s, he already had a $10 billion fortune. If $10 billion is not worth mentioning for the Shangwan family, then the ability to account for it is an extremely precious treasure for this big family. At this time, Jiang Chuan had already finished paying. Almost at the same time as the payment went through, the system's electronic synthesized voice rang out in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 258 renminbi, triggering a blitz rebate. Reward, physical strengthening. Note, physical strengthening can strengthen the host's personal physical attributes as a whole by a factor of 2, including strength, speed, responsiveness, eyesight, hearing, perception, and endurance and so on. The moment he heard the system's electronic synthesized voice, Jiang Chuan instantly felt himself become refreshed. Gently clenching his fists, he felt that the power in his body was much greater than before. Even his hearing, eyesight, and sense of smell all changed drastically at this moment. Actually stormed out this kind of good stuff that boosts the physique. Today is really Qin Shi Huang eating peppercorns and winning numbness. Jiang Chuan was ecstatic in his heart. In just less than an hour, not only did he earn $2 billion, he also triggered a blitz rebate. It's that these 3 cups of bitter coffee actually cost 258 yuan, which is indeed a bit expensive. After suppressing the excitement in their hearts, the 3 of them walked out of the cafe. Mr. Jiang, why don't you take my car and go over there? Shangwan Ruwashi pointed to a pink Maybach Accelero not far away and asked. This car was valued at only $52 million, and although it wasn't as good as his own Black Knight voice, it was indeed considered a top-tier luxury car. No need, you guys lead the way in front. I'll just drive my own car. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, shook his head. It wasn't that the Maybach was uncomfortable to sit in, but it was because she did have a little less faith in these girls' driving skills. In case one accidentally used the gas pedal as a brake, wouldn't he or she be confused? That's fine. Shangwan Ruwashi also stopped dwelling on it and then took Jiang Xinyan to the car. It didn't take long to arrive in front of the Shangwu Martial Arts Center. Just after parking the car, a lanky, handsome-looking young man ran his ass over to Jiang Xinyan and Shangwan Ruwashi. Xinyan, you're finally here. I've been waiting here for you for a long time. This person was in his 20s, handsome and exuding a masculine aura. But after seeing Jiang Xinyan, he revealed his dog-licking nature. Qin Wu, what are you doing waiting for me for nothing? And, just call me Jiang Xinyan in the future. No need to call so awkward. Our relationship is not good enough to that extent. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Qin Wu with some disgust, her voice cold. Xinyan, can you still not know my feelings? I really like you. A day I don't see you, I can't even think about my meals. Look at me lately, I've lost a circle of weight. For the sake of me being so dedicated, just promise to be my girlfriend. The moment Qin Wu's words fell, he didn't know when a bouquet of beautiful roses suddenly appeared in his hand. Kneeling down on one knee with a determined look. Asterisk. This guy is a magic trick, right? Jiang Chuan was also looking stunned. He hadn't really seen where that bouquet of roses had been taken from just now. His name is Qin Wu. He's the 3rd son of the Qin family in Mordor and Xinyan's most loyal licking dog. As far as I know, this is already his 338th confession. Shangwan Ruoshi at the side introduced in a whisper. I'll go. I didn't expect it to be a faithful licking dog, but as the saying goes, licking dog, licking dog, licking dog, licking dog, licking until you end up with nothing. Jiang Chuan looked at Qin Wu with some sympathy. This kid was very handsome and his family situation was also very good. It was estimated that there were 800 girls chasing him without 1,000, so he didn't know why he had to be this poor licking dog. Yeah, this might be what everyone always says, that what you can't get is always in commotion. Shangwan Ruoshi laughed lightly. The words of the two had also just fallen, when Qin Wu spoke again. Xin Yen, you see, I'm not only physically strong, but also have a good family background, so I can satisfy you both physically and materially. And I promise you, as long as you promise to be my girlfriend, the number of times I cheat within a week will definitely not exceed 2. Hasty, I thought it was a poor licking dog, but it's actually a sea king licking dog. Jiang Chuan was speechless. No wonder Jiang Xinyan couldn't look at it. This, as long as it's a slightly decent girl, it's estimated that she wouldn't be able to look at this kind of philandering carrot. Moreover, Jiang Xinyan looked like she didn't lack money. Sorry Qin Wu, I really don't have any feelings for you. Jiang Xinyan's eyebrows knitted slightly. Her voice was still cold. It's okay Xinyan, I have feelings for you on the line. And doesn't the old saying say that day long time begets love? Qin Wu smiles like an iron bean. It's impossible for me to have feelings for you. We're really not suitable. That disgusting meaning on Jiang Xinyan's face intensified. Although it was true that this Qin Wu was infatuated, she really didn't have a single feeling for him. Where is it not suitable? I'll change it, okay? Qin Wu was clearly undying. I don't like boys who can't give birth to children, so don't pester me in the future. Jiang Xinyan said helplessly. When encountering this kind of guy who liked to stalk me, there were times when it was really very helpless, because it didn't matter how many times this guy was rejected. The next day he would come over again like a dog's skin to confess his love. When this statement came out, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just this sentence think is not obvious enough? Who the hell would give birth to a child in this ing decent man? Qin Wu also froze on the spot. Moreover, I already have a boyfriend, Jiang Xinyan added. Then she glanced at Jiang Chuan without knowing whether it was intentional or not. Qin Wu's gaze also instantly looked at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, had a helpless look on his face. Was he being used as a shield? Why did it feel like the plot inside those dog-blooded novels? Just this kid? How can this kid compare to me? He's so skinny that I can kill 10 of them with one punch. Qin Wu's face was filled with contempt and disbelief. Even if Jiang Xinyan wanted a boyfriend, he had to be stronger than himself. This kid looked like he had no hands. And Jiang Xinyan never liked this kind of weak boy. Yeah, now I suddenly like boys who are skillful with their tongue, who can speak ill changes, and who are good at interpreting people's clothes. Can't I? Jiang Xinyan also nodded directly. I say the two of you, do whatever you want and don't involve me in this. I don't have any relationship with you guys. I'm just here to watch the show, so I don't want to be your shield. Looking at Qin Wu's eyes that were getting more and more out of place, Jiang Chuan then spoke faintly. He didn't want to get into trouble with this kind of philandering rich second generation for no reason. It wasn't because of fear, but because he couldn't get any benefits. There was simply no need for that. Hold. Sorry. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Jiang Xinyan was instantly filled with embarrassment. But this thing she did was indeed wrong. Kid, no matter if you're Xinyan's boyfriend or not, I'm going to fight you one-on-one. Dare you accept my challenge? I will definitely break your dog's legs within 2 rounds. Qin Wu pointed at Jiang Chuan and angrily challenged. Do you have a bag in your head or are you missing a string? I've said that I don't have a single relationship with this Jiang Xinyan. Why are you challenging me? Jiang Chuan felt speechless. This guy looked quite handsome too. How come he couldn't understand a bit of human language? As long as it wasn't a cutie. All could see that Jiang Xinyan was obviously trying to use herself as a shield. I don't care. Today I'm just going to beat you down and show my super strength to Xinyan. Dang man, just say you dare to accept the challenge. Qin Wu looked like he had eaten his weight and had an iron heart. He had to put on a good show in front of Jiang Xinyan today. Qin Wu, don't be irrational here. I was only joking just now. Mr. Jiang and I are just friends. Jiang Xinyan looked at Qin Wu in disgust. Then she looked at Jiang Chuan with a guilty face. Just now, he just wanted Qin Wu to die, but he didn't expect to invite trouble for Jiang Chuan. Forget it. Since you're so persistent, then I promise to fight you twice. But it's a bit too boring to fight like this. Why don't we add some bets? Jiang Chuan had a bright idea and said with a smile. There is money not to be made. There may be a good opportunity to make money in front of you. This kind of rich second generation whose brain wasn't very good. It was not bad to be able to pit a fortune. Bet? What do you want to bet? But I have to remind you that it's impossible for a rookie like you to be my opponent. So bet on whatever you lose. Qin Wu was confident. Let's bet $500 million then. If I lose I'll give you $500 million. If you lose give me $500 million. How about it? At this moment, Jiang Chuan was smiling brightly, already seeing $500 million beckoning towards him. With the champion-level free fighting skills and the body that had just been strengthened, even if the world's top champion came, he was invincible under the same body type. So this Qin Wu, lose for sure. Cut. This bet is too small. How about this? Let's add more. How about adding 2 more legs on top of the 500 million? Qin Wu seemed more confident than Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, don't bet with him. This Qin Wu is a Taekwondo black belt 6th degree expert. He also has some training in free fighting, and his weight is also higher than yours. This is an unfair match. Shangguan Ruoshi hurriedly shook Jiang Chuan's arm and warned worriedly, although she knew that Jiang Chuan was also very powerful, but with the obvious difference in weight, the rich fighting skills were not very advantageous. Qin Wu, don't be unreasonable here. If you keep this up, leave from here. Jiang Xinyan was also furious, feeling ashamed of Jiang Chuan in her heart. Kid, is it that you don't dare to bet? I can give you a chance to admit defeat now. Drill through my crotch and this matter will end here. Qin Wu forked his legs and stared at Jiang Chuan with a condescending face. Cut the crap and hurry up and start. Jiang Chuan said indifferently. Good, a bit of backbone. I'm starting to appreciate you a bit. How dare you show off when you know you're bound to lose. It didn't take long for the four to arrive at a ring. The form taken this time was bare-knuckle boxing, so the two just wore headgear and back leg props, and didn't bring gloves. In Qin Wu's words, gloves would affect his play. Ruoshi, how many chances do you think Jiang Chuan has of winning? Jiang Xinyan looked at the ring with some concern. This was because the difference in size between the two was just too great. Jiang Chuan looked very weak, but Qin Wu was full of tendons. I don't know. It's not like I've seen Jiang Chuan fighting those punks with my own eyes, but Xin, you've gone too far this time, bringing Jiang Chuan into a danger for no reason. No matter if he loses or wins the fight, this is not good for him. Shangguan Ruoshi said with a face full of displeasure. I am very sorry. I didn't expect this. Jiang Xinyan looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of guilt. She only hoped that Jiang Chuan wouldn't get hurt in this match. At this moment, the referee in the ring had already signaled that the match could begin. Kid, I said I'll KO you within 2 rounds. Qin Wu's mouth grinned with confidence. Jiang Chuan didn't open his mouth, but waved at him, signaling him to cut the crap and hurry up and attack. Arrogant brat, get down on the ground for me. Qin Wu's face changed as his body instantly rushed towards Jiang Chuan. This guy's speed was indeed very fast. When he was still 3 meters away from Jiang Chuan, his body suddenly leapt up. Then he hit a fancy airborne downward leg chop. With this kind of attack speed, Jiang Chuan just took 2 steps backward and easily deflected it. In the next second, his body rushed towards Qin Wu like a cheetah. Then an uppercut directly and accurately struck Qin Wu's liver chin. Bang! A low collision sound rang out, and the powerful uppercut was incredibly accurate. Hiccup! Qin Wu's eyes went black, completely lost consciousness, and his body fell to the ground with a straight hook. The referee also immediately used his body to protect Qin Wu, waving his hands crosswise, signaling the end of the match. TSK. Is this the strength of a Taekwondo black belt 6th dan? It's just unbearable. Jiang Chuan shook his head with some disinterest. Then with a leap of his body, he directly jumped out from the ring's ropes. Shangguan Ruoshi and Jiang Xinyan were dumbfounded, and their 2 mouths, which were wide open due to their surprise, were enough to swallow a burgundy donut and 2 halogen eggs. Chapter 47, The Lin family's most honored guests. Xin, did Jiang Chuan win? It seems like I'm hallucinating. Shangguan Ruoshi rubbed her eyes vigorously, but she still couldn't believe the scene that was happening in front of her. She had just seen Jiang Chuan easily defeat Qin Wu, who was a 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo, with just 1 punch, and it was still a KO that crushed with absolute strength. Taekwondo black belt, actually so unbearable? No, you're not hallucinating. Jiang Chuan, he really won, and it only took 1 punch. Jiang Xinyan also swallowed hard, her tone filled with disbelief. She was still very clear about Qin Wu's strength. Among his peers, he was considered an expert. However, she didn't expect that he hadn't lasted a single punch in Jiang Chuan's hands and was directly knocked unconscious. Was this Jiang Chuan really so powerful? At this moment, Jiang Xinyan felt like her blood was starting to boil, and the fighting cells in her body were starting to jump up and down. Do you think it could have been a coincidence just now? Shangguan Ruoshi was still full of disbelief. No, it wasn't a coincidence. Rather, it was absolute strength crushing. Jiang Chuan's punch just now, whether it was speed, power or angle, he grasped it very precisely. He's strong, very strong. Even I might not be his opponent. Jiang Xinyan shook her head repeatedly. At this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. The evaluation of Jiang Chuan climbed several heights at once. At this time, Jiang Chuan had already arrived in front of the 2 of them, and then took off his protective headgear and knee pad props with a calm face. Jiang Chuan, you are so good. I want to give you. Shangguan Ruoshi's face was full of surprise, and before the words were finished they were interrupted by Jiang Chuan. What? Do you also want to give me a monkey? Jiang Chuan smiled and joked. No, people can't give birth to monkeys. I show my cards. I want to give you children. Shangguan Ruoshi said bluntly. Bright stars flashed in a pair of beautiful eyes. You are at least the great lady of the Shangguan family. Can we be a little more reserved? Jiang Chuan fell a little red in the face. The thought of the steps to be done to give birth to a child was really a bit exciting. Mr. Jiang, I'm really very sorry for what happened just now. I hope you can forgive my recklessness. Jiang Xinyan had already come back to her senses by now, then looked at Jiang Chuan with an apologetic face. Although it was said that Jiang Chuan had one, what she did just now was indeed a bit inappropriate. Forget it, no matter what. You also helped me win $500 million. Let's end this matter here. But I don't want this kind of thing to happen again in the future. Jiang Chuan said with a straight face. After all, this kind of thing of being used as a shield did make his heart a little less comfortable. Good. I swear that this will never happen in the future. Jiang Xinyan also hurriedly nodded her head. Right at this moment, Qin Wu also woke up under the aid of the referee and the two field doctors. With a red face, he looked at Jiang Chuan. He walked towards the ring in a wobbly manner and didn't stop until he reached Jiang Chuan. I lost. You are indeed more powerful than me, and more suitable for Jiang Xinyan than me. After saying these words, Qin Wu was immediately like a deflated ball of leather, lost to the extreme. Jiang Chuan also didn't expect this guy to admit defeat so dryly. It seemed to be a master who could afford to lose as well. This made his impression of Qin Wu also changed a little. After all, there weren't many of these second-generation rich people who were true to their word, especially for people whose status and strength were inferior to theirs. They basically rarely kept their word. It seemed that this Qin Wu was also like Lin Yun, with a relatively straightforward character. As I said, I don't have any relationship with Jiang Xinyan, and you can continue to pursue her as well. But the bet we just made cannot be voided, Jiang Chuan said in a calm voice. There was no denying that Jiang Xinyan was indeed very pretty and had an excellent temperament, but he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't walk at the sight of a woman. I know, I'm willing to gamble. There are $300 million in this card, and I only have so much money right now. I'll send you the remaining $200 million tomorrow. As for these two legs, you break them. Qin Wu looked at his legs pitifully. These two legs had really suffered old age following him. Alright, I'm not interested in your legs, but I'll take these $300 million. Jiang Chuan directly took the bank card. As for breaking Qin Wu's leg, he wouldn't dare. Since this guy was a rich second generation from Mordor, the family's ability must be terrifying. If he really broke this guy's legs, then it was estimated that his life would be coming to an end. Jiang Xinyan and Shangguan Ruoshi looked at Jiang Chuan appreciatively. Qin Wu, on the other hand, was filled with gratitude. Jiang Chuan, thanks. You are indeed very powerful. I admire your strength and vigor. I'll bring over $1 billion tomorrow, and the extra will be taken as buying my leg. After saying that, Qin Wu glanced at Jiang Xinyan again, then turned around and left in a despondent manner. In the time that followed, the three of them watched some more boxing matches and martial arts competitions, but perhaps it was because the strength of these competitors were all average, so Jiang Chuan felt a bit bored. It was only at 4 in the afternoon that Shangguan Ruoshi brought Jiang Chuan back to the Rose community. Jiang Chuan, thank you so much for today. In the future, if there is anything you need from the Shangguan family, please feel free to ask. As long as it can be done, we, the Shangguan family, will definitely not refuse. Shangguan Ruoshi said with heartfelt gratitude. Good, I think there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile. This is already at your doorstep. Are you really not going to think about having a child? Shangguan Ruoshi suddenly said with a sly look. I don't care. How about going in and doing it? Jiang Chuan scratched his head. Someone else, a girl, had said so. He would be a bit of a wimp if he were to settle. Do you mean go up and sit or do it? Both. Forget it, just kidding. After seeing Shangguan Ruoshi leave, Jiang Chuan also returned to his room. Today's one-day income of $3 billion. This money comes really easy. Lying on his bed, Jiang Chuan also lamented from the bottom of his heart. A week ago, 3,300,000 would have been an astronomical amount for him, yet he didn't expect to earn a full 330 million in one day today. For an ordinary family, it was estimated that even if they started working from the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, they wouldn't be able to earn this much money. Magic City, Qin's group office. A young man who looked 6 times similar to Qin Wu sat in front of his desk with a gloomy face. What did you say? That trashy thing Qin Wu actually lost $500 million to someone else, and almost had his legs broken? The youth's face was cold and his gaze was like a torch. Yes, eldest young master. I've already investigated that young man. His name is Jiang Chuan. He was born in a remote mountain village in Jing County, Linhai City, and he was just an unknown young man some time ago, but for some reason, a few days ago, he suddenly acquired Ding Shang Group, and these days, he has gotten very close to Lin Yun of the Lin family and Shangguan Ruoshi of the Shangguan family in the southern province. Today, he also hitched a ride with Jiang Xinyan, And you also know that the third young master has always liked Jiang Xinyan, so today's matter is all because of her. A middle-aged man in a suit introduced himself with a respectful attitude. A bit interesting. A dirt dog from a remote mountain village actually dares to offend someone from my Qin family. Although my trashy third brother is no good, he's not in existence that this kind of dirt dog can mess with. This is slapping our Qin family's face. Immediately have Phantom go and finish off that brat. Jiang played with the teacup in his hand, his tone icy cold to the extreme. For so many years, even in this magic city, not many people dared to provoke the people of the Qin family. Now that there was a dirt dog from the remote depths that actually dared to make a move against the Qin family, then he had to be made to pay with his life. Eldest young master. After all, that kid is the chairman of the Ding Sheng group, and he's in contact with the Shangguan family, the Lin family, and those younger generations of the Su family, so I'm afraid that directly taking him out would invite unnecessary trouble. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and reminded, some jumping clowns are just clowns. What is there to be afraid of? As long as I want to, the district Lin family and Shangguan family can go bankrupt within a month. Jiang was filled with disdain and incomparable confidence. This was the confidence brought to him by his family. What the Lin family relied on was nothing more than Lin Qian and that current deputy municipal party secretary. Only a single word from himself could make them kneel on the ground and sing in conquest. Yes, I understand. The middle-aged man immediately nodded. It looked like the eldest young master's style of doing things was even more ruthless than the old master and the others. Wait, there's also that Jiang Xinyan. Since this matter is due to her, then she needs to pay some price. Jiang's mouth grinned with a cold smile. Jiang Chuan had just woken up from his nap. Lin Yun then called. What's up, little Yun? Is something wrong? Big brother, my grandfather wants to meet with you to thank you face to face for saving his life. I don't know if you have the time now. Is it convenient? Lin Yun asked excitedly. In fact, after he told his grandfather the whole thing last night, he wanted to meet Big Brother. However, because there was an important meeting in the morning, that's why the meeting was postponed. Elder Lin wants to see me? Naturally it's convenient. Then I'll come over later. Jiang Chuan didn't refuse either. Although Elder Lin had retired a few years ago, his connections and energy were still there. Being acquainted with such a character would definitely be beneficial to his future development. And if one wanted a better foothold in the southern province, one did need to get acquainted with some official figures. It was only at 6 in the afternoon that Jiang Chuan arrived in Zhonghai City. As the capital city of the southern province, Zhonghai City was indeed developing much better than Linhai City. In front of Lin's house, Lin Yun had already been waiting in anticipation. When he saw Jiang Chuan's car coming, his face immediately showed an incomparably excited look. Then he hurriedly ran over to open the door for Jiang Chuan. This appearance was not like the young master of the Lin family. It was like a porter who was scrupulously observing his duties. Big brother, welcome. Lin Yun smiled with a happy face. Little Yun, you are at least the young master of the Lin family. It's not good to be seen by others like this. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, said slightly less accustomed to it. What's wrong with that? Isn't it only natural for me to open the door for my big brother? But speaking of which, apart from opening the car door for Grandpa, it's still the first time I've opened the door for someone else. Lin Yun said with a smile. Then I'm a bit flattered to say the least. He. Let's go, big brother. My grandpa and the others are waiting in the living room. Alright, the Lin family's residence was a huge manor. After entering the gate, there was almost a step-by-step view, showing nobility and luxury everywhere. It took a full 10 minutes to walk to the Lin family's living room. To buy such a large manor in Zhonghai City, the price was estimated to be at least tens of billions. There were a total of 6 people in the living room, namely Lin Qian, the Lin family's old man, with 2 middle-aged men beside him. Next was Lin Yun's father, Lin Xiaoran, and then there was Lin Xiaotong's father and son, Grandpa, Dad, Uncle. This is Mr. Jiang Chuan I told you about, and my big brother. After entering the house, Lin Yun immediately began to proudly introduce himself. Not bad, he really is imposing and talented. Lin Qian was the first to speak, looking at Jiang Chuan with a satisfied expression. Kid Jiang Chuan, meet Elder Lin. Jiang Chuan was also acting very humbly. After all, this person used to be a resounding big shot in Zhonghai City. Even though he was nearly 80 years old, he was still majestic. Ha, hurry up and sit down. In the future, in the Lin family it's just like being at home. Don't be formal. I see that you and Little Cloud are about the same age, and Little Cloud also recognizes you as his elder brother. If you don't mind, in the future, call me Grandpa just like Little Cloud, Lin Qian said with a kind smile on his face. In his heart, he knew very well that if it wasn't for this Jiang Chuan's help this time, the Lin family might have become history. So for this junior, he didn't have any contempt, and was grateful, recognizing it from the bottom of his heart. It's me who has reached high, Grandpa Lin. Jiang Chuan didn't make any pretense either. Anyway, At nearly 80 years old, Lin Qian was indeed worthy of his own name. Grandpa. Good. Not humble, not arrogant, not impatient. Little Cloud can't go wrong following you in the future. Lin Qian rubbed his hands happily, as if the creases on his face were a little less at this point. On the side, Lin Xiaotang and Lin Feng, on the other hand, had faces that were hard to see. Ever since last night's incident, they had realized that Lin Qian's attitude towards them had become very cold, and Lin Yun, who had always been unpopular, had become the old man's baby bump, which made them very uncomfortable. There was also this Jiang Chuan, who looked quite annoying as well. If it wasn't for this dirtbag meddling in his own business, how could that trash Lin Yun be appreciated by the old man? Thinking of this, the eyes they looked at Jiang Chuan with became more and more resentful. Lin Qian seemed to have noticed the gazes of the two as well. The kindness in his eyes then instantly disappeared as he coldly declared, "All of you, perk up your ears and listen up. From today onwards Xiao Chuan is the most honored VIP of our neighboring family. Whoever offends Xiao Chuan, I will not take it lightly." One sentence instantly made Lin Xiaotang and Lin Feng's expressions become even more ugly. Jiang Chuan's heart, on the other hand, was somewhat touched. In the past, when he watched short dramas and novels, he always felt that these tycoons were all very thin-skinned. They didn't care about the so-called saving grace. Some of them even threw a sum of money directly on the benefactor's face, just like sending a beggar. Now it seems that there is still a discrepancy between fiction and reality. At least the Lin elder in front of him was not the same as those family heads in the novels. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Yun, you two come with me to the study. Grandpa wants to talk to you two alone. Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun were then brought to the study room by the old master. Lin Xiaoran also went to work, while Lin Xiaotang, father and son, their faces were pitch black, so ugly that it looked like they were going to ooze ink. Chapter 48 Gambling on Stones. The chance to get rich is here. After entering the study, Lin Qian directly turned his head to Jiang Chuan and made a bow. His expression was incomparably respectful. Mr. Jiang Chuan, thank you for coming to the rescue of my Lin family. This kindness, I, Lin Qian, am truly unable to repay. This action was a shock to Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun. Grandpa Lin, what are you doing? I can't accept such a big gift. Jiang Chuan hurriedly helped Lin Qian up. An old man of such a great age giving himself such a great salute. He indeed felt a little unable to bear it. Mr. Jiang Chuan saves my Lin family. You should know that this favor is great. You deserve it. Lin Qian looked incomparably solemn. At this moment, Jiang Chuan was not a nameless child in his eyes, but a lifesaver who saved their Lin family from the fire. This favor is not too much even if he kneels and worships. It was only that he was already old, and the gift of kneeling was indeed a bit too much for him. Grandpa Lin, this matter has already passed. Let's not mention it again. Jiang Chuan hurriedly said. This was how he was as a person. If others respected me a foot, I would respect others a foot. Lin Yun and Lin Qian's attitude made him very comfortable. You take this card. It's a little token of my appreciation for you. Lin Qian pulled out another black card at this time, then prepared to stuff it to Jiang Chuan. Grandpa Lin, I can't accept this card. Little Yun already gave me money before. If you are still so polite, then I will leave. Jiang Chuan also said with a serious face. His own help to them was just a piece of cooperation at first, and his intention was also just to save those 100 plus innocent lives, so he couldn't accept this card no matter what. Good. Not arrogant. Not money-minded. You're the best I've ever seen among your peers. It's a blessing for Xiao Yun to be your little brother. It was just that the more Lin Qian looked at Jiang Chuan, the better he really looked at him. If these two grandsons of his could catch up to half of Jiang Chuan's, he would die without regret. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, was a little less pleased by the compliments. Xiao Chuan, since you've said so then I won't give you the card, but in the future you'll be my own grandson from years ago just like Xiao Yun, and I'll do my best to help you out in the future if you encounter any trouble. Lin Qian said with a solemn face. Well, thank you Grandpa Lin. Jiang Chuan also arched his hand in thanks. Then the three of them chatted a lot more. However, Lin Qian did not ask Jiang Chuan about any of his personal matters, which made Jiang Chuan comfortable during the chat. After all, the secrets on his own body could not be known by anyone. Xiao Chuan, tomorrow, the Lin family is going to hold a jewelry exhibition, and there will be some fun sessions, so you must make time to attend. Lin Qian said with a smile. The Lin family was originally in the jewelry business, so every once in a while, they would hold jewelry exhibitions or jewelry auctions. Yes, big brother, tomorrow's jewelry exhibition will be very lively and there will also be some auctions of raw stone sessions. You have such a mysterious ability, but you must attend. You might be able to pick up the pieces at that time. And every jewelry exhibition and auction gathers business tycoons from all walks of life. It's a chance to make friends with the rich and powerful. Lin Yun also said with a happy face. Good, I'm relatively free anyway. Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. In fact, He wasn't particularly interested in these jadeite jades and such, and had never had an in-depth understanding of these things either. But now that he had the pupil of insight, and the skill could be upgraded, maybe tomorrow's jewelry exhibition, he may really use the pupil of insight to pick up leaks. At that time, one could also accumulate some more points and use them to upgrade the pupil of insight. Good. I believe that with Xiao Chuan's ability, you will definitely be able to shine at the jewelry exhibition tomorrow. For some reason, Lin Xian always felt that the Jiang Chuan in front of him was very mysterious and powerful. It was also because of this feeling that made him hold Jiang Chuan in such high regard. I actually really don't know much about jade and jadeite, so I'll just be watching it best tomorrow. Jiang Chuan smiled modestly. After chatting for almost an hour or so, the three of them went to eat. After eating, Lin Xian also arranged a guest room for Jiang Chuan. Lin Yun, on the other hand, kept following Jiang Chuan's side, just like a follower. Little Yun, can you help me get some books on jadeite and jade over here? I want to study it a little bit. It was true that he didn't have any dabbling in this area before, but now that he had the pupil of insight, these things did need a good refresher too. Alright, I'll go now. Lin Yun immediately nodded. This kind of book was very plentiful in their house, and soon Lin Yun brought over a dozen of them. All of them were the kind of thick, ancient books. Big brother, I'm taking more, so you can just flip through them a little, Lin Yun said with a hefty smile. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Jiang Chuan nodded. If it was without the insight pupil, such a thick stack of books would indeed give one a headache. It was estimated that even if one looked at it for a month, they wouldn't be able to finish all of it, and they wouldn't be able to memorize the things inside. But with the pupil of insight, one night's time should be able to memorize a large portion of the knowledge. Okay, then if there's anything you need, just give me a shout. Lin Yun then walked out of the room. Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, casually took out a book on raw stone jadeite and read it. With a thought, a dark purple light suddenly flashed through his pupils. Immediately afterward, those contents on the book were like tadpoles that began to rapidly burrow into Jiang Chuan's mind. Almost a page was read in just a few seconds, and the contents on it were firmly imprinted inside his brain. Immediately after the next page, after reading for almost an hour, Jiang Chuan felt that this speed was still too slow. Then it was left and right, directly took out two books and began to quickly flip up. At this moment, he was like a completely emotionless machine, until 4 hours later, all the books were all finished. All the knowledge on the books had basically all been engraved inside his brain, and Jiang Chuan felt incredibly tired at this moment. His eyes were swollen and red bloodlines appeared. The kind of exhaustion coming from his body was completely different from working a 10-hour shift. It was really a feeling that the body was emptied. Jiang Chuan naturally knew that this was the aftermath of using the insight pupil for too long, so his mental energy was too severely depleted. Phew, have a good rest. I hope to have a good harvest tomorrow. Early the next morning, at 6 o'clock Lin Yun started his bed calling service. Big brother, up yet? Big brother, time to get up. Big brother, do you need me to come in and help you change? The voice was that flattering. Creak. The door was pushed open and Jiang Chuan walked out with a sleepy face. Perhaps it was because yesterday's mental energy consumption was a bit too much. Today all felt a bit unable to lift their spirits. What's wrong, big brother? Is this your case that you jerked off too much last night? Looking at the listless Jiang Chuan, Lin Yun playfully said, No, I also want to be a national treasure. Jiang Chuan casually smiled and made a perfunctory remark. The two of them then simply ate breakfast before heading to the exhibition center. Lin Xian and Lin Xiaotang they needed to go ahead to make arrangements and deployments, so they went over at almost 4 in the morning. Lin Xiaotang basically didn't ask about the business side of the Lin family, so he wasn't seen. When the two arrived, there were already a lot of people at the exhibition, including a large number of merchants. Most of these people were merchants coming over to sell raw stones. Big brother, do you want to use your ability to foretell the future to see which raw stone will open up green? Lin Yun asked with a smile. He actually didn't lack money, but he couldn't help but want to play when he saw these raw stones. Just like playing poker and mahjong, this stuff was addictive. Winning or losing didn't matter at all. The main thing was a pleasure. You brat really think I'm a god? Can calculate everything? Jiang Chuan blankly glanced at Lin Yun without any good humor. Then he also watched the raw stones carefully. Most of the raw stones that were able to enter this exhibition were carefully selected, so the price aspect was also higher. Some were only the size of a fist, but the price tag was as high as $300,000. The lowest price tag was also around $100,000. The stones in this place were really not something that ordinary people could afford to play with. After all, this industry is a knife poor, a knife rich, a knife lose left underwear, a knife heaven, a knife hell is not empty, but countless people's personal experience to verify the truth. Hey, I'm just kidding. Big brother, feel free to play today. All consumption today will be paid for by me. Mr. Lin Yun said boldly. Anyway, Even if he rounded up all the raw stones here, it wouldn't be a big deal to him. Come on, I know you're rich, but I'm not that bad, Jiang Chuan said in a good-natured manner. After all, the money he had earned in the past 2 days was close to $5 billion. The two then went to the jadeite jewelry counter to have a look. Most of the jadeite jewelry inside was relatively expensive. Some pairs of bracelets were actually worth tens of millions. And these emeralds are not really the top imperial green emerald. In fact, Jiang Fax is very difficult to understand the circle of jade. In the eyes of ordinary people these just look more beautiful stone only, but can be sold to tens of millions or even more than 100 million price. And a good bit of emerald, or have a price. Yo, isn't this the Lin family's second youngest? Came to join in the fun today as well? Just as the two of them were strolling around, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lin Yun frowned and turned around. Han Fei. What the hell are you doing here? Han Fei, the youngest master of the Han family of the Hengtong group in Zhonghai City. Like the Lin family, he was also in the jade business. But in addition to the jade business, their family was also in the hotel and real estate business. At the same time, Han Fei's grandfather was also a retired provincial leader, and his uncle was the current mayor of Zhonghai City. Like Lin Xiaotang, Han Fei's uncle also wanted to move up the ladder. So there was a secret and fierce competition between the two. Because of these two layers of competition, the relationship between the Jiang family has always been uneasy, and Han Fei and Lin Yun is even more incompatible. The moment they meet must quarrel. Lin Yun also whispered this news to Jiang Chuan. Of course I came to play. What? Your Lin family does not do my business? Or are you afraid to do my business? Han Fei said with an arrogant face. Do. Of course I do. But you'd better be honest and not cause trouble here. Lin Yun warned. Don't worry. I'm really here to play. Right, young Lin, why don't we bet another hand? It's also a chance for you to get your revenge. How about it? Han Fei seemed to have come prepared, and always had a chesty smile on his face. This asshole. Lin Yun, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly. The last time he had raced he had lost to Han Fei, and at that time he had been mocked by this guy for a long time, and he had also lost his favorite Bugatti supercar to him. When he thought of that incident, his anger raged. Dare? Let's play bigger this time. Of course if the second youngest member of the hallowed Lin family doesn't dare to play, then forget I said anything. Han Fei continued to provoke. Lin Yun was furious, but he didn't dare to bet. The main reason was that after losing last time, not only did he lose his most beloved supercar, but at the same time, Grandpa had also scolded himself severely. Losing to Han Fei can not only be their own thing, but also related to the reputation of the Jiang family. After losing spread out after all not good to hear. So now looking at this guy who had come prepared, he was indeed a bit afraid to bet. Xiao Yun, bet with him, since he's giving you the chance to take revenge. How can this be missed? Looking at the arrogant Han Fei, Jiang Chuan spoke faintly. No matter what, Lin Yun was now his own little brother. How could a big brother watch his little brother be humiliated like this? Okay, big brother. After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Lin Yun immediately nodded excitedly. Since big brother was letting himself bet, then this wave was stable. Chapter 49, The Pupil of Insight is so good. Row. I'll play with you. Today, I will get back all my previous losses with interest. At that time, you don't want to lose and go home crying to your mom. Lin Yun was incredibly confident in his heart at the moment. The corner of his mouth raised in an arc as he said to Han Fei, is that so? I think you're dreaming. Just with you wanting to win against me. This time I will make you lose without even your pants left. Han Fei had his arms around his chest, and was clearly filled with confidence as well. In order to successfully face the Lin family today, he had invited a top-notch bigwig in the jade industry this time. As long as that big brother was there, he would definitely be able to make the Lin family lose face today. I'm going. Are these two young masters going to start betting against each other again? I heard that in the last race car race, Lin Yun not only lost his favorite sports car, he also lost 5 million to Han Fei. Alas, although that Han Fei kid is also a dude, his heart is much more generated than Lin Yun. This time Lin Yun is afraid that he's going to lose again. Yeah, but if Lin Yun loses to Han Fei on his home turf today, then he'll lose a lot of face in the future. It's not just Lin Yun who will lose face if he really loses. The entire Lin family will lose face. When the surrounding crowd heard that these two were going to bet again, they all immediately came over. There were looks of amusement on their faces, and there were also people who looked at Lin Yun with some sympathy. There had been countless bets between these two top broads, but basically most of the time it was Lin Yun who lost miserably. It was assumed that this time would be no exception. Lin Yun's face turned ugly as he heard the chatter around him. What these people were saying was indeed true. He had gambled with Han Fei many times and won only a handful of times. But every time he saw this guy being so dejected he would get inexplicably annoyed and couldn't control his emotions at all. But today, with big brother Jiang around, he had a 100% chance of winning. Say Han Fei, How do you want to bet today? Lin Yun coldly opened his mouth and asked. It's simple. Aren't there so many raw stones here? We'll each pick a raw stone and see whose raw stone is worth more. Han Fei's face was full of strategizing. Good. What about the bet? Lin Yun nodded without hesitation. $5 million it is. By the way, bet on the Bugatti you lost to me last time. But if it's you who loses, you'll have to lose me the equivalent of that Bugatti on top of the 5 million. At this moment, Han Fei clearly had a face that was set on Lin Yun. Alright, today I'll make sure you lose without even a pair of pants left. Lin Yun sneered, and at this time in a small elegant room on the second floor, Lin Xian and Lin Xiaoran were closely watching what was happening in the hall on the first floor. At this time, butler Gao Zhan suddenly walked in. Master, young Master Lin Yun is preparing to bet against Han Fei again, and I just saw that Han Fei came in with Elder Shi one after the other, but after coming in, Elder Shi went somewhere else. I suspect that Han Fei is digging a hole for young Master Lin Yun again. Butler Gao Zhan said with a respectful voice. Elder Shi? After hearing this name, Lin Xiaoran's face changed. Shi Hong, that was an expert in jade appraisal, possessing superb appraisal skills and reputation. It looks like Han Fei did come prepared this time, actually even invited Elder Shi over. Lin Qian, on the other hand, looked downwards with a calm face, but his gaze stayed on Jiang Chuan's body the whole time. It always felt like there was a mysterious veil lingering around this brat's body, making him completely impervious to it. Master, do you want me to stop young Master Lin Yun? Butler Gao Zhan spoke again. If he didn't stop it in time, it was estimated that the young master would lose very badly today. It wouldn't be harmless if he only lost $10 or $20 million. After all, this amount of money was nothing to the Lin family. But if it was said so embarrassingly in the Lin family's territory, the Lin family's face wouldn't be able to hang on to it at that time. No need. Lin Xian shook his head indifferently. Then a light smile appeared on his face. I would love to see that kid Jiang Chuan's skills with my own eyes. Hopefully, he won't let me down. Yes, master. Gao Zhan hurriedly nodded. He then similarly dropped his gaze to the first floor hall. It looked like his lordship had a lot of confidence in that lad called Jiang Chuan. The first floor hall. I'll go. Isn't that Elder Shi Hong sure? Yes. I had the honor of meeting Elder Shi once some time ago, and it is indeed Elder Shi himself. Elder Shi will actually come to this exhibition as well. Could it be that the Lin family invited him? Didn't you guys see Elder Shi walking towards Han Fei? It's obviously not invited by the Lin family. Asterisk. Could it be that Elder Shi is young Han's bottom card? If that's the case, then there's no longer any suspense in this bet. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the chattering crowd, a crane-haired old man slowly walked towards Han Fei. Han Fei's face then revealed an even more condescending smile. On the contrary, Lin Yun's face sank violently. He clenched his fists tightly, and then his face was filled with anger. He finally realized that this bastard Han Fei had come prepared again. This actually invited that old undead Shi Hung out. Damn, it's been pitted by Han Fei this again. And that Shi Hung, didn't he announce that he wasn't coming out anymore? The more Lin Yun thought about it at the moment, the angrier he became. But the bet had already been made just now, and to back out now would only make the Lin family lose even more face. If such a disgraceful thing was spread out, it was estimated that Grandpa would directly break his own legs this time. Who is that old man? Why is everyone looking at him with eyes full of fervor? Jiang Chuan, on the other hand, asked with a puzzled expression, because he really didn't have any dabbling in the stone gambling industry in the past, so naturally he didn't recognize this person. But from the eyes of the others, it could be seen that the old man should be very capable and had a great reputation in the industry. Big brother, that old man is called Shi Hong, a top appraisal expert in the jade industry in the southern province. Last year, a 3-kilogram piece of ice-type jadeite was opened in his hands. Although unwilling to admit it, this old man's ability to identify jadeite is indeed very strong, and can even be said to be the most discerning in the entire southern province. Lin Yun frowned as he also went into great detail. Had I known that Han Fei that had invited Shi Hong, no matter how much he provoked himself just now, Xia would never have agreed to a bet with him. Oh, Jiang Chuan just gave a faint oh. He didn't care what this old man was or how powerful he was. Even if his vision was tricky, it couldn't be more perverse than his own insight pupil, right? Big brother, what is the meaning of this oh sound? Could it be that you're confident? Lin Yun looked at the calm and unperturbed Jiang Chuan, and hope flared up in his heart. Just now, he had been influenced by Shi Hang and had almost forgotten that Big Brother was a high-ranking person who could calculate. This was a truly enlightened high-ranking person. District Shi Hung, in front of the Big Brother is probably not even a fart. So it was completely understandable that Big Brother was acting so calm at the moment. Well, very confident indeed. Don't worry, you can't lose even if you wanted today. I'm telling you, Jiang Chuan said with confidence, there's a difference between strong and perverted. Right at this moment, Shi Hung had already walked up to Han Fei. Elder Shi, I'm counting on you today. Han Fei greeted Shi Han with a flattering smile. Aha! Shi Han only nodded indifferently. It was obvious that he didn't place this young master of the Han family in his eyes at all. In fact, originally, he didn't want to come to such an exhibition at all, but the Han family was really giving too much, so much that he couldn't refuse. At this time, the four of them had already arrived in front of the counter where the raw stones were placed. Shi Han glanced lightly at Jiang Chuan and Lin Yun, his eyes full of disdain. Playing with such two juniors was really beneath his status, and he couldn't muster any interest at all. The surrounding crowd had already filled up long ago, whispering in low voices. Han Fei, on the other hand, was staring dejectedly at Lin Yun. It was as if this bet was already settled for him. Big brother, which raw stone do we choose? Lin Yun didn't pay any attention to Han Fei, but instead looked at Jiang Chuan with a serious face. Jiang Chuan didn't open his mouth to answer, but instead, his mind moved and a dark purple light instantly flashed through his pupils. This light flashed, and no one was able to see it clearly at all. Even the high-tech capturing instruments could not capture anything at all. After opening his pupil of insight, Jiang Chuan began to carefully observe each and every raw stone. The moment his eyes touched the raw stone, the surface stone layer began to dissipate rapidly as if it had been corrupted. Immediately afterward, a splash of green color appeared in the line of sight. The internal structure inside was incomparably clear before Jiang Chuan's eyes. Seeing green, but the color is dull, the texture is rough, and the purity is not enough. After 4 hours of study last night, Jiang Chuan also had a relatively rough understanding of the raw stone. Soon Jiang Chuan looked at the second raw stone. This No. 15 raw stone had a price tag of 300,000, but there was no green seen in it at all. It wasn't until Jiang Chuan looked at the eighth stone that a flash of excitement passed through his eyes. Then he took a cursory look at all the stones again and realized that none of them were as good as this one. Xiao Yun, this is the piece. Jiang Chuan directly could only point at a volleyball-sized raw stone in front of him. Through the ability of the pupil of insight, he had completely seen the internal structure of this raw stone. The color was pure and even. The seed head was at least at the level of high ice seed, and the head of water was also considered top quality. Good. Lin Yun didn't have any doubts or skepticism and nodded decisively. Although this raw stone was only worth $160,000, he did have no doubt about Jiang Chuan's ability. Since Jiang Chuan had chosen this stone so land, there must be something unusual about this raw stone. Haha, who is this kid? This is here to fool around, isn't it? To actually choose a 160,000 original stone. I heard that this stone was dug out of a new pit, and the chances of it seeing green are very slim, so I'm afraid Lin Yun is going to lose again this time. I'll go. This guy can't be the master Lin Yun hired, right? Master, are you trying to laugh me to death? If he's a grandmaster, then I'm a super grandmaster. To actually pick such a mediocre piece of material, if this can be opened to jade, I'll directly eat this stone. Alas, it looks like Lin Xiao is going to lose his pants again today. Yeah, I'm afraid this $160,000 is going to go down the drain. The crowd instantly snickered in low voices, because even laymen like them could see that this stone was flat, and with the merchants marking the price so low, they definitely couldn't open anything good. After all, these merchants could be a group of old and cunning people, and knew more about raw stones than many players. Shi Han glanced at Jiang Chuan, then also shook his head with a cold smile. It looked like the young people nowadays really didn't have any eyesight at all. Lin Yun, is this kid the military advisor you invited? Did you invite him here to prepare to laugh me to death? Han Fei directly burst into uncontrollable laughter. With this kind of trash material, even if they were to give it to themselves, they wouldn't necessarily want it. Now they actually wanted to use this trashy stone to bet with themselves. Shut Uranus. Stop spouting here. Hurry up and pick yours. The winner is yet to be determined. You're fooling around here, nigga? Lin Yun directly sprayed. Well, since you want to find death, then I'll fulfill you. Elder Shi, I'm counting on you next. Han Fei was also too lazy to bother with Lin Yun. There had to be a time when he would cry anyway. Good. Shi Han nodded indifferently, then directly walked towards a bull-sized raw stone. The elegant room on the second floor. Lin Xiaoran and Gao Zhan both had ugly looks on their faces. They also had a relatively in-depth understanding of raw stones. That was why they were not optimistic about the piece of raw stone that Jiang Chuan and Jiang Chuan had chosen just now. The chances of cutting it up were just too slim, and could even be said to be basically non-existent. Alright, you guys just relax. I believe in Xiao Chen. Lin Xian's expression on the other hand was relatively much calmer, because looking at Jiang Chuan's expression, it was incomparably confident and frank. This confidence and candor wasn't feigned. He should have confidence.